House Dad's Literary Life Chapter 1146 to Chapter 1222. Walking into the workshop of the old craftsman in the doll factory, Lu Benji's enthusiasm was in vain, because there was a relatively large stone statue in front of them, as well as some anime figurines displayed on the shelves behind, which completely attracted the attention of the little guys. Wow! The exclamations came one after another, and the little guys looked at the dolls of different shapes with blurred eyes. They were so envious that they held their hands in front of them, wishing that they could pull out their hearts to show their friends. Their hearts were full of love for these dolls. The workshop here not only made frozen dolls, but also many figurines made according to the children's stories and prototype designs provided by Xianxia. There was a frog prince with a crown on his head, Little Red Riding Hood with a red hat, and there was also a little squirrel with a sneaky look who was hugging an acorn and refusing to let go of it. So many cartoon characters that had only appeared in the form of illustrations in Xixi's bedtime stories now appeared in front of the children, which naturally awakened their best memories. Perhaps it was a visual impact, but even a shy little girl like Yang Luoqi couldn't help but cheer. She ran up, turned around excitedly, and said to her friends, "Wow! There are 7 dwarfs, 1, 2, 3. There are 7 of them." Not only was Yang Luoqi very excited, but Yu Xiaowei also pursed her lips and quickly walked forward a few steps. Then, she slowed down and looked back at her mother, uncles, and aunts in embarrassment. "I recognize this one, but you definitely don't remember it." Chen Shurian's eyes also lit up. She ran up, pointed to a long-nosed puppet, and shouted excitedly. Lan Xian didn't give him any face. She snorted and said, "I remember too. Isn't it just Pinocchio? Xixi's house also has one." Lu Weisha saw that her friends were discussing so enthusiastically, and she ran to the front eagerly. She used the Chinese that she had learned in less than half a month and said to everyone, "I like it, all of them. I like it." In fact, at this time, Xixi was not calm. The little girl was surprised to find that there were many dolls on the shelf that she didn't have. Although Lan Xian said that she had Pinocchio, it was only brought back by her father. Although the little girl didn't say anything, her eyes were wide open, and her gaze swept over the dolls one by one. Her little heart was beating wildly because of these dolls. There were some voices in her mind. "Oh, why are there so many? There are so many dolls that I don't have?" Yes, she once thought that her house had most of the beautiful dolls in the world, but now she found that her collection was actually only a small part of the world. There were so many wonderful things that she hadn't explored yet. For a time, the little girl's heart was intertwined with many emotions: loss, regret, surprise, joy, hesitation. Xixi's eyes couldn't move away from these shelves. She was still thinking that the gold coins in her small wooden box weren't enough to buy so many beautiful dolls. Moreover, Xixi also made an appointment with Lu Weisha to go to Lu Weisha's house to play in winter. Lu Weisha had told Xixi that her house had a very beautiful aurora. In winter, she could also ski, ride a sleigh, and so on. It's so hard to choose. The little girl was in a dilemma. However, her motivation to work hard to earn gold coins was once again stimulated. With dozens of gold coins in savings, the little girl had lost her motivation for a long time. Looking at the dolls on display, the little girls and boys, including Tong Tong, were reluctant to leave. It was only when Lu Benji promised that he would bring them back to pick a doll that they liked at the end of the day. This was originally planned, that the little guys obediently followed the adults to the craftsman's workshop in front of them. They didn't roll all over the floor and refuse to leave. The first thing they visited was the craftsman's workshop. Currently, everyone was making dolls with a frozen theme. After all, these products, even if they were purely handmade, were in short supply. Therefore, when they saw a long robe made of fur on the table, the little guys excitedly shouted, "This is Kristoff's robe. He's a hunter." Why did they think that Kristoff was a hunter? Because the little guys could only think of the movie they watched last week. They thought that Kristoff, who could run wildly in the forest on a reindeer and dress like that, should be a hunter. Luckily, Xixi had a good memory. She had almost memorized the story of Sister Elsa by heart. She quickly stood up and explained to her little friends with a serious face, No, Kristoff is a worker. He's an ice digger." At the beginning, they were digging ice. Of course, this was just a small episode. Next, Lu Benji asked the craftsman to show the little guys how to sew a dress similar to Sister Elsa's dress. Although the craftsmen were only sewing the dress together with the half-finished blue-green slim-fit dress, the craftsman focused on the sewing machine. The little guys couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as they watched the machine and the meticulous connection between the machine and the sewing machine. After all, they were all little girls. Perhaps they were naturally more interested in this kind of craftsmanship. They all watched with great interest for a long time, including Nanjiao. Tong Tong, on the other hand, wasn't very interested. After watching for a while, he turned his head, wearing a small safety hat, to look for other interesting projects. There really were some. After a while, the little guy saw a few craftsmen behind his father. They were using a carving knife to carve a wooden doll that hadn't fully formed yet. The way the wood shavings were picked out from time to time, and the way the carving knife flew up and down instantly attracted the little guy's attention. Tong Tong clung to his father's shoulders with his two little hands and watched intently. It was rare that he didn't make a fuss. He was very obedient, just like Sun Wukong, who wore a golden hoop. In this workshop, the little guys could see the process of making and assembling a purely handmade doll. Many craftsmen were demonstrating, and Uncle Lu was explaining. It was an eye-opener for the little guys. However, the beginning of the workshop was already such an exciting demonstration of the production of high-end dolls. Could there be even more exciting content in the following tours? Wouldn't it disappoint the little guys? Next, let's go to the next packaging workshop. There, we can understand how the cute and interesting dolls that our parents usually give you on your birthdays are delivered from the factory to your hands. Do you guys want to know more? Lu Benji, who was making a cameo appearance, said cheerfully as he greeted the little guys. Nanjiao, Lu Xiaoyu, and the other kids hadn't recovered from the dazzling demonstration just now, so they replied in a daze, yes. Shi, on the other hand, was more enthusiastic. She giggled and said yes to her friends. Then, she moved to the front, raised her head, and looked at Uncle Lu with sparkling eyes. She said, Uncle Lu, I know that the dolls are all in the store. Then my papa will buy flowers and put the dolls in the flowers for my mom. Oh, I was wrong. Hee, this is a gift from my papa to my mom, not for me. The little girl scratched her head in embarrassment and laughed with a red face. The adults behind them also roared with laughter. Murphy, who was standing next to Yang Yi, was a little embarrassed. She wanted to hide behind Yang Yi, but she didn't want to be an adult. She could only smile helplessly, stomp her feet, and say angrily, she. The little girl thought that everyone was laughing at her. Instead, she shyly ran behind her father and hid. Then, she stuck out her little head, giggled, and whispered, Papa didn't give me a doll as a birthday gift. It's a very beautiful treehouse, and I can turn on the lights. Of course, what Lu Benji wanted to show the children was not flowers, treehouses, or anything else that Shi's little brain would think of. Soon, the children saw a completely automated packaging assembly line. Here, these are the dolls that we produce. After being screened by our quality inspectors, they will all be gathered here. Lu Benji stood in front of a huge round plate and introduced it to the children. The large round plate that reflected a silver metallic light was densely packed with Mom's little snowbow dolls. Each of them was about the size of an adult's fist, and they were all stuffed with cloth and cotton. They looked as simple and adorable as snowbow, but in terms of delicacy, these small dolls that were sold at the supermarket for 9.90 yuan could not be compared to the handmade wooden dolls or plush dolls that Shi and the others had seen earlier. But, there were many of them were righteous. When the children saw so many snowbow squeezed together, how could they care to see if it was as beautiful as they had seen earlier? They were all surprised and exclaimed softly. Wow! There are so many snowbow. Shi looked at the large round plate, and her big eyes were so excited that little stars almost appeared. Lu Xiaoyu, who loved snowbow the most, even called out snowbow's name, Olaf, and her body involuntarily moved closer. Fortunately, Shi quickly pulled her deskmate back, and the especially serious little girl began to help maintain order. She hurriedly said to Lu Xiaoyu, Little fishy, you can't touch it. It's dangerous. Lan Xian was also full of a sense of justice. She opened her arms in front of Lu Xiaoyu and shouted loudly, Yes, you can't go over there. Uncle Lu just said that the machine is very scary. If it's not an adult, it will eat the children. The little girl's sentence order was a little wrong, but it sounded like there was nothing wrong with it. Lu Xiaoyu was frightened by the two of them. She nervously shrank her little arms, and seemed to be a little scared. Their side was very lively, and Nanjiaoyu, who was a little slow, also shrank his head. He embarrassedly retracted his little hands that wanted to touch the dolls, but he had nowhere to put them, so he could only scratch his head. Lu Benji praised the two little girls who helped to maintain order, and then asked the worker to start the packaging line and demonstrate it to the children. The conveyor belt began to move. At first, there was a little noise from the gears, and it scared the little girls so that they hurriedly huddled together and hid next to their respective parents. Nanjiaoyu was alone. Fortunately, Lu Benji went to hold his hand, and did not let him look left and right helplessly for too long. When the conveyor belt started moving, the sound of the gears became softer and less ear-piercing. At this time, the worker pressed another button, and a small opening opened at the bottom of the large circular plate. Because this large circular plate originally looked like a funnel, after this small opening, the dolls on top rolled down like ripe fruits on a tree. "Papa, it's falling." She stood next to her father. She was nervous, but she could not help but look curiously. When she saw something interesting, she could not help but pull her father's hand and exclaim in a low voice. "After the conveyor belt moves, our dolls will gradually separate, and they will not be crowded together. Then, you see, when we come here, they are already in line, and they keep the same distance." Lu Benji walked in front and explained as he guided them. "So obedient." Yang Luochi muttered in a low voice. "Yes, they are very obedient, and so are you." Lu Benji laughed. Yang Luochi realized that her whisper was heard, and she shrunk into her mother's arms, embarrassed. Next, they came to the core module of the assembly line, which was more high-tech. There was a mechanical arm, and the front end looked like a claw. The computer in the background would judge according to the information provided by the camera to the program, and then give the mechanical arm an accurate adjustment signal. The dolls that were not placed properly, side, upside down, face down, were all adjusted to the same position by the mechanical arm. "Wow! A robot!" Nanjiaoyu walked in front and exclaimed as he watched. The little girls were also watching with great interest. Cici walked together with her father, and she felt that it was very magical. She raised her head and asked her father curiously, Papa, why is this robot so powerful? How did it arrange Snowbow so well?" This question stumped Yang Yi. How could Yang Yi understand such a profound technical question? He pondered for a while, and frankly said, "There are a lot of scientific principles in this. Papa doesn't understand it, but when you grow up and learn more, you will have the opportunity to understand it." "Papa doesn't know?" She said with some disappointment. "It's normal that Papa doesn't know." Yang Yi smiled, touched the little girl's head, and said, "Papa is not omnipotent, but we can do this. When we go back, let's go online and find out how these robots move, okay?" The regret on Shishi's face immediately disappeared. She nodded happily and said with a sweet smile, "Okay. Hee, Papa, we can make little brother's robot like this. It can move, and little brother will like it very much." Yang Yi looked down at Tong Tong. The little guy was also attracted by the mechanical arm. His big eyes under the helmet were focused on the big guy moving around, as if he was also trying to figure out what it was. "Haha, we can give it a try." Yang Yi did not dampen Shishi's spirits. He patted her on the shoulder and laughed. The packaging box at the back was automatically folded, and then the Snowbow dolls that were arranged neatly were stuffed into the packaging box one by one. There was no need to elaborate on the process of this visit. The little ones were very fascinated by it. Even to the extent that other than Cici, who had many discoveries to share with her father, the other children could only exclaim and praise, forgetting to chat with each other. The assembly line was not boring. Compared with the previous ingenious works of the craftsman, this part of the tour was not so exquisite and pleasing to the eyes. However, the completely automatic packaging line was still an eye-opener for the children. It was as if they had walked into the world of technology from an era of handwork. The magical technology made them forget to go back. "Alright, now that we've finished visiting the packaging line, where should we go next? Does anyone know?" Lu Benji deliberately kept them guessing and asked. As they were already familiar with each other, the children were not as shy as they were at the beginning. They enthusiastically participated in the interaction. Anyway, it's not going home. Chen Shiyun shouted loudly. Her answer made the girls giggle. Yes, we have a tour next, but do you know what it is? Lu Benji asked with a smile. We don't know. The honest Lu Xiaoyu and Nan Xiaoyu shook their heads. Cici, on the other hand, was actively thinking about the answer. At this time, she was no longer standing with her father. Instead, she was squeezing with her friends. The tall little girl even stood on her tiptoes and struggled to raise her small hand, wanting Uncle Lu to see her. She was very disciplined and did not rush to answer. Shishi, why don't you tell us? Lu Benji called her name as expected. Hee, I know. We are going to see a lot of magical toys. Shishi's bright big eyes seemed to be able to speak. She revealed a bright smile and said crisply, in the car, I heard you and my papa talking about it. You have prepared a lot of fun toys for us to see. Lu Benji looked at Shishi with some surprise. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he nodded and said, that's right. Shishi, you are very well informed. Indeed, this time, because the lovely children are going to visit, the factory manager is worried that there won't be any good products for you to see. Therefore, our publishing house and the factory jointly set up a very interesting small laboratory. We have specially made some very magical toys for you. They are really magical, as if they are controlled by magic. I guarantee that when you see them, you will feel that it is as wonderful as watching a movie. Lu Benji's last introduction was like a wizard's bewitchment, which immediately caught the children's appetite. Wow! There's magic! Hearing Shishi's translation, Lu Weisha excitedly jumped up and down. She pulled Shishi's hand and said in surprise, I want to see it, Shishi. It must be wonderful. It's not magic, it's just like magic. Shishi translated it methodically. She giggled and said, but I also want to see it. Indeed, it was just a small factory, so there was nothing worth visiting. Lu Benji and his staff could imagine the creative editors of the publishing house and the craftsmen of the factory working together to build a toy laboratory based on science. They wanted to use the magical phenomena of science to create special toys for the children. Yang Yi was very supportive of this idea. Under Lu Benji's lead, the children and their parents arrived at the simple and crude laboratory. When they entered the lab, Cici and her friends were actually a bit disappointed. After all, there were no fancy dolls on the shelves in this lab, nor were there any big round dolls that were tightly packed together. There were also no magical effects such as lightning, thunder, and frost that they had imagined. There were only some tables that were neatly arranged like the ones in the workshop in front of them and some laboratory utensils on them. They were not surprised at all. Lu Benji did not know that the children were thinking about his magic. He turned around and asked enthusiastically, which child has ever played with a small racing car that can run with a battery? However, when the children heard his question, they were all stunned and looked up at him in confusion. After all, they were all girls. Even Nan Xiaoyu had never played with racing cars before. His family had very few toys, and he had been reciting poems for fun since he was young. However, Shishi reacted before the awkward silence. She happily raised her little arms as if she was worried that someone would steal the car from her. She hurriedly replied, Uncle Lu, I know. My brother has a small racing car like this. I have played with it before. Tong Tong, who was betrayed by his sister, did not react at all. He was lying on his father's shoulder and squinting his eyes sleepily. His listless expression showed that he had seen and played so much that he was tired after being busy the whole morning. I'm so sleepy. Let's sleep for a while. Sister, don't disturb me. Lu Benji snapped his fingers and smiled. Then do you know how our little racing car runs? Shishi could not answer this time. The little girl was a little embarrassed as she twisted her little butt and said, I don't know either. It didn't matter. Soon, Lu Benji called the children over to a large wooden basin. A simple wooden boat was placed on top of the water. Of course, the simple here referred to its simple structure. The skillful carpenters had carved this small wooden boat into the feeling of a dragon boat. Even the small embossments on the side of the boat were very delicate. Look, this small wooden boat is made from the engine of our toy racing car. The one connected to the propeller in the middle is our engine. Lu Benji took out the palm-sized wooden boat and introduced it to the little guys. In a while, we'll invite a child to come and install a battery here, okay? Nan Jiaoyu was chosen as the first kid to eat crabs. Who asked him to be the only little boy, but Nan Jiaoyu was a little scared. He held the battery and showed an eager expression for a while, then nervously retracted his hand. He looked at Lu Benji worriedly and said, "Uncle Lu, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid. Its propeller is at both ends. You install the battery here. What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Benji said with a smile. Although he was scared, Nan Jiaoyu still mustered up his courage and put the battery on. The moment the second battery was installed, the small engine began to hum, giving Nan Jiaoyu a fright. He quickly retracted his hand. But the other children cheered in surprise because the engine drove the propeller at both ends and spun like a big windmill. She looked at Nan Jiaoyu with envy. She also wanted to be selected for the experiment. As a participant and as a spectator, the experience would be very different, right? Then, the small boat on the water, relying on the engine to drive the propeller to sail quickly. This made the little guys cheer for a while. But this was only an appetizer. It was not a magical toy at all. Lu Benji only used this as an introduction. He took the children to the table in the laboratory and let them sit on the high stools so that they could easily watch the experiment on the table. "When I went out this morning, your aunt prepared a boiled egg for me. She said that if you were hungry, you could peel it and eat it." Lu Benji conjured an egg like a magic trick. He smiled and said to the little guys, "But I suddenly had a magical idea. Can I hold the egg and spin it?" "Spin it?" She and the other children looked at Uncle Lu in confusion. They did not understand what he meant. So, Lu Benji took the egg and spun it on the table like a top. In the end, it still could not stand up. Soon, it lay down again and spun irregularly. "Come, try it. See if you can make it spin in this upright position." Lu Benji smiled and handed the egg to the children so that they could play with it. When it was Shishi's turn, the little girl also pinched the small head of the egg with interest. She had seen her friends spin it just now. None of them succeeded. In order to be able to stand up and show her friends how amazing she was, the little girl held back her strength and spun the egg very hard. This time, it would definitely stand up, Shishi watched with confidence. However, she used too much strength. Not only did the egg not spin, but it also flew out like a bottle knocked over by a bowling ball. "Aya!" Shishi covered her mouth with her two little hands and exclaimed. The egg flew past Xianxia, who was caught off guard, and rolled down. With a paw sound, it shattered on the ground. Shishi was scared out of her wits. She felt that she had done something terrible. She had broken the egg that Aunt Lu had cooked for Uncle Lu. She blamed herself in her heart and turned to look at her father in a fluster. There was no need to mention how helpless her pitiful little eyes were. However, this time, her father did not need to save her. Xianxia reacted. She turned around and jumped down from the stool to pick up the egg. She took a few glances at it, then patted the broken egg shell and blew off the dust. She handed it over and said to Lu Benji happily, "Uncle Lu, don't worry. It's still edible. It's just that the shell is broken." When Shishi heard that, she turned her head and looked over anxiously. Indeed, a hard-boiled egg was a lot harder. After falling off the table, only the shell was cracked and a little flattened. However, the egg shell was still wrapped around the egg, so it didn't crack completely. Furthermore, it had been appraised by Xianxia, so there was definitely no problem. Even if there was a problem, Lu Benji would not be calculated with the children. Moreover, the story behind this egg was made up by him. "Haha, it's okay, it's okay. It's just an egg. Let's put it aside," Lu Benji said with a smile. He put the egg back into the plastic bag and continued to put it in his pocket. Then, he moved over a small device made of polished wood on the table. Below was a box. On the outside, there were switches, knobs, indicator lights, and so on. On the top was a round plate with beautiful wood grains printed on it. It was also extremely beautiful. Seeing that she was not blamed, she calmed down a little. She could not help but ask softly, "What is this?" "This is called the Nicholas Egg Erector. After hearing Cece's whisper, Lu Benji turned to look at her with a smile and said, "Didn't we say that we couldn't make the egg stand up just now? But this can help us make the egg stand up and spin." She hadn't gotten over the awkwardness just now. She had accidentally sent the egg that Aunt Lu had cooked for Uncle Lu flying and breaking. Feeling guilty and embarrassed, she hurriedly avoided Uncle Lu's gaze and fixed her eyes on the strange box. The Nicholas egg erector that Lu Benji was talking about was actually a special name in this world. In Yang Yi's previous life, this thing was called Tesla's Columbus egg. Of course, Yang Yi hadn't learned about this in his previous life, but now he was also watching with great interest. Not to mention Yang Yi, the other parents were also craning their necks curiously. If they hadn't been a little reserved, they probably would have mixed in with the children and watched. At this time, Xianxia, who had been looking at the broken egg, came back to her senses and asked curiously, "But the egg is already broken. How can it spin?" "That's a good question." Lu Benji conjured an egg-shaped copper block out of nowhere like a magic trick and showed it to the children with a smile. "This machine doesn't use our ordinary eggs, but the eggs made of copper that you see in my hand." Of course, Lu Benji demonstrated to the children again. On an ordinary table, the copper egg still couldn't spin and stand up. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Children, watch carefully. Don't blink. Lu Benji deliberately bluffed. The atmosphere seemed to be tense. The 8 children all stared at the wooden box, the wooden plate, and the copper egg in Uncle Lu's hand. They didn't even dare to breathe. She was the same. When she heard that she was about to witness a miracle, her big bright eyes were filled with excitement. Uncle Lu casually placed the copper egg on the wooden plate and flipped the switch below. The motor below began to hum. However, at this time, the wooden plate didn't move. It didn't spin as fast as the propeller. Next, the children saw Uncle Lu casually spin the copper egg, and it began to spin. But that didn't seem right. The outspoken Xianxia immediately raised her hand and asked in confusion, "Uncle Lu, that's not right. The egg hasn't even stood up yet." "That's right, I can do that too." The girls beside her all started talking at once. But at this moment, Lu Weixia exclaimed softly, drawing the attention of the children. Because while they were talking, the spinning copper egg actually stood up on its own. Amazing. She's already big eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't help but turn her head and look at her father in surprise, as though she wanted to share her feelings of disbelief with him. The principle of this egg-erecting device wasn't complicated. It used a rotating magnetic field to make the egg spin. Then, it relied on the spinning effect to make the egg find the most suitable spinning position. Because the egg was oval-shaped, only when it stood up and rotated with its long axis as the center would it be stable. However, this was still a physical principle that many of the children hadn't learned before. Lu Benji demonstrated it again and began to explain it to the children. The children listened in confusion. They understood a little, but they didn't quite understand. Each of them opened their small mouths and looked at him in confusion. Even the smart she didn't seem to understand. Seeing this, Yang Yi smiled and pointed at the wooden box behind him. He said to the children, "Uncle Lu means that this box of ours uses a more complicated machine to imitate a force that we can't see. It's called magnetic force. It helps us hold this copper egg as if we're holding it with our hands. This way, it can stand up and spin. So that's how it is." Although there were a few slow to react and tilted their heads in confusion, Shi, Yang Luoqi, Yu Xiaowei, and the other girls understood. She was still in her seat. She giggled, shook her little butt, and said, That's too amazing. We can't see it." Lu Xiaoyu rubbed Shishi's arm and said innocently, "I know, that must be magic." At this time, Lu Benji called the children to another lower table. This way, everyone could gather together and observe without sitting down. It was convenient for them to move around. That was just a small magic spell. Next, we're going to witness an even more amazing magic spell. A magic spell that you can't even think of. Lu Benji said mysteriously. There's more magic to watch. Lan Xian and Shen Shiyun cheered happily. The other girls also laughed excitedly. Nan Jiaoyu also jumped with joy. Lu Benji carried over a very smooth round cushion. It was made of wood and was very heavy. No one knew what was inside. He then took out a small spinning top. It looked a bit like the one that was spinning in the Inception space. However, it wasn't made into a hole. The yellow frame and the bronze vertebral body were exquisite and cute. In the eyes of the children, it was as if it was some magical little toy that attracted their attention. Which child has played with the spinning top before? Lu Benji asked. Instantly, a few children, including Xianxia, raised their hands excitedly. However, Xianxia was a little embarrassed. She raised her hand and hesitated whether she should put it down. How many children haven't played with it before? Which child is willing to come up and show us how the spinning top is done? Lu Benji asked with a smile. At this time, Xianxia shyly withdrew her hand. She was still thinking about her mistake. It wouldn't be good if she messed it up again, Lu Benji originally wanted to call her, but Xianxia withdrew her hand. Lu Benji didn't want to make this privilege too obvious, so he called the more enthusiastic Xianxia. There was nothing much to say about spinning a spinning top. The technique was similar to spinning an egg. But then, Lu Benji asked Xianxia to do a demonstration. Xianxia, who had been watching just now, was envious. Lu Benji asked Xianxia to spin the spinning top on a small cover. Then, Lu Benji gently lifted the small cover. He didn't lift it too high, only a centimeter or two. At this time, the spinning top was still spinning on the cover. Xianxia was surprised to see Uncle Lu gently lift his hand. The cover was taken away, but the spinning top was suspended in the air and kept spinning. Magic! Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed. That's right. This is the magnetic magic that we created using the same magnetic force. Look, there's actually no support below us. Lu Benji was still smiling. He took a glass cup and put the spinning top in horizontally. Then, he took it away. The spinning top seemed to be unaffected at all. It continued to float in the air and spin slightly. Amazing! Xianxia was envious. The little girl was a little regretful. Why didn't she try it bravely? It would have been great if she could have tried it too. It wasn't fun just to watch. If she had held the spinning top and spun it, she could have participated in this magic. How great would that have been? She had missed Uncle Lu's magic. Thinking of this, Xianxia sullenly pouted because of regret. Although she didn't say anything, she took a step back and snuggled up to her father sadly. She even hugged her father's empty hand and started counting her father's fingers unhappily. What was the principle of magic? Xianxia didn't really care. She couldn't even listen to Uncle Lu's endless explanation. She just stared at the spinning top eagerly. Do you want to play too? Yang asked with a smile. He could roughly guess what his daughter was thinking. Xianxia pursed her lips, looked back at her father, and nodded shyly. She was afraid that her father would laugh at her for breaking the egg, so she lowered her head and shook her little butt to show her inner desire. Yang gently patted the little girl's head and said with a smile, "Wait a minute. Let Uncle Lu finish." Yang didn't go back on his words. After Lu Benji finished, he asked him to stop the spinning top and let each child try it. Only by trying it with your own hands can you have a deeper understanding. Xianxia saw that Uncle Lu agreed, and a surprised smile appeared on her little face again. Waiting in line was nothing. When it was her turn, Xianxia happily pulled her father's hand and said with reliance, "Papa, I'll play with you, okay?" The little girl was worried that she would make a mistake. She only had confidence when her father was with her. This visit to the doll factory was full of joy and laughter for every child, including Xianxia. The little girl had seen the production process of those cute dolls owned by her family, the automatic packaging line, and many magical scientific toys. Not only that, but when they finally left, every child, including Xianxia, could pick a doll they liked as a souvenir to take home. Moreover, the amiable and lovely Uncle Lu gave each of them a paper box, which was said to contain a paper tree that could grow flowers. This small gift was for the children to explore with their parents when they went home. Anyway, when they went back, every child's eyes were shining with satisfaction. On the minibus, they chattered and talked. After playing for half a day, they didn't seem to feel tired at all. The adults had been walking with them for a long time, so they were a little tired. They sat in the minibus, and the driver hired by Yang drove them back. They couldn't help but close their eyes and rest in the car. but the children were still chatting happily. Some sat in their own seats and chatted with their companions next to them, while others twisted their necks and looked around, trying to find their companions to talk to. Lu Weisha was the same. Although she couldn't understand the language, and it was slower for her to translate to Shishi or Uncle Yang, it didn't prevent her from having fun. Now, Lu Weisha was happily holding the doll she had chosen from the Ice Age Mammoth Peach. She said to Shishi, "Shishi, I like this factory so much. It would be great if I could come here to play every day." The doll Shishi had chosen was also a character from the Ice Age. However, she had chosen a Tyrannosaurus Rex. To be exact, it was one of the kind and cute Tyrannosaurus Rex babies raised by Sid. Its big, curious eyes and awkward, honest smile made it lose the fierce and cruel feeling that a Tyrannosaurus Rex should have. It was cute, very cute. Of course, the main reason Shishi had chosen it was because she didn't have such a doll at home. "Yeah, I want to come and play too." Shishi's voice was soft. She smiled sweetly at Lu Weisha and said, but I need to earn a lot of gold coins so that I can go to your house to play and buy a lot of soft toys." "Hey, Shishi, how did you know that we also have dolls at home? You don't have to buy anything. You can come to my house and play. I'll ask my father to give you a lot of interesting dolls. You can also take mine if you like," Lu Weisha said generously. She looked at Shishi expectantly. Obviously, Lu Weisha also hoped that Shishi would come to her house to play. "Aya, Lu Weisha, you misunderstood. When I told you that I want to buy dolls, I'm talking about those big, beautiful dolls from the factories. Let me tell you, Lu Weisha, my father is also willing to buy me dolls, but I have to help him and mom with the housework," Shishi quickly explained. Shishi spoke Swedish very fluently. Of course, sometimes she still encountered some words that she didn't know. At this time, she tried her best to dance and express with her body language. Lu Weisha listened to her in confusion, and the two chatted happily. After a long talk, Shishi suddenly remembered that Lu Weisha seemed to have said that there were dolls in their hometown. She quickly stopped and asked curiously, "Lu Weisha, what are the dolls in your house like?" On the other side of Jiang City, Guozi's mother was watering the flowers in the courtyard of the municipal government because she had nothing to do on a weekend afternoon. She didn't expect to bump into a woman whom she had been trying to avoid for the past few days. "Huizhen. Watering the flowers? Well, the weather is good today, and the sun is shining brightly." The woman with a vegetable basket waved her hand with a smile across the road of the family compound opposite. Her fat body squeezed in front of the parked car. Her movement made it clear that she wanted to chat with Tan Huizhen. Of course, this was not particularly unexpected. They all lived in the same family compound, so how could they not greet each other? Especially for older women like her, when they met, how could they not get together and chat for a while if there was anything new? However, Tan Huizhen was not very willing to meet her recently, so when she heard her voice, Tan Huizhen felt that trouble was coming again. "Sister Ku." Tan Huizhen raised her head and smiled helplessly. "Yes, the weather is good today. Did you just come back from grocery shopping?" The sister Ku that Tan Huizhen called was full name Ku Shuyuan. Before she retired, she was a small leader in the Civil Affairs Bureau of Jiang City's Wuhu district. Of course, her own identity was not much to talk about. The powerful one was her brother, who was currently the head of Jiangnan Province's finance department. Their relationship was very strong, however, Ku Shuyuan did not put on airs. Usually, she would chat and laugh with Tan Huizhen and the other middle-aged women in the family compound. She was warm and cheerful, and she was very popular. Originally, Tan Huizhen and Ku Shuyuan's relationship was not bad. However, recently, Ku Shuyuan's occupational disease was acting up again. She kept talking about introducing girls to Guozi. This was nothing. Tan Huizhen used to joke about finding a girlfriend for Guozi. The girl that Ku Shuyuan introduced was called Xiaoliang. Her background was not bad, and her parents were provincial leaders. She was not as good as Guo Jingyan. Tan Huizhen had seen her photo before. She was a delicate and pretty girl. According to these conditions, Tan Huizhen was quite satisfied. However, the problem was that Xiaoliang majored in violin. Although she got into Jiang City's media university through connections, Tan Huizhen was not satisfied with her major. going to a university to study violin? Was this called going to a university? Later, Kushu Yuan mentioned that Xiao Liang also wanted to be a celebrity. She loved to sing and dance since she was young, and she had participated in many programs. She even joked with Tan Huizhen that the girl admired Xiaogua. If it was successful, the two of them could develop together in the entertainment industry and support each other. It would be a good story. Hearing Kushu Yuan's words, Tan Huizhen was even more unhappy. Guozi liked to act. Guo Jingyan and Tan Huizhen were very opposed to his decision to enter the entertainment industry. Although they had gradually acknowledged Guozi's choice and applauded his achievements, they did not want to have another celebrity as their daughter-in-law. Don't forget, Tan Huizhen had expressed her opinion during Murphy's concert. In her eyes, women in this line of work were more or less unreliable. She might be a ticking time bomb for the family. Moreover, Tan Huizhen felt that it was inappropriate for the girl to be so proactive. She was secretly on her guard. Of course, although Tan Huizhen had already rejected the suggestion in her heart, she would not reject it directly. After all, it was easier to hurt their relationship. This hurt their relationship was not referring to Kushu Yuan. Tan Huizhen was worried that Xiao Liang's family would think that she was looking down on Guo Jingyan and make enemies for Guo Jingyan in the province. Therefore, Tan Huizhen played Tai Chi with Kushu Yuan and delayed the matter. She might as well avoid Kushu Yuan for the next few days. Unexpectedly, Sister Cook came back from grocery shopping and saw her watering the plants. The two of them chatted for a while. Sure enough, Kushu Yuan talked about Guozi again. However, to Tan Huizhen's surprise, Kushu Yuan asked cautiously, "Huizhen, we have known each other for so long. I have a question that I want to ask you. I hope you don't mind." "Sister Ku, ask away." "What's the matter?" Tan Huizhen said with a smile. "To be honest, I think that Xiaogua and Xiao Liang will be a couple. They are schoolmates and have common topics to talk about. But Xiaogua hasn't expressed his opinion recently. Could it be that he already has a girlfriend?" Kushu Yuan asked. "Girlfriend? This?" Tan Huizhen hesitated. She was still hesitating if she should use this as an excuse. But at this moment, Kushu Yuan sighed and said, "Huizhen, I'm close to you. To tell you the truth, I didn't want to ask you this question. It was Xiao Liang who asked me to. She said she saw a photo of Xiaogua being intimate with another girl from a classmate's place." There was nothing bad about Kushu Yuan. She had been in the Civil Affairs Bureau for a long time, and she was generous and enthusiastic. She was very attentive to matchmaking. What made Tan Huizhen more unhappy was actually Xiao Liang's side. Tan Huizhen didn't know if it was because Xiao Liang's family wanted to get close to Guo Jingyan and establish a good relationship with him, or if it was because Xiao Liang saw that Guozi was so popular in the entertainment industry and had some schemes in his heart. Anyway, the other party was the one who asked Sister Ku to be a matchmaker. Guozi didn't have any intentions, but the other party took it seriously. Now that they saw some photos, they anxiously asked Kushu Yuan to get to the bottom of it. Naturally, Tan Huizhen was a little unhappy when she heard this. "Since when did you have the right to ask about my son's matters?" However, Tan Huizhen didn't say these words out loud. She still chuckled and said, "Sister Ku, I haven't heard of this matter. Could it be that this rascal secretly had a girlfriend outside? I'll have to ask him later." Speaking of this, Tan Huizhen became curious again and couldn't help but ask, "Sister Ku, you're talking about that photo. Do you have it? Let me take a look and see what's going on." Kushu Yuan looked around and saw that no one was peeking at them. Then, she took out a phone with a big screen and said enthusiastically to Tan Huizhen, "Come, Huizhen, let me show you. Xiao Liang sent it to me. I don't know if it's true or not. What I mean is, you don't have to make things difficult for the child. This kind of thing mainly depends on the child's opinion. If the child's heart belongs to someone else, it doesn't matter. I'll talk to Xiao Liang. Even if they can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, they can still be ordinary friends." Tan Huizhen didn't say anything. After she saw the photo, her smile stiffened. Wasn't the girl with delicate features holding hands with Guozi, Ding Xiang, whom she was very familiar with? Speaking of which, this girl is quite pretty. It's just that her skin isn't as white as Xiao Liang's. Kushu Yuan pulled the phone away, squinted for a while, and chattered to Tan Huijin. Tan Huijin was no longer interested in chatting. She exchanged a few pleasantries, and after bidding farewell to Kushu Yuan, she returned to the house with a frown and some confusion. There was nothing wrong with the photo. Guozi and Ding Xiang were walking hand in hand. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was something fishy going on. Although Yang Huan was walking beside them, she did not stand with them. She was being pestered by two children to watch something. Their surroundings looked like a movie theater. So, they went to watch a movie? Tan Huijin remembered what had happened last week. Guozi had also said that he wanted to watch a movie, and that it was to watch Yang Yi's animated film. She remembered this very clearly. Guozian had wanted to go with them, but Guozi had not agreed. Because of this, Guozian had been depressed for a long time. Even though Guozi had bought her another movie ticket, she was still unwilling. So, Guozi had not agreed to watch a movie with his sister because he wanted to watch it with Ding Xiang. No wonder his attitude was so firm. Tan Huijin didn't know that this was not the reason at all. If it was just for Ding Xiang, Guozian would have been fine. After all, she already knew about it. Guozi just didn't want to bring a big friend because it was a party organized by Yang Yi, and there were many children and their parents present. He was worried that it would cause trouble for Yang Yi. But, why was it Ding Xiang? Tan Huijin frowned. She didn't know what she was thinking. She sat on the sofa for a long time until Guo Jingyan came back for dinner. Because it was the weekend, Guozian hadn't returned to school yet. While she was eating, she excitedly talked about the strange things she had encountered today. Tan Huijin didn't express her thoughts. Instead, she waited for Guozian to finish before she asked casually, "Yan Yan, where is your brother now? Is he filming a movie or recording a show?" Guozi didn't live at home now, and he often flew around. Tan Huijin really didn't know about Guozi's schedule. On the contrary, Guozi, who was closer to Guozian and was keen on understanding the gossip of the entertainment industry, knew more. Guozi? Guozian bit a vegetable in her mouth and smiled vaguely. He's eating dirt in some village in Guangdong province. What do you mean? Tan Huijin asked, puzzled. He's really eating dirt. Guozian wiped her oily mouth and said seriously, isn't he the spokesperson of the Sahara Rural Development Foundation? Originally, he was just a spokesperson. He had nothing to do with going to the countryside, but he had to dive in and follow the large group to teach the farmers. Teach the farmers? Guo Jingyan heard these keywords and became a little interested. He looked at her sternly and asked in a loud voice, the Sahara Rural Development Foundation you mentioned, is it a foundation based on the Sahara Online Mall? Guozian was honest when facing her father. She didn't dare to be cheeky and replied in a low voice, isn't it? But this is mainly funded by Brother Yang, and several other bosses in the Sahara have contributed some money. By the way, Guozi is the spokesperson, and Sister Ding Xiang was also arranged by Brother Yang to be in charge of this foundation. Guozian just wanted to take the opportunity to leave a good impression on Ding Xiang in front of her parents, but she didn't know that when she heard Ding Xiang's name, Tan Huijin's eyebrows trembled slightly. She knew there was something going on here, but before Tan Huijin had time to ask, Guo Jingyan, who was interested, didn't give her a chance to speak. He continued, this rural fund, Zi told me before, is mainly used to promote the Sahara Taba Mall. Guo Jingyan said with a sigh, in the past, I didn't think that there was anything good about this kind of illusory business on the internet. Now that I've seen the development of the Sahara Taba Mall, some people have talked to me about it. It turns out that I was wrong. It was mainly because in the past few months, those merchants in Guangdong province had sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They had set up shops on Taba Mall, and Taba Mall was willing to spend a lot of money to advertise and organize promotional activities. The total sales volume and turnover could be said to be in the form of an exponential increase, which attracted the attention of the whole country. The Sahara Taba Mall is very good. Guozian said with a smile, Mom, didn't you see that I rarely go shopping now? Because there are too many clothes to choose from on the internet. Originally, the Sahara Taba Mall wasn't good enough, but now, many people can set up shops on Taba Mall, and there are more beautiful clothes. Also, you can add a yuan for a refund of worry-free insurance. If you don't like it after you buy it, you can ask the logistics department to return it to you for free. Tan Huijin chuckled and didn't respond. Her mind was still thinking about Guozi and Ding Xiang. What kind of work does Zi do in the countryside? Guo Jingyan asked. He didn't know whether he was concerned about his son or about the Sahara Taobao Mall and the Rural Fund. Guozian usually gossiped a lot, so at this time, she could speak frankly. Their fund, to put it bluntly, is to teach the farmers how to set up shops on Taobao Mall and how to set up the logistics receiving point of the Sahara Express. After teaching those farmers, they can set up shops on the internet and sell their products without leaving their homes. At this time, Tan Huijin came back to her senses and asked in confusion, "How do you know so much?" "It's all written in the newspaper. The China Youth Daily has reported it several times, but it's about Sister Ding Xiang and the college volunteers." Guozian said with a smile, "This matter is still in Sister Ding Xiang's charge. My brother is just an assistant, but they have done a lot of good things. They taught those farmers for free and helped them bypass the distributors. I don't know much about it, but anyway, the fruits can be sold to faraway places on the internet and directly to customers, so the farmers can earn a lot of money. The farmers are very grateful to them." Tan Huijin understood. It wasn't that Ding Xiang followed her son to the countryside, but that Ding Xiang was struggling in the countryside, and Guozi accompanied her eagerly. Thinking of this, Tan Huijin felt a little awkward. Without the distributors, there are still many links in the wholesale market. Their goods can be sold directly to individual customers, which indeed increases the income of the farmers. It also speeds up the circulation of goods, so that their agricultural products won't rot in the field and can't be sold. Guo Jingyan reorganized Guozian's words and said with a little seriousness. He seemed to have understood a lot. It was estimated that the merchants in Jiangqing were a little envious when they saw the prosperity of Guangdong province, so some people came to Guo Jingyan to find a channel to join the Taobao Mall. The operation mode of this Taobao Mall entered the vision of Guo Jingyan, the big boss. However, Guo Jingyan also understood what Guozi and Ding Xiang were doing for the first time. He showed a thoughtful expression, paused, and said, "I misjudged Ding Xiang. I didn't expect her to be able to do such a big thing that Yang Yi gave her." I also read the report in the China Youth Daily. For the China Youth Daily to report on it as a special topic, her achievements are really amazing. Hearing Guo Jingyan's praise of Ding Xiang, Tan Huijin was not only a little surprised, but also looked over in surprise. You know, Guo Jingyan rarely praised people. She didn't know that Guo Jingyan was interested in this Sahara Rural Development Charity Foundation and even had the intention to discuss a cooperation with Yang Yi. However, Guo Jingyan didn't throw out his own olive branch so easily. He deliberated and said to Guozian, "You go back and ask Yi when he will come back to Jiangqing. It would be better if Ding Xiang was also there. It would be best to ask Ding Xiang to come home. I want to know some information from her." Tan Huijin's expression hesitated. "Let's not talk about Mama Guo's situation for now." In the evening, after the children went home, the Yang family's villa finally had some peace and quiet. There was still an excited smile on Cece's little face. She hopped on her front foot and then on her heels, following behind her father and happily sharing her feelings today with her father. Yang Yi passed by her and took a plate from the side hall. He rubbed the little girl's head and asked with a smile, "Didn't you have enough fun today?" "I had a lot of fun." She looked up at her father's hand, smiled sweetly and said, "I didn't expect to see so many fun things." "Then we should care about others when we have fun. You can't only care about your own happiness. It's wrong." Yang Yi bent down, put one hand on Shishi's shoulder, and said gently, "Look at your mother. She's tired out playing with you today." Shishi didn't know how to react to her father's sudden change of topic. She blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at her father in a daze. "Mom is back now. She's so tired and has already gone upstairs to sleep. Since we've already had so much fun today, shouldn't we go upstairs and show some concern for her?" Yang Yi said as he circled back and asked Cece. It was the first time that Cece had thought of this. She calmed down from her happy state. The little girl could only nod her little head in confusion. Then, she hugged her father's arm with her two little hands, gently pouted her little mouth, and asked, "Papa, what should I do?" "Mama, is Mama sick?" Xianxia smiled and said, Mom isn't sick. She's just tired from walking today. Her feet are a little sore and her body is a little tired. She's just like you who just came back from a spring outing and want to sleep. Of course, he didn't mean to make things difficult for Cici. He seriously guided the little girl and taught her how to care for her mother. Go up and see if your mother is asleep. She shouldn't be asleep yet. You can ask her how you are now. Do you want some water? Shall I pour you a cup of hot water? Xianxia paused. He felt that the last sentence was a little redundant, so he washed a glass and handed it to Xixi. He said, give your mother a cup of warm water and bring it up directly. Why did Xianxia ask Xixi to get the water herself? Wasn't he afraid that Xixi would get scalded? The water dispenser in Xianxi's house was relatively high-end. Usually, customers could only choose between cold water and warm water. As for the hot water option, it was locked and could only be used by Xianxia or Murphy with their fingerprints. This way, Xixi or Tong Tong could avoid the risk of being scalded by accident. Usually, when she drank water, Xixi would take the cup herself. She didn't have the bad habit of opening her mouth and stretching out her hands. Go ahead. Mom also needs to be cared for. You don't have to do too much. A simple greeting and a cup of warm water will make her very happy. Xianxia said to Xixi with a smile. At this moment, Xixi finally came back to her senses. She also played along. She recovered her smiling eyes and nodded actively. She said sweetly, hee hee, Papa, I also want Mom to be happy. The little girl was energized. She grabbed the glass and ran out energetically. Xianxia didn't follow his daughter to see her performance. He just smiled and turned back to the kitchen. How could she let her father down? The little girl filled a cup with warm water, carefully held it with both hands, and slowly walked upstairs. How slow was she? Tong Tong chuckled and chased Bao Bao down the stairs. When he saw his sister, he curiously followed her. He strenuously climbed up step by step, but it didn't take long for him to catch up with his sister. Tong Tong squeezed himself next to Xixi. He even stuck his little head out and looked up at his sister with a silly smile. He was as clingy as Bao Bao, however, he didn't know that his squeezing made Xixi lose her balance. Her hand trembled, and some of the water in the cup spilled onto Xixi's hand. Some spilled onto Xixi's clothes, causing a small wet patch. Xixi anxiously shouted, Aya, brother, don't touch me. You'll make me fall. Tong Tong was stunned for a moment. He looked up at his sister. Sister is so fierce. But why is she angry? However, little Huachen had a persevering spirit. He waited for his sister to walk down 2 steps before he came back to his senses. He felt that it might have just been an illusion, and his little mouth opened again. He giggled and hummed as he followed after his sister. This time, the little fellow didn't touch his sister. After some of the water spilled, Xixi held the cup more firmly and quickened her pace. When they reached the 2nd floor, Xixi carefully held the cup with both hands. She couldn't open the door. What should I do? Actually, she could open the door with one hand and open it with the other. However, Xixi turned around and saw Tong Tong following behind her. An idea popped into her head. Wouldn't it be a waste if she didn't use her brother when she had one? Soon, under his sister's instructions, little Swanee brought over a small stool from his sister's room and stepped on it. He worked diligently with his chubby little hands and helped his sister open the door to his mother's room. Murphy was resting on her bed with her eyes closed. However, she was too tired and didn't want to sleep. After all, she still had to eat dinner later. When Murphy heard the commotion at the door and heard Xixi and Tong Tong's cheers, she couldn't help but sit up in surprise. She turned her head and looked over. Cici had a happy smile on her face as she carefully protected the glass cup in her hand as she walked in. Little Momo also walked down from the small stool and eagerly followed behind her sister. Murphy was stunned by this scene. Although Xixi hadn't said anything, Murphy knew what was going on. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling of gratitude spread in her heart. Mom. Hey, you didn't sleep? Cici's crisp and pleasant voice sounded, making Mo Fei come back to her senses. The little girl blinked her clear and bright big eyes and said happily, Papa said that I should come to ask Mama and care about Mama. Are you feeling better? Murphy lifted the blanket and got down from her bed. She squatted on the floor barefooted and hugged Xianxia's soft waist. She smiled emotionally and said, "Mom is fine. I was just a little tired earlier. Now that I've rested, I feel much better." "Okay." Xianxia nodded happily when she heard this. However, she remembered the cup in her hands and hurriedly handed it over carefully. She said sweetly, "Mom, drink some water. This is boiled water. It's warm and delicious." Murphy took the cup and drank a big mouthful. She felt that the cup of water had an indescribable sweetness. She put the cup to the side and hugged Xianxia. She said emotionally, "Thank you, Xianxia. Did Papa teach you this? But no matter what, you're too sensible." Mom is very touched. "It was Papa who taught me. Mom, Papa told me that I also need to know how to care for others." Xianxia was very honest and explained without any greed. "You've grown up. Mom is very happy." Murphy hugged her daughter and kissed her on the cheek with a smile. Tong Tong, who was watching from the side, was envious. He anxiously shook his two little hands and pouted his pink little mouth. He called out, "Mom, hug." "Okay, Tong Tong, hug too." Murphy smiled. She freed her left arm and carried Tong Tong over. She hugged both children and kissed them on the left and right, not favoring one and discriminating against the other. Hee hee. Xianxia shrunk her little head and laughed for a while. However, she was still in the mood to talk because the process of showing concern for her mother was very tortuous. "Mom, let me tell you." The little girl giggled and placed her two little hands on her mother's shoulders. She said in a clear voice, "When I came up just now, the water was full. But little brother touched me and spilled some water. Look, my clothes are still wet." Tong Tong seemed to understand that his sister was talking about his embarrassing incident. He raised his two little hands in embarrassment and covered his eyes. He burrowed into his mother's arms and shook his little butt. "Sister is too naughty. You didn't have to fill it to the brim. If the water is too full, it will be difficult to hold it." Murphy laughed. How could she blame Tong Tong? Of course, Cece wouldn't complain. She was just narrating the story just now. Now, the little girl was beaming with joy as she said, "But little brother also helped me. Just now, little brother even helped me open the door. He's so strong." "Really? Then Tong Tong is also very powerful." Murphy smiled and teased the little guy who was pretending to be an ostrich. Xianxia was making delicious food. Because the sun was blazing and the weather was hot, both the adults and children were a little hot when they walked in the factory and between the factories. Therefore, Xianxia specially prepared a table of dishes for Murphy and the children to eat. The dish he was making now was called fresh vegetable painted white fruit shrimp. In terms of craftsmanship, there was not much to say about this dish. Most of the ingredients were cooked by boiling or blanching, and then some sauce was poured over it. However, this dish was very exquisite when it was placed on the plate. The outermost layer was a circle of shrimps, but the shrimps were also very particular. Originally, when the shrimps were blanched, a ginkgo was skewered in the middle with a toothpick. However, when it was placed on the plate, the toothpick was removed, and the shrimps were placed on a cylindrical cucumber slice with the ginkgo in between. It gave people the impression that the yellow ginkgo was embedded in the middle of the fresh shrimps, and underneath it was a green cucumber base. The color of the dish gave people a very delicate feeling. P.S. Older children can eat white fruit, but they must not eat too much of it. In fact, it is the same for adults. It is not good to eat too much white fruit, so in this dish, there are only a few white fruits. It is okay to eat a small amount, after all, it is very nutritious. In addition, it is best not to give Tong Tong, a young child like him, to eat it. We will talk about this later, don't worry. The ingredients in the middle were more abundant. There were dark green broccoli, Cece's favorite lentils, red sliced carrots, white lilies, and rich colors. Together with the crystal clear feeling after the sauce was drizzled over the dish, this dish gave people a kind of enjoyment like a piece of art. Of course, smelling the faint fragrance, the family members who were tired after a day's work would have a better appetite. The moment the sauce was poured over, Xianxia smiled with satisfaction. He took a pair of chopsticks and picked up a piece of carrot to taste. Just as he was eating secretly, the children's voices came from outside. "Papa! We're here to see you." It was Xianxia who opened the door. Before she came in, her bell-like laughter and voice could be heard. The little girl poked her head out and glanced at her father. Then, she giggled and turned back to shout, "Papa is inside. Little brother, it's your turn." Xianxia was surprised to see Xiao Pai's small stature come in through the sliding door of the kitchen. He was also holding a glass of water in his hand just like his sister. Of course, it was probably because they were worried that the Tong Tong cup would not be held properly, so the cup was replaced with a light paper cup. There was only a thin layer of water in the cup, and it was probably only enough for one mouthful. Even so, the way the Tong Tong was holding it was quite frightening. It was swaying as if it would flip over at any time when he wasn't paying attention. Fortunately, he was sent in safely. "Hee, Papa." Little Momo followed suit and imitated his sister's behavior upstairs. He grinned and stuffed the cup into his father's outstretched hand. After passing the cup to his father, the little boy wiped his hands on his body and giggled. His round, black, and bright eyes looked at his father innocently as if he was waiting for something. "You're also pouring water for Papa like your sister?" "Thank you. Tong Tong is very sensible too." Xianxia smiled and rubbed Tong Tong's head. At the same time, he looked at Murphy, who was following behind them. He knew that this was definitely Murphy's idea. Of course, he still had to drink water. Xianxia opened the paper cup and drank the cold water in one gulp. But Xiao Rua still looked at him with eager eyes, and even became a little anxious. This was not right, this was not how the script was written. Why was Papa just rubbing his head? Tong Tong grabbed his father's pants anxiously. He stood on his tiptoes and pouted. "Oh, where's the kiss?" There was no need to worry. He still had the warm-hearted Xianxia behind him. The little girl hurriedly translated for her brother. "Papa, little brother said that you want to hug and kiss him." "Because Mom already hugged and kissed me." Xianxia laughed involuntarily. He bent down, picked up the little boy, and kissed his tender little face. At this moment, Tong Tong was satisfied and smiled happily again. However, he did not want to stay in his father's arms. After fulfilling his wish, the little boy twisted and wanted to get down. He turned around and slipped out again. Xianxia looked back and reported to her father. "Papa, little brother went to play with Dodo. Wasn't that right?" Tong Tong decided to share such an interesting thing with Sister Cat. "You go and play, too." Murphy patted Xixi's back with a smile and said, "Papa is going to cook." Xianxia also ran out happily, leaving only Xianxia and Murphy in the kitchen. Xianxia still had a dish to cook, but he was not in a hurry. After Xianxia went out, he put his arm around Murphy's shoulders and gently massaged her. He said with a smile, "Why don't you sleep? You asked Mommy to bring me water. Didn't you say that you were tired when you came back just now?" "I was tired just now, but now I'm so happy that I don't feel tired anymore." Murphy smiled proudly. "Besides, isn't it good to let Mommy learn something good from me? Although he may not understand the meaning of this, he will understand it in the future." Xianxia smiled and said, "There's no need to do it so early. If you let him observe, he will have an impression. There's no need to do so. I'm just worried that he will fall while holding the cup." "Then tell me, was the cup of water sweet just now?" Murphy didn't want to reason with Xianxia. She turned around and faced Xianxia. "It was sweet, of course it was sweet. I put all the credit on you. Thank you for your concern, my wife." Xianxia smiled, held Murphy's beautiful face, and was about to kiss it. But at this time, Murphy smiled slyly and dodged. I don't want you to kiss me. Your mouth stinks." Xianxia was confused. He even covered his breath with his hand and sniffed. "It doesn't stink." Murphy pursed her lips and held back her laughter. "Your mouth doesn't stink, but there's a problem with the water you drank. Just now." Xianxia widened his eyes and looked at Murphy in surprise. "What problem?" "Think about it, with your son's head, can he reach the water dispenser?" Mo Fei bit her lower lip and smiled charmingly and cunningly. "In order to get you a glass of water, guess where he went to find it?" "No way?" "Then why did you let me drink it?" Xianxia was shocked. His mouth was so shocked that it turned into the shape of an egg. Murphy's words reminded him of a very popular video on the internet in his previous life. A little boy who was still wearing diapers was bringing water to his father who was playing games. In the end, his wife exposed the secret. It turned out that the little boy was holding the cup and scooping water from the toilet bowl. When he thought of this, Xianxia immediately felt unwell. However, just when he was in despair, he saw a flaw on Mofei's face. She did not know how to act at all. She had a smug smile on her face. Xianxia immediately figured out the crux of the matter. He laughed and pulled Murphy over. His big palm lightly slapped her perky butt and said unhappily, how old are you now? Are you happy being naughty? Hee hee. Murphy twisted in his arms and giggled. How did you find out? I don't believe that you didn't stop him when you saw him bringing me water from the toilet bowl. I guess it was Xianxia who got him water from the water dispenser? You like to play pranks. Xianxia laughed. Also, I kissed your son just now. If it was really toilet water, would you let me kiss Momo? Murphy laughed until tears almost flowed out. She used her small fist to hit Xianxia's thick chest. I'm dying of laughter. Okay, I admit it. I was joking. Don't talk about toilet water anymore. It's almost time to eat. Now you want me to stop talking? Xianxia purposely put on a fierce posture. It's too late. You didn't let me kiss you just now. Now I'm going to take it back 100 times. Don't, what if the rapper tears? While begging for mercy, Mofei looked at Xianxia with flirtatious eyes. That happy smile did not show any sign of admitting her mistake. July 13th was Xixi's birthday. After this day, Xianxia would be 7 years old and would soon be 8 years old. Of course, Xianxia wasn't like her mother, who rolled all over the floor and acted like a spoiled child. The little girl didn't have to worry about the passage of time. She simply thought about the birthday cake and the exquisite gifts from her parents on her birthday. Thus, she eagerly looked forward to her birthday. A few days before her birthday, the little girl began to hum a song impatiently and jump around at home. When she couldn't wait any longer, she even called Lu Weisha, who was traveling overseas, and repeatedly confirmed the date of her return with her friend. You must come back, because my papa said that he bought me a big cake, she said to Lu Weisha happily. Let's eat the cake together, okay? Although Xianxia promised to hold a small birthday party for Xianxia, he only invited a few of her friends. Moreover, it was just a simple small activity at home. He did not intend to make a big fuss and wantonly hold a birthday party for Xianxia. After all, his identity was different from before. Under the premise that the statistics were not complete and his company had no intention of going public in the near future, his net worth had reached 10 billion yuan. Such an identity naturally attracted the covetous eyes of many people who had evil intentions. The media also used a few photos of Xianxia secretly taken all day long, saying that the little girl was becoming more and more beautiful as she grew up. Xianxia was famous for raising children. Through the reactions of some people in the entertainment circle who had come into contact with Xianxia's character was extremely good. Of course, the media would not say it directly, but they always liked to play with words. They vaguely said that based on Xianxia's net worth, when Xianxia grew up in the future, she would definitely be the most popular and beloved little princess in the whole of China. In fact, these did not need to be said when Xianxia grew up. Below Xianxia's micro-broadcasting, weren't there always people calling him father-in-law? If those fans were just joking, then those who had evil intentions were really up to no good. For Xixi's birthday this time, there were several groups of people, including some rich businessmen in Jiangqing, who contacted Xianxia through various methods. In a roundabout way, they expressed that they wanted to bring their children to Xixi's birthday party to give gifts to the little princess and congratulate her for growing up 1 year. Everyone knew what Sima Zhao's intentions were, and Xianxia also knew these people's intentions. Of course, these kinds of social interactions were common in the circle of the rich. Those rich people's children's birthdays were extraordinarily grand, as if they were worried that others would not know that there was such a dote-on in their family's family. They could not wait to treat their children as exhibits, like walking on a catwalk, wearing an expensive and beautiful custom-made dress in a circle, under the attention of thousands of people's eyes. Yang did not have such a problem. Neither did he intend to integrate into the so-called rich circle, Nor did he intend to raise his daughter into a soulless vase, he only hoped that she could be simple, like an ordinary child, growing up happily and innocently. How did ordinary children celebrate their birthdays? The simplest way was to prepare nothing. There were no gifts, birthday cakes, or anything like that. Only 2 eggs cooked by their mother in the morning. Of course, she would definitely not agree to this. Moreover, there was no need to act so poor. If it was too deliberate, it would seem a little pretentious. Xianxia preferred to celebrate Xixi's birthday with his family at home. He would prepare a medium-sized birthday cake and a birthday present for Xixi. Then, the family would gather together and sing a birthday song for Xixi. There was no need for outsiders to participate. The family of 4 would be warm and happy. However, there was a problem with this. After all, other children would invite Xixi over to play on their birthdays. For example, in May, when it was Lu Xiaoyu's birthday, Xixi and Lan Xian also went over to eat cake. Now that it was Xixi's birthday, he could not possibly not invite Lu Xiaoyu over to eat cake, right? Xianxia did not want Xixi to be isolated by her friends. Therefore, he relaxed the conditions and held a small party at home. He also let Xixi invite her best friends over to eat cake. As for other people who wanted to jump up and down, Xianxia refused all of them. He also asked Lan Caokai to help give the villa's security guards a strict order that day. No matter who wanted to find an excuse to sneak in, they would not be allowed to pass. It was worth mentioning that there were actually many people who sent birthday gifts to Xixi. At the gatehouse, the birthday gifts sent by the fans who signed for them almost filled the security guard's house. However, Xixi did not know about this at all. She still had a lot of gifts that had not been opened. She asked her father to send them to the Sahara publishing house and distribute them to her uncles and aunts. However, it did not matter. Sometimes ignorance was a kind of happiness. Xixi did not know about the existence of these gifts, so naturally, she did not have the pain of making a choice. On this day, the little girl ran over mysteriously and climbed onto the sofa. She grabbed her father's shoulders with both hands and leaned close to her father's ear. She giggled and said, "Papa, I found a big secret." Without waiting for her father to ask about the secret, she could not wait to say, that is, I found that Mom seems to be preparing to sing for me." Xianxia raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked with a smile, "How did you know?" He did secretly prepare a song for Xixi's birthday with Murphy and had been secretly practicing these days. Of course, Murphy practiced more. After all, she was the lead singer. "Because I just went to find Mom and saw her singing on the 3rd floor. She seemed to be afraid that others would know." She leaned close to her father's ear and whispered, "Then Mom said that I couldn't eavesdrop and that I could only listen in 2 days. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Obviously, she was very proud of her great discovery. "Mom must be singing for me. Because it's my birthday in 2 days." "That's not necessarily true. Mom may just be practicing her singing. She may not necessarily plan to sing on your birthday." Xianxia smiled and reached out to pinch the little girl's delicate little nose. "Oh, no. You both sang last time." She wriggled her little body in her father's arms, making her father laugh. "Don't laugh. You have to sing." The competition in the movie market during the summer vacation was particularly fierce. In addition to the 2 excellent movies, Frozen and The Shawshank Redemption, some movie companies in this world also released commercial blockbusters one after another. Action blockbusters such as Assassination Crisis and Express Delivery were also crazily dominating the box office. They formed a strong competition with Xianxia's 2 works. Half a month had passed, and the box office of Frozen was still strong. Not only did it not decline as many people had predicted, but because of its good reputation and a relaxing and interesting plot, this animated movie took advantage of the declining box office of The Shawshank Redemption to once again take the top spot in the daily box office rankings. This was definitely a miraculous performance for an animated movie. Interestingly, the box office performance of Frozen was shocking, and the box office performance of The Shawshank Redemption was also shocking. This movie had high hopes in the early days of its release, and even many veteran film critics endorsed it. It also maintained a very high rating on movie rating websites because of its heart-wrenching story. However, a movie like this was praised for being good, but it wasn't a hit. After a short period of peak box office sales, the movie gradually declined until it lost its #1 spot. Then, a few days later, it was overtaken by Assassination Crisis. This kind of abnormal behavior left many people in the film industry puzzled. This was obviously a very good movie. Why was no one willing to buy tickets to watch it? In fact, many of the audience's comments had already told them the answer. Heartbreaking. This is undoubtedly a good movie, and the story is very profound. However, after watching it, I feel that this is not a commercial movie at all, but a literary film. Every character's story is unforgettable, so I won't spoil it here. I'm very touched and it's worth thinking about. But my girlfriend said that she doesn't like this kind of movie. If only it was as fun as Xianxia's previous movie, The Fugitive. In comparison, I'd rather take my girlfriend to watch Frozen. This movie's dissection of human nature is too cruel, especially when the protagonist is dealing with the prison guards and helping them evade taxes. Although I know that he was forced to do so, I still feel that he shouldn't have done so. These prison guards should be arrested. Overall, I'm touched, but I'm also depressed. Although, I'm still happy to see the ending. Due to the nature of the movie, The Shawshank Redemption was hopeless at the box office. However, its performance was still better than in Xianxia's previous life. After all, it was no longer unknown, and there were still many people who liked this movie who were trying their best to cheer for it. However, this did not affect Xianxia much, because the box office earnings of this movie did not have much to do with him. Back then, because Wu Yan had pulled in the investment himself, Xianxia did not invest in this movie. On the other hand, Frozen, which Xianxia had invested in independently, was an animated movie that no one was optimistic about at the beginning, but it made a lot of money. The day before Xixi's birthday, Lan Caocai, who had been on a business trip to Beijing for a real estate industry conference, also came back. Wow, Daddy Lan, you're back. When he brought Lan Xian to Xianxia's house to visit, Xixi first cried out in surprise. Then, the smug little girl shyly revealed that she had lost another tooth recently. She pursed her lips and giggled. I know, Daddy Lan. You must have come back to celebrate my birthday, right? Lan Caocai laughed and reached out to pat Xixi's little head. He said loudly, of course. How could Daddy Lan miss Xixi's birthday? Then Daddy Lan, will you prepare a birthday present for me? Xixi looked at Lan Caocai expectantly and gestured with her two little hands. It has to be a very big present. The generous image of Daddy Lan had long been established in Xixi's heart. The little girl was thinking about Daddy Lan's present. It's a very big present. You'll definitely like it. Lan Caocai mysteriously raised a finger and laughed at Xixi. Originally, Lan Xian had nothing to do with it, but when she heard her father say this, she turned around in confusion and raised her little head. Huh, is there a very big present? Daddy, why didn't I see it? The excited Xixi jumped in front of her little friend and pointed at herself. She giggled and said, Xian, because it's my birthday present. It's not yours. Your birthday present will only be available on your birthday. But your birthday has already passed, so you'll have to wait until next year. In order not to cause her little friend to misunderstand, she even explained. Lan Xian wasn't that stupid. She quickly waved her hands and said with a pout, no. I'm talking about my father's birthday present for you. I've already prepared a delicious present for you, Xixi. I've prepared a lot of my favorite food. Cough cough. Lan Caocai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He grabbed Lan Xian and said, you can't say it. It's fun to let Xixi open the birthday present you prepared for her. If you tell her what the birthday present is, it won't be fun. Only then did Lan Xian come to her senses, and she giggled sheepishly while rubbing her tummy. Xixi blinked her big bright eyes and asked curiously, then Papa Lan, do I have a gift? Of course I do. I just don't want Xian to see it. Lan Caocai laughed. I'm just afraid that she will accidentally say it. Lan Xian was teased by her father again and again. She felt a little embarrassed. She angrily pulled Xixi and shouted, Xixi, let's go play. Don't talk to him anymore. I still want a present. The two little girls ran away. Xixi's laughter was still like a kite with a broken string, drifting over from the top of the stairs. Xianxia was drinking tea with Lan Caocai in the living room. He knew that Lan Cao Kai had always doted on Xi. At this time, he couldn't help but ask, "Big brother Lan, what birthday present did you prepare for Xi?" Lan Cao Kai rubbed his chin and said cheerfully, "I have to prepare the best. There's a jewelry exhibition in the capital recently. Jing Jing came with me to the capital to visit this jewelry exhibition, so I asked Jing Jing to help me choose a very beautiful necklace. Xi should like it." Necklace? Although he had expected it, Yang Yi still couldn't help but look surprised. Without asking, Yang Yi could guess that this necklace was not cheap. It definitely wasn't an ordinary diamond necklace worth tens of thousands. With Lan Cao Kai's wealth, it would be fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, it would definitely be worth at least 1 million. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He chose his words carefully and said tactfully, "Big brother Lan, Xi is only 7 years old. Isn't it a little too early for her to wear a necklace?" Lan Cao Kai's ability to mingle in the business world was inseparable from his smooth and slick mind. No matter how tactful Yang Yi's words were, Lan Cao Kai could still hear the rejection in Yang Yi's tone. However, his relationship with Yang Yi was obvious, so Lan Cao Kai didn't beat around the bush. He pointed directly at Yang Yi and said with a smile, "Old brother, when it comes to educating children, you are indeed amazing. I can't compare. But on this issue today, you'll have to listen to me." Yang Yi was stunned, but he didn't refute. Instead, he calmed down and listened to what Lan Cao Kai had to say. "I know, you don't want Xi to develop bad habits. You don't want to raise Xi to be like those rich second-generation heirs who are often scolded on the internet, full of problems." As Lan Cao Kai sipped his tea, he said with assurance, "But sometimes, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. You should also understand that your current status is no longer the same as when you had nothing. And Xi's father is already one of the richest men in the country. Your attitude towards luxury goods should also be changed to your current position. You shouldn't still be repulsed and resistant, but should also learn to accept and enjoy them." Lan Cao Kai waved his hand and said, just like Xianxia, "I won't let her spend money casually, but when it comes to food, clothing, housing, and transportation, I definitely won't treat her badly. Everything is the best. For example, clothes, she must buy the best. I won't tell her the price, but I will buy it for her so that she can wear it comfortably." Yang Yi fell into deep thought. Raise the boy in poverty, and raise the girl in wealth. This is the truth passed down from the older generation. Lan Cao Kai waved his hand and said, "If I gave birth to a son, then I'll let him suffer a little. It doesn't matter, but on Xian'er's side, I've never let her suffer, except for losing weight." Back to the jewelry. You see, Xian'er doesn't usually wear any jewelry, but do you know that there are boxes of jewelry in her dressing table? Lan Cao Kai smiled and said to Yang Yi, "I don't let her wear jewelry on the street, but you have to prepare them for the child and let her know the use of these jewelry. Now, children are at the age where they like to imitate and learn from adults, especially girls. They should learn from their mothers how to dress themselves. Xi is the same. She can't always let you, her father, pick out clothes for her and tie her hair. Girls have to learn these skills from their mothers, because only women understand other women. Putting makeup aside for the time being, the matching of clothes and jewelry would be useful in the future. Moreover, it was a girl's nature to love beauty. You can't let her suppress it all the time. You have to encourage her to try it openly and guide her correctly. In the future, she won't hide from you and secretly learn some bad habits." Lan Cao Kai persuaded earnestly. If it were someone else, Yang Yi might still not allow him to give Xi jewelry as a birthday gift, but Lan Cao Kai was different. Lan Cao Kai was Xi's godfather, or in Western terms, godfather. He cared for and loved Xi, just like how Yang Yi took care of Lan Xian. Yang Yi couldn't dissuade Lan Cao Kai and was even convinced by him. He could only smile bitterly and say, "It's over, big brother Lan. You gave her such a good gift, but as her father, I didn't give as good a gift. What should I do?" Hee. The gift is small, but the thought is important. Don't fuss over these things. Although Lan Cao Kai was comforting Yang Yi, he was smiling proudly again. No, he couldn't let others beat him like this. Yang Yi had to come up with a creative idea that no one else could beat. On the morning of July 13th, the Yang family's villa was bustling with activity. At night, Chen Shiyuan's family, Nan Xiaoyu's family, and Lu Xiaoyu's family, who had already moved to their new home in Wuhu district, might find it inconvenient to go home. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yang Yi decided to arrange Xishi's birthday party during the day. That way, the children could have more fun. However, it was too early to hold an event during the day. The balloons, ribbons, and other decorations in the courtyard had yet to be hung up, so they had to be set up on the spot. Yu Ying, Wu Yu, Chen Guoqiang, and the other parents were also very enthusiastic. No one was willing to sit by the side and watch the fun. Without any greeting, everyone rolled up their sleeves and happily helped Yang Yi and Mo Fei. The more people there were, the more strength there was. In a short while, the scene was set up. As for the children, there was no need to worry. They had already gone crazy from having fun. One had to know that when a large group of children of the same age gathered together, they would be able to construct a happy world that belonged to them. What parents? They would all be thrown to the back of their minds. While Yang Yi and the others were busy in the courtyard, they saw Xixi and her friends running in and out of the villa's gate. Their pleasant laughter was endless. Not only that, but they were also playing and chasing after the running buns on the grass. A few girls in white dresses, like Yang Luoqi and Lu Xiaoyu, had dirted their dresses. "Little you're going to piss me off." Lu Xiaoyu's mother didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She stomped her feet and said gloomily, "It wasn't easy for me to dress you up so beautifully, and now you're making yourself look like a mud child." Wasn't that right? Mama Lu had thought that a rich family's birthday party would be very high-end. She had specially bought Lu Xiaoyu a new dress and braided her hair with a hairband. She was worried that she would be looked down upon if she didn't dress up well. In the end, when she came to Yang Yi's place, she was surprised to find that this so-called birthday party was similar to the gatherings that she usually invited the children to play at home. Other than Yang Luoqi, Lu Weisha, and Yu Xiaowei, who were dressed up a little more formally, the other children, including the birthday girl Xixi, were dressed the same as they usually were. Of course, it wasn't unusual to dress up nicely. It was just that Lu Xiaoyu was having fun with her friends and forgot that she was wearing a new dress. Mama Lu's heart ached when she saw her dirty her dress. The parents were so happy that they were laughing happily. Murphy quickly comforted them, said, "It's okay. Don't be reserved with us. The children can play however they want. If the clothes are dirty, you can wash them when you go back. It won't affect anything." This was just a small episode. Lu Xiaoyu, who was scolded by her mother, was only reserved for a few minutes. After returning to the living room with Xixi and the others, she put her mother's words to the back of her mind and happily joined in the discussion with her friends. "We can't play on the grass. It'll dirty our clothes. We can play in the house. Play in the house. Play in the house. Then we can play hide and seek again." As the little host, Xixi was surrounded by her friends. She happily gestured with her hands and said, "We can hide upstairs and downstairs. Don't play hide and seek. The last time we played, we looked for a long time. Have you forgotten, Xixi?" Nan Jiaoyu shouted. Xixi blinked. Soon, she found the answer in her memory. She giggled and said, "I remember. It's Xianxia." She ran outside. "Huh? Me?" Lan Xian asked in a daze. She had no recollection of this at all. "Yes, it's Xianxia." Chen Shiyun also quickly shouted. "Xianxia, have you forgotten? At that time, you ran to my papa and asked for barbecue." Xixi enthusiastically helped Lan Xian recall. "Oh." Lan Xian scratched her head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Regardless of what they were playing, the little ones in the house quickly became lively again. Their noisy shouts and cheerful laughter quickly spread to the courtyard. Tong Tong was busy drinking milk and didn't play with his sisters. However, when he heard his sister's laughter, he couldn't sit still beside his mother. He pushed his mother's hand away and slid down from his mother's lap. His little hand was pulled by his mother, and his clothes were lifted up, revealing his white and fat belly. "Where are you going?" Murphy asked. However, Tong Tong's mind was full of his sisters. He kept walking forward. His little hand was pulled by his mother, but he didn't give up. He made a hum-hum sound from his nose. "Let him play. I'll talk to Xixi and ask her to take care of her brother. Yang Yi saw this and took Tong Tong from Murphy with a smile. When he came to the living room, Yang Yi was surprised to see that each child was holding a small doll. They were sitting around the tea table as if they were having a meeting. Seeing his appearance, Cece and the other girls all screamed, as if they had been caught doing something bad. It was unknown who took the lead. Why are you screaming so loudly? What are you playing? Yang Yi looked at them with a smile and asked. Acting in a movie. Uncle Yang, we are acting in a movie. It seemed that it wasn't a secret. Lu Xiaoyu and Chen Shiyun rushed to report it to Yang Yi. What movie are you acting in? Yang Yi asked curiously. At this moment, the children looked at each other and didn't know how to answer. Yes, we are acting in a movie. Little Yu said that she hadn't acted in a movie with us before, so we said let's act in a movie together. She was holding a big doll. Her face was red as she explained to her father shyly, now Xiaoyu is Papa, and Lu Weisha can't speak. She is going to act as me, which is little Mai. When Xixi was talking about the roles, Yang Yi understood. It turned out that Xixi was playing house with the children, but she changed the name of playing house to acting in a movie. Of course, the movie they were imitating was The Fugitive, which Xixi had acted in as an important supporting role. Chen Shiyun is the grandpa veterinarian, and Xixi rambled on. At this time, Lu Xiaoyu's turn hadn't come yet, but Lu Xiaoyu couldn't wait to raise her hand and report to Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang, there's me too. I'm acting as a police officer. Because Yang Yi was more important in the children's hearts, and because he was usually very friendly and easygoing, they weren't as embarrassed as they were when they met other adults. Instead, they treated Yang Yi as their good friend and were willing to share with Yang Yi. He, because Xiaoyu's papa is a police officer. She put her chin on the head of the big doll and said to her father with a smile. What about Xianxia? Yang Yi asked with a smile. Xianxia is also a police officer, but I don't know what I'm going to act in. Because it's not fun. She pouted at this time, thinking of the problem she was struggling with when her father came in. You don't have to act in anything. You can be a director like Sister Du or Grandpa Chen. You can tell these actors how to act in this story. Yang Yi smiled, reached out and drew a circle around the children, and said, then you can take out your camera and use the video function to shoot a movie for everyone. This was a group of children playing house. In fact, no matter how much effort they put into it, they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, Yang Yi still encouraged Xixi to let her use her imagination to her heart's content. The most important thing was to have fun. Yes. I can be a director. Papa is still the best. After hearing her father's words, Xixi's eyes lit up. She happily jumped up from the carpet and happily ran upstairs to get her camera. Tong Tong blinked in confusion, not knowing why his sister ran away when she saw him coming. He turned around and curiously looked at his sister's back. Yang Yi's hand moved, and then he remembered the purpose of his visit. He smiled and called Lan Xian, asking her to help take care of Tong Tong. They were both Tong Tong's sisters, so it didn't matter who took care of him. Although Yang Yi didn't think that these children would be able to come up with anything, he was still looking forward to seeing Xixi bring her friends along. He wanted to see what kind of creative performances they could come up with. However, Yang Yi still overestimated these 7- or 8-year-old children. Xixi was very interested in acting in a movie. She was also happy to share her experience and use her pitiful little knowledge to bring her friends along. However, the other children weren't Xixi after all. In the beginning, when everyone was talking about acting in a movie, everyone seemed to be in high spirits as they cheered each other on. However, when Xixi brought down her small card camera from upstairs and began to talk about the script with her friends, some of the children sitting around the coffee table began to get distracted. Nan Zhaoyu, the male lead, had originally been looking straight at Xixi, but at this moment, his envious gaze fell on the camera. After a few minutes, the little boy couldn't help but ask. Xixi, can I have a look at your camera? Just for a moment. Nan Zhaoyu grabbed the edge of the coffee table with his 2 small hands and asked pleadingly. Xixi's endless chatter was interrupted, but the little girl didn't mind. She bent down, took the camera strap off her neck, and handed it to Nan Zhaoyu generously. Then, Xixi didn't feel that she had been interrupted at all, and continued enthusiastically, Xianxia, you have to drive a police car and chase after Xiaoyu and sister Xiaowei with little Yu Er. Yu Xiaowei listened attentively, and Lu Xiaoyu was very supportive. She grinned as she listened, but someone beside them was distracted. Before Qin Shiyun could explain the plot, she couldn't help but lean over and study the camera with Nan Jiaoyu. In addition to them, Lu Weisha was also distracted. Of course, Lu Weisha couldn't be blamed. After Tong Tong was arranged to sit next to Sister Xianxia by his father, he couldn't sit still. He turned around and saw that on the other side of Sister Xianxia was the beautiful foreign girl he had shared with to play with. Thus, Lil Pippi had his own little idea. He got up from the ground and hobbled to his toy basket. Momo, where are you going? Lan Xian didn't forget the responsibility that her father had given her, but she was too lazy to get up. She turned her head, blinked, and looked at Tong Tong carefully. Was this also considered taking care of him? She saw the little guy press his hands down, and his slightly bulging buttocks, which were wrapped in diapers, stuck out. He rummaged through his toy basket for a while, and finally, he exclaimed and struggled to take out 2 car toys. One was a bright red fire truck, and the other was a yellow sports car. Both of them were Tong Tong's favorites. The little guy held one toy in each hand and walked back with a big smile. He nudged Lan Xian with his buttocks and sat down next to Sister Lan Xian's chubby buttocks. However, this time, he squeezed between Lan Xian and Lu Weisha, so he was facing Sister Lu Weisha. Here is for you. Tong Tong hesitated for a moment as he looked at the blue-eyed little girl. He weighed the 2 cars with his small hands, and in the end, he stuffed the bigger car into Sister Lu Weisha's arms. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Sister, you must take it. Otherwise, you will be disappointed. Lu Weisha was a little confused. She had the same feeling as when Tong Tong gave her the robot. She scratched her head, hugged the red fire truck, and said to Tong Tong in confusion. She knew that Tong Tong didn't speak Swedish, so she thought hard for a while. Finally, she found a Chinese sentence that she had learned recently and asked, "What is you familiar with?" Surprisingly, Tong Tong actually understood Lu Weisha's Chinese, which was not very standard. He grinned and said, handing over the RV. Usually, Murphy would teach him how to speak at home. Other than learning how to count, the toys that Tong Tong played with the most and was most interested in became his main subject of learning. Yang Yi even found a picture book in the Sahara publishing house that was specially designed for children to babble and asked Mo Fei to teach it to him. Fire trucks, taxis, cars, planes, helicopters, elephants, rabbits, squirrels. At this stage, Tong Tong's learning was still not standard. Just like what he was teaching Lu Weisha, he said fire truck was handing over the RV. However, his memory was not bad, so he could remember a lot of things. The only thing left was to correct the pronunciation. However, Lu Weisha didn't understand either. She foolishly followed little Momo's instruction in Chinese, only to see the blue-eyed big sister also blinking her eyes and saying, "Weifeng, huh?" Little Fuchin originally only wanted to play bumper carts with his big sister, but at this moment, he saw that his big sister's words were not standard, so he threw his original intention to the back of his mind. He hurriedly waved his small hands and said in a childish voice, "No, no." The little boy's expression was still a little anxious. He said seriously, handing over the RV. Lu Weisha foolishly learned, "Yao flips the car." At this moment, Lu Weisha accidentally said a word correctly. However, Tong Tong still shook his head. He felt that the girl was wrong. The little boy's expression became more and more anxious. His thick eyebrows furrowed. "Aya, I can't teach her. What should I do?" After thinking for a while, he got up and ran to the sofa. He took the picture book that his mother had placed there and brought it over. This time, Tong Tong was not as scared. He openly sat down next to Lu Weisha and naturally leaned into her arms. The picture book was placed on his lap, and Xiao Tianyu's little hands flipped through the pages. Fortunately, there weren't many pages, and each page was printed on copperplate paper. After a while, Xiao Tianyu found the picture of a fire engine. He pointed at it excitedly and continued to teach. After talking for a while, she finally came back to her senses. At this moment, the little girl was surprised to find that the only people who seemed to be listening to her were Xiaowei and Yu Er. Lu Weisha was learning how to talk to her little brother. Lan Xian was smiling as she listened. She seemed to be amused by the two guys. Chen Shiyun and Nan Zhaoyu were playing with the camera. Chen Shiyun was more interested in the camera. She did not know when she had snatched it. Nan Zhaoyu could only watch from beside her. He gestured with his fingers as if he was teaching her how to use it. She was dumbfounded. She was stunned for a while before she pouted and said unhappily, you guys aren't listening to me. The teacher said that we have to listen to others carefully. We can't do our own things. We can't talk to our deskmates. Lu Xiaoyu blinked and said, I'm listening. I'm talking about them. She finally understood how a teacher felt when facing disobedient children. Chen Shiyun and Nan Zhaoyu saw that she was angry. The two of them did not dare to be distracted again. They quickly put the camera on the coffee table and carefully lowered their heads. Of course, she did not take this to heart. After Lu Xiaoyu and Yang Luoqi coaxed her for a while, she threw this depressed mood to the back of her mind. She smiled happily and recovered her previous enthusiasm. It was just that her friends didn't seem to be very interested in this game that was so complicated that they couldn't understand it. Under Cici's command, Nan Zhaoyu and Yu Xiaowei reluctantly acted out the opening plot. There were so many mistakes that everyone soon felt bored. I want to swim. In the increasingly depressing atmosphere, Yang Luoqi whispered, she has a swimming pool at home. Yeah. It's so hot now. Swimming is so comfortable. Chen Shiyun happily raised her voice and proposed to her friends in high spirits, let's go swimming together. What if I can't swim? Nan Zhaoyu scratched his head. Lan Xian was also interested in their discussion. She raised her hand and said with a smile, I know. You can wear a swimming ring because Momo can't swim either. She saw that her friend's attention had been completely diverted, but her movie plan was not over yet. The little girl muttered gloomily, but, I have to tell my papa about swimming. I can only go swimming if my papa agrees. Otherwise, the swimming pool will be closed. In fact, she also liked swimming very much, but she always felt that she had something to do, so she felt uncomfortable. However, the little girl did not know how close her father was in the hearts of these friends. When she said this, Chen Shiyun, who had proposed loudly just now, got up excitedly and said, I'll ask Uncle Yang. In the yard, the decorations for the birthday party had been done, but it had to wait until noon to start. By the way, lunch was changed to cake and barbecue. Therefore, Yang Yi accompanied Lan Cao Kai, Nan Yun, and other parents to sit under the temporary shelter that had just been set up. They drank tea and chatted while enjoying the shade. Originally, Yang Yi was going to prepare snacks and fruits, as well as the barbecue ingredients that everyone would eat together at noon, but Wu Yu, Yu Ying, and the other mothers were very enthusiastic and wanted to take over these kitchen chores. Even Mo Fei also went to the kitchen to help. As for these men, they were driven out and left in the yard to chat. With the two gods of wealth, Lan Cao Kai and Yang Yi, the content of the men's conversation was naturally in the direction of financial management. It was worth mentioning that last year, Chen Guiqiang, Nan Yun, and others also consulted Lan Cao Kai's opinion and boldly bought real estate in Wuhu District. Since the beginning of this year, Wuhu District had begun to renovate old houses. Although it was not their turn to receive demolition compensation, the housing prices in Wuhu District had begun to rise. Those who had already bought houses, like Chen Guiqiang and Nan Yun, were happy to see that they had earned a sum of money. Like Yu Ying, after earning her royalties last year, she also began to invest in real estate under the tips of everyone's conversations. Her assets had also improved. Of course, for Yu Ying, her Little Bubba's Adventure had been arranged by Sahara Publishing House to be made into a picture book, an audiobook, and even an animation adaptation. The income in the later stage was flowing into her. Therefore, Yu Ying did not care about the little appreciation of real estate. But for ordinary families like Nan Yun, Chen Guiqiang, Yang Gua, and others, the income from the appreciation of real estate was real joy, now that they had the opportunity to chat with Lan Cao Kai again. They naturally looked forward to getting some money-making news from Lan Cao Kai. Perhaps the news that was not very eye-catching in the eyes of the rich was great for them. Lan Cao Kai naturally understood what these parents were thinking, but his EQ was very high. He was always smiling and skillfully evading their questions. He was always able to talk about things that he shouldn't talk about, but he wasn't stingy with what he could talk about. He was very measured and didn't leave any traces as he revealed some information that could make them money. In contrast, Xianxi's social skills were somewhat weak. After all, this was an ability that could only be honed through years of accumulation, and it had a lot to do with one's personality. Therefore, even though he had tried very hard to integrate into the world of ordinary people, Xianxi still couldn't handle these situations. Fortunately, he was smart. He talked and laughed, but most of the time, he agreed with Lan Cao Kai. He rarely got involved in these topics. The ones who saved Xianxi were his favorite, the innocent and naive children. He didn't know how Chen Shiyun and the others convinced Xi. Anyway, a large group of children, including Xi, swarmed out of the door and ran noisily in front of Xianxi. Lan Xin, on the other hand, was dutiful. She held Xiao Tianyu's hand and walked slowly behind them. Interestingly, although Lan Xian fell behind because of Tong Tong, the one who was anxious to catch up with her sisters was Tong Tong. The one who didn't want to run too fast was Lan Xian. The weather was so hot, why did they run so fast? Uncle Yang, Uncle Yang. Chen Shiyun was the most enthusiastic. She ran over and grabbed the arm of Yang Yi's beach chair. She asked excitedly, Can we swim in your swimming pool? Yang Yi was a little surprised and asked, You want to swim? Yes, yes, yes. The children around Yang Yi nodded excitedly. Lu Weisha's reaction was a little slow because she had to wait for Xi to translate for her. Lu Weisha, who finally understood the children's thoughts, waved her arms happily and said in English, Swim, I like to swim. What? At this time, several members of the mother group, including Wu Yu, Murphy, Yu Ying, and the others, came over with trays. Seeing the lively scene, they asked curiously. When they found out that the children wanted to swim, Wu Yu and Yu Ying quickly waved their hands and said, No. We didn't bring a change of clothes or a swimsuit. How can we play in the water? They were right. The children didn't think it through. However, this kind of rejection was still a little hard for the children to accept. Chen Shiyun and Yang Luoqi pouted and said unhappily, We want to swim. Seeing this, Yang Yi quickly got up from the beach chair and pressed on their shoulders. He smiled and comforted them, It's okay. Today is a little sudden. How about this, next time you come to play, bring your swimsuits. Uncle will open the swimming pool for you to play in, okay? Yang Yi's words were obviously much more persuasive than their parents' scolding. Although they still looked unwilling, at least they just pouted unhappily and shook their buttocks reluctantly. They didn't continue to be stubborn with their mother. Come and eat the honeydew, watermelon, mango, and cherries. They've all been cut and washed. Murphy also smiled and greeted the children. At this moment, Lan Xian, who was standing at the back, walked to the front while holding Tong Tong's hand. She originally wanted to return Tong Tong to Father Yang, but when she heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. Lan Xian couldn't care less about Tong Tong, this little burden. She held Tong Tong's hand and didn't care that the other children were still sulking. She and Tong Tong moved forward silently. They couldn't make a big fuss. There were so many people here. If they wanted to eat good food, they would have to fight for it. Then, she let go of Tong Tong's hand and picked up a piece of honeydew from the table. Lan Xian took a bite first. When she lowered her head, she saw Tong Tong's eager little eyes. That's right. They're still my little brother. Lan Xian then freed one hand and picked up another piece of cantaloupe from the plate. However, Lan Xian noticed that the kernels on the new piece of honeydew were not removed. But she didn't have a free hand. What should she do? It's okay. Lan Xian had her ways. She took the piece of honeydew that she had already taken a bite of and scratched the new piece of honeydew. The kernels were removed in an instant. Here, this is for you. Lan Xian handed the cantaloupe that she had prepared to little Momo. As she spoke, she couldn't wait to take another bite of her own cantaloupe. It's so sweet and cool. It's delicious. Tong Tong's mouth watered when he saw Lan Xian's intoxicated expression. He held the honeydew clumsily and imitated Lan Xian's actions by taking a small bite of the honeydew. It's sweet, right? Lan Xian didn't forget to look at Tong Tong when she was satisfied with the honeydew. Tong Tong couldn't be bothered to speak. He could only raise his head and move his mouth. His eyes were so sweet that they were squinting as he giggled. It's better to eat good food with Sister Xianxia, but at this time, Mo Fei also turned around and saw it. She smiled grumpily and said, Xianxia. TSK. You didn't wash your hands before eating. I brought a wet tissue. We can just wipe our hands, Yuing said hurriedly. She and her friends were a little depressed because they couldn't swim. However, perhaps because of Lan Xian's influence, they wiped their hands with the help of their mothers. They let go of their gloomy feelings and went to eat the fruits. Lan Zhoukai sat at the side and ate the watermelon with a smile. Suddenly, he remembered something and said with a smile, Oh yeah, didn't you say that you like to swim? Recently, our company is sponsoring the Municipal Sports Commission to organize a swimming competition for children above the age of 6 and below the age of 12. There are different age groups, boys and girls. It's a big competition, and there are many people who signed up. The deadline for registration is the 20th or 25th of this month. If you are interested, you can participate. Swimming competition? It's organized in the city? Will there be many children who specialize in swimming participate? Wu Yu was interested and asked curiously. Lan Zhoukai said happily, yes, it's organized in the city. I'm not sure about the specific requirements for registration. I'll ask someone later and send it to you. But isn't the country promoting national fitness and daily exercise? The city is also organizing some sports. Since it's summer now, there are football, basketball, etc. There are all kinds of competitions. But I feel that the swimming competition is better. At least it's not easy to get injured. Also, the venue and referees for this competition are very proper. It's safe. Lan Zhoukai hadn't actually signed Lan Xian up. He had even forgotten about it before. He only remembered it now. After all, Boss Lan had a lot of things to do. His subordinates reported this matter to him and he signed the sponsorship fee. Then, he threw it to the back of his mind. Wu Yu obviously wanted to sign Yang Luoqi up, but she was a little unwilling to give up and said, it should be divided into professional and non-professional groups. After all, the professionals are too strong. They practice swimming in the pool all day long, while we only play in the community pool. How can we compete with them? She loved to eat cherries, especially fresh and plump cherries. After washing them, they looked fresh and juicy, and their red color looked very delicious. She carefully pinched the long stalks of a few cherries, opened her mouth, and gently took a bite of the cherry in her right hand. She looked very ladylike when she ate the cherries, but in fact, the little girl didn't think too much about it. Her usual posture when eating cherries was also very normal. Now, it was just because one of her small front teeth was a little loose. Although it didn't affect her eating, she, who had experience with tooth replacement, was afraid that it would look bad if her tooth fell out, would rather eat slowly and carefully avoid it. The little girl was eating the sweet and sour cherries with a satisfied face, but her beautiful big eyes were curiously looking at the adults who were discussing the swimming competition. She was also very interested in this topic, competition? It seemed that participating in the competition could earn money, and then they could buy dolls. After hearing Wu Yu's worried words, Lan Zhoukai said with a smile, it's okay. Don't think too much about winning or losing. The important thing is to participate. Chen Wuchang agreed, that's right. Nowadays, there are many competitions where you don't necessarily have to win a prize. As long as you dare to participate and try, it's already a success. He also shared a story about a marathon. There were many marathons in the country now, and a student in their gym also liked to run marathons besides fitness. He participated in the half-horse race in Jiangqing last month, and he's going to Shanghai to run a horse race next month. He participated in so many competitions. Did he win any prizes? Yuing asked curiously. What prizes? Chen Wuchang smiled. If he was going for the prize money, he wouldn't have run. Because all the marathons in the country were taken by those black people. They were all professional marathoners. But it doesn't matter if he didn't win any prizes. He runs marathons for the process and to enjoy the fun of running. He wins when he finishes. Lu Kong said with a smile. Yes, he wins when he finishes. After they finished the race, they would receive a symbolic award. Furthermore, he told us that if he ran a marathon, he would compete with himself. As long as he could run faster than his best result, it would be something worth being happy about. Chen Guoqiang said in high spirits after getting the agreement. At this time, Nanny Yun spoke up. Like an old pedant, he concluded with a cadence, "This is called self-challenge, and I enjoy it." Lan Cao Kai, who had just scrolled through his phone, raised his head and said with a smile, "Brother Nan is right. By the way, there are also awards for this competition. Regardless of whether you win or not, all the children who participate can receive a participation award. I've already registered. What else is there to think about?" Chen Guoqiang said loudly, "Since it's a competition sponsored by Boss Lan's company, it's good to let the children see the world." Lu Kang's temper was more similar to Chen Guoqiang's. He patted the armrest of the beach chair manfully and said with a smile, "Okay, count me in. I'll let little fishy sign up too. Her swimming is average, but if she participates in this kind of large-scale competition and sees the scene, she won't have to be afraid of stage fright in the future." Ewing was still a little worried. She was not like the others who had a man at home to make decisions for them. Ewing, who relied on her daughter for survival, still asked worriedly, "But, the swimming competition is in the water after all. Is it dangerous?" Lan Cao Kai was not as reckless as the other fathers. He smiled and said, "Mama Yu, this swimming competition is still dangerous, but it's held in the city swimming pool after all. The parents can watch the competition from the side. In the swimming pool, I heard that the sports administration has professional swimming coaches in the pool to observe. There are also referees on the stage and lifeguards on standby. The sports administration will naturally pay close attention to safety issues when organizing a competition. But I still suggest that everyone act according to their own circumstances. It's a swimming competition. Of course, if you want to learn how to swim well, let's go and see the big scene." Considering the safety issue, the parents were a little hesitant. Even Chen Guoqiang and Lu Kang, who were making a fuss because of their manliness, touched their chins and fell silent. "Just eat the melon, don't think so much." Lan Cao Kai saw that the atmosphere was a little gloomy. He laughed and said, "I just suddenly thought of this matter. I'll mention it to you guys. You guys can understand it later." The adults' movements were still heard by the children. Chen Shiyun heard a few times and excitedly ran over to share with her friends. "I don't want to participate in the swimming competition. I don't even know how to swim." Nan Jiaoyu scratched his head and mumbled, "I can swim. I'm amazing." Chen Shiyun said proudly with her chest puffed out. She stretched out her small arms and smiled, showing her white teeth, "I can swim too. Xian Air and I are both very good at swimming." Hearing Shi call her name, Lan Xian finally reacted. While eating the freshly baked cookies that her mother's group had just sent up, she asked confusedly, "What? What?" Murphy helped to take over the tong tong. Although Lan Xian also shared some food with the tong tong, Murphy was not at ease, especially when there were cherries on the table with pits. Murphy felt that it was better to be cautious. Without the tong tong following her, Lan Xian was even more relaxed in front of so many delicious foods. However, now Shi hugged Lan Xian's arm and became a new burden. Shi smiled and said, "Xian Air, let's go to the swimming competition together, okay?" "Why do we have to participate in the competition?" Lan Xian asked in confusion. Because if we participate in the competition, we can get gold coins from Papa. We can get a lot of gold coins." She took Lan Xian's hand and twisted her small body left and right. She pestered Lan Xian and said coquettishly, "Okay? Is that okay? There are dolls, there are dolls." Lan Xian seemed to be very tired and sighed. Then, she waved her hand and said, "Okay, I'll go to the competition with you. Then we can all have gold coins." She said happily, "I'll ask Papa if he can give us more gold coins, because we need to buy a lot of dolls. I don't want gold coins anymore, because I found that you don't even need gold coins to eat in your house." "Papa Yang forgot," Lan Xian said proudly. The two of them chatted happily, but Chen Shiyun became nervous. Then are you going to compete with me? I want to be the champion." Chen Shiyun played in the swimming pool with Xixi and Lan Xian, so she knew that the two of them were very good swimmers. Hee, Shiyun, your papa said that we don't want to be the champion. We're already very good at the competition. Xixi still remembered the conversation between the adults just now. She made a face at Chen Shiyun and said in a clear voice. So, Xixi and Xian Air will be the champion? Lu Xiaoyu blinked and asked. No. Xixi quickly shook her head. Just now, Papa said that there will be a prize if we participate. If we participate in the competition, Papa can give us 1, 2, 3. 1 plus 5 is 6 gold coins. Yang Yi didn't know that his daughter was actually so smart. She could actually understand so much key information from the conversation between the fathers just now. There was 1 gold coin for participating in the competition, and 5 gold coins for winning the competition. Papa Lan said that there would be a prize if they participated in the competition. Xixi's arithmetic was so good, how could she not know that 1 plus 5 was 6, this was 2 dolls. The little girl, who was especially short of gold coins to buy dolls recently, suddenly became enthusiastic. When it was close to noon, Yang Yi, Chen Wuqiang, and the others brought out the smokeless grill used for barbecue. The group of mothers also served the ingredients that had been washed and cut. There was no need for any ceremony. Cece's birthday party had officially begun. For the children, it didn't matter whether there was a program or not. It was more important to have fun and eat to their heart's content. I want to drink. Xixi, do you have any drinks at home? Chen Shiyun watched the barbecue for a while and couldn't stand the heat. She ran over with her tongue out and said to Xixi, I want to drink soda. I don't want to drink tea. Xixi thought for a moment and her eyes lit up. She smiled sweetly and said, I know, there is soda. It's all in the fridge. Shiyun, let me tell you, yesterday, my papa bought a lot of soda. There's Coke, Sprite. Yang Yi passed by the little girls with a few bottles of seasoning. He happened to hear their conversation, so he said with a smile, Xixi, take Xian Air and the others to get the soda. Okay. Cece didn't feel impatient at all. In fact, she was full of energy. She didn't even hear what her father said clearly. She answered readily and was ready to run away excitedly. Yang Yi hurriedly stopped the reckless little girl and said, You ask Xian Air, Shiyun. By the way, ask the boy, Nan Jiaoyu, to help carry the drinks. There are disposable cups in the cabinet next to the fridge. Bring them over. Xixi will pour drinks for everyone. Xixi stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and said a few words to her friends. Then, everyone responded and rushed into the villa enthusiastically with Xixi. In front of the fridge, Lan Xian and Xixi were also a little excited. They each pulled the door handle of a fridge and opened it. After the fridge was opened, the cool air rushed to their faces. Lu Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes happily and said, It's so comfortable, so comfortable. I don't even want to go out and play anymore. Xixi took out a large bottle of Coke and giggled. That won't do. We're going to sing the birthday song together. This is delicious. Let me tell you, this orange juice has fruit in it. You have to shake it before drinking. Lan Xian skipped past the other soft drinks and pulled out a bottle of orange juice. She then excitedly introduced it to her friends. Chen Shiyun couldn't help but lick her lips. She said to Lan Xian, Xian Air, I want to drink. Xixi, can you pour some out to eat? Lu Xiaoyu instigated when she saw Xixi put down the drink and take out a disposable cup from the cabinet next to her. She also wanted to drink a cool drink, however, Xixi remembered her father's advice. Although she was excited and didn't listen carefully, as long as she paid attention, the little girl wouldn't forget. Xixi hurriedly waved her hand and said very seriously, No, we can't drink here. We have to take it out and drink with Papa. Okay, then let's go outside to drink. Chen Shiyun wasn't discouraged. She helped Xixi pick up the bottle of Coke and shouted. The other children also came out one after another with drinks. Everyone was chattering and working enthusiastically. However, Lan Xian remembered something. She stuffed the orange juice in her hand into Xixi's arms and rummaged in the fridge. For example, Lu Xiaoyu and Yang Luoqi were still a little reserved in Cece's house, but Lan Xian didn't mind at all. It was as if she treated it as her own fridge, and she stuck her little butt out and started rummaging through it with all her might. She held the 2 bottles of drinks with some difficulty. She was strong enough to hold them, but she felt a little unsteady, especially when the drinks had been refrigerated. The hot air outside quickly condensed water droplets on the drinks, which were slippery when she held them. She had to hold them with 2 arms. It was very difficult. She weighed them with difficulty and said, "Xian air, what are you looking for?" Lon Xian turned the 2 bags of vegetables over, but it was already the innermost part. She finally put the vegetables back and discouraged. She shrank back a little with a gray face, looked up and asked in confusion, "Hey. I can't find your cake. Where did you put your cake?" Cake? Hearing the key word, the children all looked over. Lon Xian was reluctant to get up. She supported herself with 2 hands on the ground, and the cold air blew on her red face. She looked at Xi eagerly. "No cake?" Xi asked with some confusion. Lon Xian nodded quickly. "Yes, the cake is gone." "No cake for her birthday?" Xi was also anxious. She quickly squatted down, put the 2 bottles of drinks on the ground, and looked into the fridge with Lon Xian. "Papa. It's not good." She held the 2 bottles of drinks. Relying on the advantage of her long legs, she ran in front and rushed out anxiously. Yes, it's not good." Xianxia also rushed to be the vanguard. She followed Xi breathlessly and echoed. Xianxia was wearing a mask and roasting chicken wings for the little ones. Although the mama group was also helping, they didn't know much about barbecue. Wu Yu and Yuing volunteered, but one was burned and the other was a little dry and not delicious. In the end, Xianxia was the one who roasted the chicken wings. They helped to roast the chives, enoki mushrooms, fat beef, and so on with tin foil. These only needed to be mixed with the ingredients and put on the oven. Xianxia saw Xi so anxious with a flustered expression on her little face. He couldn't help but feel nervous. He picked up the roasted chicken wings to prevent them from being burned and asked with some confusion, "What happened?" "The cake is gone." Lon Xian ran slowly, but because she was empty-handed, she also chased after Xi's buttocks and fought to be the first to speak. Yes, Papa, it's not good. My cake is gone. I can't find it in the fridge." She held the 2 drinks and sadly leaned on her father's thigh. She pouted her small mouth and said, I thought it was a steamed bun that ate it." "But steamed bun doesn't eat cake." Listening to Xi's words, the children behind also showed anxious expressions of common enemy. Xianxia understood Xi's meaning and couldn't help laughing. Oh. Xi thought that her father was gloating, so she pushed her head against her father's waist and twisted her little butt. Don't worry. Look, what is that?" Xiangyi's hands were busy. He smiled and nudged the little girl with the side of his body, then pointed to the table under the shade of a tree in the distance with the chicken wing. "Hey, that's a cake." Before Xi looked over, she heard Lon Xian's surprised cry. Xi looked over in confusion and saw a huge cake placed there. Murphy and Wu Jingjing were opening the box. "It's really a cake. The cake is not missing." Xi was overjoyed. She looked up at her father and pouted her small mouth, but she couldn't hide her surprised smile. "Because the cake is custom-made. It wasn't delivered in advance." Xiangyi gently explained, "The cake shop just sent it over. It's a surprise for you." Cici was no longer flustered when the cake disappeared, and her mood became relaxed again. She shook her head, and her long ponytail drew a beautiful arc. She giggled and said, "Let's go and get some drinks. Shiryun has been waiting for a long time." Lon Xian was still looking at the cake. At this moment, she turned her head and saw the chicken wing in Yangyi's hand. Her small nose twitched as if she smelled something tempting. She said excitedly, "I want to eat chicken wings." Chicken wings are delicious when eaten with cola. When the cake was laid out and the candles were inserted, the little ones couldn't wait any longer. They began to pester their fathers, asking them to bring out the barbecue for them to eat. Under the shade of the cool breeze, they drank the ice-cold bubbling drinks while gnawing on the tender barbecue chicken wings. It was so satisfying. Lon Xian and Chen Shiryun didn't care about their table manners at all. They immediately grabbed the chicken wings from the bamboo skewers and began munching on them. The chicken wings were so greasy that their cheeks were covered in grease. Their eyes were still staring at each other as if they were competing to see who could eat faster. Xianxia was also gnawing on the chicken wings. Her father's barbecued chicken wings were so delicious that all her friends wanted to eat them. How could she not support them? However, Xianxia wasn't as anxious as Xianxia and Xianxia. These two friends were eating the chicken wings in their hands and looking at the pot. Xianxia wasn't worried that she wouldn't be able to eat. She ate slowly and proudly gestured to Lu Weisha and Lu Xiaoyu about her new discovery. Look. The birthday boy's eyes turned into crescents as he smiled. She took off the bamboo skewers and directly started eating. However, she loved cleanliness. She only used her thin little fingers to carefully pinch a chicken wing that she had already eaten very cleanly and gestured to her friends. Then, Xianxia pinched the two ends of the chicken wing with her two little hands and brought them to her mouth. Then, the little girl unabashedly stuck out her pink little tongue and nimbly drilled out from the place where the meat was originally sandwiched between the two bones. Ho ho! Xianxia hooked the chicken wing with her tongue and shook it mischievously. Then, she vaguely smiled at her friends. Steamed Bun was anxious. He raised his head and looked at the chicken bones that his little master was still unwilling to throw away. Then, he shook his head and jumped beside Xianxia. Then, he directly grabbed Xianxia's pants with his front paws and lifted his body. He stuck out his tongue and wagged his tail hard. The yellow-haired dog's pitiful eyes seemed to say, "Stop playing. If you don't want to eat the bones, can you give me the steamed bun to eat?" Xianxia misunderstood. Seeing steamed bun like this, she grabbed the chicken wing bones with her hand and asked curiously, "Steamed bun, do you want to eat it too?" Steamed bun responded with a huff-huff sound. Xianxia kindly walked to the table and looked. She found that the barbecued chicken wings had been eaten by Xianxia and Xianxia. She went to her father's side and whispered, "Papa, Papa, can you give me a barbecued chicken wing? I also want to eat steamed bun." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at Xianxia and steamed bun, who was wagging his tail behind her. He smiled and said, "Chicken wings can't be eaten. By the way, you have to tell Xian and the others that they can't just throw the chicken bones on the ground for steamed bun to eat. They have to clean them up together." Steamed bun wagged his tail pitifully. He was so greedy that he was about to drool. However, he didn't know that the little master had gone to the big master. Not only was he unable to get more delicious chicken wings for him, but he was also being exploited for even the slightest desire he had in the beginning. "Oh, Papa, why don't you give steamed bun to eat? He's so cute that he wants to eat chicken," Xianxia said unhappily. In Xianxia's observation, steamed bun usually ate chicken. Steamed bun, this guy, ate very well at Xiangyi's house. Not only did he have goat's milk to drink regularly, but he also had different types of dog food from time to time. Xianxia had also seen her father occasionally feed steamed bun some cooked chicken or beef. In addition to these, steamed bun could enjoy the expensive dog snacks from the pet store. When the owners usually ate fruit, steamed bun would also have a share. "Why don't you give steamed bun chicken wings?" Xiangyi patiently explained to Xianxia, "because chicken bones are harder and more brittle. Although steamed bun likes to eat them, it's also easy to prick his throat or stomach. That will make him sick. That's why Papa usually only feeds him chicken. Also, steamed bun can't eat the same barbecue as we do. We put salt and other seasonings in it. Steamed bun's body can't take it." "Ah? So scary?" Xianxia frowned worriedly and looked at her father nervously. Of course, Xiangyi didn't intend to let Xianxia worry. He smiled and guided the little girl, "You can feed him some fruit. In fact, this guy is also greedy. Papa has already fed him today. Don't worry too much." "Okay then. Then steamed bun can only eat watermelon. You can't eat cake. Aya, you're really sad today," Xianxia said worriedly as she threw the chicken bones into the trash can. She squatted down and rubbed steamed bun's head. The little girl couldn't help but feel sorry for steamed bun. Thus, the sad steamed bun could only watch the children eat heartily. As for steamed bun, he lowered his head and looked at the lonely slice of watermelon on his plate. He was so sad that he couldn't eat it. He could only curl up in a corner and draw circles. No one could understand the sadness of the dog, because the human world was already filled with songs and laughter. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Come here, she. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Amidst the pleasant singing and cheerful cries of the mother group, the children, as well as the laughing fathers, all gathered around the big cake under the shade of the tree. Here, it had to be mentioned that the birthday song was registered after Xianxia sang it for Xi. However, he didn't intend to charge for it. This birthday song was set to be copyright confidential and free to use by the Copyright Bureau. Therefore, after a few years of spreading, this catchy birthday song had become the theme song of many children's birthday parties. But what was interesting was that Xianxia and Murphy didn't make it public. Including Wu Yu and Yuing, no one expected that this popular song was actually produced by Xianxia. Of course, today's main character was Xi, not the birthday song. However, Xi didn't become the center of attention of the children. Including her, all the children rushed over to the birthday cake that they had been looking forward to for a long time. I really like this birthday cake. Xianxia shouted excitedly. I hope so too. It's so beautiful. Xianxia, look, there's a panda here. Xi held her hands in front of her and looked at it happily. This cake was specially customized. Although there were only 3 layers, each layer was very thick. In addition, there was an extra carousel made of sugar at the top, making the cake look extra big. In addition to the carousel, on each layer of the cake, there were various animal characters made of cream or sugar. There was a black and white panda, a little dolphin, a cute little pig, a little rabbit, and so on. The workmanship was absolutely exquisite. With the pink color as the main theme, the whole cake looked like a very valuable piece of art. No wonder the children's eyes were shining. You all have to sing the birthday song. After singing the birthday song, you can let Xi blow out the candles. Then you all can eat the cake. Yuing smiled and reminded the girls. I don't want to eat the cake. Hee, it's so beautiful. Xi hugged her father's arm. She didn't mind the smell of barbecue on her father's body. As she fell, she giggled. That won't do. I want to eat the cake. It's my birthday. How can I not eat the cake? I don't eat much barbecue. I'm waiting to eat the cake. Xianxia's words made everyone laugh again. No matter how exquisite and beautiful the cake was, it could not escape the fate of being destroyed. After Xi prayed and blew out the candles, the custom-made pink cake would be cut open and shared with everyone. Didn't you see that Xianxia was already crying piteously for food? Xi, you cut it. Xianxia smiled and handed over a long plastic knife. Xi opened her mouth in surprise and did not take it. Instead, she stretched her little hands and asked nervously, "Can I cut it? Papa, can I really?" Not only did the little girl not look reluctant, but she was also eager to try. She looked at her father with her small eyes, worried that she would not cut it well. Of course, you can cut it from the top. You can cut it however you want. Anyway, it's such a big cake, I'm sure it's enough to eat. Xianxia encouraged with a smile. Xi hesitated and took the plastic knife. However, when she stood in front of the cake, the little girl seemed to be stunned and stood there in a daze. However, Cici didn't have stage fright. Her big eyes moved nimbly as she carefully sized up the cake. How to cut it? Lu Kong laughed and waved his hand heroically as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. He said, Xi, be brave and cut it directly. The other mothers were also encouraging Xi. However, Xi had her own ideas. The little girl hesitated and moved to the side. After confirming for a while, she finally gathered her courage and raised the plastic knife with her 2 small hands. Although Cici's expression was a little nervous, she was very focused. Her 2 small hands held the plastic knife firmly, and she carefully and slowly cut down at the position she had found. When Xi cut the cake, it felt like a knife cutting into sticky soft candy. Although she could cut it, it was very difficult to cut it. The other parents thought that Xi had overcome her psychological barrier and cut the cake. They all smiled and clapped for Xi and cheered. However, Xianxia looked on indifferently from the side, but there was a trace of a smile in his eyes. This girl, she had cut it very carefully. The position of the knife just so happened to avoid all the small animal figures. Then, Xixi learned how her parents cut the cake and tried to cut the cake into pieces. Yang Yi helped to hold a small plate for Xixi to put the cake on. This is for Lu Weisha. Xixi was very busy. She carefully placed a piece of cake with a small animal figure on it on the plate and said without raising her head. After saying that, she was busy cutting the other cakes. This required a lot of effort to not destroy the original appearance of the cake. Lan Xian, on the other hand, had her own ideas. She rushed over to Cixi's side excitedly, holding a small plate in her hand out of nowhere. She said expectantly, "Cixi, I want this one with a bird. Also, I want a piece of candy with a wooden horse." The wooden horses hanging from the merry-go-round were made with the process of pulling sugar. Lan Xian thought that it would be very sweet and delicious. "Okay. You have to wait for a while." Xixi's voice was soft, and she agreed to all of her requests. Xixi didn't know that when she was very focused on cutting the cake, her father, who had been helping by the side, had quietly slipped out of the crowd. Lan Zhou came up with a smile and silently replaced Yang Yi to help Xixi take the plate and distribute the cake. The other parents, who had already discussed this beforehand, all laughed as they watched Yang Yi go into the house and come out with a guitar. Chen Shiyun had already received the cake, but before she could eat it, she saw Yang Yi appear with the guitar. The little girl widened her eyes in surprise and was about to ask loudly, "Eh? Yang?" Her mother hurriedly covered Chen Shiyun's mouth and coaxed her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "Hurry up and eat the cake. Don't talk nonsense." What nonsense, Chen Shiyun couldn't understand. 10 minutes later, the little friends had already eaten the cake. Even Lan Xian was eating and swaying around Xixi a few times, but Xixi was still distributing the cake. The little girl didn't feel greedy. She treated her work very carefully. She cut every piece of cake very carefully. "This is Papa's." Cixi was almost done distributing the cake. She placed a piece of cake on the plate beside her. At this moment, she raised her head and said, but before she could finish speaking, she was surprised to see that the person holding the plate was Papa Lan. Where's my papa?" Xixi asked blankly. "He's here." At this time, Yang Yi had already found a chair and sat down. When he spoke, the parents who had helped cover for him all stood up with smiles. "Xixi, today is your birthday. Mom and Papa have prepared a program for you. We're going to sing you a song." At this time, Murphy also put the cake that Xixi had given her on the table beside her. She walked out from the crowd with a smile and said softly. At this time, Xixi also came back to her senses from working hard to distribute the cake. Under the sunlight, her beautiful eyes, which were like black crystals, couldn't help but sparkle. She said in surprise, "Really? How could it be cooked?" "Of course it's true," Yang Yi smiled and sat on the chair. He held the guitar and gently played. Yang Yi played the guitar prelude, which was light and gentle and gave people an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Murphy also naturally hummed softly, "Ya dala, dala, da." Mofei's voice could be slightly lowered, and she could sing with a slightly vicissitudes of life, or she could sing with a soft and pleasant voice like Teresa Ting's. But for this song, she chose a voice that was slightly rough, but soft and sweet. In the accompaniment of Yang Yi's guitar, Murphy smiled and took Xixi's empty hand. She looked at her gently and saying, "My baby, I'll give you a little sweetness so that you can sleep well tonight." As the lyrics changed, Murphy also changed her actions. For example, she gently used her finger to trace the corner of Xixi's slightly long and charming eyes, and the little girl's cheeks that still had some baby fat. She smiled and sang, "My little devil, tease your eyebrows, let you like this world." The lyrics of Baby that Yang Yi had chosen were very sweet, and Murphy sang it very wholeheartedly. The strong love and affection flowed from her soft and beautiful voice into the hearts of Xixi and every audience. Not only was Cixi happy to hear this, but the other mothers also looked at Yang Yi and Mo Fei, who were playing and singing together, with envy and admiration. How nice! To be able to sing such a sweet song to her child on her birthday was the most wonderful surprise. Look at how happy Xixi is. Wahahaha, my baby, when you're tired, there's someone to accompany you. My baby, I want you to know that you're the most beautiful. When Murphy sang this part of the song, Her body swayed gently as if she was dancing. Then she reached out a finger and pointed at Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia heard her mother say that she was the most beautiful. The little girl was instantly overjoyed. Her two big eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Even the tip of her crescent moon seemed to be overflowing with happiness. That's right. In the hearts of your parents, you are the most beautiful, my baby. While Murphy and Yang were singing, Yang Luoqi, Lu Xiaoyu, and the other children looked at Xianxia enviously. Even Lu Weisha, who did not understand the song, felt that the melody was nice. She happily clapped her hands with her friends and twisted her body to the rhythm. But don't think that Xianxia is a bright moon surrounded by stars. The two little guys were indifferent to this. Needless to say, one of them was Lan Xian. Lan Xian was not in the mood to watch the performance because she had finished a piece of cake. Yes, she still wanted to eat more and did not think about whether there would be more delicious food later, following the principle of enjoying herself. Today, the little girl went to the back of the table, avoided the eyes of the crowd, and used the plastic knife that Xianxia had placed on the table to cut a big piece of cake for herself. Lan Xin was not as fastidious as Xianxia. The cake rolled into her plate. The cake lay softly on the plate, and her fingers were stained with cream. What did it matter? She could just lick it off later. Seeing such a big piece of cake on her plate, Lan Xian burped with satisfaction. She looked at Tong Tong, who was sitting on the chair beside her and eating the cake with a small spoon. Tong Tong was the other one who was indifferent. He had heard his mother sing this song before and did not feel that it was anything new. He had sung this song to Huawei before. Sister? Humph, it was only second-hand, therefore, Tong Tong was arranged by Murphy to eat the cake by himself. Although Wu Jingjing was looking after him, the little boy was addicted to the delicious cake. His nose, chin, and clothes were stained with cream. How could he have the time to watch his parents' performance, let alone his parents? Even Sister Lan Xian looked at him and smiled. Tong Tong did not even look at her. There weren't many performances at the birthday party this time. It wasn't like the past when everyone performed for Xianxia. Only Yang and Murphy sang a song for Xianxia. Other than that, everyone gave Xianxia birthday wishes when they sang the birthday song. However, Xianxia was still very happy. After all the friends she often played with were there. They did not pursue any program. They played from morning to afternoon and ran all over the villa. Laughter filled every corner. Such simple happiness was enough to make Xianxia feel satisfied. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, the little friends and their parents left one after another, and the villa gradually quieted down. Xianxia was very reluctant and even a little sad. Fortunately, her father coaxed her with the big gimmick of opening presents. This year, Xianxia had quite a lot of presents that could be opened for her. Almost every child brought a birthday present for Xianxia when they came with their parents. Yang did not open the presents at noon. Instead, he waited for all the children to go home and the villa to be quiet. Only then did Yang pull out the big basket with the presents and give it to Xianxia. After all, everyone's situation was different, and the presents they gave were different. Yang did not want Xianxia to open the presents in front of them. If there was a comparison, there would be hurt. What was there to compare? Of course, this would be a slap in the face soon. For example, the birthday present that Xianxia was opening from Lu Xiaoyu was not expensive at all. It was just a painting that Lu Xiaoyu had drawn herself. It depicted a scene of them playing table tennis. The painting was a little abstract, but Xianxia liked it very much. However, if she opened it in front of them, Lu Xiaoyu might feel inferior when she saw other children giving better presents to Xianxia. Naturally, she would not feel good about it. Xianxia, ask Qinchin to help you. Look at him, he wants to learn from his sister and open the presents together. Murphy watched Xianxia open the presents from the side. Her ears were filled with the little girl's cheers from time to time. Her hands were itching to open the presents, but she was too embarrassed to fight with her daughter to open the presents. She smiled and nudged Tong Tong, who was looking at his sister enviously. Tong Tong was a little dumbfounded. He turned his little head and looked at his mother in confusion. That's not right. I'm just envious of my sister's ability to take out so many magical little things from those big and small boxes. How did I become wanting to help? Okay. Little brother, help me open the presents. She was in a good mood as she opened the presents. Her eyes were squinted from smiling. Her slender and delicate eyelashes covered her eyes like air bangs. She was as beautiful as the stars in the sky. Little mommy had no choice but to sit beside her older sister. She imitated her older sister's actions and helped her older sister tear the wrapping paper off the gift box. Here, follow this line and tear it. Mom will teach you, Murphy said excitedly. She sat next to Chin Chin and bent over with a grin. She held Tong Tong's hand and taught him step by step. The basket of presents was quickly opened. The last one was Lan Cao Kai and his family's birthday present for Xi. After Yang Yi's reminder, Murphy gently opened the box and took out the diamond necklace for Xi. Wow! It's a necklace. Xi's eyes lit up and she exclaimed happily. It was indeed a beautiful diamond necklace. The necklace was in the shape of a snowflake and was inlaid with many sparkling and translucent diamonds. It was obviously very expensive. Of course, this was nothing compared to Lan Cao Kai's or Yang Yi's wealth. Usually, when Yang Yi and Murphy celebrated anniversaries, Yang Yi would ask someone to help him buy the jewelry from overseas auctions and give it to Murphy. It was much more expensive than this necklace. Wu Jingjing's jewelry was even more expensive. She often went to auctions to buy her favorite works of art and jewelry. Her family's collection was even more exaggerated. Perhaps this necklace was what Wu Jingjing said when she explained it to Lan Cao Kai. It was not too expensive and she gave it to Xi so that she wouldn't attract too much attention when she grew up. Xi hurriedly got up from the ground and ran to her mother's side excitedly. She leaned on her mother's arm and hugged her mother's neck curiously and nervously. She giggled and looked at the necklace. Is it beautiful? Murphy asked Xi with a smile. She held up the necklace with both hands and the snowflake diamonds that were refracted by the light were dangling gently. It's beautiful. Xi nodded quickly and said happily, Mom, I don't have a necklace. You have a lot, but I finally have one. Murphy said with a smile, then you can ask your papa to buy it for you in the future. He definitely won't be reluctant to buy it for you. After teasing Yang Yi, Murphy asked Xi to bend her head. She untied the necklace and put it on Xi. After putting it on, the little girl happily ran to the mirror. Although she wasn't wearing a dress, she still happily twirled around. Wow! The little girl in the mirror is so beautiful. The beautiful necklace can set off her pretty little face. Oh, this inner monologue made Xi feel a little embarrassed. She giggled and shyly raised her hands to hold her red little face. Ahem. Yang Yi saw that Xi liked the birthday gift very much and decisively became unhappy. He coughed twice and said, Xi, let Mom put the necklace away for you. You haven't opened the gift I and Mom gave you yet. There's a gift? Papa and Mom's gift. I want it, I want it. Xi cried out in surprise. Like a crab, she turned sideways and bounced back with her long legs. In the little girl's heart, her parents' gift was always the best. Therefore, Xi was even happier than when she saw the diamond necklace. How could Yang Yi let her down? What are Mom and Dad's presents? Xi was so happy that she wrapped her arms around her brother and rested her chin on her brother's shoulder. Her big eyes sparkled as she looked at her parents and giggled. Tong Tong didn't know what was going on. He turned to look at his sister's pink face and seemed to find it very amusing. He opened his mouth and giggled as well. Yang Yi and Murphy hid the presents in the cabinet in the side hall. They stood up and walked around the side hall. Then, each of them came back with a big box. What a big present! Xi excitedly put down Tong Tong and stood up. She half knelt on the ground and clapped her hands happily. Such big boxes, and there were even 2 of them. They could definitely hold many, many beautiful presents. How could this not make Xi so excited that she got carried away? Open it and take a look, Murphy encouraged. Xi followed her mother's instructions and opened the gift box in her mother's hands. After opening it, Xi was pleasantly surprised to see bundles of rolled-up cloth. They weren't big, but there were many of them. They were of different shapes and colors. They were neatly stacked in the box and looked like a thick layer of colorful grass. Of course, what attracted Xi's attention the most wasn't the bundles of cloth, but the box on top of them. Looking at the packaging, it looked like a toy bought from a shopping mall. For example, Tong Tong's robot was packaged like this. However, this box was red and had the unique logo of her father's factory on it. What is this? Shishi curiously held it out and asked her mother in confusion. Murphy smiled and helped Shishi open the box. She took out the small and exquisite children's sewing machine that was made of plastic. It was about the size of a children's kettle and was made of a plastic material. "Hello, Kitty!" Shishi exclaimed in surprise. The machine's body was milky white, with pink buttons, knobs, cover, and other parts. It was also decorated with a red bow. Even if there wasn't a cute Hello Kitty cartoon on the machine, Shishi could still recognize the red bow. Xianxia used to draw these cartoon characters for her that Shishi would definitely like. Also, there was a piggy bank with a Hello Kitty printed on it on the bookshelf in Shishi's bedroom. This is a sewing machine. Didn't you see Grandma sewing clothes with this machine before? Murphy said to Shishi with a smile. Not to mention how Shishi had seen it when she was young. When Xianxia and Murphy's relationship was exposed, his father-in-law and mother-in-law came from America. Then, Murphy and Xianxia rushed back to their hometown to get married. At that time, Shishi's grandmother, Zhou Mingyu, was at home. She used to live above the coffee shop. She asked Xianxia to prepare a sewing machine and other materials for her. The old lady personally changed clothes for these two tasteless guys. Shishi, of course, recognized the sewing machine. However, the little girl was now attracted by the cute appearance of the children's sewing machine. She happily came over and carefully reached out to touch it, not bothering to respond to her mother's question. Murphy had to wait for Shishi to take a closer look before she described the use of the sewing machine to the little girl. This is just a small sewing machine for children. It's not as powerful as Grandma's, which can make clothes. This machine can only be used to sew some small pieces of cloth. Do you see those? You can use it to sew some beautiful little clothes for your doll. This way, it can be dressed up according to what you want and become more beautiful. Really? This was a big surprise for Shishi. The little girl opened her eyes wide and her mouth was slightly curved. She looked up at her mother excitedly and asked, "Mom, then, can I change my sister Aisha into a more beautiful dress?" Let me tell you, I don't think Sister Aisha's dress is so beautiful because it's blue. I want to give her a beautiful red dress so that Sister Aisha will look more beautiful. Murphy was a little confused by Shishi's words. She smiled and said, "Of course, as long as you use the sewing machine well, you can make any clothes you like. But it can only be small and can be worn by dolls. Because it's just a children's sewing machine." There was no need to worry about the safety of this sewing machine. First of all, it was very small and had a plastic shell. Shishi could easily pick it up. Secondly, its sewing needle was wrapped in a transparent plastic shell and had a complicated safety protection device. Unless it was pressed down and attached to the small platform of the sewing area, the sewing needle would not be exposed and pricked by children. When sewing, it was wrapped in a plastic shell, and only a thin layer of cloth could pass through it. Even if it was a tong-tong, it was impossible to insert a finger into it. If the sewing machine's head was pulled up, the safety device would automatically activate, cut off the power, and retract the sewing needle. In addition, although the sewing machine was electric, it used 4 AA batteries to power it. The voltage was very small, so it avoided the danger of children touching the socket. After hearing her mom's explanation, Shishi was happy for a while. But soon, she thought of another problem. The little girl tilted her head and asked, "But, Mom, what can I do if I don't know how to make clothes?" Mom can teach you. Mom has learned a little. Also, if you want to learn how to make super beautiful clothes, you can video chat with Grandma and ask her to teach you. Murphy said to Shishi with a smile. Yes. Then I can make clothes for my dolls. Shishi said happily, beaming with joy. After all, she was a girl. Shishi was more interested in these fancy things that she could use her hands to think about. When she saw the sewing machine, she forgot about the beautiful diamond necklace on her neck. Maybe it was because she was not used to wearing it, but Shishi felt that the necklace was a little uncomfortable around her neck. She pulled it casually and continued to excitedly talk about the sewing machine with her mother. The little girl's little head was full of all kinds of beautiful clothes. Shishi, Dad's gift. Open it and see. Xianxia smiled and said to Xishi. Okay. Xishi jumped over happily. Who would complain about having too many good things? Xishi opened the gift from her father and cheered in surprise. Wow, why are there so many? What a cute thing. Xishi was so excited that she didn't know how to describe it. What was it that made Xishi a little incoherent? Xianxia and Murphy's gifts were actually a combination. Murphy gave a children's sewing machine for sewing clothes and a variety of colored cloth balls. Xianxia gave a big box of mini accessories that could be used to match the dolls, such as mini sunglasses, mini scarves, mini necklaces, head ornaments, and so on. There were even mini wigs of different colors and hairstyles. Although most of them were made of plastic, the workmanship was definitely exquisite and there were a lot of them. After all, they were divided into different sizes, so she could match them as she pleased. What was interesting was that although there were a lot of accessories and they were very complicated, they were all sorted by Xianxia's multi-layered, multi-grid, wooden, and glass jewelry box. This jewelry box was meticulously made by the factory's master craftsman. It could be seen clearly through the glass panel and had a complicated opening mechanism. It was not easy to spill or mess it up during the process of use. Look at these. Xianxia smiled and took out 2 wooden dolls wearing only t-shirts and shorts from a separate wooden box at the side for Xishi to see. These are also dolls. Xishi felt that today was really a happy day. Although she was not too surprised to see these 2 dolls that didn't have much special features, she still cheered and snuggled in her father's arms, looking at the 2 wooden dolls with him. These 2 wooden dolls were female characters, and they were different from the dolls that Xishi had seen before. The dolls that Xishi had seen before were all cartoon dolls that were very cute. These dolls were more well-proportioned and looked very exquisite, slender hands, slender legs, big watery eyes, and beautiful facial features. The more Xishi looked at them, the more she felt that they were beautiful. She didn't know that these dolls were called Barbie dolls in her father's previous life. Of course, compared to those Barbie dolls, these dolls lacked beautiful hairstyles and gorgeous clothes, and they also had close-fitting clothes that couldn't be taken off, so they looked a little simple. Xianxia explained to Xishi how to play with these dolls in detail. Look, these dolls can move their limbs. You can make them do all kinds of poses. Wasn't that right? They could simply stand with their legs apart, or they could raise their legs, bend their knees, and do a side kick. They could simply raise their hands, or they could even raise their hands halfway and do a coquettish pose. The entire doll was like a little person with flexible joints, but there was still a little damping. It could be made for children to do any pose. Wow! This is so fun. Xishi was pleasantly surprised again. She cheered as she hugged a doll and played with it lovingly. Papa, this looks like little brother's robots. Xishi raised her head and said happily to her father as she played with the doll's arms. Tong Tong had been sitting next to his mother the whole time. After looking at so many dolls, he still wasn't interested. His little face was a little confused, as if he couldn't understand why his sister was so excited. At this moment, when he heard his sister calling him, he turned his head to take a look. Although the moving doll attracted his attention, Tong Tong soon felt bored and turned his head away. The robots were all hard and muscular, and they even had the texture of steel. This skinny doll didn't look good at all. Xianxia was slightly proud of himself as he boasted to Xishi, "This is much better than little brother's robots." Papa asked the master in the factory to spend a lot of time to develop it. It was specially developed for you as a birthday present. This is an open-ended toy. You can match it with all kinds of decorations, and you can also make all kinds of beautiful clothes for her. Do you like it? Xianxia's words were half true. Although he did draw the original design, describe the general structure, and asked the master in the factory to design a Barbie doll for Xishi to play with, his original purpose wasn't to give it to Xishi as a birthday present. Moreover, the Barbie doll wasn't completely manufactured yet. For example, the various kinds of clothes hadn't been designed yet, and it was only a prototype. However, in order to beat Lan Caokai's present, Xianxia came up with this idea. He didn't even hesitate to change the Barbie doll's listing plan. He decided to let Xishi have it alone for a year, and then allow the factory to sell it to the public. However, Xianxia's goal was achieved. Such a flexible toy could fully display Xishi's wild imagination, and it could let Xishi dress it up herself. How could Xishi not like it? Combined with her mother's present, Xishi felt that she was going to explode with happiness today. After hearing her father's story, the little girl stood up happily, hugged her father's neck, and kissed her father's face. Her big crystal eyes were shining with happiness, and she cried out excitedly, "Papa, I like it very much." Hearing Shishi's excited voice, Xianxia smiled proudly. No matter how beautiful and expensive the necklace was, so what? Only a gift from someone who understood Sisi would be the best gift. After Shishi's birthday, all the hustle and bustle seemed to have come to an end. Xiangyi's villa began to calm down because Lu Weisha was going back to China with her parents. The other children couldn't come to play with Xishi every day. Even Lan Xian only came to visit during dinner time. The chubby girl was sadly found out by her mother that she was lazy and didn't do her summer homework. She was locked at home for a week to do her homework. Moreover, Wu Jingjing kept a close watch on her. She set a certain number of pages of homework every day. If she couldn't do it, Lan Xian couldn't come out to play at night. However, it was worth mentioning that Xishi and Lan Xian took the initiative to ask their father that they wanted to participate in the swimming competition. This matter was finally approved by their respective fathers. Xiangyi didn't care whether Xishi could win any awards or not, but he was happy to see that Xishi was willing to bravely try some challenges that she had never experienced before. Lan Caokai also had the same idea as Xiangyi. The two of them discussed and asked Lan Caokai's secretary to come over and register the two little girls. Lan Caokai's secretary filled in the information and put the registration form in his briefcase. When he was about to leave, Lan Caokai stopped him. "Go to Director Lin and explain the situation. Ask him to help clear the venue during the days of the competition. It's best if only the parents of the children can come in to watch the competition. The other competitions don't matter. We just don't want reporters at the venue these days." Xiangyi and Lan Caokai had already discussed this issue. They didn't need to think to know that Shishi's participation in a social competition would definitely cause a sensation, or some reporters would scramble to report about it. Xiangyi's idea was that there was no need to pay attention to those groundless reporters. He couldn't keep Sisi in a greenhouse forever. But Lan Caokai had thought it through. He was the sponsor of this competition, and he was very familiar with some of the officials in the city. Getting someone to help him block the reporters from entering the swimming pool was not a big problem. The secretary hurriedly nodded. He glanced at Xiangyi and hesitated for a moment before asking Lan Caokai, "Boss, do you want me to ask Chief Lin to make special arrangements?" Xiangyi didn't say anything. He just looked at Lan Caokai. Lan Caokai waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't make any arrangements. Yes, you have to tell Chief Lin about this. Say that it's the wishes of the parents. Their children are participating in the competition just to see the world. They don't want to win any prizes. Just treat them like normal contestants." This was also something that Xiangyi and Lan Caokai had discussed. Xiangyi hoped that Shishi's participation in the competition wouldn't be affected by external factors. Whether it was the grouping arrangement or the competition process, there shouldn't be any malpractices. Lan Caokai thought so too, so he said to the secretary with a smile, "Since she's participating in the competition, she should compete fair and square to see what she's lacking. If she still wants to play some tricks, then she might as well not participate. I was the one who gave her the prize money, right?" The secretary hurriedly nodded. But even if she signed up for the swimming competition, Lan Xian couldn't use this as an excuse to sneak over to Shishi's house to play with Xishi. She still had to bury her head in her homework. Before dinner in the evening, Wu Jingjing opened the thermostatic swimming pool at home for her to play for a while. Xishi was puzzled about this and asked Lan Xian, "But you can finish your homework quickly." "I've already finished it, so I can play." Lan Xian had just complained about her mother gloomily, but now she said with a confused look, "I can't finish it. Xishi, I think I have a lot of summer homework, and it's super difficult. I can't finish it, wasn't that right?" It was rare that Lan Xian couldn't help but doze off when she was doing her homework. How could she finish it quickly? Xishi sighed regretfully and said, "Oh, that's such a pity. I can learn to sew clothes for my grandma. I can sew super beautiful clothes for my doll." Actually, this is just Xishi feeling good about herself. "In fact, there's still a lot to learn, but you can't play with me." Boo-hoo, Shishi, don't say that. I really want to play. Xian couldn't help but shed bitter tears when she heard that her little friend could play freely. It was the end of July, another weekend. Guozi finally came back from Guangdong province. Although he took a plane, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when he returned home after sending Ding Xiang back to school. Guozi hurriedly dropped his luggage and shouted, "I'm so hot and sweaty." Then he got into the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out after drying his hair, Tan Huizhen and Guozian were sitting on the sofa and watching TV. Guozi's luggage, which had been left in the living room and hadn't had time to tidy up, had been taken into his room by Tan Huizhen. "Guozian, don't you have to study in the afternoon? You're still sitting here and watching TV." Guozi sat on the armrest of the sofa and asked with a smile. "It's none of your business. Go away, move your big butt away." Guozian shouted with a look of disgust. In fact, Guozi had lost a lot of weight. Except for his face that was still a little round, his body was approaching the standard direction. He was 177 meters tall and weighed more than 80 kilograms. He could only be said to be slightly fat, obviously. In addition to Ding Xiang supervising him to exercise every day, it was also due to him running around in the countryside. When he came back just now, Tan Huizhen said with heartache that Guozi was so tanned that he was almost as tanned as the current leader of the township cadres. Guozi stood up resentfully and was about to go to his room to pack his luggage when Tan Huizhen stopped him. That Ding Xiang is also back, right?" Guozi was a little surprised and inexplicably nervous, but his acting skills were displayed. He said as if nothing had happened, "She's back. But why are you asking about her? Didn't you arrange to have lunch at home tomorrow? She's already back at school." Tan Huizhen chuckled and said, "What else is there to say? Didn't your dad ask you to invite Ding Xiang over for lunch tomorrow and ask her about Taba Shopping Center? I'm just concerned." Guozi suddenly understood and said with a smile, Oh, Sister Ding Xiang also came back from Guangdong province because of this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have time. It's all because I'm familiar with her, and she respects you and Dad very much, so she specially took 2 days off and came all the way from the countryside." Guozian listened to Guozi's compliments and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Tan Huizhen still didn't reveal any flaws. She smiled and said, "That's true. It's not easy to come back. Go back and tell her to have a good rest tonight." Guozi nodded without hesitation and said with a smile, "Got it, Mom. I'll tell her." After that, Guozi went back to his room to pack his luggage. He even stuck his head out and said, "Guozian, where's the remote control for the air conditioner in my room? Did you use it in your room again?" Guozi didn't notice that behind him, Tan Huizhen looked at his back meaningfully. Sure enough, he went back and still contacted her at night. On Sunday morning, Guozi was about to sneak out of the house, but just as he was about to change his shoes, Tan Huizhen coincidentally walked out of the bedroom with a piece of clothing that she was folding. With a faint smile on her face, she casually asked, "Are you going out?" Guozi was startled. As he jumped to put on his shoes, he smiled. "Yeah, Sister Ding Xiang is here. I'm going to pick her up. The road here is a little complicated." Tan Huizhen did not say anything. She only smiled and turned to return to the bedroom. Guozi did not think too much about it. He went to the entrance of the compound and picked up Ding Xiang, who was driving over. However, they were not in a hurry to go in. Guozi jumped into the car that was parked by the roadside and slammed the door. "Wow, why are you dressed so beautifully today?" Guozi looked at Ding Xiang in the driver's seat with a pleasantly surprised expression. The admiration in his eyes made Ding Xiang shyly tug at her skirt. Ding Xiang had indeed put in a lot of effort to dress up today. Not only did she wear a dress that she rarely wore, she even tied up her hair. Her black hair was slightly curly, giving off a refreshing feeling. "Do I really look good?" Ding Xiang pursed her lips. She was a little embarrassed as she placed her hands on her legs and asked shyly, "Huan helped me pick this out. She even helped me tie up my hair. She said that I have been tanned recently, so I have to dress up less obviously." "Yes." Guozi nodded vigorously as he looked at Ding Xiang. Although Guozi forgot to use flowery words to describe himself, the love in his eyes could not be concealed. Ding Xiang suddenly felt that it was worth it to wake up early in the morning and let Yang Huan take her to try on clothes. Ding Xiang looked really good today. It wasn't that Guozi believed that beauty was in the eye of the beholder. Ding Xiang's tanned skin looked healthy and natural in the yellow dress. Ding Xiang's dress was neither old-fashioned nor ostentatious. It was a simple and elegant style that was somewhere between fashionable and conservative. It gave people the feeling that she was a lady from a wealthy family, coupled with Ding Xiang's already pretty face and her slightly permed hair that appeared even more exquisite. If Ding Xiang were to walk on the streets like this, there would definitely be a lot of people turning their heads. But won't it be too obvious if I wear it like this? When Ding Xiang was happy, she would still maintain a trace of calmness. Soon, she asked worriedly, "What if Auntie suspects?" "No way. Why would my mother suspect anything? Your status is different now. You can even chat with my dad on an equal footing. Isn't it normal to dress well?" Guozi joked. "What equal footing? Don't spout nonsense." "Uncle asked me because he cares about the farmers in the countryside of Jiangqing," Ding Xiang said angrily. The two of them chatted flirtatiously in the car for a while and exchanged statements before Ding Xiang drove in. She didn't need a pass because Guozi was sitting in the car. "Ding Xiang, you're here?" Tan Huijian's attitude was neither cold nor warm, but she still maintained a smile to welcome Ding Xiang. Then she turned her head and shouted, "Yan Yan, come out. Wash the grapes and eat with Ding Xiang." "Auntie, I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't trouble Xian. Her studies are more important." "Are the grapes in the fridge?" Ding Xiang quickly put down her bag and took the initiative to open the fridge. She didn't care that she was wearing a dress. She gently moved her right foot back, squatted down, and took out a bag of grapes. "Let me do it. You're a guest. How can I let you do this?" Guozi quickly said. "No, you don't know how to do it," Ding Xiang whispered. "How can I not know how to wash grapes? You're wearing a dress today. Let me do it." Guozi laughed. "Auntie said that you don't do housework at home. Do you know where the fruit platter is?" Ding Xiang said angrily. "Isn't it in the disinfecting cupboard?" Guozi scratched his head and asked awkwardly. "Of course not. Auntie put it on the shelf above. It can be drained at ordinary times. Why does the fruit platter need to be disinfected every day?" Ding Xiang laughed and said, "Well, let me do it. This has nothing to do with wearing a dress. How can you not do housework when you're wearing a dress? Didn't I think it's inconvenient for you?" Guozi followed her into the kitchen and was still nagging. At this time, Guozian reluctantly came out of the bedroom. However, she was surprised. First, she shut her mouth that was about to complain, then quickly hid behind the wine cabinet and poked her head out to look at her mother. Tan Huijian was looking at Guozi and Ding Xiang's back with a complicated expression. No one knew what she was thinking. But very quickly, she retracted her gaze and quietly sat back on the sofa. Guozian quickly retracted her head. "What's going on? Could it be?" Guozian's observation time was a little short. She couldn't figure it out and muttered in her heart. "Yan Yan, why are you hiding there? Aren't you going to help?" Tan Huijian found Guozian's clothes and called out. Guozian was shocked. Then she pouted and walked out. She complained, I'm coming. Why do you keep calling me?" Guozian wasn't sure of her own judgment. After all, her mother's acting skills were too good. Later on, she didn't expose any flaws. Guozian didn't dare to say anything and could only keep it in her heart. She didn't know that Tan Huijian had been holding it in longer than her, although she was sure that there was something going on between Guozi and Ding Xiang. Tan Huijian didn't choose to reveal her cards at this time. There were two reasons. First, Tan Huijian didn't know how to reveal her cards. Break up the couple? Or agree to their relationship. If she hadn't met Ding Xiang and only knew her background, Tan Huijian definitely wouldn't want a poor village girl with no status to be her daughter-in-law. But the problem was that she had met Ding Xiang. And Tan Huijian didn't deny that every time she met Ding Xiang, this hardworking and virtuous girl always left a good impression on her, just like now, but Tan Huizhen was in a dilemma. After all, Ding Xiang's family background wasn't compatible with hers. Moreover, she was a few years older than Guozi, therefore, Tan Huizhen couldn't make a decision at all. There was another reason. That was, Guo Jingyan was now asking for help. Tan Huizhen had to consider whether it would affect Guo Jingyan's work when dealing with family matters. If she revealed her cards and had a disagreement with Ding Xiang or even Yang Yi, it would be awkward if Guo Jingyan wanted to cooperate with Yang Yi's Sahara Taba Mall or fun talks. Therefore, Tan Huizhen had been keeping this matter in her heart. At noon, Guo Jingyan came back with a briefcase. Ding Xiang and Guozi were watching TV with Tan Huizhen in the living room. Of course, they were still talking about Guozi's jokes in the countryside of Guangdong province. Little Ding is here? Sit down. You don't have to get up. Guo Jingyan smiled and waved his hand. He asked Ding Xiang to sit down and talk. He also sat down on the sofa next to Tan Huizhen. Tan Huizhen turned off the TV and got up to pour tea for Guo Jingyan. Ding Xiang also wanted to help, but at this moment, Tan Huizhen didn't help her. She smiled and said, "You talk to uncle. He has something to ask you." Ding Xiang had to sit back. She sat halfway on the sofa and looked at Guo Jingyan. She was so nervous that her forehead was sweating. "Don't be nervous. I just want to know how you teach those farmers to open online stores to sell fruits in the countryside of Guangdong province." Guo Jingyan took a sip of tea, put down the cup, waved his hand, and smiled. "Uncle Guo, we are currently doing it in the following 4 steps. First of all, before entering the village, we will communicate with the local government and the village cadres. Although the provincial government of Guangdong province has given us a lot of support, sufficient communication is still very important. We have to let them know what our Sahara Rural Development Foundation does and clarify our nonprofit nature. At the same time, we will show them with practical cases so that they can see that the internet and agriculture can make farmers' benefits more guaranteed and improved." Ding Xiang carefully explained to Guo Jingyan. She also prepared some printed pictures and statistical data. She handed them over to Guo Jingyan and explained in a very organized manner. Obviously, Ding Xiang's progress in the past 6 months was also very great. Not to mention anything else, her eloquence had reached a very high level under constant training. In addition, she knew Taba Mall and the work she did like the back of her hand. After she spoke, her confidence suddenly improved the temperament of this girl next door girl by a lot. Tan Huizhen couldn't help but widen her eyes slightly. She had a new level of respect for Ding Xiang, who was talking with Guo Jingyan. Ding Xiang had lunch and was about to go back. Guozi also followed her out. He said that Yang Yi had something to talk to him about in the coffee shop in the afternoon, so he took Ding Xiang's car back to school. Tan Huizhen didn't say anything. Before lunch, Guozi accompanied Ding Xiang to talk to her father. Most of the time, they talked about the significance of Taba Mall to farmers and self-employed people. However, when it came to Guozi's hope that Ding Xiang and the volunteer team she was in charge of to create a set of publicity and training programs for farmers in Jiang City, Guozi actually sided with outsiders and fought for benefits for Ding Xiang. For example, the Jiang City government's human and material support, taking the initiative to help more people join the volunteer team in Jiang City's universities, and so on. Tan Huizhen saw Guozi's favoritism. At noon, when Guo Jingyan wanted to rest, Tan Huizhen couldn't help but ask, "What do you think of Ding Xiang?" Ding Xiang? Not bad, she's a person who can do things. Perhaps he thought that Tan Huizhen might not understand, so Guo Jingyan snorted softly and continued, "As the person in charge, her leadership ability is still a bit lacking. She doesn't have the courage to speak, but this child does things that are reassuring. It's only been a few months, but she has already understood the business thoroughly. She can answer everything clearly and logically. Moreover, she is also patient enough to do things that seem to have no benefits. The grassroots need more talents like this." Tan Huizhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pushed his arm and said angrily, "I'm asking you about her character, and quality. Why are you still concerned about whether other people are talents or not? Moreover, what kind of talent they are has nothing to do with you. She's working for Yang Yi, not for you." Guo Jingyan heard this and frowned slightly. He couldn't help but raise one of his eyelids and glance at Tan Huijin. He asked doubtfully, "What are you thinking? Do you think Ding Xiang is very outstanding and want to set her up with someone?" These idol Mrs. XX always liked to introduce people to other people. Guo Jingyan often heard about it, but he remembered that Tan Huijin didn't have this problem. Tan Huijin said unhappily, "Who else can I set her up with?" "Can't you tell?" "I don't know when Z got together with Ding Xiang." Guo Jingyan was no longer sleepy. He sat up in surprise. "What? What else? You only care about asking about Taba. Where did your judgment go when you worked for the Discipline Inspection Commission?" Tan Huijin took out her phone and said angrily, "Look, this is what Sister Ke showed me. She said that they went to watch a movie and were filmed." Guo Jingyan took the glasses from the bedside table, put them on, and looked at the phone carefully. "It's been a long time. I was afraid of delaying your work, so I didn't say anything." Now that Tan Huijin finally said it out loud, she felt much better, but she still said worriedly, "I don't know how to deal with this matter. In fact, I like Ding Xiang very much, and I'm quite willing to introduce her to others, but now it's Z. I think she's a little older than Z, and you know the situation in the family." Guo Jingyan pondered in silence, while Tan Huijin rambled on about some of her worries. But Tan Huijin was unhappy after a while. She said angrily, "Why am I the one talking? Tell me what you think." At this time, Guo Jingyan handed the phone back to Tan Huijin and shook his head gently. "What do you mean?" Tan Huijin asked, puzzled. "You don't agree?" Guo Jingyan said slowly, "It's not that I don't agree, but I think you don't have to interfere." "What do you mean?" Guo Jingyan thought for a while and said, "Let's talk about Ding Xiang first. After a few contacts, I can see that she's a steady person. In terms of personality, she complements Z. Z's personality is a little floaty, like a kite. He needs someone to pull him at all times so that he won't go astray." "That's true. Ding Xiang also knows how to take care of people. She can cook well, and she's also very sensible and proactive. She's not as pretentious as other girls. You don't know, but the son of old Wang from the Housing and Urban Rural Bureau married a rich girl. She doesn't do anything at home. It's good that she has a nanny, but her mother-in-law asked her to help carry things and said that she was mistreating her. She's always making trouble at home." Tan Huijin said with a smile. Guo Jingyan was helpless. He could only wait for her to finish talking about the family's problems before continuing his analysis. "I can't say which kind of daughter-in-law is good now. There are also people who live in harmony with each other. But according to what you said, Ding Xiang does have Ding Xiang's advantages and disadvantages. One is that she's a little older, and the other is the problem of family composition." Tan Huijin's face became gloomy again, and she nodded lightly. In fact, Guo Jingyan was just repeating what Tan Huijin had said. Guo Jingyan, who came from the front line of discipline inspection, was especially disgusted with those corrupt officials and the nepotism of big families. Naturally, he wouldn't care too much about family background. Guo Jingyan continued, "But now I'm going to talk about the second reason why I don't recommend you to interfere. You also know what kind of character your son has. Z has been like this since he was young. Once he sets his mind on something, he will do it wholeheartedly. Even 10 cows can't pull him back. Just like how you don't want him to be an actor, he secretly went to take the art exam. Even if he didn't pass, he promised to study properly. Then, he secretly went to shoot a movie. Do you think you can stop him?" Tan Huijin fell silent. Young people have their own ideas. The more you interfere, the more rebellious he will be. It's like that when it comes to filming a movie, and it's also like that when it comes to marriage. If you stop him from dating Ding Xiang, do you think he will listen to you obediently?" Guo Jingyan asked. In fact, a few years ago, Guo Jingyan wouldn't have said such a thing. He was furious that Guozi didn't listen to him and went to the entertainment industry by himself. It was also because Guozi had made some achievements, especially because the variety show, The Limit Challenge, which was full of positive energy, was now well known. Some leaders in the city and province knew that Guozi was Guo Jingyan's son, and they often praised Guozi in front of Guo Jingyan. That was why Guo Jingyan, who was proud of himself, gradually changed his view of Guozi's improper work. In addition, Guozi was now doing some public service work and had made achievements that Guo Jingyan recognized. That was why Guo Jingyan finally stopped giving Guozi attitude. As for Ding Xiang, Guo Jingyan still admired such a down-to-earth person. To a certain extent, Guo Jingyan felt that Ding Xiang was better than Guozi. He even felt a little regretful. Why was Ding Xiang not his own child? He could have used Guozi to exchange for her, therefore, his analysis now was also slightly biased. This was something he himself did not notice. You mean, I don't have to interfere? Just let them date? Tan Huizhen asked in surprise. Instead of rushing for results, it's better to wait and see. Guo Jingyan said gently, if they date for a while and find that they are not suitable, they will break up on their own. Then, our interference won't hurt their relationship. But what if they feel that they are suitable? Tan Huizhen frowned slightly. If they can love each other and make each other better, just like how you gave up your family's business and accompanied me to the capital, taking care of me and silently supporting me, then what's the point of them being together? Ding Xiang may not have a good family background, but didn't I also walk step by step from a poor boy? Guo Jingyan gently pulled Tan Huizhen's hand and said softly. Hey, don't be so mushy. You're already 70 or 80 years old. Tan Huizhen said angrily as she slapped his hand away with a smile on her face. In the university town of Tingshan district, Guozi, who was chatting with Ding Xiang in a coffee shop, didn't know that his parents' thoughts had changed. He didn't lie to his family. In the afternoon, he did have an appointment with Yang Yi to talk about something. Yang Yi wanted to talk to him about something. Ring, ring. The wind chime at the door was moved by the door, and a pleasant bell rang. Then, Xishi's crisp voice came, Hey, Uncle Xiaogua. Sister Ding Xiang. Hee, I missed you so much. He turned around and saw a cute little girl with a swaying ponytail and a cheerful smile. She cheered and threw herself at them. Guozi quickly bent down and picked up Xishi. Ding Xiang handed the coffee pot to Fang Tang, wiped her hands, and greeted them with a smile. Xishi, I missed you too. No, you didn't come to my birthday party. Xishi complained in Guozi's arms. Xian Air was also very angry. Because she missed Sister Ding Xiang's cake so much. Although Xishi was complaining, the deep longing in her words made Ding Xiang very happy. She reached out to shake Xishi's hand and said with a gentle smile, How about I make a cake for you now? In a while, you can bring it home to eat and give some to Xian Er. Xishi was no longer the little girl she used to be. Guozi was not as strong as Yang Yi. After hugging her for a while, he could not hold on any longer. He quickly put Xishi down and secretly shook his sore arms behind him. Xishi did not notice. She was focused on Sister Ding Xiang. She giggled and said, Okay, Sister Ding Xiang, I'll make a cake with you. Ding Xiang looked at Yang Yi and Murphy. After getting Yang Yi's nod, she smiled and reached out her hand. Come on. Let's make a cake. She put her hand in Sister Ding Xiang's. Although the little girl was not as childish as before, she still giggled and skipped into the bar with Ding Xiang. However, Tong Tong saw all this from his mother's arms. He thought that his sister was going to do something fun again. He anxiously reached out his little hand and muttered, Sister. Xishi's ears were very sensitive. When she heard her brother's voice, she looked back and said in a clear voice, Hey, Sister Ding Xiang, my brother also wants to come and make a cake with us. Can he? Murphy could not persuade Tong Tong, who was struggling to get down, so she had to put him down. The little guy swayed his little butt and ran to his sister's side. Murphy smiled at Ding Xiang apologetically. Then she said to Xishi and Tong Tong, Okay, we'll all go and watch Sister Ding Xiang make a cake. You two can't move around. You can only watch. Murphy, of course, followed them. She sat in front of the bar and smiled as she watched the two little guys and Ding Xiang squeeze in and out of the narrow bar. Sugar Cube was afraid of squeezing the two little guys, so she quickly made room for them. She smiled and took the coffee pot to pour coffee for Yang Yi and the others. Because it was summer vacation, the coffee shop was relatively quiet. There were no customers in the afternoon. Yang Yi and Guozi found a booth at random and sat down. Have you finished recording the second season of the Limit Challenge? Yang Yi asked with a smile. How's your schedule for the second half of the year? Guozi scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said hesitantly, I haven't accepted any projects yet, because Sister Ding Xiang still has to work in Guangdong. I think she's working hard, so I want to spend more time with her. I'll go back to work after I'm done with this. Guozi was a little worried that Yang Yi would scold him for being sentimental, but he obviously worried too much. Yang Yi himself had turned down a lot of invitations for his family. How could he blame Guozi for such a small problem? Therefore, Yang Yi touched his chin, thought for a while, and said, actually, the foundation is still in the initial stage, so it's a little difficult. After this summer vacation, we'll have some experience, so we don't need Ding Xiang to do it herself. I asked her to go to the foundation mainly to be a manager for me. Guozi nodded and said with a smile, yes, Sister Ding Xiang also said that this summer vacation, because we recruited a group of volunteers to help, so things are more intensive. After the volunteers go back, the rest will be the professional trainers, so the work will be more regular. Yang Yi would find a chance to talk to Ding Xiang about the foundation in the future. Now, he asked Guozi to come over mainly because a new movie was in preparation. This movie is expected to be filmed in Jinling City and Jiangqing City, because we are currently leveling an island that we bought. This island is also going to be used to build an amusement park in the future. I thought of such a script, and a considerable part of the shooting needs to be done on this island, so I discussed with director Du this movie is going to be filmed in September or October this year. Yang Yi said to Guozi, the core of this movie, or rather, the soul of this movie, is only one person, and that is the male lead. Whether the movie is good or not, and whether it can move people's hearts, all depends on the performance of the male lead. When Guozi heard this, his eyes couldn't help but sparkle. He looked at Yang Yi excitedly, but of course, his heart was also excited and nervous. Needless to say, all of Yang Yi's works had the potential to create miracles. Even though The Shawshank Redemption seemed to be facing a Waterloo at the moment, what was surprising was that even though the movie's box office wasn't high, its ratings remained high. Some friends even stirred up public opinion, saying that Yang Yi or Wu Yian had paid the internet water army to boost the ratings, but later, the National Film Association intervened in the investigation and cleared Yang Yi's name. Therefore, not only Guozi, but every actor wanted to act in Yang Yi's works, and Guozi had not been able to enjoy the treatment of the male lead in Yang Yi's movies or TV series for a long time, except for the initial mini-movie Fairy Tale. Now that Yang Yi had revealed this intention, how could Guozi not be excited? However, he was also a little nervous. Yang Yi had not expressed his opinion yet, and Guozi also knew that Yang Yi usually gave the casting rights to a director he trusted. Guozi did not know if he could be the male lead in the end. Yang Yi had also considered this problem. In terms of talent, Guozi was far from being able to act in a big production that required him to act alone. In terms of acting skills, Guozi had already practiced, but he still lacked sufficient experience. Yang Yi was a little worried about whether Guozi could express such complicated inner thoughts alone. If it were an actor he did not know, Yang Yi would definitely not be willing to let him act in this movie based on his qualifications. However, Guozi was his brother, after all. Yang Yi did not want to let the fertile water flow to an outsider's field. For such a big movie, Yang Yi still wanted to give priority to Guozi. Yang Yi took out a document wrapped in craft paper from the bag he had brought over and said somewhat seriously, you have one chance to audition. I asked director Du to arrange an audition for you before the casting, which is in late August. If you meet the requirements of the script, then the lead role will be given to you. If not, then there's no other way. Yang Yi did not say it clearly, but obviously, he still gave Guozi a lot of convenience because Guozi could see the complete script now. He still had a month to figure out the script and practice. If he still could not perform to the standard of the movie, then he could only say that he was not good enough. Guozi also understood this point and nodded gratefully. He took out the script and glanced at the name of the movie. Then, he said seriously to Yang Yi, Brother Yang, don't worry. For the next month, I will be in the countryside of Guangdong province. As long as I have time, I will watch this. The Truman Show and practice hard. I will definitely not let you down. Yang Yi smiled and said, I also hope that you can act in this movie, because if you read the script, you will know that if you act well as the male lead, it will be easy to be outstanding. Who knows, you might even have the chance to win the Best Actor award. At the bar, the atmosphere was not so oppressive. Xi and Tong Tong looked around curiously as they watched Sister Ding Xiang make cakes. Tong Tong was too short, so he was arranged to sit on a bar chair that had been moved in. His two small hands grabbed the edge of the table and he looked very serious. At this time, Xi was stirring the egg mixture with a whisk. Although she had been stirring for almost 10 minutes, the whisk was still buzzing, but Tong Tong and Xi were watching attentively. Especially Tong Tong, he felt that it was very magical. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was slightly open. Cici, on the other hand, didn't stop talking. She stood at the side and kept asking questions excitedly. Sister Ding Xiang, is this white thing cream? No, the cream is made from milk and some other ingredients. But as I told you just now, we have egg white here, so it's egg paste, not cream. The egg paste is used to make the cakes under the cream. Ding Xiang patiently answered Cici's questions. Okay. I thought it was cream. Xi said regretfully, I like cakes with cream. Sure, when our cakes are done, we can put some cream on them. Ding Xiang said with a smile as she turned off the egg beater, pulled out the plug, cleaned it, and hung it on a high shelf. Hey, I have to hang this up. I can't let you touch it because it's a little dangerous. At this time, Tong Tong lowered his head and looked at the big basin in front of him that Sister Ding Xiang had just put down. It was filled with freshly stirred egg white cream. It looks delicious. Little Momo stared at the egg paste that looked a little like cream. Even on his sister's birthday, his mother rarely gave him too much cream. The cream on the cake that was placed in front of the little guy was usually scraped with a layer of cream. Therefore, when the little guy looked at the egg paste, he thought of delicious cream and licked his lips greedily. Let's try it. There's so much cream. It would be a waste if we don't eat it. Tong Tong reached his right hand into the bowl and stirred the egg paste. Then, he withdrew his hand and looked expectantly, ready to lick his fingers. At the bar counter, Xi stood across from Sister Ding Xiang with Tong Tong between them. She rested her elbows on the counter and asked Sister Ding Xiang all sorts of questions excitedly. Although she did not need to learn how to make a cake, Xi was curious. Why did Sister Ding Xiang separate the eggs? Why was the yolk different from the egg white? Why did she put in the white flour? The little girl had so many questions that she was about to ask 100,000 questions again. However, at this moment, Tong Tong's little hand that was covered in cream brushed past Xi's face. The little girl was stunned. She looked down and saw her brother's hand moving towards his mouth. Brother, you can't eat this. Cici reacted quickly. She cried out in surprise as she reached out to pull little Momo's little hand. This is still raw. Sister Ding Xiang said that you can only eat it after it's baked. Tong Tong was only 1 centimeter away from the cream. He stuck out his little tongue, but even if he moved his head closer, he could not lick it because his sister had already pulled his little hand away. Woo-woo. Tong Tong became anxious. Mommy, sister is right. You can't eat this. Murphy quickly took a tissue and leaned over to wipe Tong Tong's fingers clean. Ding Xiang also moved the bowl away and smiled. Don't be so anxious. Wait a while, after the cake is done, I can give it to you. Yes. Xi nodded in agreement. She giggled and reached out to rub Tong Tong's head. However, how could Tong Tong be willing to let the duck that was already in his mouth fly away? The little guy wriggled unhappily on the chair, whimpering as he complained. His little finger pointed at the stainless steel basin, his little mouth puckered, and tears welled up in his eyes. Who knew how wronged he was? Just a little more and the little guy was about to cry. Mommy, don't be anxious. Wait for a while, okay? Ding Xiang said in a panic. She had never taken care of such a small child and did not know how to coax him. She felt a little helpless. Murphy was ready to carry Tong Tong out and coax him. She didn't want his willfulness to disturb Ding Xiang when she was making the cake. She turned her head, her beautiful big eyes sweeping across the bar. Suddenly, she happily pulled Tong Tong's arm and said in a cheerful voice, Hee, it's okay. Little brother, don't cry. I know a good thing to eat. Tong Tong's sad mood was brewing, and he was about to cry. However, he was unexpectedly pulled by his sister, and his mood was interrupted. Huh, what good thing? Why is my sister talking so happily? Why isn't my sister comforting me like my mother and that beautiful big sister? Tong Tong was still puckered his little mouth. With tears in his eyes, he stared blankly at his enthusiastic sister. His little head was a little confused, and he foolishly looked at his sister who was picking up a small candy jar for customers. This is also candy. She opened the candy jar, reached in with her little finger, and picked up a few grains of white granulated sugar. She put them in her mouth and excitedly tasted them. Then, she smiled and reported to her little brother, "Yes, it's candy. It's sweet." Tong Tong blinked his eyes. His little mouth was no longer puckered. Unknowingly, it opened slightly, revealing his rosy little lips. He looked at his sister in a daze. "You should try it too." She giggled. She didn't mind that her fingers were stained with her saliva. She picked up some more white granulated sugar from the candy jar, pulled Tong Tong's little hand, and rubbed it on his palm. "Yes, there's still some on my fingers," she mumbled to herself after she withdrew her hand, looked at her fingers, and licked them decisively. Tong Tong followed suit. He poked the sparkling white granulated sugar on his palm with his finger and licked it himself. He seemed to find it delicious. Instantly, the cloudy expression on the little guy's face turned cheerful. His big eyes beamed with joy. Hee hee. Tong Tong waved his two little hands happily and lost himself in his sister's embrace. Murphy and Ding Xiang, who was stirring the egg yolk and flour with a spatula, looked at each other helplessly and smiled. Ding Xiang let Shi take Tong Tong to eat the white granulated sugar a few times before she reminded him, "You can't eat too much sugar. If you eat too much sugar, your teeth will fall out again." It was only then that she realized what she was doing and quickly put the jar of white granulated sugar back. Tong Tong stretched out his hand to take more, but she proactively pressed down Tong Tong's little hand. She pointed at the hole left behind by her missing front tooth and explained to her little brother, "Little brother, you can't eat sugar anymore. Mom said that if you eat too much sugar, your teeth will fall out. If your teeth fall out, you'll be like big sister. You won't look good anymore." Now that Tong Tong had tasted some sweetness, he was not as anxious as before. Therefore, although his sister did not give him any sugar, the little guy did not cry. However, Shishi's black tooth hole was still obvious. Tong Tong giggled, shrunk his little head, and reached out his hand to cover his sister's mouth. "No, big sister, I don't understand what you mean, but don't use it to scare me." She probably felt that her little brother had misunderstood something, so she anxiously explained, "Little brother, it's not like that. Let me tell you, big sister didn't lose her teeth because she ate sugar. Daddy said that I'm going to grow new teeth. Here, a tooth that fell out will grow new teeth, and then it will become prettier. That is, when you grow up, you'll grow new teeth too." Tong Tong was stunned by his sister's words. He did not understand, but his sister kept talking, and Tong Tong did not have a chance to interrupt, so he could only stay there in a daze. "Okay, big sister, you can say whatever you want." "Okay, big sister, Sister Ding Xiang will make the cake. Little brother, let Mom take care of him." Murphy smiled and reached out to carry Tong Tong out. She looked at Tong Tong, still wanting to continue, and said regretfully, "Okay." However, Sister Ding Xiang's cake was still very interesting, so she went up to her excitedly. After a while, the little girl helped Sister Ding Xiang arrange the beautiful paper cups, and then she excitedly watched as Sister Ding Xiang poured the batter into the paper cups. However, when she saw that Sister Ding Xiang only poured 70% to 80% of the batter into each paper cup, she blinked her eyes in confusion. That's not right. That's not right, how uncomfortable it looks." Thus, the little girl tilted her head and watched for a while, and could not help but cry out, "Hey, it's not enough. You only poured a little, but Sister Ding Xiang, you still want to pour more. Is it because you haven't done enough?" Ding Xiang smiled and shook her head, "No, it's because this cupcake will expand by itself after we bake it, so we can't fill it to the brim. We have to leave some space for it to expand, and then it will look very good. Go in high spirits and return with a full load." This sentence could not be more appropriate to describe Cece's state when she returned home in the evening. Moreover, not only did she and little mommy come back with the cake made by Sister Ding Xiang in a small box in their hands, the siblings' little bellies were also fully loaded. When they passed by Lan Xian's villa, Yang Yi recalled how Lan Xian had braved the scorching sun to deliver a big bag of water chestnuts when she had just returned from her hometown. He stopped the car and turned around to smile at Shishi. Shishi, do you want to deliver the cake to Xian first? Cece came to her senses and a joyful smile blossomed on her little face. She replied in a clear and melodious voice, okay. I want to give it to Xian. She'll definitely like it. Yang Yi parked the car and opened the door to get out. He waved at Shishi, who jumped out of the car, and prepared to bring her in. Murphy rolled down the car window and asked with a smile, I don't have to get out, right? Yang Yi waved his hand. You and Huawei can wait in the car for a while. We'll come out after we send the cake in. However, Tong Tong saw his sister bring the box down with her. He remembered that there was a delicious cake in the box. Although Tong Tong was full, the cake was meant for him to eat at night, right? Therefore, Tong Tong was curious. He reached out his hand from the child's safety seat and asked his mother to get out of the car with his sister. Murphy had no choice but to bring him out of the car with her. In the surveillance footage, Wu Jingjing was the one who opened the door for Yang Yi and the rest. Just like a few days ago, Lan Xian was cooped up at home to do her summer homework. Wu Jingjing even deliberately didn't go anywhere and stayed at home the whole day to supervise the little girl who liked to slack off. Xian, I brought you a cake. She carried the box and ran in front happily. As soon as she entered the villa, she saw Lan Xian, who had been called out by Wu Jingjing from her bedroom. She was probably dozing off while doing her homework. She raised her arm happily and picked up the cake box to show Lan Xian. Sister Ding Xiang made this. Hearing that there was a cake, Lan Xian, who had been exhausted by her summer homework and seemed to have lost some weight, finally perked up. Her little nose twitched, and she moved closer to Shishi. She looked at the box in Shishi's hand expectantly and asked, really? What kind of cake is it? Shishi put the box on the coffee table. Then she opened it and giggled. It's that kind of small cake. Xian, let me tell you, because I told Sister Ding Xiang that you missed her so much that she didn't come to my birthday. You missed her cake so much, so Sister Ding Xiang made us a cake. I even saw Sister Ding Xiang making a cake. Tong Tong stood beside his two sisters. Although he didn't have much of a presence, the little guy still propped his two little hands on the coffee table and looked at the cake box eagerly. Why did his sister bring it to Sister Xian? Okay, it's Sister Xian. Sister Xian can eat it. She can eat a little bit. Tong Tong was already full. Now that he didn't have much of an appetite, he tilted his little head and didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. Lan Xian responded with yes, yes, yes. Her attention was focused on the 4 cupcakes that were neatly arranged in the box. She couldn't help but reach into the box and poke it. Because this batch was baked later, it was still a little warm. Lan Xian immediately felt it. It was a delicious feeling. Wow. Wow. The little girl shouted happily. It's a hot cake. Shishi was interrupted, but it didn't matter. Shishi was almost done talking, and she could continue Lan Xian's topic. Shishi was stunned for a moment, then she said with a smile, yes. It's hot. Xian, let me tell you, when we were at the coffee shop, the freshly baked cake was super delicious. You can directly tear it open. It's hot, soft, and super fragrant. It's even better than my birthday cake. When Lan Xian heard this, she suddenly felt a little regretful. She took out a small cake from the box and complained, Shishi, why didn't you take me with you? I also want to eat freshly baked cake. It's even better. Wu Jingjing, who was talking to Yang Yi and Murphy, heard her complaint. She raised her eyebrows and looked over angrily. She said, you still have the nerve to ask why I didn't take you with me? How much homework did you do today? Lan Xian held the cake and suddenly felt guilty. She shrank her head and muttered softly, I'll finish it, you said you'll finish it. I checked an hour ago, and I didn't finish half of it today. So you can't go out to play. Wu Jingjing looked at Yang Yi helplessly and smiled. Because the two families were very close, she didn't treat him as an outsider. She lectured him sternly as usual. After you finish this cake, go back and continue doing your homework. You can eat it when you finish it. In other words, she wouldn't be able to eat the next 3 cakes. Xianxia became anxious. She carefully held the cake with both hands, afraid that she would drop it. Her eyes were red as she anxiously stomped her feet and said in a choked voice, "No, you're bullying me. The cake won't taste good when it's cold." Wu Jingjing was used to Xianxia's little tricks. If she relented, this little girl would immediately stop crying and eat the cake proudly. Wu Jingjing laughed snappily and said, "Stop pretending. I'm already being generous by letting you eat one today. You've only done so little homework today, and you still have the nerve to say that the cake won't taste good when it's cold? Why don't we let Shishi bring the cake back and let Shishi and Huahua eat it?" Xianxia suddenly became nervous. She hurriedly opened her arms and hugged the cake. Tears fell from her eyes as she cried sadly, "No, no, my cake. Woo-woo." This girl's posture seemed to say that if you want to touch my cake, you'll have to step over my body first. Are they quarreling? Tong Tong felt that the atmosphere was a little tense. He hid behind his sister in fear and pulled on his sister's clothes. When he heard his name, he buried his head in his sister's back and didn't dare to move. He was afraid that he would be scolded too. As for the cake, let's talk about it later. Shishi's focus wasn't on Xianxia's homework. When she heard Wu Jingjing's words, she blinked and hurriedly waved her hand and said, "There's no need. Because these cakes are for Xian. We still have another box." Yang Yi and Murphy hurriedly comforted Wu Jingjing, who was about to explode from anger. Yang Yi smiled and stroked Xian's back. He said, okay, don't cry. I've talked to your mother. The cake is yours, but you have to promise Daddy Yang that you'll listen to your mother today and finish your homework, okay? Xian pursed her lips and blinked her eyes sadly. She said sullenly, "I can't finish." She still couldn't bear to let go of the box. "Why can't you finish it?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "How about this? You bring your homework here, and Daddy Yang will guide you. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. When you finish your homework, we'll have dinner, okay? When you finish, Daddy Yang will cook a few delicious dishes to reward you." Yang Yi wasn't worried because everyone had eaten a lot of cake and wasn't very hungry. Dinner could be delayed a little. Xian seemed to be a little more energetic after hearing this. She raised her teary eyes and pouted her small mouth as she asked, "Really? Really, really?" Cece giggled and jumped up and down as she shouted, "Xian, summer homework is really easy to do, really." "Well, Xian, you see, even Shishi is encouraging you. You should work harder. Let's see if this big tiger is really that scary, okay?" Yang Yi said with a smile. Xian recovered a little. She nodded gently, then pouted her small mouth and put forward a small condition. Then I want to eat the cake first. It won't taste good when it's cold." Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Okay, you eat it. But you have to share some with your mother. You made her angry just now. Go and coax her and tell her not to be angry. You should also eat a cake. She's very strict with your studies. It's for your own good, right? She could eat cake, and there would be delicious food to look forward to tonight." Under such circumstances, Xian's little temper had disappeared. When she wasn't angry with her mother, Xian was very sensible. Moreover, with Yang Yi's gentle guidance, the little girl obediently nodded to Yang Yi. After wiping her tears, she picked a cake that she hadn't eaten before and turned to run to her mother. "Xian, do you want me to teach you how to solve this question? You've been looking at it for a long time." The sun set rather late in the summer. When the two young ladies were sitting in front of the desk in the side hall to do their homework, the sky outside the window was still burning with a purplish-red glow. The scenery was so beautiful that even Xian was a little mesmerized by it. After a short while of doing her homework, she became distracted again. But fortunately, the conscientious Shishi was beside her. Xian came back to her senses. She pouted and said, "No need. I can do it." She was not lying. In fact, Xian was quite smart. Although her grades were not as good as Xixi's, she was still in the top 10 of the class. She could do most of the questions in the summer homework. However, this little girl had procrastination, which made her mother, anxious again and again, but now that Xixi was watching her do her homework, Lan Xian's efficiency increased again. Yang Yi did not need to accompany her. After watching for a while, he handed the work over to Xixi and went to the kitchen to cook delicious food for Lan Xian. Now it seemed that Xixi's role was very obvious. Okay. Xixi saw that Lan Xian was working hard again, so she sat back upright. She looked at the book in her hand for a while, then turned to look at Lan Xian for a while and muttered, "There's not much homework. We can eat after we finish it." At this time, Tong Tong walked by with a stuffed teddy bear. He looked at his sisters curiously but did not stop. He walked through the side hall to the dining room. There was a box on the table in the dining room. It was exactly the same as the one in Lan Xian's house. It was worth mentioning that Tong Tong went home with his sisters and parents. He did not know that his sister Lan Xian had finished the box of cake. When he got into the car, he realized that there was another one in the car and was relieved. As for now, Lil Bian wasn't hungry either. Like a king inspecting his own territory, he wobbled over to take a look, then giggled and turned back in satisfaction. But when they returned to the side hall again, little Momo was directly caught by her mother. Mo Fei carried little Momo and ran back to the living room like a robber. She had just sat on the sofa and chatted with Wu Jingjing. Now she carried little Momo back to the sofa and said to Wu Jingjing with a smile, "He always likes to play with sisters, but not now. We can't let him disturb sister's homework." This was too much of an injustice to little Swan. Unfortunately, Tong Tong did not know how to redress his grievances. Mo Fei and Wu Jingjing were originally talking about some shopping, but now that little Momo was there, they began to play with the little guy excitedly. "Mommy, what's this called?" Wu Jingjing pointed at Tong Tong's teddy bear and asked with a smile. Tong Tong looked down and pointed at the teddy bear. He pouted and said, "It's a dog." Wu Jingjing was dumbfounded. "What?" Murphy was convulsing with laughter. She patted the sofa and said to Wu Jingjing, "I forgot to tell you. He can't differentiate between long-haired animals. It's either a dog or a cat." Tong Tong looked at his mother in confusion. He did not know why his mother was laughing so hard. However, he felt that his mother was wrong. He quickly held the teddy bear and turned around. He waved his other hand and said to his mother, "Oh, it's a cat. It's not a dog." Murphy and Wu Jingjing were laughing. They did not notice that Tong Tong was pointing at the teddy bear's dark brown nose and trying to correct his mother's judgment. "It's a dog." Wu Jingjing shook her head with a smile and said, "Mommy, it's a bear." "Tell me, it's a baby bear." Tong Tong turned his head and looked at Wu Jingjing in confusion. After a while, he turned his head and pointed at the teddy bear firmly. He pouted slightly and muttered softly, "It's a dog. It's obviously a dog. Our steamed bun also has a black and soft nose like this. Kitty's nose is not as pretty. It's very small and some are even pink." Ding Xiang went back to work on Monday. Guozi stayed at home for 2 more days before he prepared to go back to Guangdong to help Ding Xiang. Before he left, Tan Huizhen, like most mothers in the world, prepared a lot of food and necessities for Guozi. It was a big box full of food and necessities. "Mom, I can't bring so much." Guozi did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Why can't you bring it? You can go to the airport to check in later. Don't you have a car to pick you up when you arrive in Guangdong?" Tan Huizhen refuted. "I can't eat that much. It's not like I'm going to be away for half a year. I'll be back once every 1 or 2 weeks. Do I need to bring so much? Also, you can buy ham, dried fish, and potato powder wherever you go. Don't underestimate Guangdong's market." Guozi said helplessly. "I didn't say that you have to bring all of it. I'm afraid that you can't get used to Guangdong's food. You can ask Ding Xiang to cook some of it for you. When she came to our house before, I asked the nanny to teach her how to cook Jiangnan's local dishes. As for the other part, you can share it with your colleagues and the villagers. Your dad and I have been to the countryside before. We know that these villagers are actually very simple people. If you are good to them, they will be good to you. Tan Huizhen nagged as she packed the food. The local food in Guangdong is also very delicious. There's nothing I can't get used to. Guozi whispered a few words. What? Tan Huizhen raised her head. Guozi quickly shook his head. No, nothing. Tan Huizhen asked suspiciously, how do you eat in the countryside of Guangdong? You said that Ding Xiang would cook for you. Is that a lie? Is she too busy? Guozi quickly explained, no, Sister Ding Xiang is a little busy, but don't I help her with something? Mom, don't underestimate me. With me helping her, she is much more relaxed. Then we usually eat at our hometown's house, or Sister Ding Xiang cooks. A few of us eat together. Everyone says that Sister Ding Xiang cooks delicious food. The last sentence, needless to say, was added by Guozi in a hurry because he felt that he was going to be exposed. Tan Huizhen didn't make any more comments on this. She just got up and went to the room to take out a new set of skincare products. There were facial masks, skincare creams, sunscreen, and so on. They were all packed in a box. Take this to Ding Xiang. The weather in Guangdong is probably very hot. When I saw her this time, she was even more tanned than before. Women should know how to take care of themselves. No matter how busy they should pay attention to taking care of themselves. Tan Huizhen didn't even raise her head, and directly put the box into Guozi's suitcase. Guozi wasn't stupid. At this time, he also felt that something was wrong. His hair stood on end, and his heart was in a mess. He didn't know what to do. But Tan Huizhen didn't say anything, and he didn't dare to ask. After all, if he asked directly, it would be self-destructing. Guozi could only be nervous, and his mouth was dry. He could only answer carefully, but until Guozi got on the plane, he couldn't find any clues on his mother's face. What is going on? Why did she suddenly send skincare products to Sister Ding Xiang? Sitting on the plane, Guozi couldn't even read the script in his hand. He frowned and thought about it himself. Could it be that something had really gone wrong? Was that why Sister Ding Xiang had been called back? But Guozi felt that it shouldn't be, because when Ding Xiang came to the house, Guo Jingyan acted very normal, and it didn't seem like he was communicating with his son and his son's girlfriend. My mom might have found out about us. When Guozi passed the set of skincare products that his mom had gifted to Ding Xiang, he smiled helplessly and told Ding Xiang about it. Ding Xiang, who was already embarrassed when she found out that Guozi had given her skincare products, was so shocked that she almost dropped the box. Luckily, Guozi quickly grabbed her hand and helped her carry it. Because Guozi and Ding Xiang's relationship hadn't been made public, they didn't live together in the countryside. Ding Xiang and a girl stayed in the same room in the town hostel, and Guozi didn't allow others to give him special treatment. He stayed with a volunteer college student. However, during the day, most of the team went to their respective villages in batches for training, and Ding Xiang didn't go with them because she had to report to the leaders of the town. Therefore, Guozi could ask Ding Xiang to talk to him in his room. Guozi pulled Ding Xiang, who was still in shock, to sit on his bed. Ding Xiang couldn't help but ask, how did your mom find out about us all of a sudden? Could it be that she accidentally found out something when I went back this time? Guozi shook his head gently and said with a bitter smile, I don't know how or when she found out, but I just called Yan Yan and she told me that you came over last weekend. When you first came to my house, it seemed like my mom was deliberately observing us. I don't know if she already knew about our situation, but she wasn't sure. But she wasn't completely sure. Just like how I'm giving you this skincare product now, I'm not completely sure if my mother is doing this for a deeper reason. Although Ding Xiang was in charge of such a big project and could manage it well, Ding Xiang was really at a loss when faced with such a situation. She grabbed Guozi's hand and asked in a low voice, then what should we do? Should we confess to your mom directly? Seeing Ding Xiang so helpless, Guozi's heroic spirit rose in his heart. He gently patted Ding Xiang's hand and said in an imposing manner, you don't have to confess for the time being. Leave this matter to me. How are you going to deal with it? Ding Xiang asked, puzzled. Guozi smiled and said, think about it. If my mother really found out about us, why didn't she say it directly? Could it be that she hasn't discovered it yet? Ding Xiang asked softly. No, he must have discovered it. But I think she doesn't want to cause trouble for us. Maybe it's because my dad still has some obstacles, but my mom definitely likes you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given you this set of skincare products and told me to tell you to take good care of it. Guozi excitedly analyzed, that's why my mother likes you as her daughter-in-law. You're virtuous and hardworking. She even helped you hide it. Guozi didn't know that there was a subtle misunderstanding in his judgment. But Guozi now felt that he should take out the responsibility that a man should have. So, he boldly said to Ding Xiang, let's maintain this tacit understanding with my mom for now. Wait for me for a while. I must act well in the new movie that Brother Yang gave me. I think this movie is very challenging, and I want to act it well. Brother Yang also said that if I act well, I might even become the best actor. At that time, even my dad will have a whole new level of respect for me. Then, I can openly bring you home and say that you're my wife. Although she was long past the age of believing in fairy tales, Ding Xiang's heart was still swayed by Guozi's bold words. She looked at Guozi with some admiration. After a while, she blushed and pursed her lips, saying softly, then, every night, I'll accompany you to the grain sunning field to read the script and practice with you. Ignoring Guozi and Ding Xiang for the time being, it was already August. Lan Xian, who had finished her summer homework, didn't have time to practice diligently. She had to go to the swimming competition with Xi. Early in the morning, everyone was packing up and getting ready to leave. Tong Tong saw his mother fold his sister's swimsuit and put it into the bag. He blinked and hurriedly ran out. Coincidentally, Xianxia also came upstairs and met the little guy in the corridor. Papa, Papa. Tong Tong excitedly grabbed his father's finger and pointed outside with his other hand. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to express himself. So, he mumbled something in an alien language, Nana, Nana. What do you want to take? Xianxia asked with a smile, thinking that Tong Tong was talking about the word take. Tong Tong was a little discouraged. He had no choice but to pull his father downstairs. Slow down, don't rush. Xianxia had no choice but to follow his restless son up the stairs, step by step, to see where he was going. Tong Tong took his father's hand and walked out of the house through the back door. They came to the swimming pool and pointed at the swimming ring that Xianxia folded under the awning. He said in a childish voice, Nana, that. What do you want to do? Xianxia asked in confusion. Why couldn't his father understand what he was trying to say? However, little Momo was used to it. He pouted his little mouth and went forward by himself. His little hand pulled open the floating board and took out his small swimming ring that had not been pumped up yet. He held it in his right hand and held his father's hand with his left. Xianxia thought of something and said with a smile, why are you bringing this swimming ring? We're not going to swim today. We're going to watch your sister's competition. You can't bring this with you. Tong Tong raised his head and looked at him in confusion. His big, innocent eyes were filled with anticipation that he wanted to swim with his sister. Xianxia had no choice but to coax her for a while. After much persuasion, little rascal finally put the swimming ring back. Lan Xian was going to participate in the competition, so Lan Caocai and Wu Jingjing had to accompany her. However, Lan Xian wanted to sit in the same car as Xi. She refused to take her family's car. Therefore, Lan Caocai had no choice but to get someone to drive the company's minibus. Xianxia didn't need to drive himself. Everyone sat in the minibus to the competition. This was good. Everyone sat together and talked and laughed along the way. Xi, the competition is going to start. Are you scared? Lan Caocai teased Xi with a smile. I'm not scared. I participated in so many competitions. Xi sat beside Lan Xian. Perhaps it was because the seatbelt was a little uncomfortable, but her little butt was twisting around on the chair. She giggled and said, I've even won an award before. Because I'm a good dancer. But we're not going to a dancing competition this time. Lan Caocai laughed and said, it's a swimming competition. Many people are participating. Some of the boys have learned how to swim, so they can swim very fast. Xi was a little hesitant. She blinked her big bright eyes and said hesitantly, then I don't know, Aya, it's okay. Lan Xian sat aside and said indifferently, "What's there to be scared of? That's because you're not ambitious. You just want to have fun, unlike Xixi. Xixi is so ambitious. If you want to win, you have to pursue it." Wu Jingjing was like many mothers, using other people's children as examples. Fortunately, Lan Xian was already used to it. She pursed her lips and didn't answer her mother's words. She just continued to flirt with Xixi. However, Xixi was more serious. She hugged Lan Xian's arm and rubbed her head against it. Her eyes were curved into crescents, and she was as bright and adorable as a rainbow after the rain. She explained, I'm not either. My papa also said that we don't want to win everything. We just need to work hard." When they arrived at the swimming pool, the scene was not as crowded as Xianxia had imagined. However, this wasn't something surprising. After all, this was just a swimming competition held by the city. Even if it was labeled as a national competition, only some young parents were willing to sign their children up for this kind of small competition. The onlookers were also there. Family members. No outsider would be so free as to come and watch a group of children compete in a competition. However, the children participating in the competition, as well as the parents and grandparents who had accompanied them here, were all chatting noisily in the not-so-large swimming pool, especially in the waiting area and the audience seats. It still gave off a lively feeling. Xixi was a little nervous when she saw so many people. She followed closely beside her father and let her father hold her little hand. Then, she carefully looked around, just like Tong Tong, who was sitting in her father's arms, looking around curiously. Interestingly, because they had refused any preferential treatment, they also had to line up to sign in like the other parents and children. The person in charge of signing in was a female staff member and a few student volunteers from the Sports Institute. They did not realize that the fat uncle standing in front of them was the sponsor of this event. They still said formally, "The contestants sign here." They also have to write down the name and contact information of their family members. Lan Caokai quickly waved his hand and gave his position to Xianxia. Xianxia hugged Tong Tong, smiled at Xixi, and asked, "They need your signature. Why don't you sign it? Do you still remember how to write my name and phone number?" Xianxia had asked Xixi to memorize these as early as when she was 4 years old. Of course, for a little girl with a super good memory, this was not a difficult request. Xixi was eager to give it a try, but she was too embarrassed to shout in front of outsiders, so she softly replied, "Hee, I'll remember." Xixi was very happy to be able to show off in front of her father. This could be seen from the happy smile on her little face when she wrote down her name. "Wow, you're pretty good. You can even write your own name. It's so complicated." The female staff member in charge of signing in had a good personality. After watching for a while, she smiled and praised Xixi, who was writing her name, and asked, "Which grade are you in?" Xixi's face blushed as she listened. She quickly finished writing her father's phone number. Then, she took her father's hand and shyly hid behind his arm, revealing half of her face. She bit her lower lip and smiled with some pride and embarrassment. "Hee, I'm in the 1st grade. No, we've already finished the 1st grade. We'll be in the 2nd grade from now on." When Lan Xian heard this, she felt that Xixi's answer was not correct. How could she study in the 1st grade again? She shouted anxiously. "Oh, right." Xixi suddenly realized that she had said something wrong. The little girl felt even more embarrassed. She took her father's hand and shook her little but unconsciously because of her anxiousness and self-blame. She explained in a low voice, "Then I'm in the 2nd grade, and Xian Air is also in the 2nd grade. That's already very good. Your handwriting is very good." The female staff member was still praising her. She did not intend to continue nagging. She handed some identification cards, a simple bath bag, and a schematic diagram of the venue to Xianxia and Lan Caokai, and briefly introduced the process of the competition. Then she pointed to the locker room and said, "The children can go and change first. Only one parent is allowed to accompany the child in the stadium. The other parents and children will have to work hard and watch the competition in the stands." There were still children who needed to sign in, so Xianxia and the others nodded and walked in the direction of the locker room. There were fewer people in the passage to the locker room, and there were fewer peeking eyes. After all, Murphy was so beautiful. Even though she was wearing sunglasses and a hat, her beautiful face, tall, and graceful figure was still somewhat conspicuous among the many parents. She was the same. The little girl was already very beautiful. With her long hair behind her back, she gave people the feeling that she was a cultured little lady from a water town in the south of the Yangtze River. Naturally, she was more eye-catching. Now that there were fewer people around, she also became lively. She took her father's hand and wanted to run to the front. Hurry up, let's go change and swim. It won't be so soon. You've been placed in the 31st group, and Xianxia has been placed in the 33rd group. You still have to wait for more than 30 groups before it's your turn to compete. Wu Jingjing took out her phone and looked at it, then said with a smile. She turned her head and looked at Xianxia's mother with some confusion. She asked doubtfully, do we have to wait for a long time? Yes, think about it. You have to count from 1 to 31. Won't it take a long time? Wu Jingjing said with a smile. It won't take that long. The competition here is divided into several venues. You see, there are a total of 4 swimming pools. You can take turns to compete, so it won't take too long. Lan Caocai said as he waved the schematic diagram of the venues he had just received. There's such a thing? Wu Jingjing leaned over to take a look in surprise. She looked at the 2 adults in confusion, then turned her head to look at her father. It's okay. You can change into your swimsuit with your mother first. Isn't there a pool for warming up? Let's swim in the pool first and get the feeling. No matter when the competition is, we won't be afraid. Yang Yi said as he rubbed the little girl's head with a smile. Murphy took Wu Jingjing and Lan Xian to change their swimsuits, but the ones who accompanied the 2 children to the competition venue were indeed Yang Yi and Lan Caocai. Murphy and Wu Jingjing stayed in the stands with Tong Tong. Leaving Tong Tong and her mother aside, Lan Caocai and Lan Xian walked in front. Yang Yi carried a handbag with Shi's clothes, water bottle, and other things in his right hand, and held Shi's hand with his left hand. They followed them to the pool for warming up. She changed into a one-piece swimsuit that looked like a skirt. The part that was close to her legs was a layer of pleated skirt. It wasn't competitive, but it was very protective. She wore it just like a skirt. Of course, she also liked this style. She felt that this swimsuit looked especially good in her eyes. Compared to other swimsuits with single colors or simple prints, this swimsuit had layers of blue, white, and red colors that were irregularly arranged. It gave people a fresh and bright feeling. Naturally, it also had a bit of a fashionable taste, however, no matter how much it looked like a skirt, it was still a swimsuit. The hem was very short, and the advantage of the little girl's long legs could no longer be hidden. With her slender and long calves exposed, it gave people a feeling that she was taller. Fortunately, when they came out of the changing room, the 2 mothers wrapped a layer of bath towels around Shi and Lan Xian. It just covered their shoulders and thighs. On one hand, it was to prevent the 2 girls from being exposed. On the other hand, they were also worried that they would catch a cold. After all, the indoor swimming pool was not as hot as outside. On the contrary, after blocking the sun, there was a cool feeling inside. At this time, the little girl grabbed the bath towel around her collar and carefully stepped on her slippers to follow her father's footsteps. Girls at this age were not as reckless as boys. They still knew how to be shy. It was the first time that they appeared in such a big event in a swimsuit. She also felt that there would be a lot of people looking at her. The little girl's face turned red. She lowered her head and hid behind her father. The game had already begun. From time to time, the referee's voice could be heard from the 4 large swimming pools in the inner court, as well as the excited cheers of the parents in the stands. Yang Yi listened carefully to the requirements announced on the radio. Currently, only the small athletes from the 7th to the 10th group were notified to go to the registration office. It's not your turn yet, Yang Yi said to Shi and Lan Xian with a smile. Do you want to go into the water to warm up? Stepping on the wet floor, surrounded by people, some people looked at Shi curiously from time to time. The little girl was feeling a little reserved. Now that she heard her father say that she could play in the warm-up pool with many children, she felt as if she had been granted amnesty. She quickly nodded. Okay. When will it be our turn? Lan Xian and Shishi raised their heads and looked at Father Yang with their fish eyes while wearing swimming goggles. It'll be a while. When it's time, there will be a notice and your names will be announced. Yang Yi smiled and pointed to the loudspeaker above. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out for you. Shishi didn't forget to care about her friends at this time. She came over, pulled Lan Xian's arm, and said enthusiastically, Xian Air, just now your mom said that we are in the 31st and 33rd groups. It's only the 10th group now. It's not our turn yet. Yang Yi gave Shishi a bath towel. She couldn't wait and jumped into the pool with a splash. The little girl who entered the water was like a mermaid who had been released. She happily splashed the water and played happily. Lan Xian, who was still slowly adjusting her goggles, was splashed by Shishi. She shouted anxiously, Oh, Shishi, wait for me. Let's play together. Hee, don't worry, the water isn't deep. It's just a little bit. Shishi stood up and gestured at her belly. The water level was about here. Then she lay down again and smiled at Lan Xian. The swimming pool used for warm-up was not deep, but the two girls still played in the water excitedly. Anyway, it was more comfortable to play in the water in this hot summer. Seeing this, Lan Xiaokai couldn't help but remind the two girls, don't swim too hard. What if you run out of energy during the competition? Yang Yi glanced at the two girls, then turned to look for Murphy and the others. Yang Yi's eyes were still very sharp. He quickly found Murphy sitting in the crowd in the direction of the pool. Although Murphy was wearing sunglasses and a hat, her temperament was too unique. Yang Yi recognized her at a glance. He smiled, took out his phone, and called them. You don't need to tell me your location, I see you. Yang Yi laughed. Murphy's mischievous laughter came from the phone, I also see that you see us, because I can see you all the time. Yang Yi was a little surprised, you can see me? I just saw that you were still lowering your head. Humph, that was only after I was discovered by you. I'm also very observant and alert. Mo Fei said proudly. After showing off, she became serious and explained to Yang Yi, actually, it's Hua Hua. He wanted to play with his sister, and they got into a fight. I'm still comforting him now. Hua Hua, don't move. Yang Yi heard some noise from Murphy's side. It turned out that when the phone rang, Tong Tong stopped for a while. He looked up and opened his mouth to watch his mother answer the phone. But now that he heard his mother scolding him, he pouted unwillingly. He even wanted to reach for the phone. Woo-woo. I want my sister. The little guy's unwilling cry came from the phone. Fortunately, Wu Jingjing helped carry Tong Tong over and said to him, Look, who's over there? With Tong Tong's attention attracted, Murphy had a chance to continue talking to Yang Yi. She was so angry that she couldn't help but laugh. Hey, look at your son. He's getting more and more active and naughty. He doesn't even want to sit with his mother for a while, and he wants to play with his sister. Yang Yi said softly, It's my fault. I forgot to give him one of Hua Hua's toys. He must be bored sitting alone in the stands. I didn't see him sticking to my sister like this when she went to school. Murphy complained to Yang Yi. But suddenly, her voice became lighter. There's a new situation. I'll tell you later. Murphy hung up the phone excitedly, leaving a confused Yang Yi behind. Yang Yi didn't know that after Wu Jingjing carried Tong Tong over, Tong Tong did look curiously in the direction she pointed. But since he was so far away and didn't know how to differentiate by clothes, he naturally couldn't recognize his father. But at this moment, Tong Tong's ears seemed to have heard something. He turned his head and unknowingly, his attention was attracted again. In the direction Tong Tong was looking, there was a chubby little girl. She looked a little younger than Tong Tong, probably a little over a year old. She was wearing a red dress with white dots and a bow on it. She was being carried in her mother's arms. However, compared to Tong Tong, who was already strong enough to run around, this little girl was much more adorable. Her mother smiled as she pointed at her and taught her how to speak. Brother Tsong Tsong, little sister Fei Fei. However, this little girl still stared blankly at her mother's face. Even though her mother had changed to a simpler brother and sister, she still had no interest in following suit. Instead, for some reason, she grinned happily and her little hand softly reached out to touch her mother's face. Brother Tsung was probably a 5-year-old boy sitting next to them. He ignored his little sister and ate a lollipop while watching the competition in the swimming pool excitedly. Tong Tong stared at the little girl in a daze. He even forgot why he almost started crying. Wu Jingjing naturally noticed this and held back her laughter. When Murphy put down the phone, she leaned over and whispered to Murphy, "Look at your son. He has such good taste. He's not looking for an older sister, but now he's interested in someone else's little sister." Murphy also couldn't help but laugh, but she didn't dare to speak. She raised her hand and made a should gesture to Wu Jingjing, indicating that she shouldn't disturb Tong Tong. It was good that they could quiet down. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if they started crying in public. However, Tong Tong still felt a little movement. He turned his head curiously and looked at his mother. The little guy was happy to share his discovery with his mother. He pointed at the little girl and gestured for his mother to look. Then, he said in a childish voice, "Big sister, she's not a big sister. She should be a little sister. You're older than her." Murphy didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not a big sister? Tong Tong blinked and was a little confused. He couldn't understand why it wasn't a big sister. Weren't they all girls? Girls were all big sisters, forget it. Little Mommy saw that the little sister was holding a milk bottle and drinking milk and felt that it was quite interesting, so he ignored his mother. In any case, he had already introduced her to his mother. He continued to watch with great interest. On Yang Yi's side, he called Cici and Lan Xian out of the pool. Although it wasn't their turn yet, the two girls had already been playing in the water for more than 10 minutes. It was time for them to come out and take a break to rehydrate themselves. They would be going for the competition soon. "I haven't had enough fun yet," she said to her father. She still hadn't had enough. "They didn't ask me to swim. They just wanted to play in the water." Yang Yi smiled and put the bath towels on the two girls. He also took out a towel from his bag to wipe Shishi's wet little face. Lan Xian still had her father to take care of her. He said, "You still want to play? Did you forget why we came here today?" Shishi wrapped herself in the bath towel and naughtily snuggled into her father's arms. Then, she hugged her father's waist and giggled. "I know, we have a competition." Lan Xian took a sip from the water bottle her father handed over. She realized it was just plain water and said with disappointment, "Oh, this water doesn't taste good. Dad, I want to eat ice cream." "Where can I get ice cream for you now?" Lan Zhou looked around and said helplessly. She was really a child. How could she jump to ice cream? Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "After the competition, we'll go back and eat ice cream in the car. Uncle will buy ice cream for each of you." She also liked ice cream. Her eyes lit up and she said happily, then I want to eat taro-flavored ice cream. It's super delicious." No, it's just that the taro-flavored ice cream isn't good enough. I want to add chocolate crispy skin," Lan Xian said proudly. Well, the two girls were so excited that they forgot to keep their voices down. The children who had just come out of the water swallowed hard. They all looked at their parents. The parents were going to have a headache. Don't think that Yang Yi was already a has-been star. No one could recognize him even if he stood in the swimming pool without any disguise. In fact, he had only stood by the pool for a short while, but because of his and Lan Cao Kai's extraordinary temperament, they had already attracted a lot of attention. Among them, some of the young parents couldn't help but look at Yang Yi, and then revealed a look of surprise. Obviously, they also recognized the tall man's identity. They stared at Yang Yi for a long time and Yang Yi noticed it. From the corner of his eye, he saw that some of them were frantically searching for further confirmation with their phones, and some secretly took 2 photos of Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't care too much. After all, as a star, he had long been used to being secretly photographed. He was calm in front of the camera, as if he didn't notice at all. Of course, he didn't care about being secretly photographed, but for Shishi and Lan Xian, Yang Yi was still more careful. As soon as they came out of the pool, Yang Yi took a bath towel and put it on them. In addition, he also didn't leave a trace of other people's cameras with his body, but on the surface, he was still talking and laughing with the little ones, so they didn't notice anything unusual. But other people also had acting skills. Xianxia and the others sat on the bench for a while. When the announcement on the radio came to Group 24, a mother with a shy blush on her cheeks and her son who looked to be around 8 years old seemed to inadvertently pass by Xianxia and the others. Then, "Hey, aren't you Xianxia?" She seemed to have just discovered him, and reached out to cover her mouth, and exclaimed in surprise. Xianxia smiled helplessly in his heart. He had a photographic memory, so of course he could recognize that she was one of the young mothers who was secretly looking at him. But after all, she was his fan. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, and decided not to tell her so that she wouldn't be embarrassed. "Shoo." Xianxia smiled gently, and told her not to say anything. Yes, I won't tell anyone." The young mother nodded excitedly and said in a low voice, "Oh, Xianxia, I'm so lucky to see you. I'm so happy. Did you bring Xianxia to the competition too? I'm so excited. I finally got to see you in person. Can I take a picture with you?" She was indeed excited. Even though she had lowered her voice, she was so excited that she was incoherent. She looked at her son, a little boy who already had his own independent thoughts. He was looking at his mother in surprise, as if he couldn't recognize her. She was watching curiously when Xianxia tugged at her arm and pulled her to the side. She whispered, "Wow, Xianxia, look at how fast this person talks." "Yeah." Xianxia turned around and whispered to her friend, "I don't even know what my papa will say." Xianxia didn't say much, but agreed to take a picture with the other party. Lan Zhoukai took a picture of him. Of course, Xianxia's hand was very close to his body. He only slightly bent his waist to avoid giving the fans a strong sense of oppression because of his tall figure. Xianxia watched them take pictures and couldn't help but pout. She whispered to Xianxia, "I don't like this person. Why is she pestering your father? My mother doesn't let other women pester my father." Xianxia hadn't encountered the situation that Xianxia was talking about. She blinked her big eyes in confusion and asked in confusion, but she's my papa's fan. She's taking pictures with my papa." "Humph." Xianxia imitated her mother's tone and said unhappily, "If it were me, I would definitely drive all these bad women away." Xianxia was amused by Xianxia. She smiled with curved eyes. Looking at Xianxia's jealous look, she giggled. Of course, the two of them were whispering to each other, and no one else could hear them. On Xianxia's side, the fan asked Murphy for more, and then said that she was Xianxia's fan and Murphy's fan. Finally, she asked, "Xianxia, can I make one last small request? I want to take a picture with Xianxia." As she said this, she pulled her son in front of her. Obviously, she wanted to take a picture with her son. She was counting her chickens before they hatched. Xianxia shook his head and refused without thinking, but his tone was still gentle. "Forget about taking a picture with Xianxia. She's still young. I hope to leave her some privacy." After sending off the fan, it didn't take long for Xianxia and the others to start the recording. Xianxia and Lan Zhoukai took the two girls to the recording office. At the recording office, a middle-aged official with glasses was reading the names. Group 31, the first line, XXX, the second line, the fourth line, Xianxia, here. Xianxia quickly raised his hand and shouted, like the other parents. Xianxia heard someone call her name. She was stunned for a moment. When she saw her father's action, she realized that someone was really calling her. The little girl held her father's hand, raised her little head in confusion, and whispered, "Papa, they're calling me." "It's okay. It's just like when you have classes in school and the teacher calls the roll to see if you've arrived." Xianxia smiled and said to Xianxia, "Papa has already responded for you." However, this explanation made Xianxia even more confused. She was not a college student. Why would the teacher call the roll in class? The little girl tilted her little head and thought for a while. When she saw that the person who called her name just now went to call someone else's name, she pouted her little mouth and stopped thinking. Interestingly, although there were 6 swimming tracks, Xianxia's group 31 only had 5 children. The child from the 5th line didn't come. She didn't know if the child was delayed by something at home, or if the child was too scared to come. Because this competition was divided into groups according to age and gender, she also saw the other 4 little girls in the same group when she received the number tag. However, in comparison, she was taller than them. The little girl's long legs made the other 4 little girls and their parents feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. She didn't feel that she was in a competition. She was talking to her father in a relaxed mood. When she saw the other 4 little friends, although she was a little embarrassed, she still smiled at them in a friendly manner. She threw out an olive branch, but no one was willing to accept it. Others felt that she was a strong opponent and more or less glanced at she with some hostility. When they saw she looking at them, those parents turned their heads away. Under the influence of such an atmosphere, those little girls didn't want to make eye contact with she. Suddenly, she felt the cruelty of reality. Not everyone was willing to be friends with her in harmony. Cece's heart was like a pure mirror. She could reflect the good and bad of others on it. Now, she could feel a trace of hostility and jealousy from these little girls and their parents, which made her feel uncomfortable. Why were they so fierce? She felt that her good intentions were being trampled on. She couldn't accept it and pouted her little mouth, feeling wronged. When her father squatted down to stick the number tag on her body, she opened her thin and cold arms and hugged her father's neck sadly. How could Xianxia not notice the change in she's mood? When the little girl hugged his neck, Xianxia noticed it. He comforted her softly as he put the number sticker on the little girl's shoulder and asked her in a low voice. After understanding the reason why she felt wronged, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little helpless. After all, this world was still very realistic. Before there was competition, everyone could be very friendly, but when there was a conflict of interests, the selfish side of human nature would be revealed. Perhaps those parents and children didn't mean to be jealous, but when they saw she's obvious height advantage, it was as if the whole class of ordinary girls had suddenly been mixed in with a great beauty from the Beijing Film Academy. They subconsciously isolated she. Actually, it was very normal, wasn't it? After all, those children had been carefully nurtured by their parents and arranged to go to various interest classes since they were young. In fact, they had been instilled with the idea of competitiveness since they were young. Naturally, they couldn't tolerate others being better than them. It was just that Cece was relatively naive and more sensitive to these feelings of undisguised malice. A little bit of hostility and resistance from others seemed to be somewhat magnified in her small heart. This was something she had rarely encountered before. However, Xianxia didn't intend to tear the cruelty of reality to she too early. He also didn't want her to understand the origin of other people's hostility. He didn't want her to deny these children and establish a mentality of hatred. Therefore, Xianxia gently pressed she's shoulder. After putting the number sticker on, he stroked the little girl's head and whispered in her ear, "Actually, they don't hate you. Sometimes, we can't be too extreme when looking at things. Think about it, you're so cute. Why would so many children hate you at the same time? Right?" She was stunned for a moment. She propped herself up and leaned her back against her father's arm. She blinked her big eyes and looked at her father's smiling face. She muttered hesitantly, "Yes, a lot of people like me. Everyone says I'm cute." Xianxia smiled and said, "That's right. The real reason why they ignored your smile is because the competition is about to start. They are all nervous, just like how you were especially nervous when you were performing on stage in kindergarten. Your face was tight and you didn't dare to smile at your parents. It's the same reason. So they are the ones who are nervous?" She was suddenly enlightened. Instantly, the little girl's gloomy mood was swept away, and she revealed a sweet smile. Then they don't have to be nervous. I'm not nervous anymore." In the end, she still believed her father's words. Moreover, when she recalled how nervous she was in the past, she also forgave those children. At least, she wasn't as unhappy and brooding as before. That's because you participated in many performances, competitions, and seen many big scenes. Xianxia smiled and scratched the little girl's nose. He said, "It's reasonable for them to be nervous, and it's also reasonable for you not to be nervous." She twisted in her father's arms, and she was in a good mood. She pursed her small mouth and smiled. He, then, should I tell them not to be nervous? Because this is a competition, and they can win prizes by participating in the competition. That won't do. Yang quickly stopped Xixi's overly kind thoughts and explained, they will adjust themselves. Sometimes, for some children, an appropriate amount of nervousness can help them perform better. Okay. The little girl was still a little disappointed. Although Yang Yi's words were a little bit of a white lie, the effect was still good. Xixi forgot the unhappiness just now. When Lan Xian came back from checking the records, she happily greeted her. She puffed out her small chest, pointed to her right shoulder and said, Xian Air, look, I have a number here. I have one too, I'm number 2. Look. Lan Xian smiled and took her number from her father's hand and showed it to Xixi. Hey, yours is blue, mine is red. Xixi said in surprise as if she had discovered a new continent. Is it? Lan Xian looked carefully, scratched her head, and said puzzledly, right, why are our colors different? Lan Zhou Kai laughed, patted the heads of the 2 little girls, and said, of course it's different. You 2 are competing in different groups. Do you see the flags next to the pool over there? Xixi, your flag is red. Later, you will compete in the pool over there, and Xian Air, you will compete in the pool with the blue flag. Xixi suddenly understood. She felt that this was something new, and she thought, wait, Dad might not know. The little girl ran back and excitedly reported her new knowledge to her dad. Papa, let me tell you, in the stands, Murphy and Wu Jingjing had already sat down. They sat together with the mother of the little girl named Fei Fei, chatting and laughing. Of course, it was mainly Wu Jingjing who was chatting with the mother. Murphy's character was still a little cold. She could chat happily with acquaintances, but she was not very enthusiastic when chatting with strangers. Therefore, after answering 2 questions with a smile, she focused on the interaction between Tong Tong and the little girl named Fei Fei. Fei Fei had a toy rattledrum, but she did not know how to play with it. Sometimes, she could not even hold it, and it would slip on her clothes. Now, this toy was in Tong Tong's hands. Fei Fei's mother saw that Tong Tong liked it very much, so she smiled and asked her daughter to play with it for Tong Tong. Tong Tong understood it after watching others demonstrate it once. He waved his little hands, and the rattledrum kept making li-li-pa-la sounds. Hua hua, be careful when you play with it. Don't hold it too close to your eyes, and don't hold it too close to Fei Fei. Murphy smiled and pulled Tong Tong's hand, asking him to keep a safe distance. Tong Tong did not mind and continued playing with the rattledrum. The sound made by the rattledrum was very interesting, and the little guy was very engrossed in it. He even stared at the swinging hammer without blinking. When Fei Fei saw this little brother playing so happily, she could not help but stretch out her little hand and squeak, wanting to take it back. Wu Jingjing, who was holding Tong Tong, lowered her head and said, Hua hua, give the rattledrum back to your little sister. Tong Tong stopped what he was doing, but he looked at Mother Wu blankly, as if he did not understand the situation. Fei Fei's mother thought that Tong Tong was reluctant to let go, so she smiled and said, it's okay, let him play. How can you do that? Hua hua, this is his little sister's toy. Wu Jingjing tried to persuade him. However, Tong Tong only lowered his head and looked at the rattledrum in his hands. He even touched it with his left hand, as if he was doing some research. Murphy thought of something and came up with an idea. She leaned over and pointed at the rattledrum with a smile. Hua hua, return this little drum to your little sister and let her play with it. Little sister, this time, Tong Tong reacted. He raised his head and looked at his mother's finger movements, then at Fei Fei. The little guy suddenly giggled. He generously stretched out his little arm and stuffed the rattledrum into Fei Fei's little sister's arms. Here. Then, he withdrew his little hand and looked at Fei Fei expectantly, as if he was waiting to see her performance. When Murphy and Wu Jingjing saw this scene, they could not help but be amused. They shook their heads and laughed. It was also Wu Jingjing who explained to little sister Fei Fei's mother that she came to a sudden realization. While smiling, she grabbed her daughter's little hand and played with her with the rattledrum. At the same time, she teased her with a smile and said, Fei Fei, you've become an elder sister. Little sister, haha. At this moment, the broadcast in the field sounded, the next competition is the 31st competition of the 7 to 8-year-old girls group. The competition venue is the red zone swimming pool. The first path, the fourth path, Xianxia, please lead our little athletes out. It's Big Sister's turn. Although Murphy was watching Tong Tong, she kept her ears open. When she heard Xixi's name, she turned her head and immediately recognized her daughter from the crowd. She quickly pulled Tong Tong's little hand and pointed at the red pool with a smile. Hua hua, look, Big Sister is on the stage. This time, Big Sister was the real Big Sister. Little Wan Wan, do you still remember your own sister? Wan Wan, do you still remember your sister? Sister, Tong Tong looked at his mother and then at his little sister. In the end, his mother asked him to look again, and he looked in the direction his mother pointed at. Since they were already in the stands above the competition venue, Tong Tong recognized his father immediately. Wasn't that tall and cool adult in shorts his father? Papa. Tong Tong's reaction was similar to his sister's. He also took this as a new discovery. He grabbed his mother's hand and called out happily. He wanted his mother to see him too. Is it your child's turn? Fei Fei's mother asked curiously. Wu Jingjing smiled and stroked Tong Tong's hair. She said to him, it's Mommy's sister's turn. My daughter is in group 33, so it should be her turn soon. Little Momo was carried back by Mo Fei. Under the interpretation of her mother, the little girl finally recognized that the girl who was held by her father and wearing a swimsuit was her biological sister. Hee hee, hee hee. Tong Tong was so happy to see Xishi. He sat in his mother's arms and wiggled his butt restlessly. He even danced as if he was preparing for the competition. Sure enough, his sister was the best. If there was something fun, she would share it with him. If there was something delicious, she would share it with him. Moreover, his sister could do many magical things, such as reading stories to him or drawing pictures. Compared to this little sister who didn't know how to play the rattle drum, Tong Tong was much more fun. Come on, let's cheer for our sister. Murphy smiled with satisfaction. She held the little boy's hand and patted it gently. She whispered, come on, come on, come on. She followed her father's footsteps and lined up. They slowly approached the competition venue and came to the side of the red swimming pool. When the match was about to begin, the young lady saw a few solemn referees by the side of the court. She saw the lifeguards wearing life jackets and saw the crowd around the court and in the stands. Faced with such a formal situation, she began to feel a little nervous. Yang Yi held her little hand, and the little girl walked closer and closer to her father. Finally, when they reached her lane, she stuck close to her father's side. She pursed her lips and looked left and right. Suddenly, she felt her father pinch her little hand. Then, she saw him say, don't be afraid. The venue was a little noisy because the broadcast was still broadcasting the situation of Team 32. She could only vaguely hear her father's voice. Fortunately, Yang Yi saw the girl's confused eyes in time. He squatted down and smiled gently. Are you nervous? She shook her head, too embarrassed to admit it. It's okay. It's just like swimming at home. As long as you have the courage to swim, no matter what the result is, you will have improved. Then, Daddy will follow you and watch you swim. We will walk from one side to the other and wait for you at the finishing point on the opposite side. I'm waiting to cheer for you. Yang Yi pointed to the finish line 50 meters away and laughed. She nodded her little head obediently. Yang Yi saw that she was still a little nervous, so he smiled and pointed to the grandstand. Oh yeah, look. Mommy and little brother are waiting to cheer for you over there. She looked in the direction her father was pointing and really saw her mother waving at her. Xixi's mood suddenly lightened up, and she happily waved back in her mother's direction. However, at this time, there were already people urging the children to get into the water. After all, this was only an amateur competition. For safety reasons, the organizers did not allow diving into the water. Do your best. Daddy believes in you. You are the best. Yang Yi saw that the little girl had put on her swimming goggles. He smiled and shook her fist as he encouraged her. The little girl who had put on her swimming goggles and swimming cap did not look as beautiful as she usually did without her pair of clear and bright eyes and the embellishment of her soft black hair. However, the little girl still had some baby fat on her face, delicate little nose, and small mouth. she still gave people a feeling of wanting to pinch her cuteness. She looked up and giggled at her father, and shyly shook her little butt. She was acting coquettishly with her father. Xianxia was relieved because looking at the little girl's appearance, it meant that she had returned to her initial state. She was very natural and relaxed. She followed the other girls and obediently followed their usual practice at home. They followed the wall of the pool and slowly slid into the water. This was a children's swimming competition, so the depth of the pool was only 1 meter. When she stepped on the bottom of the pool, her head, neck, and even a little of her shoulder were above the water. However, for the other little girls, the depth of the water was already above their necks, and their chins would occasionally touch the surface of the water. This was not a problem. After all, the children who dared to participate in the competition all knew how to swim. Some of the more active ones had already started to step on the water to float themselves. Moreover, there were lifeguards on the shore watching them one by one. Once they were in the water, Xianxia could not guide them anymore. He and the other parents were invited to the side of the shore to watch the competition. However, when it was time to leave his daughter's side, Xianxia realized that he could not calm down at all. He could not help but look back at his daughter's position every few steps. Even he himself did not know what he was worried about. This was because he also knew that she was a good swimmer. This 1-meter-deep pool was not a challenge at all. However, if he did not look at she now, his heart would not be at ease. Just as he stood by the pool, before Xianxia could wave to she to signal his position, the starter was already at the starting point. He raised the starting gun and shouted loudly, "Everyone, get to your positions." According to the rules of the competition, before she and the rest came to the pool, someone had already specially instructed them. The strict requirement was that they could only start swimming when they heard the starting gun. Otherwise, it would be considered a race start, and there would be a rematch. Therefore, when they heard that "everyone, get to your positions now," one after another, the children followed their own habits. They either leaned back against the pool, leaned forward slightly, arched their legs, and kicked the pool with their feet. Like backstroke, they grabbed the edge of the pool with both hands and faced the pool wall. In any case, there were all kinds of things that they were prepared for. "It's time to get ready." Xianxia nervously clenched his fists and stretched his neck, as if he wanted to remind she. Fortunately, when he saw that she was prepared in the second position very naturally, just like in her usual training, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This little girl is doing well. Xianxia could not help but feel a little proud. He beamed with joy and thought to himself, although she has not received professional training, she is still very smart. Even in such an occasion, she is not afraid. She does not flinch. She is indeed my daughter. At this moment, Xianxia's mood was like a roller coaster. One moment he was relaxed, and the next he was nervous. It was as if it wasn't Cici who was competing, but him. No, it should be that he was facing a duel of life and death. After all, a small competition couldn't scare Xianxia. His current level of nervousness was almost comparable to the feeling of his adrenaline surging when he encountered a major crisis in his previous life. As a matter of fact, when the starter shouted "ready," Xianxia forcibly cut off his complacent reverie and quickly concentrated on watching the competition. Bang! A small cloud of white smoke came out of the starting gun. "It's starting." "Oh." She started slowly. When Xianxia saw that she was half a body's length behind the others, he anxiously clenched his fists and stared at her. Although Xianxia looked anxious, in fact, after the competition started, she and the other children only made some splashes in the water. Then, like little turtles, they slowly wriggled forward. Don't listen to the saying, after the starting gun sounds, the athletes shoot out like arrows. That was only used to describe track and field competitions. The scene in the pool brought people back to reality. After all, it was only a competition for 7-year-old girls, and they were basically amateurs. Even if they made big movements in the water and made splashes, they couldn't be fast. From the shore, they swam slowly. Xianxia stared at Shishi's position and walked steadily, keeping up with their speed. But the stands and the shore were much livelier. Go ran. Go guagua. Go guagua. Especially beside Xianxia, the parents who accompanied him cheered one after another. Looking at their flushed faces, Xianxia, who was always calm, seemed to be infected at this moment. He nervously watched Xixi's order in the pool and excitedly raised his hands to his mouth to hold up the loudspeaker. He loudly commanded, "Steady, maintain the rhythm of your breathing. Beat your legs a little faster." Xianxia was so engrossed that he forgot that he was shouting so far away and that Xixi couldn't hear him at all in the water. Like the other parents, he couldn't wait to transmit all his strength to their children through shouting. Even if they knew in their hearts that it was futile, so what? At this moment, how could Xianxia think so much? He could just shout. In the pool, the one swimming in the first place was a little girl from the 6th lane. She started faster than Xixi by more than half a body's length. When she swam in the water, her swimming posture was very standard. She swung her arms left and right, breathed, and beat her legs at a very fast rhythm. One look and one could tell that she had been trained for a long time, because Xixi started slower. She was currently in 3rd place. However, the little girl didn't seem to notice this situation. She swam leisurely as if she was swimming in her own pool. However, it had to be said that among the 5 children, Xixi's swimming posture was the best. It couldn't be helped. Who asked the little girl to have long legs and long arms? It was also freestyle, but Xixi's long arms rotated and moved like a butterfly flapping its wings. The arc was beautiful and full of movement. Xixi's long legs slapped the water. The splashes weren't big, but the rhythm was light and gentle, causing her colorful skirt to flutter, giving off a fresh and cute feeling of a little mermaid playing in the water. The little girl's swimming rhythm was neither fast nor slow. Her movements were relatively quiet, but her speed wasn't slow at all. Perhaps it was because she had more strength every time she swung her arms, or perhaps it was because her long legs provided more thrust. The little girl's slender body was like a shuttle, silently shuttling forward. Gradually, she caught up from 3rd place to 2nd place, and was about half a body's length away from 1st place. At this moment, they were only about halfway through the swim. However, the previous sprint had consumed a lot of energy. Many of the children started to slow down. After all, they were only 7 or 8 years old girls. In terms of physical strength, they definitely couldn't compare to adults or professional athletes. Even the little girl from the 6th lane, who was swimming in 1st place, slowed down a little. Although she had undergone professional training, it was inevitable that she would slow down a little. This gave Xixi a chance to catch up. Although Xixi was usually soft and weak, her strength and stamina were the best among the children her age. Of course, this was partly due to innate factors, but it was also due to acquired efforts. Since she was 4 years old, under the guidance of her father, she would exercise for a period of time almost every morning before breakfast. Recently, she had even resumed light martial arts practice. Naturally, her physical strength was now showing. Xixi was still swimming at the same pace as before. She didn't seem to have any intention of slowing down. Slowly, at about 30 meters, Xixi began to catch up with the little girl from the 6th lane. "Tian Tian. Swim faster. Someone is catching up to you." At the edge of the pool, the little girl's mother was so anxious that she stomped her feet and yelled. But at this time, the parents' yelling was in vain. The last 10 meters or so were the last moments for these little girls to fight with their last bit of willpower. Xianxia was also very anxious. Now that he heard others yelling, although he didn't want to continue yelling like he was showing off, he was also holding his breath nervously. He was sweating for his daughter in his heart. She passed. Xianxia suddenly raised his eyebrows and a hint of joy appeared in the corner of his eyes. He couldn't help but glance proudly at the little girl's mother. Then, he quickly reflected on himself. "I can't be happy yet. It's too early to be happy." It was as if he was the one competing, but that was indeed the case. Xianxia once again felt that it was actually the parents who were suffering when their children were competing or taking exams. At about the last 10 meters, the little mermaid from the 4th lane finally began to slow down. She seemed to be a little tired. After all, Xixi was also a normal person. Although the extent of Xixi's slowing down was not that much compared to the other children, she still maintained a faster speed and a certain lead. But when he saw Xixi slowing down, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little anxious. "Come on. Come on." Xianxia didn't dare to walk too fast. He maintained a horizontal line with his daughter. He didn't care about other people's eyes. He clapped his hands and shouted rhythmically. "Come on, hang in there a little longer." You'll reach the finish line soon, Xianxia watched anxiously as his daughter swam in front. She still had a lead of a body length and was about to reach the finish line of 50 meters. It looked like she was going to win. Xianxi's emotions were in turmoil. One moment, he wanted to secretly get excited. The next moment, he was worried that his secret excitement would be discovered by God and that God would throw a plot twist. He could only suppress this impulse. He pursed his lips, gritted his teeth, and followed closely behind. Even when she was about to touch the edge of the pool with a lead of more than a body length, Xianxia was still worried. He was afraid that the little girl would hit her head. He kept a close eye on her and quickly went around to the finish line. Fortunately, she was wearing swimming goggles and could see the edge of the pool. Just as she usually did in training, her little hand touched the edge of the pool and then slowly slid over. She grabbed the edge of the pool and stood up to catch her breath. Xianxia finally felt relieved. He didn't have to continue being nervous. His originally tense and fierce face was now blooming with a warm smile. She won. She had just poked her head out of the water. The water flowed down from the swimming cap and washed the little girl's smooth little face. She opened her mouth to breathe and wiped the water on her face with her little hand. She looked around as if she was looking for something. Here, Daddy is here. Xianxi's voice was no longer calm. There was only joy in it. He rushed in front of his daughter and called out with a smile. Papa. The little girl was panting slightly. She took off her uncomfortable swimming goggles, revealing a pair of big eyes that were still bright and lovely even though there were some red marks around them. Her slightly curled eyelashes fluttered as she looked at her father with some dependence. Her voice was muffled and sticky as she called out to him. After swimming for 50 meters, they were still swimming with all their might. The girls were exhausted. The girl from 6th Avenue hugged her arms to the side of the pool. This way, her chest could be above the water surface so that she wouldn't feel suffocated. She was the same. She stood in the water for a few seconds and then stretched out her two little wet arms, wanting her father to carry her out. Turn around, Xianxia said with a smile. He didn't mind that his daughter was covered in water. He handed the camera to his left hand and stretched out his right hand. It was as if he was fishing for a fish. His thick arm went under Cece's armpit, and then held the other side of her body, and then gently pulled. Hee. She put her chin on her father's arm, and her two little arms clamped her father's strong arm. She was pulled out of the water by her father as if he was pulling a radish. She was already taller than her peers, and even comparable to Xiaowei, who was 8 or 9 years old. However, at this moment, she was easily carried by her father, which reflected the difference in height and body size between her and her father. Papa was still that reliable papa. Just like Superman, he had super big and inexhaustible strength. She giggled happily and deepened this concept in her heart that she had never shaken. Originally, the little girl was a little tired after swimming for 50 meters, but now that she was carried out of the water by her father, she landed lightly on the ground as if she was riding on the clouds. She's eyes flashed with excitement, and she had long forgotten about the feeling of fatigue. Xianxia put the wet little girl down. He did not care about his clothes that were wet because of she. He first shook the bath towel that he had just draped over his shoulders and put it on she's two little shoulders, for fear that she would catch a cold. She was obediently manipulated by her father, but she still raised her little head excitedly and told her father about her new discovery just now. Papa, let me tell you. This pool is super big, and I swam for a long time. I thought I was going to reach it, but I haven't reached it yet. It's not like our home. Even Xianxia's pool is not as big as this. So, today's swimming is still rewarding. At least you have seen how the swimming competitions on TV are like, right? Xianxia said with a smile. Yes. She nodded repeatedly. At this moment, the girl from the 6 paths, who was still panting, had also come out of the pool. Her mother was very regretful and nagged at the side. You swam very well in the beginning, and you were always the first, but why did you swim slowly later? I was overtaken by someone. I was so close, so close. Interestingly, among the several parents around, she was the only one who kept nagging. It seemed that this failure was a bit difficult for her to accept. In contrast, the other children's parents seemed to see that the gap was too big, and they were not as hostile as they were at the beginning. They just smiled and helped their children wipe their faces, comforted them in a low voice, and told their children to continue to work hard next time. Because they were a little close to each other, the mother's nagging, which was not scolding, but with a tone of reproach, could be heard. Xianxia heard it and felt a little harsh. He thought to himself, isn't this increasing the frustration caused by the failure? How can the child accept it? Xianxia turned his head and took a look. Sure enough, the little girl named Tian lowered her head dejectedly, and her eyes were a little red. Seeing her father's movements, Xianxia couldn't help but poke her head out to take a look. She muttered in a low voice, "Papa, that sister seems to be about to cry." Xianxia only thought that because she was taller than others, she was older than others. However, Xianxia, who had just turned 7 years old, compared to the other children in this group of 7 or 8 years old, it was hard to tell who was older and who was younger. Xianxia really did not have the right to intervene when others disciplined their children, unless it was too much. Therefore, in order not to affect Xianxia, he smiled and helped Xianxia take off her swimming cap, and said, "Don't worry, she just feels bad because she didn't win the game. Let's go and see Xianxia's game. She is also about to start. When Xianxia's game is over, let's go and find Mom to change clothes." The pool in the red zone began to clear, because the next group of athletes would come over to prepare for the game after the judges finished tabulating the data. In the blue zone, when Xianxia was about to reach the finish line, the announcer had already announced the names of the contestants in the 33rd group. According to the rhythm just now, Xianxia's game was about to start. "Okay. I want to see Xianxia's game." Xianxia suddenly forgot everything else, and happily took her father's hand and shouted in a clear voice. Before leaving the pool in the red zone, Xianxia had to ask the judge about Xianxia's score. After all, this swimming game was a one-off event, and the scores of the multiple groups would be counted together, and the top 8 would be given special rewards. The other children would also have participation awards. Now that Xianxia had won first place in his group, Xianxia's originally calm heart could not help but become restless. Maybe Xianxia could also squeeze into the top 8. She's in the 4th lane, right? Yes, she's in the 4th lane. She's in the 1st place. Xianxia could not help but say the last half of the sentence, and he was probably a little proud in his heart. Just as Xianxia was talking to the judge, suddenly they heard the starting gun, and the excited cheers came from the blue zone. Xianxia, who was standing next to her father and watching eagerly, suddenly turned around and anxiously jumped up. "Oh, Xianxia's game has started. Papa, hurry up, let's go and see." The little girl was so anxious that she even forgot to be shy. Under the gaze of other adults and children, she hurriedly took her father's hand, and wanted to drag him to Xianxia's game. Don't jump, be careful not to slip. Anyway, it has already started." Xianxia hurriedly pulled her back. The pool was wet everywhere, and Xianxia was barefooted. Xianxia was worried that the little girl would accidentally fall down while jumping. The judge said without raising his head, "You want to watch the blue zone's game, right? It's no use being anxious. You are not a contestant, and you are not a designated family member, you can't get close to the pool. The effect of watching from here is the same as watching from outside later." "Is there such a rule?" Xianxia held her father's hand and looked at the judge in surprise, a little incredulous. Xianxia patted the little girl's back and said with a smile, "Yes, only Xianxia's father can watch from the pool, so we don't need to be anxious." Xianxia understood now. She pouted her little mouth, shook her father's arm a little unhappily, and whispered, but I still want to cheer for Xianxia, and I also want to watch Xianxia's game, but I can't see it here." In the end, Xianxia still saw the scene of Xianxia swimming to the finish line. After asking about her result, Xianxia took her as close to the blue zone's pool as possible, and then picked the little girl up high. He carried Xianxia on one of his shoulders as if he was carrying rice, and raised his right arm, as if he was in a gym position, using the biceps and shoulder of his right arm to make a platform for Xianxia to sit comfortably on. Xianxia is in the 2nd lane, counting from here. Xianxia pointed with his left hand to remind Xianxia. Sitting on her father's broad shoulders and arms, Xianxia looked down at Xianxia in the 2nd lane, and she reported to her father in surprise, "Hey, Papa! Papa! I see it, I'm almost there. Xianxia seems to be in first place too. Xianxia got first place? Yang asked in confusion when he heard Xishi's excited cheers. Yang knew that Lan Xian was a good swimmer. After all, she was buoyant in the water. When she swam at home, she was almost as good as Xishi. But this time, they were swimming in a 50-meter lane. Such a distance was not easy for children of her age. Xishi started to feel tired towards the end of the race. Lan Xian's physical condition was not as good as Xishi's, so it was also a big challenge for her to swim the full 50-meter lane with all her strength. When they began to stand still and watch the race in the blue pool was coming to an end. However, Lan Xian's group did not perform as well as Xishi's group. There was a clear gap in strength between them. Yang Yi felt that in the final stage, Lan Xian was only at the front. There were two other children who were running neck and neck with her, and as Yang Yi expected, Lan Xian swam very slowly towards the end. Yang Yi could not help but worry about her. Xishi, who was sitting on her father's shoulder, hugged her father's head and smiled. She said firmly, Xianxia will definitely get first place. I believe that Xianxia can also get first place. While waiting for Lan Xian to come out, Yang Yi received a call from Murphy. After watching Lan Xian's race, Murphy could not help but call him in a hurry to ask about Xishi's situation. She's doing well. She got first place in 1 minute and 24 seconds. She's the first in her group. Yang Yi smiled and reported to Murphy. I don't know much about Xianxia's race. It seems that the gap between the top three is not big. I don't know what the specific results will be. Xianxia also got first place. Xishi smiled brightly at the side. She took her father's hand and jumped up and down, trying to convey her words to her mother. Come on, you talk to mom. Yang Yi saw her so eager, had no choice but to hand the phone to Xishi. The little girl leaned against her father's thigh and hugged her phone as she spoke to her mother. At first, it was Murphy who asked her. Perhaps she was concerned about her condition after the swim, but Xishi replied sweetly, no. It's just that I was a little tired at the end, but I don't feel tired anymore. I don't know either. Papa said that I was swimming so fast that I couldn't see them. Xishi was holding the phone with a towel between them. Obviously, she felt a little awkward. She quickly pulled off one side of the towel, revealing her right arm. Just like how Tibetans wore their sleeves during the day, she emptied her right hand to hold the phone and talk to her mother. It was as if a seal had been lifted. Cece seized the opportunity and excitedly shared her swimming experience with her mother, as well as her new experience in this professional swimming pool. Fortunately, Murphy knew her daughter's habits too well. She interrupted Xishi in time and said with a smile, wait a minute, Xishi, your brother also has something to say to you. Brother, are you watching it too? Xishi asked in surprise. Of course, your brother is cheering for you. Murphy handed the phone to Tong Tong and said with a smile, Tong Tong, come on, tell your sister. Sister, you can do it, sister, you can do it, sister. Tong Tong was just brainwashed by his mother. He curiously grabbed his mother's phone and muttered perfunctorily, street, home. He didn't know what it meant, but it was very interesting. Tong Tong was influenced by his mother and said a few words. Of course, he couldn't see his sister now, so the little guy's enthusiasm decreased a lot. She heard her brother cheering for her. Although she was confused, wasn't this Tong Tong's usual style of speaking? She smiled happily and said sweetly, I didn't even know. I'm going to ask my brother when I go back. He watched my competition, that is, did he see me swim super fast? After letting Xishi chat with her mother for a while, Yang Yi saw Lan Xian and Lan Caocai getting ready to come out. He stopped the little girl and asked Murphy and Wu Jingjing to come down. They still had to take the two girls to change their clothes. Xian, are you first? Xishi was very happy to see Lan Xian. She couldn't wait to run over and hold Lan Xian's little hand and asked excitedly. Of course, I swim super fast. Lan Xian panted slightly and her little face was a little pale. But at this moment, she was still in high spirits and said proudly. She was right. At this time, Lan Caocai shook his head and exposed the little girl with a smile. You're still showing off? This time, it was thrilling to get first place. Fortunately, you swam well in the beginning. You swam slowly in the end and almost got caught by others. You're only one hand's distance away from the second place. Brother Lon, don't be so demanding. If you can swim first in the group, you're still first. Xianxia clapped his hands and encouraged Lon Xian with a smile. However, Shishi pouted and complained, but just now when I said Xian Air was first, Papa, you didn't believe me. I didn't see it just now, but now I'm sure. First place is very good. Just right, the two of us are first. Xianxia rubbed the heads of the two little girls with a smile and said, today, both of you performed very well. No matter what the result is, hard work is victory. Even Xian Air swam to the finish line so hard. Papa Lon and I are cheering for you. Yes, Xian Air swam to the end not easy. Lan Kai also followed Xianxia's excuse and applauded his daughter with a smile. Lan Xian pouted a little unconvinced at first, but now she relied on Xianxia to speak for her. She looked at Xianxia and tried to complain, isn't that so? I'm exhausted, so I swam slow. It's so long. It's not easy to swim. She said it would be tiring. She nodded quickly and said, yes, it's very tiring to swim to the end. It's okay. You've already given Papa Yang and your father a big surprise by swimming to the end. Xianxia hurriedly comforted her in a soft voice, now that you've won first place, it's even more delightful. Very good. Lan Xian wiped away her unhappy expression and smiled. She pestered Xianxia and said coquettishly, then, Papa Yang, can I eat more ice cream with Shishi? We're all so tired from swimming. Yes. We also want ice cream. Shishi suddenly remembered. However, at this time, the little girl was a little like a useless teammate. She enthusiastically interrupted Lan Xian and said, but, Xian Air, we have to wait until we get home to eat ice cream. There's no ice cream here. Lan Xian's 50-meter swimming time was 1 minute and 32 seconds, which was slower than Shishi's 1 minute and 24 seconds. However, when the two girls finished showering and came out in dry clothes, the competition for the 7 to 8-year-old girls group had already ended. Xianxia and Lan Kai took the children and stopped for a while, waiting for the final results to be announced. Shishi's results should be enough to compete for the top 8, Lan Kai and Xianxia discussed. Xianxia was a little modest, but he was still looking forward to it. However, to Xianxia's surprise, he had underestimated the strength of the children in Jiangqing. Although Shishi and Lan Xian were ranked first in the group, when the final results of all the contestants were announced, Shishi was only ranked 12th. Lan Xian didn't need to think, she was ranked even lower. The fastest swimmer was a girl named Su Yingying, who swam in 56 seconds. The second and third places results had already exceeded 1 minute. She must be a professional swimmer. At the announcement area, Xianxia, who was full of anticipation, squeezed in to see the results and heard people talking about the top few children. After all, they were only 7 or 8 years old girls. To swim under 1 minute, it could be said that they were very strong. Xianxia clicked his tongue lightly. He originally thought that Shishi was very strong, but he didn't expect that compared to the real strong people, there was still a big gap in strength. Shishi was only ranked 12th, which meant that there were no strong opponents in the group that she and Lan Xian were in. Perhaps even though Lan Kai had spoken to the sports administration, the people at the sports administration still secretly gave him some face. However, after knowing the results, Xianxia, who was originally a little expectant, was relieved. He went back to the two girls and said with a smile, okay, you didn't make it to the top 8, but it's okay. You did very well today, and there will be awards for you later. I heard that there will be a small prize too. But there won't be any trophies. Shishi whispered as she hugged her father's hand. She regretfully turned to look at the workbench, where there were 8 small golden trophies. Of course, there were also stacks of awards and notebooks. These were all small prizes that every contestant could get. They could print out the names in advance, so they didn't have to rush to write them out one by one. In addition to these and the trophies, there was also a bucket of peanut oil for the top 8. The prize for the champion was a floor fan that was most needed in the summer. These prizes were all sponsored by Lan Kai's company. Shishi looked forward to those trophies the most. She felt that they were very beautiful. However, before Yang Yi could comfort her, Lan Xian said loudly, "Aya, Xi, what's the big deal? Isn't it just a trophy? If there's no trophy, then there's no trophy. Let's go out and buy ice cream to eat." Xi's emotions were brought out by Lan Xian, and she couldn't help but giggle. "Okay. Xian, I didn't want to eat at first, but you made me want to eat." The swimming competition was over. For the two girls, the positive impact of this short period of time still needed time to ferment. But for now, Xi and the others quickly put this matter to the back of their minds the next day and turned their attention to other new things. Especially Lan Xian, who was finally freed from her homework and could enjoy the precious last month of summer vacation to her heart's content. It was worth mentioning that although there were no reporters at the scene, the media still received some news from the public. The next day, related reports appeared on the internet. The conscientious media only stated the fact that Yang Yi had brought a child to participate in the swimming competition. A few photos of Xi secretly taken by the informant made the fans unable to help but excitedly comment below. "Wow, I haven't seen Xi in a long time. The little girl is getting prettier by the day." The competition isn't important. What's important is that Xi rarely appears on camera. Look at her coming out of the pool, being carried by Yang Yi. She's so adorable. This is the so-called lotus flower that emerges from the water. Xi's side profile is even better. I'm almost mesmerized by this little fairy. In the photo mentioned above, isn't the dress that Xi is wearing a little too mature? How old is Xi? Does she need to wear such a beautiful dress? The dress that was being discussed here was the clean and fresh new clothes that Xi had changed into after the competition. It was a white t-shirt with English words on it, paired with a black lace-pleated skirt. The skirt was neither too long nor too short, just reaching her knees. The combination of black and white looked simple and elegant, yet it gave off a fashionable and elegant feeling. Of course, if one looked at the little girl's freshly washed hair, which was still wet and a little curly, the static Xi in this photo indeed gave off a mature feeling of a young lady. Especially when he looked at the little girl's exquisite side profile. That was the feeling of being moved but after all, this was just a still photo. When Xi calmed down, she did indeed have the quiet beauty of a girl next door. But usually, Xi was lively and loved to laugh. If they saw Xi at the scene, perhaps no one would think that she was mature. They would only wonder why this cute little girl was dressed so well, and it was worth mentioning that this dress was not bought by Murphy. It was just one of the clothes that Xi's grandmother, Zhou Mingyu, had bought for her when she was in Jiang City this year. Xi felt that her grandmother had a good taste. She liked all the clothes that her grandmother had picked for her. Of course, the netizen who posted that comment was quickly mocked by the netizens behind him. "I'm a girl, so I have to speak up for Xi. What's wrong with Xi dressing nicely?" To be honest, I didn't know how envious I was of Xi. She had parents who were so good at picking out clothes for her. When I was young, I was so envious when I saw other friends wearing beautiful dresses. That's right. Our Xi is wearing a dress and you're criticizing her. How bored are you? If you don't want to look, hurry up and leave. Speaking of which, Xi wearing a nice dress isn't big news, is it? Their family is so rich. When Xi doesn't dress well, I'll think it's big news, because it must be my father-in-law who mistreats my wife. Ha 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 ha. Someone come, drag the person above me out. Another one has gone crazy. To be honest, I think Yang Yi's child is considered good. You know, the children of those celebrities wear all kinds of branded clothes. At such a young age, they carry luxury bags that cost more than 100,000 yuan. I've never seen such a situation with Xi. Yang Yi is already a billionaire. He doesn't indulge his child in spending money extravagantly. He just buys her nicer clothes. Do you want to criticize him? There were still many people who supported Yang Yi and Xi, however, compared to these conscientious media, some media that liked to stir up trouble weren't so honest. Among them, Beijing X Daily deliberately distorted the facts. They seized on the fact that the competition was sponsored by Lance Haokai's company and fabricated news that Xi and Lan Xian received preferential treatment in the competition. This caused many parents to be dissatisfied with the news in an attempt to stir up more debate. Although the influence of Beijing X Daily was a little weak and there were other big media reports in front of it, this fabricated news couldn't cause any ripples. However, it was considered a big mess. Xianxia wasn't like some ordinary people or celebrities who cherished their wings. They wouldn't swallow their anger when they encountered such grievances. At the beginning of this year, Xianxia had already invested in a few powerful law firms in Jiangnan. Now, in less than 2 days, Xianxia had already organized a scary team of lawyers and directly reported Beijing X Daily to court. Warning? Asking for an apology? No way, see you in court directly, let's not talk about these trivial matters. In early August, after Xianxia accompanied Murphy to 2 concerts, their work temporarily came to an end. According to Xianxia's plan, before she started school, they would go back to their hometown in Anqing to stay for a while and accompany the old people who didn't want to leave the village. I also want to go to Xixi's grandfather's house to play. Lan Xian knew that her little friend was going back to her hometown, so she wanted to follow. Xixi, I'll be very bored if you're not at home. Xixi naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, she specially ran over to tell Lan Xian about this matter because she also wanted to invite Lan Xian along, just like how Lan Xian invited her to her hometown at the beginning of the holidays. Although Xixi didn't go at that time, she still had to return the favor. However, Xixi didn't expect that Lan Xian would bring it up herself. This was even better, as it saved her some trouble. Xixi said happily, okay, Xian, come with me. Let's go to my grandfather's house to play. However, when Wu Jingjing heard this, she was surprised that Lan Xian wanted to go to such a faraway village to play. She quickly shook her head and said, no. Why not? Lan Xian asked anxiously. Because when you go to Xixi's grandfather's house, the weather will be very hot. There's no air conditioning, no TV, and it's so far from the city. It's different from our hometown, Wu Jingjing said. Xixi stood aside and blinked her big eyes. She said very innocently, no, we have air conditioning and TV at home. My father and I will stay at my grandfather's house during the spring festival. My grandfather's house is super big. Yes, there's air conditioning. I'm not afraid. Lan Xian shouted excitedly after she got Xixi's help. Wu Jingjing and Xianxia, who didn't let Xixi go to Lan Xian's hometown at that time, actually had the same idea. She was just worried that her daughter would go to such a remote village. Therefore, she racked her brains to think of a reason to refuse. Xian, there's nothing fun in the countryside. Think about it, the last time we went to Xixi's hometown, there was no shopping mall or other shops. Oh, right, there's no shop. The honest Xixi scratched her head and said awkwardly. I don't want a shop. I can play with Xixi at her grandfather's house. Xixi said that her grandfather's house has a lot of chicks and big cattle. Lan Xian was unmoved and said firmly. Xixi nodded quickly and said with a smile, yes, my grandfather's house is very fun. The steamed buns are also grown there. We'll take the steamed buns to our grandfather's house. Then, my grandmother will cook delicious food. My grandmother is also very good at cooking. Xian, you'll definitely like it. I'm not afraid. Because your father will go back to his hometown with us. There will definitely be delicious food. Lan Xian said proudly. The 2 girls chattered, and Wu Jingjing really didn't know what to do with them. Fortunately, when Lan Zhoukai came back from the company at noon and heard about it, he didn't have as many concerns as Wu Jingjing. He decided immediately. It's good to let Xian see the world. Besides, she's with Xianxia. What's there to be afraid of? My hometown is really different every day. Every time I come back, I feel like it has changed a lot. In the car, Murphy, who was pointing at the crops outside to teach Xixi and Lan Xian, couldn't help but turn her head and say to Xianxia with emotion. Wasn't that right, more than 2 years ago, when Murphy first went back to her hometown with Xianxia, Wudayaku village was still a small village located in a remote mountain valley. Whether it was transportation or information, it was a little inaccessible. Even if Xianxia was driving a Tyrant Wolf pickup truck that could go off-road, it took a long time to get back to their hometown near dawn. Now, Xianxia was driving his wife and children, as well as a little foodie, back home. From the county town, along a straight road, it took less than an hour and a half to arrive at the entrance of the village. Of course, this change had been realized a year ago. The new change that surprised Murphy was the overall new plan of Wadayaku Village. Thanks to the business cooperation between Wadayaku Village and the Sahara Online Mall over the years, whether it was the village-run company or the families in the village, they all made a lot of money. The money earned by the village-run collective enterprises, in addition to the New Year dividends, was invested in the construction of the village's internal road network. In addition, the village also funded the leveling of a large square with a cement floor at the village entrance. This was not the village's cultural square. The cultural square was located at the original martial arts practice field where Yang Chonggui taught kung fu. It was said that the construction would start next month. The village square that Murphy saw now was a logistics station for Wadayaku Village or other surrounding villages to sell agricultural products to the outside world. It was the peanut harvest season. 2 or 3 large trucks from the Sahara Express and 3 or 4 large trucks from other dealers were parked in the square. The farmers, on the other hand, were smiling as they called for their ox carts or drove their light trucks to carry their peanuts from all directions. The smart people also set up small shelters around the square to sell some iced mineral water, watermelons, homemade juice, and other products to relieve the heat. Many drivers came to patronize. The bustling scene could not be compared to the county or town, but in Murphy's opinion, it had already brought infinite vitality and hope to the small village of Wadayaku. Xianxia drove carefully, avoiding a small pickup truck that had unloaded its cargo and left easily. Then, he smiled and said to Murphy, "This is all thanks to Qingzi and the other young people. They dared to think and do it." Before Xianxia could finish, his car circled around the square. Just as he was about to enter the village, a yellow and black fence appeared under the village gate of Wadayaku Village in front of him. There's a barrier here. Is it to prevent outside cars from entering?" Xianxia muttered to himself in surprise. He slowed down the car and slowly stopped in front of the barrier. She couldn't sit still. When the little girl heard what her father said, she couldn't help but pull the seatbelt and try to sit up. She stuck her head out from the middle to see what her father was talking about. Because of the terrain, Xianxia didn't see the situation at the village gate. It turned out that in addition to the barrier, there was a security booth behind it. Hearing the sound of the car, an old man in his 60s who was reading a newspaper walked out from the booth. He held the newspaper and slowly walked over from the pedestrian passageway, wanting to see whose car it was and why it came. Xianxia found the old man's information from his memory. He pressed down the window and greeted him with a smile, "Uncle Ziding." Dong Ziding was also from Dong Yue's side. The old man couldn't do farm work anymore, but he didn't want to retire at home. Probably because of this reason, he was hired by the village to guard the gate. Dong Ziding was a little presbyopic, so he had to get closer to recognize Xianxia. The old man smiled in surprise. "TZ. You're back? Eh? You changed your car again. I remember that when you came back during the spring festival, you didn't drive this car." "Uncle Ziding, you have a good memory." Xianxia smiled and said, "There are more people coming back this time, so I changed my car." After chatting for a while, Dong Ziding quickly went back to help Xianxia open the barrier. Xianxia also just figured out why this gate was set up. While driving, he explained to Mo Fei, who didn't quite understand their local accent, "I see. Previously, some dealers were greedy for convenience and drove their trucks directly to the village to collect goods, but the road conditions in the village are complicated. Once, an ox cart was knocked over, and it almost crushed a person. So now they have set up a checkpoint at the entrance of the village to prevent big cars and other cars from entering the village. All the big cars are arranged in the square we saw just now." Murphy suddenly understood and said with some emotion, "This is the right way to deal with it. Otherwise, if Shishi and Xianxia were playing in the village, I would be worried about them running around with other children. It's so dangerous." Not only that, but Xianxia also had to drive carefully through 2 speed bumps at every intersection. Even though the chassis of his car was well adjusted, the series of vibrations still made Shishi and Lan Xian, who were behind him, sway from side to side. It was very annoying, however, this was all for the sake of safety. In order to deal with these speed bumps, Xianxia would take the initiative to reduce the speed every time. Naturally, this would also prevent them from colliding with motorcycles or children running out of the intersection. The 6-meter-wide road in the village was actually so meticulous. It was no wonder that Yang Yi heard from Yang Huan that Dong Qi was going to retire to the second line of the village next year, and everyone was going to elect Yang Qing as the new village chief. Of course, this shaking was a new and interesting experience for Lan Xian and Shi. The two girls swayed in the back seat, one leaning against the other, and the next, they giggled. However, Shi's laughter suddenly stopped. She shouted in surprise, "Hey, I see little auntie. Where is she? Where is Sister Huan?" Lan Xian's loud voice also lit up. She enthusiastically squeezed together with Shi and looked over from the middle. At the door. "Look, that's our home," Cici replied in a crisp voice. Lan Xian widened her round eyes and tried to identify her. "I saw Sister Huan too. But this is your home?" "Sigh, I don't remember." "I remember, because I just came back during the spring festival." She giggled and said, "Look here, when we came back during the spring festival, Uncle Huang's family next door had just built this small house." She was referring to the two-story Western-style house next to the Yang family's house. Most families in the village had started to build houses now. After all, they were rich, and everyone wanted to build houses for their children and grandchildren to marry now or in the future. The two girls chatted happily. Unfortunately, they couldn't open the car window. They could only wait for Yang Yi to drive into the yard and stop the car. Murphy unbuckled their seatbelts, and Shi couldn't wait to jump out of the car. The little girl cheered and threw herself at Yang Huan. She said coquettishly in a sticky voice, "Little auntie, why did you come back earlier than us?" Yang Huan could only bend over and hug her. She smiled and said, "Because I'm on vacation like you guys." "You're going to have summer vacation too? You're an adult." Lan Xian shouted from behind. Yang Huan laughed. She deliberately shouted at Lan Xian, "Why can't I have summer vacation? I'm still a student." "You're still a student? But you're already an adult. You have a job. I saw you on TV." Lan Xian scratched her head and said confusedly. Xian Air, my little auntie is still a student. She's a college student, and we're elementary school students." She explained for her friend enthusiastically. She seemed to know more. "But Xian Air, let me tell you, it's not because my little auntie is older than us that she's a college student, but at this time, Yang Chonggue and Dong Yue came out." She didn't have time to explain to Lan Xian. She cheered and threw herself at her grandpa, who loved her very much. "Ah? Wait, you haven't finished yet." "Why is that?" Lan Xian heard half of the story and became anxious. She asked loudly. She hugged her grandpa's hand and turned around. She continued to say excitedly, Xian Air, it's because my little auntie is a college student. Then we. While the explanation was going on, Mo Fei also got out of the car with little Momo in her arms. Little Momo couldn't remember what Grandpa's house looked like. While holding her mother's neck nervously, she looked around with her big eyes and looked at her grandma, who came up to greet her with a smile. Oh, right, Xiao Suao also saw a little boy who was even younger than her, wearing open-crotch pants and sitting on the tiled floor playing under the eaves behind Granny. "Who is the little guy wearing open-crotch pants?" She shouted out the answer. She was eager to introduce everything about her hometown to Lan Xian. The little girl grabbed her friend's arm with one hand and pointed at him with the other. "Xian Air, this baby is my cousin. His name is Yang Su." "That's right. This little guy is Yang Qing and Jingshui's child. He was born in September last year and is not even a year old yet. Yang Qing named him Yang Su because Yang Qing's idol was Sun Tzu from the Three Kingdoms era. When he was young, Yang Qing was the same as Yang Yi. His grades weren't good, but he liked to read children's books, especially those about the Three Kingdoms. Note, this world doesn't have the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Therefore, Yang Qing didn't know when it started, but he started to worship the handsome and brave Sun Tzu, who was open-minded by nature. There is no need to repeat the history. Actually, when Tong Tong came back for Chinese New Year, he saw little Yang Su. But how could Tong Tong remember? Moreover, at that time, little Yang Su was still a baby. Now, he has grown up a lot. After Yang Yi locked the car, he carried the little guy and played with him. Interestingly, little Xianxia was not afraid of strangers. When Yang Yi carried him, he only stared at this unfamiliar uncle with his round eyes. He seemed to be in a daze. Where did Qing and Shui go? Why didn't they look after their son? Yang Yi laughed and asked, Xianxia is a quiet person, just like his father. What if he is taken away by someone? Didn't I look after him? Yang Chonggue said angrily. Who dares to take my grandson away in my Yang family? Yang Yi was helpless. He couldn't communicate with old Master Yang, so Yang Huan helped to answer, second brother is at the village square. Second sister-in-law is keeping accounts for someone, so second brother said that he could accompany second sister-in-law there and wait for you. Didn't you see him? Yang Yi was enlightened. He patted Lan Xian's head and smiled. I think he didn't recognize my car. He changed his car today because of this little guy. I'm not a little fellow, this little brother is the little fellow. Lan Xian mischievously twisted her chubby waist and dodged away, then grumbled indignantly. Hee hee. Cici, who was watching from the side, laughed happily. Then I'll go and call second brother back. Yang Huan volunteered to ride the bicycle out in a hurry. Behind her, Cici looked enviously at her auntie's elegant back, and no one knew what she was thinking. Little Sun has grown so big? Mo Fei handed little Huawei to her grandma, who was smiling so much that her wrinkles almost bloomed. Then she came to Yang Yi's side with interest and smiled, wanting to hug little Yang Su. However, she had forgotten that there was still a little Bayan eyeing her from behind. At first, when Tong Tong asked his grandma to hug him, he did not have any objections. This was because Tong Tong already remembered how his grandma looked like when his mom kept saying the word grandma. However, when he was in his grandma's arms and heard her say something that he did not understand, Tong Tong blinked his eyes and pouted. He turned his head and wanted to look for his mom. I don't know how to communicate with my grandma anymore. However, Tong Tong was shocked to see that his mom was smiling while hugging the child who was wearing open-crotch pants. How could this be? In Tong Tong's memory, his mom had only hugged him before. It was fine for his sister and dad to let his mom hug him. However, Tong Tong felt a sense of crisis when he saw the child who was wearing open-crotch pants. The little jar of vinegar that was born in a jar of vinegar was suddenly unsealed. Oh. Mama, want, mama hug. In a hurry, little Tao babbled and stammered out a sentence. Dong Yuer was all smiles. She wanted to play with her eldest grandson for a while, but she didn't expect that little Momo would suddenly struggle fiercely. He didn't want to be with his grandmother at all, which made the old woman dumbfounded. Wasn't he fine just now? Yang Chonggue snorted and said proudly, you don't even know how to hug a child. How is it comfortable to hug him like this? Give it to me, give it to me. However, Tong Tong only wanted his mom. Even his grandfather, who was good at juggling, could not do it. He sobbed and pushed away his grandfather's hand. He pouted pitifully and tears welled up in his eyes. Mom, do you not want mommy anymore? Murphy had no choice but to return little Tong Tong to Yang Yi's arms. She hugged the crying Tong Tong and coaxed him. Why are you crying? Aren't you always fine? Why can't Grandpa and Grandma hug you? Grandpa and Grandma are so sad. Tong Tong hugged his mom's neck and refused to let go. His emotions seemed to have been ignited and he could not stop crying. He buried his face in his mom's arms and cried nonstop. She, why is mommy crying? Lan Xian asked in confusion. I don't know either. Cici couldn't figure it out either. No one at the scene knew the real reason why little Momo was crying. The little girl could only frown her delicate little brows and ponder. Maybe my brother cried because he doesn't remember my grandparents? That was not the case. Tong Tong, who was back in his mom's arms, stopped crying. He felt like he had regained what he had lost, so he did not want to leave his mom's arms. The news of Yang Yi's return spread quickly in the village. After all, he was a big boss and had brought tremendous changes to the village. Not long after Yang Yi came back, some villagers came to visit. Yang Yi and Yang Qing had to move out a bench and sit under the shade of a tree in the yard to chat with the guests. Regardless of the adults who were bored and setting up the Dragon Gate array, or Tong Tong who was clinging to his mom and guarding against his little brother, Shi and Lan Xian could not sit still in the house. They came out again and could not wait to experience their village life. "Grandpa, Grandpa." Shishi pulled up Yangchonggue, who loved her the most, and said excitedly, that, where did you put the rice?" "Grandpa, Xianxia, and I want to feed the chicks." When they entered the yard just now, Shishi had already seen a group of chickens in the yard. In addition to hens and roosters, there were also old hens with a group of chicks. Shishi was with her dad and was busy greeting her grandparents, so she did not have time to play with them. Okay. Grandpa will get it for you." Yang Chonggue, who was trusted, suddenly felt that his granddaughter was the best. A gentle smile appeared on his serious old face. He got up and went to the kitchen to grab a small bag of white rice for Shishi and Lan Xian. The chickens raised in the village rarely had the chance to eat corn and rice. After all, these grains were precious. Who would be willing to feed these chickens with the grains that they worked so hard to grow? Most of the time, they ate vegetables, radishes, weeds, and the small insects that they pulled out from the ground. It was good enough that they could eat 5 grains once a week. As for the leftovers at home, they were usually left for the dogs. They would never have a chance to eat them. Therefore, Shishi and Lan Xian did not know that Yang Chonggue did not care about the grains at all for the 2 little cuties. He even prepared white rice for them to cook. Steamed Bun, who came back with the car to visit relatives, did not know that life in the village was so hard. He walked around the yard and got to know his fellow sufferers who were tied up in the corner. He followed behind Shishi and watched what his little master was doing. Seeing a person and a dog approaching, the rooster, who had been squatting on the straw pile and dozing off, raised his head vigilantly. The hens running around on the ground quivered and scattered. However, they were free-range chickens after all, so they were not afraid of humans. After running 2 steps away, they acted as if nothing had happened and swayed their chicken claws. Shishi followed behind her grandfather, and her happy gaze fell on the group of little chicks with white feathers with spots. They were following the mother hen and looking for food everywhere. Their little round heads raised and turned from time to time. They were so cute. "I love these chicks so much," Shishi said excitedly. She grabbed some white rice from the small bag and gently threw it to the chicks. However, the chicks did not appreciate it. They thought that this terrifying human had thrown a bomb and were so frightened that they ran away with the big hen. Although the chicks' legs were short, they ran very fast and ran far away in a flash. Steamed Bun went over excitedly, but found that it was not delicious, nor was it a small ball that he could bite and bring back. Steamed Bun ran back to the little master's side in disappointment, wagging his tail and looking up at the little master. Unfortunately, the little master's attention was not on him. Hee, Shishi, they ran away. Lan Xian was amused by the sight of this, and she turned to Shishi with a smile. Before Shishi could respond, there was a change in the place where Shishi threw the rice. The big hen ran away with the chicks, but 2 little hens had good eyesight. When they saw that it was delicious, they immediately ran over from the side and quickly pecked at the rice. Their speed was very fast, as if they were afraid that someone would snatch it from them. This feeling was right. Seeing them eating so happily, the other hens and roosters also rushed over. Although there was not much rice left on the ground, they could still eat a few grains if they were quick enough. At this time, the big hen, who had reacted, hurriedly ran back. The group of chicks was stunned for a moment and followed their mother in confusion. Unfortunately, missed was missed. When they arrived, the rice on the ground had been pecked clean by those greedy fellows. Not a single grain was left. "Aya! The little chick has no rice to eat." Lan Xian watched the show and shouted, "It's okay, little chick, I still have more. I'll give it to you." She murmured softly as if she was comforting a chicken. She lowered her head and took out a handful of rice from the bag and threw it to the chickens. At this moment, although the chicks were still frightened and dodging, under the leadership of the big hen, they did not run away, but immediately turned back. However, there was still a large group of hens and roosters eyeing them covetously. A big rooster with a fiery red comb, like a low-flying bomber, lowered its neck and rushed up, driving away all the chicks. It and the other hens who rushed over enjoyed the white rice together. "Oh!" She stomped her feet anxiously, pouted her little mouth, and cried out unhappily, "Big roosters, they're bullying people. They stole little chicks' food." Lan Xian tilted her little head, looked at Shi, and asked in a low voice, then what should we do? If the chicks don't have food, they won't grow up. If they don't grow up, then they might not taste good, the two little girls whispered together to think of a solution. I have an idea. Shishi's tightly knitted eyebrows suddenly relaxed. She raised a white and thin finger, and said to Lan Xian happily, Xian, can you help me stop those big chickens? If they don't come over, then I can feed the chicks rice. Lan Xian was in a difficult position. She looked at the big rooster, shrunk her neck, pouted her little mouth and asked, but, Shi, what if the big rooster bites me? I'm afraid of its mouth, it's so scary. Shi regretfully scratched her head, handed her bag to Lan Xian, and said generously, then, Xian, I'll stop them. You feed the chicks, you have to let them eat until they're full. Thus, with the cooperation of the two little girls, a chaotic scene appeared. Lan Xian scattered a handful of rice, and the little fat girl, who was a little scared, quickly dodged. At this time, the experienced big roosters and hens swarmed over. No, you guys, this is not for you to eat. Shi shouted, and like a hero who saw injustice on the road, she opened her arms and hurriedly rushed up. Chickens are still afraid of people. Whether it's the adult roosters, hens, or small chicks, they were all frightened by Shi, and hurriedly dodged. Shi, don't chase those chicks. Although Lan Xian was a little scared, she still enthusiastically called out from the side. I'm chasing the big chicks. Shi cried. She was not tired of chasing those hens who couldn't help but go around in a circle and then come back. Soon, Lan Xian happily called out the good news, Shi, the chicks eat rice. Really? Shi was very happy. She turned around and looked at those chicks. But she didn't expect that at this time, another old hen took the opportunity to squeeze over. Oh, why are you so disobedient? Shi anxiously cried. She had to anxiously drive them away again. After all, there were so many chickens, they could attack from all directions. Shi could only be exhausted, blocking the east wall to pay the west wall. Fortunately, Lan Xian didn't scatter much rice. After a while, the chicks finished eating. Shi, you feed the chicks, I want to play too. Lan Xian realized that those ferocious roosters didn't seem as scary as she had imagined. When Cici ran over, they all ran away. Lan Xian was itching to go after them. She also wanted to experience the feeling of chasing after those bad guys. However, Lan Xian only saw Shishi's lively figure when she ran diligently. She didn't see Shishi's hard work running around. It was not long before Lan Xian was infuriated by these all-pervasive chickens. Her short and chubby legs could not catch up with so many chickens. Moreover, she was running around under the sun. Soon, Lan Xian was so hot that she was panting heavily. After running for less than 10 seconds, the little girl was sweating profusely and complaining that she was tired. Aya, Cici, it's better that you do it. Okay then. Shi was still full of vitality. She handed the bag of rice to Lan Xian, and then the little girl's slender legs ran quickly, chasing the big cackling roosters. Cackle, cackle. You can't eat the chicken's rice. Shi ran and imitated the sound of the roosters. She felt that it was funny and couldn't help but laugh. The little girl's bell-like laughter attracted the attention of the adults. However, Shi was also a little tired. After playing for a while, she was called by her father to drink a cup of water before continuing to play. Fortunately, at this time, Steamed Bun, who had been running around with the little master but was only watching in confusion, finished his apprenticeship. He followed Shishi's footsteps and chased the roosters and hens. Woof, woof. Steamed Bun bared his teeth and barked beside the little master. The roosters were so scared that they didn't dare to come over. But for some reason, Steamed Bun, who had always been very timid, gave people a funny feeling at this moment. At first, the chicks were scared by Steamed Bun and shrank to their mother chicken's side, but after a while, they found that this big guy wouldn't look at them, so they gathered their courage and came over to peck the rice. In front of delicious food, every chick was now little fatty Xian. Originally, Xianxia thought that it would take some time for Lan Xian to adapt to the countryside. After all, no matter how beautiful Wadayaku village was in the past 2 years, it couldn't be compared with Lan Xian's hometown in Jiangnan. Jiangqing was the provincial capital, and the villages below were also very rich. Naturally, the houses and roads were clean and tidy. If it weren't for the farmland and the waterways, it would look like a traditional residential area. It didn't look like a village at all. However, Xianxia didn't feel uncomfortable at all in Wadayaku village. On the first day, she and Xishi fed the chickens together. The next day, the two girls curiously followed Yang to herd the cows. Xianxia didn't complain at all except that it was hot. Therefore, Yang Chonggui was very satisfied with this chubby girl who was as sweet as his granddaughter. After the old man knew that Yang Yi recognized this girl as his goddaughter, he also examined Xianxia. Since Yang Chonggui recognized Xianxia, that meant that he regarded Xianxia as one of his own. The old man began to worry about the chubby girl's health. Xianxia's facial features are still beautiful, but the premise is that she has to lose weight. If she doesn't lose weight, it will be difficult for her to get married in the future. It will also be a burden to her body. Yang Chonggui pointed out seriously at dinner the next night. Xianxia was still a little unaccustomed to this name. She sat at the end of the table and tore the crab's thigh with great effort. She ate with relish and looked around in confusion. Who is Xianxia? She couldn't get involved in the adults' conversation, but her ears were like radar. She had been eavesdropping. At this moment, she enthusiastically came over and whispered, "Xian, my grandpa is talking about you." Although she weakly said a few words for Xianxia, Yang Yi couldn't resist the old man's concern for Xianxia. Yang Chonggui decided that tomorrow morning, Xianxia and she would get up together and exercise with their grandpa. At that time, Xianxia was addicted to eating the fresh and tender crab. She just agreed in a daze. She didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Therefore, on the morning of the third day in Wadayaku village, Xianxia couldn't continue to sleep in. Early in the morning, she and Xishi were woken up by Yang Yi. Cece was fine. She was used to waking up early. After being woken up by her father, she slowly slid down from the edge of the bed. Then, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and pouted her little pink lips as she waited for Xianxia at the side. Xianxia was very uncomfortable. She hadn't slept enough yet. At first, Xianxia fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Yang Yi turned her over, and she continued to sleep on her stomach. When he pulled her two little arms up, the little fat girl raised her head, closed her eyes, and hummed impatiently like a little pig. As soon as he put her back, Xianxia immediately curled up again, found a comfortable position, and continued to fall into a peaceful sleep. During this time, she had already woken up. She looked at Xianxia being pulled by her father. It was very funny, and she couldn't help but giggle. "Look, she is laughing at you. Hurry up and get up. Yesterday, you promised Grandpa that you would get up and exercise." Yang Yi rubbed the little fat girl's head, and her fluffy hair was scratched into a chicken's nest by him. Xianxia was so noisy that she couldn't sleep. She kicked her legs and cried, "Don't get up." She wasn't really crying. She cried for a long time, but no tears fell from her eyes. In the end, it took more than 10 minutes for Yang Yi to wake up Xianxia and take her and Xishi to wash up. After the cold and comfortable well water moistened the towel, Father Yang wiped it on her round face. Xianxia was so cold that she shivered and recovered a little ability to think. "Comfortable?" Yang Yi smiled and handed the towel to the little girl who was still pouting and unwilling. She thought that her father was talking to her. She wiped her face and her little arms and giggled, "Papa, the water here is so strange. It's so cold, like the water in the refrigerator. It's super comfortable. Because I'm so hot. Don't touch so much water in the morning." Seeing this, Yang Yi hurriedly stopped Xishi and said with a smile, "Just wipe your face. If you wipe your body, you'll catch a cold. Go rinse your mouth, drink some water later, and then exercise with Grandpa." Xianxia woke up. She wiped her face and felt the coolness of the well water. She muttered unhappily, "I don't want to get up. I don't want to exercise." Yang Yi smiled and said, "How can you do that? You promised Grandpa last night. You can't let him down." But. Xianxia stammered and couldn't find an excuse to refute. "Exercise well and sweat a little. When you're tired and hungry later, come back for breakfast. Yang Yi will make you delicious fried noodles later." Yang Yi encouraged. Okay, okay. Papa, the fried noodles you make are so delicious. Are there eggs? Shishi happily rushed to say. Of course, there are shredded meat, mushrooms, fried with noodles, put in the super delicious sauce, fried until golden yellow, and sprinkled a handful of scallions. It'll definitely be so delicious that you want to eat your tongue. Yang Yi smiled and said. Shishi raised her small head and smiled sweetly at her father. Hee, of course not. How can I eat my tongue? Lan Xian was still a little confused when she woke up in the morning. Her mind couldn't keep up with Shishi, but now she was drooling after hearing the conversation between Shishi and her father. She quickly pulled Yang Yi's hand and cried, Papa Yang, I want to eat, I want to eat. Then hurry up and exercise with Grandpa. The more you sweat, the more delicious it'll be. Yang Yi said enchantingly. Okay. Although she was still a little unwilling, Lan Xian whispered with her small mouth at the thought of the delicious fried noodles. Yang Chonggui was still very kind and affectionate to the two girls at home. He couldn't bear to scold them, but when they were outside, the old man proudly put his hands behind his back and put on a straight face, just like a general marching to war. He walked in front solemnly and mightily, scaring the young people who had been scolded by him. When they met him, they all obediently came over to greet him. Actually, Yang Chonggui just wanted to show off his power in front of his granddaughters. He wanted the two girls to see how high their grandfather's prestige was in the village. But he didn't know that the two girls were a little frightened by him, especially Lan Xian. She thought that she had delayed and made her grandfather angry, so, Lan Xian and she obediently followed behind Yang Chonggui, and the three of them walked to the martial arts field in the village. Yang Yi actually woke up earlier. Before he woke the two girls up, he had already run 2 laps and practiced martial arts. Now, he didn't accompany Shishi and Lan Xian to exercise. Instead, he stayed at home and prepared breakfast for the two girls. After all, he had promised them. Xian probably hasn't drunk this kind of soy milk that was ground by the stone mill. In the kitchen, Yang Yi took out the soybeans that he had started to soak last night and slowly poured them into the stone mill. Then, his right hand slowly pushed the mill, and his left hand slowly added water. Soon, milky white soy milk slowly flowed out. It took a lot of effort to make soy milk, and because there were many people in the family, Yang Yi ground more soy milk and prepared to cook a big pot of soy milk. The soy milk bought outside was diluted with water, so it was almost as thin as water. It was not like the soy milk ground by himself. The soy milk ground by himself had sufficient ingredients, was clean, and was of high quality. The soy milk ground by himself was still thick even after filtration. After it was boiled, a strong fragrance came to the nose. Plus, he added sugar, so the little guys would definitely like it. After boiling the soy milk, Yang Yi began to prepare the ingredients for the fried noodles. But at this time a sweaty little head popped in from the kitchen door. Yang Yi heard the noise behind him. He turned around and found that it was Lan Xian, who was sweating profusely. However, there was someone behind her. Shishi's nervous voice came weakly, Xian, is that my papa? It turned out that these two little girls were peeping. Yang Yi didn't know that it was actually Lan Xian who wanted to come to the kitchen to inquire. Shishi had to follow her. If he hadn't been in the kitchen, the two little girls would have probably run away. Why are you back so soon? Yang Yi smiled and asked in surprise. Hearing her father's voice, Shishi was relieved. The kitchen door was quite big, but she still squeezed Lan Xian into the kitchen. I wanted to see if there was fried noodles, but I didn't seem to smell it. Lan Xian scratched her head and said without answering the question. Shishi chirped in response to her father's question, Papa, it's like this. Xian ran for a while, and then she said that she had a stomachache and wanted to poop. So Grandpa came back with us. Stomachache? Yang Yi was still nervous, but he soon felt that something was wrong. Lan Xian's face was relaxed, her eyes were bright, and she looked around. It didn't seem like she had a stomachache. No, I don't have a stomachache. Yes, it doesn't hurt anymore. Sure enough, Lan Xian was slightly embarrassed, and she hurriedly stuttered as she explained. Shishi blinked and said briskly, but Xian, don't you want to poop? In fact, there was no need for Shishi to continue. Yang Yi had already understood. He helplessly pointed at the little girl and said with a smile, "You must be lying to Grandpa that you have a stomachache and want to be lazy, right?" Xian saw that she had been seen through. She stuck out her little tongue and was a little embarrassed. She slightly pouted and explained, "I'm not lying to Grandpa. It's just that I'm super tired, and Grandpa said that I have to exercise a lot more. I don't want to exercise anymore." Even Yang Yi could tell, let alone Yang Chonggue, who had taught his two sons. However, he did not make things difficult for Xian. After all, she was a girl. The old man's heart ached for her. Seeing that she was sweating profusely after running for a while, he went with the flow and did not expose her. "But what you're doing is wrong. Xian, it's not that Papa Yang wants to criticize you, but think about it yourself. Grandpa accompanied you to exercise so early in the morning. Did he want you to have a good body? He was thinking about you, wasn't he?" Yang Yi put down the kitchen utensils, washed his hands, and said softly. Xian pursed her little mouth and lowered her little head. She looked at her father and then looked at her little friend. She took her father's hand, shook it, and whispered, "Papa, don't say any more. Don't blame Xian, okay? She's going to cry." "How can I blame her? I'm analyzing this matter with her." Yang Yi patted Shishi's head and said with a smile, "Xian, you're a very good child, but you're still young. Sometimes you don't think things through. Don't make the same mistake in the future. I'll forgive you." Father Yang was much gentler than her father. Xian could accept such criticism. The chubby little girl pouted her little mouth and moved closer. Just like Shishi, she hugged Father Yang's other hand, rubbed it gently, and whispered, "I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have lied to Grandpa." "That's right. If you feel that you're too tired to exercise in the future, you can directly report it to Grandpa. I believe that Grandpa still loves you very much and won't let you be too tired." Yang Yi squeezed her little hand with a smile and said in a clear voice, "Okay. Shishi, Xian, let go of my hand. If you keep hugging me like this, I won't be able to eat breakfast later." The atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Shishi and Xian both giggled and let go of Yang Yi's hand at the same time. Xian was a little nervous, but Shishi regained her liveliness again. She asked all kinds of questions with great interest. "Papa, are you making fried noodles?" Yang Yi poured a pot of water, turned on the fire, and casually replied, "Yes." "Papa, what about the noodles?" "The noodles are going to be cooked now. Look." Yang Yi smiled and took out a packet of noodles from the black plastic bag next to him. "When the water is boiling, you can put them in and cook them." "But aren't we eating fried noodles? Why do we have to cook them?" Shishi asked in confusion. "Because the noodles have to be boiled. They don't need to be cooked. We can use them for frying after draining the water." Yang Yi put the noodles back and patiently explained while preparing other ingredients. At this time, he saw the sausages hanging on the wall and asked with a smile, "Xian, do you want to put some sausages in it?" In fact, Yang Yi was also teasing Xian, for fear that she was still unhappy. Xian suddenly became interested. She quickly came over and watched Papa Yang take off the sausages. She said excitedly, "Yes, yes. The sausages are super delicious. Papa, what is this?" She was very interested in the kitchen in her hometown. She always felt that it was very different from the kitchen at home. After a while, the little girl's questions came one after another. Yang Yi answered patiently, but she asked too many questions. In the end, he couldn't help but think of a way. He poured a cup of soy milk for each of the two little girls and asked them to sit on a stool and drink it. "Can't you shut your mouths? Of course, this won't work." After she took a sip, her eyes lit up and she shouted happily, "Hey, it's delicious. Xian. Wow, Xian, you drank half of it. Wasn't it?" While you were praising her, she was drinking it all the time. "Papa, I know. This is soy milk made from soybeans, because the soy milk made from black beans is black, right?" She also drank a lot at home. She drank it happily and didn't forget to chat with her father. Xian finished it quickly. Of course, this small cup couldn't satisfy her. The little fat girl licked her lips greedily and said, I want more. You can't drink so much now. If you drink more, you won't be able to eat fried noodles later. Xianxia said with a smile, you can drink soy milk after eating fried noodles. When Lan Xian heard that she might not be able to eat fried noodles, she quickly pushed the cup on the table and said nervously, then I won't drink it. I want to eat fried noodles. She tilted her head and thought for a moment. She asked puzzledly, but, Papa, why can't Xian eat fried noodles after drinking soy milk, but can I still drink soy milk after eating fried noodles? Yes. They ate the same thing before and after. Why can't I eat fried noodles after drinking soy milk first? Then I can drink soy milk after eating fried noodles. Why is this? Xianxia was dumbfounded. He found that he couldn't answer such a simple question. Ahem, Shishi, let's not talk about this problem first. Papa will give you a task. You and Xian bring disposable cups and pour soy milk for Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, little aunt, and Mom. Everyone has a cup. Xianxia awkwardly changed the topic. Okay. Shishi and Lan Xian were very obedient. The two girls responded in unison and began to get busy. Xianxia finally had some peace. He first fried the eggs, then began to fry the meat, vegetables, and noodles. Behind him, Shishi was very diligent. The little girl was praised by Grandpa, Grandma, and little aunt. She smiled happily and ran in and out. After delivering a few cups of soy milk, Lan Xian was reluctant to move when she smelled the rich fragrance coming from the frying pan. She was lazy for a moment and leaned over to look. Xianxia said with a smile, Xian, do you want some chili sauce? We don't put too much, but a little spicy taste will make the fried noodles more delicious. Lan Xian had been swallowing her saliva for a long time. She excitedly jumped up and down and shouted, yes, yes. I like spicy. It's super delicious. With such an enthusiastic little girl, Xianxia not only felt a sense of accomplishment, but also believed that when everyone ate breakfast together later, it would be delicious. In the countryside, there was always an endless supply of food to eat. Especially because of Xianxia's return, the simple villagers in the village all sent some delicious food from their homes or fields over when they visited. For the past few days, Lanqin and Cece's little mouths had not been idle at all. Sometimes, they would eat peanuts that had just been plucked from the ground and boiled with water and salt. Sometimes, they would eat them while sitting cross-legged on the armchairs in the hall. Sometimes, they would eat sweet and soft golden roasted sweet potatoes that were sent over by the little brother next door. Lanqin, who could not wait any longer, complained that it was hot while eating happily. This morning, Steamed Bun's mother, Li Shupo, also came to visit. He had just plucked a batch of fresh corn from the fields and brought a bamboo basket over. The little guys had a new experience and food to eat. Wow, is this corn? After the guest left, Shishi and Lan Xian immediately came over curiously. Shishi exclaimed in surprise, but, this corn is different from the ones at home. Behind the two little girls, there was a little kid. After the first 2 days of vigilance, Tong Tong finally let go of his guard against the little guy who was wearing open-crotch pants. Perhaps he felt that his mother still loved him and little Xianxia was not a threat to him. After not pestering his mother, Tong Tong played with his sister. He still felt that his sister Shishi was the best. She knew how to play with everything. When he was with his sister, Tong Tong also experienced feeding chicks and observing cows through the fence. These were all very magical experiences to him. It was the same now. When Tong Tong heard his sister's surprised exclamation, he could not hold back anymore. He pushed away his mother's hand and slid down from his mother's lap. His little butt swayed as he moved closer to his sister's. He curiously looked at the corn buds that were overflowing out of the bamboo basket. The corn at home is also like this. It's just that what you usually see are the hard leaves and ears of corn that Dad has already peeled off in the market. Xianxia picked up a corn, peeled the leaves, and showed them the light yellow kernels. He smiled and said, these were just picked from the ground, so what you see is the original appearance of corn. Wow, it's sweet corn. I love eating this kind of corn. Lan Xian cried out in surprise when she saw the yellow, plump corn kernels. I prefer the white and black ones because they're soft and sticky and delicious. Cece, on the other hand, had her own thoughts, but she still giggled and said, "But I also like to eat sweet corn." While the two girls were discussing fervently, little Momo was beside his sister and only recognized the corn after looking at it for a long time. He hadn't learned how to call the corn, so he pointed at the corn in surprise and called out to his father. "This is called corn, corn." Xianxia smiled and taught Tong Tong word by word. "Fish rice?" Tong Tong was learning things faster and faster. Although his pronunciation was not perfect at first, he could say it like his father. After a while, he could say it fluently. "Corn. Not bad." Xianxia gave the little guy a thumbs up and smiled. "Do you want to eat it? Do you want to eat it?" Tong Tong could understand such a simple question. He was so happy that he squinted his eyes, nodded, and giggled. Lan Xian and Shi, who were next to them, cried out in excitement. Since the little guys all wanted to eat corn, Xianxia picked a few and went to the kitchen to cook them. The way he cooked the corn was different from the way the villagers cooked the corn in the pot. Xianxia peeled off all the leaves of the corn, washed them, and put them into the pot. Of course, just like how the villagers cooked corn, Xianxia added water and a little salt. However, Xianxia also put some tender corn husks on the surface. Of course, the corn whiskers were good stuff, so Xianxia did not want to waste them. After plucking the corn whiskers, he wrapped them in a small gauze and put them into the pot. It seemed a little unnecessary to cook the corn this way. Couldn't he just peel off the corn after cooking it? However, Xianxia still thought it was better to cook the corn this way. This way, not only would it retain the original fragrance of the corn, but it would also make the corn look clean and tidy. It would look like a piece of art instead of an unprocessed jade. To put it bluntly, Xianxia was a little stubborn. He just wanted to look good. After the corn was cooked, the lid of the pot was removed, and a sweet aroma wafted out. Lan Xian and Cece, who were eagerly waiting at the side, couldn't help but close their eyes with intoxicated expressions. Xianxia picked up the corn with a pair of tongs, drained the water, and then put it on the big plate on the table. Lan Xian, who had been swallowing her saliva, could not help but reach out her small hand to grab one. This was what Xianxia did not notice. Fortunately, Shi shouted in surprise, "No. Xian, you can't eat it yet." Xianxia heard it. He looked back and quickly took Lan Xian's hand and said with a smile, "Xian, you have to wait a moment." "Why?" Lan Xian looked at the corn reluctantly and asked in confusion. She said seriously, "Because we have to give it to Grandpa and Grandma first. Papa said that we should respect the old and love the young." This was some of the principles that Xianxia taught the two girls at the dinner table recently. However, Lan Xian seemed to have forgotten it, but Shi remembered it very clearly. Xianxia didn't expect Cece to think so much. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head and said with a smile, "It's great that Cece can think so much. However, there's another reason. It's because the corn is still very hot. Don't use your hands to grab it. You'll get burned." After being cooked and braised for a while, the corn was indeed very beautiful. It was a little white before, but now it looked golden. How could such beautiful corn be very hot? "I'll try, I'll just touch it carefully, I don't want to eat it." Lan Xian was a little reluctant and begged in a low voice. "Then touch it carefully and see if it's very hot." Xianxia did not object. Lan Xian carefully stretched out her small hand and touched the surface of the corn with her index finger. Suddenly, the little fat girl's eyes widened and she retracted her small hand like lightning. "It's really very hot." Shi, try it if you don't believe me." Lan Xian said to her little friend in amazement. Shi smiled with her eyes curved, as beautiful as the crescent moon. She shook her head and said with a smile, "I don't want it, I know it's very hot. It's just cooked." However, after about 10 minutes, the corn in the courtyard had already cooled down. The two little girls couldn't wait to grab a corn each and walk around the courtyard, gnawing on it. "Yummy!" Lan Xian exclaimed happily. She ate a little happily. After some corn was bitten, it leaked out from the corner of her mouth and fell to the ground. Immediately, a little hen, who was already thinking about the two girls feeding the chickens, stretched her neck, arched her butt, and rushed over like a fighter jet. She pecked the ground, and then like a frightened bird, she slipped away after eating. The corn cobs were very big, a corn was almost as long as Tong Tong's arm. The sisters easily grabbed and ate, but Tong Tong was a little bit unable to hold it. Moreover, he was a little greedy and picked a very thick and long corn. Sister, help me, okay? The little guy struggled to hold his corn, came to Xixi's side, pouted his little mouth, and said in a childish voice. Okay? He even said wrong. Xixi, of course, wanted to help her brother. She put her corn back on the plate and then took her brother's corn. Xixi had seen how her father used to do it. She struggled to break the corn. She couldn't use her strength, thus, the little girl sat down on a small stool at the side. The little girl's skirt slid down, revealing her white knees. Cici needed a fulcrum like this. She learned from her father's previous practice and placed the corn on her knees, pressing down hard on both sides. Fortunately, this corn was a little long and tender. Moreover, Xixi had a lot of strength. She held her little face until it was red. She used all her strength and finally broke the corn into two. Here. Xixi handed one half to Tong Tong. Tong Tong happily held it. This time, he was much more relaxed. He couldn't wait to take a bite. It was sweet, soft, and super delicious. Hee. The little guy chewed and laughed happily with his sister. His sister was still the best, Xixi was relieved. She put the remaining half of the corn on the plate, then picked up the corn that she had already eaten a little and said, Brother, I'll put it here for you. You can eat it later. At noon, Tong Tong had already gone to bed. Xixi and Xianxia were still happily sitting on the floor of the room on the third floor, playing the cards that the other children in the village had taught them today. Although there were only two of them, and the two girls were confused and had their own understandings. They played and argued with each other, but the two of them were still very engrossed in playing. However, Xixi suddenly pricked up her ears. She seemed to have heard her father calling her. Papa? Xixi curiously turned her head and looked around. Then she stood up and ran to open the door. There was an air conditioner in the room, so it was cool. Now that she opened the door, she suddenly felt like she was in a different world. The billowing heat outside swept in. Xianxia, who was following behind, shouted, Wow! It's so hot. However, Xixi's intuition was right. Her father was calling them from downstairs. The little girl stuck her little head out and called crisply, Papa. Xianxia waved to them downstairs, then pointed to the bamboo bed and bamboo chair under the shade of the tree. He had just taken a lot of effort to move them out of the house. He smiled and said, Xixian, come down. This afternoon, we'll rest in the yard under the shade of the tree and feel the cool breeze of nature. Look, there's also a bamboo bed. It's very comfortable. Playing with Papa downstairs? Of course, Xixi happily responded and said, Okay. I'll go down with Xian. Xixi was very supportive, but Xian was not. She summoned her courage and came out to take a look under the heat. She pouted and said reluctantly, No, I don't want to go down. It's so hot down there. No, there's also shade down there. Xianxia laughed and said, Although it's not as comfortable as the air conditioner, we can experience the cool natural breeze. I don't want to be so hot. I want to enjoy the air conditioner. Xian shook her head fiercely. She yelled and ran back to the room, as if she was afraid that Father Yang would come up and arrest her. Back in the room, Xian felt much more comfortable under the air conditioner as the temperature dropped sharply. The chubby girl narrowed her eyes proudly. I don't want to go outside. The sun is so hot, I'll be roasted like a little suckling pig. However, Xixi wanted to experience the new things that her father had mentioned. She scratched her head awkwardly and asked, Xian, aren't you going down? I want to go down. I haven't slept on the bamboo bed Papa mentioned yet. Then go. I'm upstairs, sleeping with Mother Mo and Tong Tong. Xian said nonchalantly. There was no other way. He couldn't persuade Xian, who was afraid of the heat. Xixi only wanted to come down alone. She didn't let her father's efforts go to waste. Xianxia spent a lot of effort cleaning the courtyard this morning so that he could sit comfortably under the shade of the trees, otherwise, With Yang Yi's character, it would be better to kill him than to let him be neighbors with those chickens and ducks and smell the faintly discernible stench floating on the ground. Come here. Don't stand under the sun. Yang Yi lay comfortably on the bamboo recliner and waved at Xixi with a smile. Yang Chonggui had asked the craftsman in the village to help make this bamboo recliner. It was not as small and delicate as the ones sold on the market. There was nothing new about its style, but it was very big and sturdy. With Yang Yi's tall and sturdy body, there was no creaking sound when he slept on it. With his long legs, he could easily rest them on the legs of the bamboo recliner. When Cece came over, Steamed Bun, who was resting under the shade of the tree, was overjoyed. He wagged his tail and greeted his little master, then followed behind her. Unfortunately, his little master didn't come to play with him. Papa, it's very hot outside. That's why Xianxia doesn't want to come down. Under her father's guidance, Xixi climbed onto the polished bamboo bed, sat cross-legged, and smiled at her father a little condescendingly. That's because she's not lucky. Yang Yi shrugged his shoulders and said carelessly, you just came out from under the sun, so of course you're still tired. After a while, you'll feel cool and refreshed. This bed is very cool. Xixi touched it curiously. Xixi, come, do this with me. Yang Yi snapped his fingers and smiled at his daughter. He put down the back of the bamboo recliner and stretched comfortably. He hummed and said, lie down and close your eyes. Let's use our ears and the skin on your face to quietly feel the cool breeze of nature under the shade of the trees. Xixi lay down on the bamboo bed obediently. However, the little girl's head was resting on the pillow stuffed with cassia seeds. She turned her body sideways and blinked her big bright eyes. After looking at her father, she continued to imitate her father's posture. Facing the dense shade of the trees, she closed her eyes comfortably. There were several big trees in the courtyard at home. The one they were resting on now had a history of several decades. The canopy was like an umbrella, forming a gorgeous green curtain. The blazing noon sun couldn't penetrate the layers of leaves. Therefore, Xixi closed her eyes and only felt that the light outside her eyelids was very soft, similar to the light inside the house. After closing her eyes, the world seemed to have become quiet. Cece felt the gentle breeze that her father had mentioned. Although it was still a little hot at first, when the breeze brushed past her body, the fine hair on the little girl's face was brushed, and her sweat evaporated. A cool and refreshing feeling slowly brewed. Do you feel it? The wind of nature is very fresh, very gentle, and very cool. Is it more comfortable than the air conditioner? Yang Yi asked with a smile. Xixi long eyelashes trembled, and her big bright eyes opened. She giggled, looked sideways at her father, and said, I also feel very comfortable. Papa, why don't we have such a comfortable bed at home? Then we can sleep under the tree. In Jiang City? Yang Yi said with a smile, if you like, we can get someone to build a bed like this. But the trees in our courtyard are not so big. If you want to enjoy the shade like this, you may have to wait for a few years. Is that so? Xixi blinked with some regret. It's okay. Now that we have the opportunity, let's feel it more. Yang Yi raised his two arms, put them behind his head comfortably, and said softly, this is also a rare opportunity to be in contact with nature, because many times in the big city, we have to face those air conditioners, machines, and a very busy life. Now, it's very difficult to quietly listen to the sound of the wind and enjoy the coolness of summer without much noise. In the midst of her father's emotional long speech, Xixi was lying on the bamboo bed. She casually crossed her legs and smiled with her eyes curved. Her small hands were raised high, as if she was catching the breeze, and also as if she was reaching for the tall, dense leaves. She and her father were here, quietly bathing in the natural breeze, and she was very happy. However, Xixi's little head was not like her father's, who always thought of many comparisons and many complicated emotions. She turned around on the bamboo bed, and then giggled. She turned sideways and called her father, who seemed to be about to fall asleep, Papa, Papa. Do you know what I was thinking just now? What were you thinking? Yang Yi did not open his eyes. Listening to his daughter's sweet voice, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and asked. Papa, let me tell you. It's such a big tree, I was wondering if there would be a little squirrel jumping around on it. Then it might also be looking at me, waiting for me to sleep, and then come out, not letting me see it. Hee hee. It's too bad. The little girl said naively. Xianxia listened to Xishi's imaginative narration. Originally, he wanted to laugh and explain to the little girl that it was impossible for there to be a little squirrel here. However, Xiangyi's heart suddenly moved, because from Xishi's description, a very famous cartoon appeared in his mind. Xishi, Papa will tell you a very interesting story, okay? Xiangyi smiled and said softly. Okay. Okay. I like Papa's stories. Xishi responded happily. She turned sideways, opened her big eyes, and looked at her father with joy. In order to make it easier for him to tell the story, Xiangyi also sat on the bamboo bed. Cici immediately came over and giggled as she pulled on her father's sturdy calf and rested her head on it comfortably, as if her father's hairy leg was more comfortable than a pillow. Aren't you afraid of the stench? Daddy's foot. Xiangyi smiled, reached out and rubbed the little girl's head, and asked. No, no. Papa's feet are as clean as mine. Hee hee, look. Cici said with a complacent smile as she lay on her back and even crossed her legs with one of her white and tender little feet. Of course, the little girl's dependence on her father was very good. Xiangyi gently stroked Xishi's little head, said a few words to her, and then smiled, and began to tell the story. A long, long time ago, there was an elder sister called Xiaoyu, and she had a very cute younger sister called Xiaomei. Xiangyi said gently. Xishi curiously looked back at her father and asked, Papa, why not have a younger brother? This way, it can be me and my younger brother. This is just a story. Xiangyi gently shook his head and said with a smile, do you want to be the elder sister yourself, and then let your younger brother join the story? Xishi was a little embarrassed. She covered her little face with her hands, twisted her little butt, and rolled around like a piece of wood, and said with a smile, anything is fine. A girl's words were unfathomable, and certainly could not be understood from the literal meaning. As Xishi said, anything was fine, but in fact, it meant that she wanted it. Okay then. Xiangyi decided to improvise. A long, long time ago, there was a beautiful and sensible elder sister called Xiaoxi, and then she had a lively and cute younger brother called Xiaoyan. Let's do it like this, okay? Xishi's bell-like laughter echoed in the courtyard. After she finished laughing, she shyly whispered, hee hee, Papa, I am a beautiful and sensible elder sister, the story continued. Because Xiaoxi's mother fell ill and needed to recuperate in a beautiful suburban hospital, Xiaoxi's father decided to move back to the countryside, which is closer to the hospital. This way, he can work, take care of the two children, and visit Xiaoxi's mother frequently, Xiangyi said softly. Xishi sat up anxiously. The little girl's eyebrows drooped slightly as she said worriedly, Ah? Is Xiaoxi's mom sick? It's okay, don't worry. As long as she quietly recuperates, Xiaoxi's mother will recover. Xiangyi comforted her softly. Besides, Daddy said that this is just a story. It's not real. Xishi, Mommy, and Daddy are not in it. They are just characters in the story. Xishi snuggled up to her father and lay down. She was half lying in her father's arms, hugging her father's hand and listening quietly. They lived in an old house in the countryside. No one had lived in it for a long time, so when they moved back, Xiaoxi took Mommy and worked hard to clean the house together with Daddy. Xiangyi saw Xishi's doubtful gaze and explained with a smile, by the way, in this story, Mommy is already 3 or 4 years old. Xiaoxi, of course, is older than you are now. If little brother is 3 or 4 years old, then I'm 8 years old. Xishi was good at math. She quickly figured it out and said briskly. That's right, Xishi is really amazing. You figured it out so quickly. Because Xiaoxi and Mommy in the story have grown up and are very sensible, they are very diligent in helping Daddy clean the house. Xiangyi smiled and praised the little girl. He then said, when they were cleaning, Mommy found a very magical dust fairy. Dust fairy? Xishi looked at her father in surprise. So this is a fairy tale. The little girl's interest was even stronger. Fortunately, when he was about to tell the story, Xiangyi went to the back room and took out a pencil and a stack of calendar paper. Although the equipment was not good, under Xiangyi's skillful hand, a black dust fairy with 2 big eyes and many thorns jumped out of the paper. Hey, Papa, I think it looks very familiar. She blinked her big eyes and looked at it while making a puzzled sound. Xianxia said with a smile, is it very similar to the Hongmao pill that Uncle Fu Jun sent us when we were at home? This was not long ago. Xi's eyes lit up and she said in surprise, yes, it is very similar to that thing. And the Hongmao pill is very delicious. He still had to tell the story. Xi was full of affection for this dust fairy. When she learned that Mommy caught a dust fairy and the dust fairy slipped away, leaving Mommy's hands and feet covered with black coal stains, Xi felt that it was very funny and giggled for a long time. Of course, the most touching role was yet to come. Soon, Xianxia told the story of Xiaoxi going to school, her father working at the desk, and Mommy playing in the yard was attracted by two little chinchillas. Chinchillas? Xi leaned over to her father and looked at the two little chinchillas that her father had drawn. Xianxia did not stop. He drew and talked at the same time. He talked about how Mommy followed the two little chinchillas into a tree hole interwoven with bushes. Xi listened very attentively. At this time, she forgot to recognize the plot. Was it a bit familiar? Wasn't it? Wasn't this plot very similar to the story of Alice in Wonderland that her father had told her before, but Xi's attention was on the two cute little chinchillas. Soon, in her father's vivid description, Mommy slid into a huge tree hole and found a fluffy, super big chinchilla. That chinchilla was as big as a fat car, but it was sleeping, so Mommy climbed up along its soft and fat tail like a little squirrel, Xianxia said as he carefully drew the big chinchilla and used the shadow effect. Soon, a round chinchilla that looked a bit like a ding-dang appeared on the paper. Cici immediately fell in love with its white belly with 2 rows of crescent-shaped fur. Although she was already a little sleepy and wanted to take a nap, she still couldn't help but cry out in joy, wow, so cute. Papa, it looks like a fat cat with a beard. That's why it's called a chinchilla. Mommy also thinks it's very cute, especially when it's sleeping, just like when he was a child lying on his father's belly. It's very fun. So the naughty Mommy lay on the big chinchilla's fat belly, rubbed its belly, and reached out to touch the big chinchilla's nose. Xianxia laughed and said, the big chinchilla is very interesting. When its nose is touched, it will feel itchy and sneeze, and then its super big mouth will open. In order to describe it more vividly, Xianxia drew the big chinchilla's mouth on the almanac while he opened his big mouth and showed it to Xi. When Xi saw her father open his mouth, she couldn't help yawning. She was really sleepy, but at this time, the little girl couldn't help but ask worriedly, will the big chinchilla eat my brother? Its mouth is so big. No, the big chinchilla is a good person, a good elf. It is the guardian of the forest. Although it is a little big and has terrible claws, its heart is very kind. Of course, it will like such a cute and lively child like Mommy very much. Xianxia laughed. In the story, Mommy fell asleep on the belly of the big chinchilla. Xi also couldn't resist the sleepiness of the afternoon nap. In her father's arms, she was coaxed by him and fell asleep. Of course, the story was not finished yet. But Xi believed that in the process of taking a comfortable afternoon nap under the shade of the tree, her dream must be very wonderful, because there may not be a little squirrel on the tree, but there was a simple and cute big chinchilla. During the day, Xianxia told Xi the story of Totoro. At night, the little girl ran to her parents' room and danced on the bed. She retold her favorite story to Tong Tong, Lan Xian, and her mother. When I saw Totoro for the first time, I was scared by him. The little girl said in a narrative tone, as if she had been there. She said excitedly, he was so big, so fat, and much taller than my father. But he was still very cute. When I lent him an umbrella, Totoro lifted it up because the lotus leaf on his head was too small. And he really liked the sound of the rain falling. And the super big Totoro bus. The little girl put her 2 small hands in front of her eyes and smiled. She said, he had 2 big eyes that could shine, just like my father's car lights. This fantasy of Totoro accompanied Xi for the last few days of the summer vacation. At her grandparents' house, she often pulled Tong Tong, pointed at the tree, and asked expectantly, little brother, do you see Totoro on the tree? Tong Tong didn't understand what his sister was asking. He foolishly followed his sister's finger and looked in a daze for a long time. In the end, the 2 of them could only see birds perching, birds flying, and the sun rising and setting. It was a pity that the chubby Totoro didn't appear in their sight. Happy times were always short. As the summer vacation was coming to an end, Xianxia and Lan Xian had to say goodbye to their grandparents and go back to Jiangqing with their father. They were going to usher in a brand new school year. However, the two girls still gained something from this trip home. On the way back, Xianxia and Lan Xian couldn't help but move their little butts around on the third row of seats. They even secretly unfastened their seat belts. Xianxia, what are you doing? Buckle your seatbelt. It's dangerous. Murphy saw that the two girls had already climbed up and were kneeling on the cushions. They stuck their little butts out and looked into the trunk. She hurriedly stopped them and scolded them. Xianxia and Lan Xian were like naughty kids who had been caught doing bad things. They giggled to cover up their shyness. Xianxia whispered, "We are looking at Chick. We are afraid that it will die." It turned out that when Grandma saw that her granddaughter liked to feed those chicks, she arranged for her granddaughter to catch 2 chicks for Xianxia to raise when she returned home. It was worth mentioning that the batch of chicks that Xianxia fed before was actually not small. Dong Yue was more meticulous. She specially found chicks that had not been hatched for too long in the village and put them in a cardboard box. She asked Yang Yi to bring them home for Xianxia. Yang Yi looked at Xixi's expectant eyes. He thought about it and did not refuse. Because he remembered how sad Xianxia was when Xiaoyu returned to nature. It was much better to raise chicks. The chicks would not fly away. He did not have to worry about Xianxia facing the sad scene of saying goodbye to chicks again. Moreover, as long as the method was right, they were easier to raise, so Yang Yi agreed. Don't ask if these chicks would stink in the car. Who didn't have a lot of local specialties stuffed in their car when they came back from their hometown? Not to mention the chicks, because the car Yang Yi drove back this time was relatively large, the rear compartment was filled to the brim. 3 live hens and roosters were packed in woven bags and stuffed in the rear compartment. The old lady said that the free-range chickens in the village were delicious. She asked Yang Yi to bring them up to nourish the children's bodies, so she had to endure it for the time being. But Cici and Lan Xian didn't care about this at all. They had been so excited by the cute chicks that they were moving around excitedly all the way. That was why Mo Fei caught them being disobedient just now. They won't die. Steamed Bun is watching in the back. Yang Yi drove, looked at the rearview mirror, and said softly, "And Daddy will stop at the service station in a while. When the time comes, just open the door and let them breathe." Okay. Xianxia responded obediently. Steamed Bun, who also went back with its master to visit relatives, was indeed locked in the trunk. It felt very wronged. Big Master and Little Master did not play with it along the way. They even made it accompany so many long-feathered pointy-mouthed monsters. Maybe it had also suffered a loss. It did not know when, but in the beginning, it chased the chickens and ducks in the yard and jumped up and down. Later, it suddenly did not dare to. It was probably because the rooster fought back when the people were not there. Now, Steamed Bun was scared. It shrunk its head and lay in a corner, trying to avoid those pointy-mouthed monsters. It only stole a few glances, but its eyes were full of grievance, as if the masters had mistreated it. "Papa, I think it's super good to raise chickens at home. Because in this way, there won't be any roosters to snatch the chickens' food," Xianxia said, beaming with joy. Before Yang Yi could reply, Lan Xian questioned, "Xianxia, that's not right. Aren't there still roosters behind?" "That's not it. Grandma said that those big roosters and big hens are for us to eat. They won't fight over food with the little chicks." Cici pouted her little mouth as she spoke. She was still a little uncertain. She raised her little head and asked her father, "Right? Papa?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "Well, they won't have a chance to snatch the chickens' food." "See, I didn't remember wrongly, did I?" Cici said happily to Lan Xian. "Then I still want to eat. I think Xianxia, the chicken soup in your grandma's house is super delicious." Lan Xian couldn't help but lick her lips with her little tongue and said, Then I also ate a chicken leg. It was very delicious, very delicious." However, she seemed to think of something and asked Yang Yi nervously, "Dad Yang, after I go back, can I still go to your house to eat? Your family's chicken is really tasty. Even our house doesn't have such delicious chicken." At this moment, Xianxia was busy driving, so Murphy took the initiative to say, "Of course, Xianxia, as long as you want to come over to eat, you can come over at any time. We definitely won't miss out on a pair of chopsticks." Murphy said generously, and Xianxia also added with a smile, "Xianxia, not only can you come to our house to eat, but I brought so many chickens back this time. When the time comes, I'll bring one back for Uncle Gua and ask your mother to bring one back to cook soup for you. You don't have to bring it back. Hee, I'll just stay at your house and eat with Shishi." Lan Xian smiled contentedly, took Shishi's hand, and said, "Because Dad Yang's cooking is super delicious, I like to eat at your house. It would be great if only Mom and Mo had promised just now." Lan Xian was very nervous just now, thinking that the good days of free eating and drinking were over. Shishi also laughed with her friends. She narrowed her eyes happily and said, Papa, you can make that salt-baked chicken. I think it's also very delicious." Yes, there's soy sauce chicken, salt crispy chicken. Wow, Shishi, I can think of many ways to eat it. Lan Xian and Shishi chatted in the back again. On the first day back home, Shishi was busy settling the chicks down. She wanted to find a small quilt to make a nest for the chicks, and she also wanted to find rice for the chicks to eat. She was afraid that they would be hungry. After Xianxia knew about it, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and stopped the little girl who was in high spirits. She also said worriedly, "Papa, but if you don't make a comfortable nest for them, will they feel uncomfortable? Because they are so small. Chicks live in a different environment from us humans. They have feathers, and they are not as bald as when Xiaoxiao was a child. It's easy to catch a cold." Xianxia explained with a smile, "If you make the nest too good, they won't be used to it. And in such hot weather, if you cover them with a quilt, they will be suffocated." She looked at her father in surprise and quickly put the small quilt in her hand aside. Then she asked in confusion, "But, Papa, what should we do?" Xianxia took out the big cage that he had bought for Xiaoya from the storage room. He first spread a few layers of newspaper inside and said with a smile, "Let them live in the cage for the next 2 days. After they are familiar with the environment, let them out for a walk. And it's easier to take care of them living in the cage. They are similar to Xiaoya, and they often have stinky diarrhea." "Well," Shishi whispered, hugging her knees and squatting on the side to watch her father help her move the 2 chicks. Shishi was still worried if she didn't watch. In fact, the cardboard box was already a little smelly. When Xianxia caught the 2 chicks, he had to clean up the 2 little guys before putting them into the cage. As for the cardboard box, of course, he had to throw it away. Moreover, Xianxia didn't want to leave it at home, smelly. Xianxia held his breath and took the cardboard box to the community garbage disposal center outside to throw it away. He muttered helplessly in his heart. To be honest, when Shishi raised chicks at home, Xianxia refused in his heart. He always felt that these things were dirty and smelly, but who asked Xianxia to be used to giving in step by step in the past few years? Ever since Xianxia had started raising cats, Xiao Guai and the other cats that would shed their fur had already given Xianxia a headache. Later on, he had steamed bun. Faced with these little fellows that would often make everything dirty in the house, Xianxia's heart had already become like stagnant water. Daddy. When Xianxia returned to the courtyard, she couldn't wait to jump up and run to his side. Holding his hand, she reported, "The chicks are very cute. They will run around in the cage and then come over to peck my hand. That's because they are hungry. The millet we fed them along the way has been eaten up by them," Xianxia said with a smile. After such a long time, they are probably hungry. Seeing his daughter so excited, Xianxia was relieved. At most, he would be more diligent and often help Shishi change the newspapers for the 2 chicks and clean the cages. Of course, the chicks still had to be raised in the yard. After all, the smell was still a bit strong. As for the usual hygiene, Xianxia had already told Shishi and Lan Xian when he was in his hometown. Now Shishi also understood that after touching the chicks, she had to go back and get soap to wash her hands. As for the food that the chicks ate, Xianxia couldn't let Shishi feed them with rice grains anymore. After all, the chicks in his hometown had grown up and could eat raw rice grains, but the 2 chicks in their house were still too young. Therefore, Xianxia took Shishi to the kitchen. Now they can only eat millet. When they grow up, they can eat the rice that we usually eat, or small bread, cabbage, or the little worms that Xiaoya liked to eat before. When they grow up, they can also eat them. But now, they still need to eat some fine food. As Xianxia said, he took the millet, put it in a bowl, and soaked it in warm water. Wait a while. After soaking it for half an hour, you can feed it to them. Papa, do we also need to feed the chicks water to drink? She remembered very clearly that when she used to take care of Xiaoya, she often had to feed Xiaoya water to drink. Well, they need to drink water. Let's pour away some of the water later and leave some, so that the chicks can also replenish some water. Xianxia said with a smile, but you can't feed them too much water. Because if the chicks drink too much water, they will have diarrhea. She nodded her little head nervously. The expression on her little face was very focused. She looked at her father closely, as if she wanted to remember these details of her father. In the future, she would need to take care of the chicks. After her father moved the 2 chicks, the little girl couldn't wait to run to the side hall. Xiao Guai. Xiao Hui. Tut. Come here, come here. She happily waved at the 3 fat cats who had just returned from Lan Xian's house and were patrolling their cat nest. I'll introduce you to 2 new friends. Xiao Guai and Xiao Hui turned their heads and looked over in confusion, not knowing what the little master was going to do. Tut was more obedient. It jumped down from the cat tree and went to the little master's side. It affectionately rubbed the little master's feet with the fur on its back. Hee, Tut is so obedient. Cici had learned how to coax cats from her father a long time ago. She took out their snacks with ease and rewarded Dodo with a small snack. When Xiao Guai and Xiao Hui saw it, they were suddenly very hungry. They ran from the side and went to the little master's side. She tempted the 3 fat cats with cat snacks and then brought them to the yard. She squatted next to the 2 little yellow chicks' cage and introduced them in a clear voice. Xiao Guai, Xiao Hui, Tut, listen to me. They are your new friends, and then they are also my new friends. You can't bully your new friends. The 3 fat cats looked at the 2 weak chicks and suddenly lost interest. Xiao Hui went to the little master's side, stretched out a paw, and pressed on the little master's knee. It looked at the little master's little hand, then raised its head and looked at the little master with its seemingly innocent eyes. It gently opened its mouth and said, meow. She just rubbed Xiao Hui's head with her left hand, then pointed at Xiao Guai and said angrily, especially Xiao Guai. You really can't bully it, just like Xiaoya. You see, Xiaoya doesn't dare to come to our house to play anymore. You really can't. I'll be angry. Xiao Guai sensed that something was wrong, but for the sake of food, it still put on a brave front and rolled around Cici in an attempt to please her. It wriggled here and there like a spoiled child. Its flattery was even more shameless than Little Gray and Dodo, but she believed it. She smiled and said, that's right. You're still a good Xiao Guai. Satisfied, she happily gave the 3 fat cats a snack each. Xiao Guai and the others all started eating, not even looking at the chicks. Of course, Xianxia was still a cautious person. Although so many people had no problems raising chickens, Xianxia didn't dare to let his guard down. For the health of his family, he took the chicks to the pet hospital for a checkup the next day. It was worth mentioning that a lot of people in the city were willing to let their children raise chicks for observation, so the pet hospital also had veterinarians who specialized in treating chicks. In addition to doing quarantine for the chicks, Xianxia also consulted the veterinarian about some things to pay attention to when raising chicks. Although the 2 chicks were quite healthy and lively, Xianxia still had to know what kind of situation the chicks were in. He had to prepare in advance. Otherwise, if the chicks accidentally died in the future, she would be very sad. She took care of the chicks at home for a few days. Before her interest died down, the little girl's vacation was over. The 2nd grade she was about to start school again. The new semester was about to start. Xianxia thought that the little girl would be reluctant to go to school because she was reluctant to leave little Chick, who she had been visiting for the past few days. She would also be reluctant to leave little Chick, who was free to have fun during the holidays. However, Xianxia was wrong. The one who was unwilling to go to school was Lan Xian. The chubby girl had finally returned home and was able to sleep in for 2 days. How could she be willing to be woken up so early? It was said that Wu Jingjing was so angry that she took out a feather duster to wake her up. Of course, she was just trying to scare her. How could she bear to hit her? In comparison, she was a model student. After a few days of interaction, the little girl's passion for little Chick had decreased a lot. Moreover, she missed her little friend whom she had not seen for a month. Therefore, she was very enthusiastic about going to school. In the morning, as usual, she came back from exercising with her father. The energetic little girl did not need her father to remind her. She washed up and changed into a clean school uniform. She did not even need to eat breakfast. She could not wait to carry her small school bag. However, when she was about to leave, Tong Tong rushed forward and hugged his sister. Tong Tong was only a few months away from 2 years old. The little guy was getting more and more mature. When he heard from his mother that his sister was going to school, Tong Tong knew that his sister could not play with him at home. Therefore, when he saw his sister leaving with her school bag, Tong Tong blocked her way. "I want sister." Tong Tong hugged his sister's school uniform skirt and sobbed sadly. "Sister will come back after school in the afternoon. Sister will play with you at night, okay?" Yang Yi and Murphy squatted down to comfort him. Yang Yi helplessly patted the little guy's head and said softly, "If you don't go to school with me, the teacher will scold your sister." However, this kind of persuasion might work on Shi, but it was completely ineffective on Tong Tong. How could the little guy know what a teacher was? He was in a bad mood when he thought about how his sister would not be at home without his sister to play with him. It was just like how other children didn't want their mothers to go to work. Tong Tong's heart was filled with sorrow. She opened her mouth and started crying. She was also trying to persuade her brother softly, but she realized that her brother was not listening to her and was crying even harder. The little girl could only hug her brother's little head and look at her father anxiously and helplessly. Murphy sighed and whispered to Yang Yi, "Take Shi to school." "It's okay. I'll coax her at home. He'll probably stop crying after a while." In fact, this was the only way. She was reasonable because she had grown up and was more sensible. She could listen to her father's slow analysis. But Tong Tong didn't work. Not to mention that trying to reason with the little fellow was like talking to a chicken with a duck. Even if he could understand, little Wanwan wouldn't be willing to listen. Children at this age could not control their emotions and would throw tantrums. They would not listen to anything you said. Therefore, Yang Yi nodded to Murphy and said with a wry smile, "Then I'll trouble you to coax him at home. Try not to scold him. If there's anything, we can talk about it slowly. At worst, let him cry to his heart's content. You can watch from the side. I think he'll be fine after a while. Sister, you'll be late if you don't go to school now. Okay, don't cry at home. Listen to your mother and wait for sister to come back to play with you in the evening. Do you hear me?" Yang Yi picked up Tong Tong and handed him to Murphy. He hurriedly left with Shi. Behind them, Tong Tong stretched out his little hands and cried heartbreakingly. It was like a melodramatic drama. "Papa, why is my brother crying?" After they got into the car, Yang Yi took Shi to pick up Xianxia. Shi looked at the house worriedly. Tong Tong's cries could be heard from outside the car window. "Because he doesn't want you to leave. He likes you to play with him," Yang Yi said with a smile. She understood the reason, but she could not figure out the reason for this change. Therefore, the little girl asked confusedly, "But, Papa, my brother didn't cry before. When I was in school, my brother was very obedient." Yang Yi laughed heartily and said, "What can we do? Papa wants to praise you. You're so good to your brother. He likes to play with you very much, just like you liked to play with Papa in the past. Now that he's grown up, he gradually understands your importance. That's why he cries now. My brother likes to play with me?" She was quite happy to hear her father's explanation. It was a very pleasant thing to be relied on. In this way, she was even more eager to think about her brother. After she laughed, she became depressed again. "But my brother is crying. He's so sad. Papa, what should we do?" "It doesn't matter. Your mother is at home. She'll look after him." Yang Yi parked the car in front of Xianxia's yard. He pressed the horn, turned around, and comforted her with a smile. Moreover, your brother is a boy. Boys can't be spoiled. Sometimes, let him suffer some setbacks so that he will be stronger in the future. How can he cry for everything? Have you ever seen Papa cry? She was amused by her father's words. She giggled and shook her head. However, when Lan Xian came out, she thought of another way. The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. She pulled the seat belt, lifted herself up, and hugged the front passenger seat. She said to her father, "Papa, I know. We can let my brother go to school with me. Then he won't cry. Just like in the story of Totoro, when my brother and I went to school together." That's Xiaoxi and Xiaosu. Yang Yi smiled and said, "This method won't work, because in the story, Xiaosu went to sit in his sister's classroom to study because his father and mother were not at home. This can only be done because there is no other way." A stopgap measure? She had never heard of this word. Yes, but do you remember? Xiaosu was disobedient in the classroom and affected the other students in class. Yang Yi said softly, "Do you want your brother to go to the classroom and make noise, and then the teacher will blame you?" She shrank her head and said with a smile, then forget it. You can't make trouble in class. You have to listen carefully in class. You are a good student. Cici was still thinking about her good student's card. After sending Shi and Lan Xian to school, Yang Yi went home. Sure enough, as Mofe had said before, after little Momo cried for a while, as long as he was not allowed to do anything, he would soon give up. When Yang Yi came back, the little guy had stopped crying. His tears had been wiped away by his mother, but he was still a little unhappy. He pouted and sat in the living room angrily playing with his toys. "This afternoon, let's go to Xiaoguo's house," Yang Yi said to Murphy with a smile. Although it was said to be a treat, Xiaoguo told me that Mayor Guo wanted to talk to me about the cooperation between Jiang City and Sahara. He wanted to hear my opinion first. Okay, then I'll change my clothes. Murphy nodded. Murphy went upstairs, and Yang Yi squatted down and teased Tong Tong's chubby little face with a smile. Oh. The little guy was still a little unhappy, thinking that his father had kidnapped his sister. He pouted his little mouth and complained with dissatisfaction. Okay, you're a man. Don't throw a tantrum. Understand? Yang Yi warned jokingly, but his voice was very gentle. Your sister is going to school. She will come back to accompany you at night. Mom and Dad will accompany you. What's wrong with that? Yang Yi deliberately teased him. If you're still angry, Dad won't take you to play. Let's go to Uncle Guo's house. We can also see Sister Ding Xiang, the Sister Ding Xiang who made delicious cakes for you last time. Tong Tong probably still had a deep impression of those delicious cakes, so when he mentioned Sister Ding Xiang, he could not help but raise his little head in surprise. After the little guy confirmed with his father's eyes, he pouted and hugged his father's arm. Reluctantly, as if he was begging for reconciliation. Okay. For the sake of Sister Ding Xiang, I won't be angry. When she arrived at school, she naturally couldn't help but get close to her friends and chat about her summer vacation. Lan Xian also forgot about the depression and grumpiness she had when she left the house. She happily added to Shi's story. My grandma gave me 2 chicks. I called one Da Huang, and the other one I called Xiao Huang. Listening to Shi's description, Lu Xiaoyu rested her chin on her hand and listened devoutly at the table on the side. The latter half of Xiaoyu's summer vacation was a bit boring because her family had to go to work, so she could only stay at home and play alone. How could it be as colorful as Shi's vacation? Lan Xian was still shouting excitedly, yes. Shi's 2 chicks were so interesting when they were eating. I didn't even find it that interesting when I was in Shi's hometown. Wow, Xian Air can even go to Shi's hometown with her. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were blooming with splendor. She secretly muttered in her heart that she was simply envious. Yes, yes. She seemed to be singing a duet with Lan Xian. She giggled, raised a small hand, and pinched her fingers together to simulate the appearance of a chicken's beak. However, instead of moving her hands, she was moving her head and imitating it cutely. That's it. They peck and peck. They eat rice so fast. Wow. Her friends exclaimed in admiration one after another. Of course, this small-scale storytelling was not enough to satisfy Xishi's desire to talk. The little girl's favorite time was the afternoon of the first day of school, when Teacher Li Rulan brought them together for a class meeting. After Teacher Li finished talking about the last semester's final summary, as well as the vision for this semester and some work arrangements, such as the reselection of class leaders, an open house for parents in October, etc., it was finally time for everyone to chat together. Alright, there's still some time before school ends. Let's chat now, okay? Li Rulan smiled gently at the children and said, I know that your summer vacation will be interesting. Apart from the troublesome summer homework, there will be many interesting experiences. Who would like to share them with us? While everyone was still giggling and bashful, Xishi had already puffed out her chest and raised her right hand high in excitement. Of course, after she raised her hand, there were still a few children who mustered up the courage to eat the crab. For example, the always active class monitor Chao Ruolin, and the mischievous Qin Yuxuan. They all raised their hands one after another. Li Rulan's gaze fell on Xishi, and then she looked at the other students. She hesitated for a moment, but still smiled and called Xishi's name. Xianxia is the first to raise her hand, so please speak first. The rest of the students can wait. There will be a chance. The teacher called her up to tell a story. Xishi was overjoyed. She pulled her chair and stood up briskly, as if she didn't feel nervous about speaking in front of so many students at all. However, before Xishi could speak, Li Rulan coughed lightly and said, however, before student Xianxia begins to speak, the teacher will first state a rule. Every student, think carefully and choose one thing that you think is the most exciting to share with everyone. You can't tell everyone about the entire holiday. Okay? Because if you keep talking, you might not be able to finish talking after school. The other students also want to share. Although Li Rulan smiled gently and said this in front of the entire class, it was obvious that she had made this request because she thought of Cece's power and hurriedly changed the rules. Otherwise, why would she have hesitated for a while before calling Cece, who was the first to raise her hand? But at this time, there were always some boys who were annoying, such as Jiang Chen. He sat in the front and turned around, winked at Xishi, and then laughed. I'm talking about Xianxia. You usually talk too much. Jiang Chen, sit properly. Listen to others carefully and don't whisper to each other. Li Rulan's face turned red as she scolded him in exasperation. How can you be so nosy? It's dangerous to know so much, understand? A few boys followed Jiang Chen and laughed. After they were stopped by the teacher, they quieted down. However, Xishi was not affected. She didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. Her little face was a little dazed. Because after Xishi heard the teacher's request, she was conflicted. The teacher said I can only talk about one thing. But I have a lot to talk about, so many fun things, which one should I pick? Xishi's brain was still very fast. She was very fast, but she was a little depressed. She pouted slightly and said, then I'll tell you the story of me and my dad at my grandma's house. My papa told me a story. Xishi's dad told a story. The children all looked at Xishi in surprise. At this time, many people were interested. After all, after hearing the story of Ding Dang, everyone knew that Xishi's dad was very good at telling stories. Yang Yi took Murphy and Tong Tong to visit Mayor Guo's house. However, he first went to Jiangqing Media University to pick up Ding Xiang and Guo Ziyi. Now, because the major universities had already started classes, the public welfare activities in Guangdong province had come to an end. Only a group of paid employees, who were originally transferred from the eBay online shopping mall, were still stationed at the contact points of various villages, continuing to provide some consulting services to the villagers. Of course, it was worth mentioning that these employees were also working hard to learn some of the information provided by the Sahara Group. They were working hard to improve their skills, so that they could stand out in the next internal examination and selection of the Sahara Group and join the Sahara Online Shopping Mall as an official employee. After all, the benefits of the Sahara Group were very attractive. Although Ding Xiang had graduated, she still accompanied Guo Ziyi back to Jiangqing, because Guo Ziyi still had to come back to report and attend classes. Moreover, the audition for the Truman Show that Du Yuanlei had arranged for him was in early September. Therefore, Guo Ziyi was also nervously preparing for it. In order to help him through this difficult time, Ding Xiang also stayed by his side, took care of his daily life, and accompanied him to practice the script. If it weren't for Guo Jingyan's request, Guozi probably wouldn't have time to go home for dinner. Don't be nervous, I still believe in your ability. These years, although you're not as lucky as Xianxia, you've also been diligently honing your acting skills. As Yang Yi drove, he smiled and said to Guozi, who was sitting in the passenger's seat, I can see that you've improved. Compared to Xianxia, your performance is more versatile. There's no special personal template, so you're more malleable. Therefore, I still think highly of you. Brother Yang, don't worry. Sister Ding Xiang and I have been practicing almost every day in Guangdong province. I'll try my best to impress the director. Guozi also smiled and said to Yang Yi. In the car, everyone talked about Guozi and Ding Xiang's matters in Guangdong province. Suddenly, Ding Xiang thought of something. She hesitated for a moment, then said softly to Yang Yi, Brother Yang, this time I came back, I learned something from Fang Tang, and I also confirmed it with Lu Xiaoshu and Miao Chuan. They were too embarrassed to tell you, but I think it's necessary to report it to you. What's the matter? Did something happen to Xiaoshu and Chuan? Yang Yi asked, a little surprised. Yang Yi rarely asked about the development of his artists. Basically, the arrangement of their activities, program operations, and so on were all left to Mo Xiaowan. It could be said that he entrusted professional matters to professionals. It could also be said that Yang Yi was lazy and did not want to spend too much time on the entertainment industry. Of course, Yang Yi still knew about Lu Xiaoshu and Miao Chuan's development. After all, Mo Xiaowan often reported to him. At present, Qianlei Chuanshu was still a little famous in the country. It was said that they had many folk music fans who would work hard to support them when they attended some commercial activities. Seeing that the two youths were developing well, Yang Yi did not interfere anymore. He did not want to put too much pressure on them. However, he did not expect that from Ding Xiang, or indirectly from Fang Tang, Yang Yi would know that Lu Xiaoshu and Miao Chuan had been carrying a heavy psychological burden because of these activities and the support of their fans. From what I know, their personalities are indeed like that. They like music and the stage, but they don't like too many commercial activities. However, because of the loud voices of their fans, they have to go. Ding Xiang could not help but glance at Murphy as she spoke. However, she was too embarrassed to say her analogy. Yang Yi came to a realization and said with a smile, this is very normal. These two guys are actually suitable for singing quietly. It's the same for folk songs. They can't be trained as pop singers. However, I didn't interfere. At that time, I thought that since they had the chance to become popular, why should I stop them? Actually, they didn't think that way. They said that they would rather spend more time on music, just like Teacher Jean, Ding Xiang said with a bitter smile. Then they could have brought it up to Xiaowan or me. Yang Yi laughed. Ding Xiang, you know my temper. Whether it's Xiaogua, Huanhuan, Xiaoshu, or Chuan, I want to let nature take its course for their development and respect their personal choice. For example, Xiaogua, whenever you feel that filming is tiring or that filming the limit challenge is too time-consuming, you can bring it up. You can arrange it however you want. Why didn't they tell me? Guozi immediately waved his hand and smiled. Don't be like that. I don't feel tired at all. My current working condition is pretty good. No one cared about him. The focus of the conversation was Thousand Mile Creek Tree. Ding Xiang quickly explained to Yang Yi, it's like this. The two of them felt that if they didn't participate in those activities according to the company's arrangements, they would be letting down your cultivation. It's also because Sugar Cube has interacted with them more, so she knows about this situation. Yang Yi gently shook his head and smiled, feeling a little touched. These two fools, really. They really treat me as a boss and not as a brother. What did I tell them? Fine. Ding Xiang, help me make an appointment with the two of them later. I'll have a good talk with them at the coffee shop. As for the specific changes, we'll talk about it after we finish talking. Ding Xiang answered happily. When they arrived at Guozi's home, Guozi's mother, Tan Huijin, welcomed them. Guo Jingyan didn't come back so early. Everyone was drinking tea and chatting in the living room. Knowing that Mother Gua might have already known about her relationship with Guazi, Ding Xiang felt even more uneasy when she faced Mother Gua again. Since she got off the car, she had been standing beside Tan Huizhen, trembling a little. Even if Tan Huizhen was smiling as usual, Ding Xiang always felt that she was sizing her up. Naturally, Ding Xiang's mood was tense. She didn't dare to interrupt, so she could only silently help Mother Gua make tea. This Min style of making tea was taught to Ding Xiang by Tan Huizhen. Seeing that Ding Xiang rushed to do it, Tan Huizhen took back her hand as if nothing had happened. She smiled and talked to Murphy about Tong Tong. How old was he when you last saw him? Tan Huizhen's eyes were full of love. She smiled and reached out to play with Tong Tong's little face, who was looking at her with his big eyes. She said to Murphy, "He can walk now, right?" Murphy smiled and said, "Last year, he wasn't even a year old. Now, he's 2 months away." Tan Huizhen suddenly smiled and said, "That time passed quite quickly. I remember that it was the first time I saw you guys and Ding Xiang. I didn't expect that a year would pass in the blink of an eye." Ding Xiang's body stiffened when she heard Mama Gua mention her name. She almost spilled the tea. "Yes. Tong Tong, you should call her grandma. You have to take the initiative to greet your elders," Murphy said gently. Tong Tong blinked his big eyes and looked back at his mother's encouraging eyes. However, he didn't listen to her. Instead, he shook his little head and grabbed his mother's hand anxiously. He pouted his little mouth and said, "No, no, Grandma, I'm not." The little guy denied in a childish voice, which made everyone laugh. Xianxia smiled and rubbed Tong Tong's head. He explained to Tan Huizhen, "He came back to our hometown with us and often played with Grandpa and Grandma, so he remembers everything." Tan Huizhen looked at Tong Tong's anxious and cute little face and said happily, "Good, good, you're a smart kid." Murphy smiled helplessly and explained to Tong Tong, "Then you can call her Grandma Tan. She's different from our grandma. Grandma Tan is Uncle Gua's mom." This long string of explanations made Little Pai confused. The little fellow hugged his mother's hand and looked at his mother with a puzzled expression. His confused look was also extremely cute. Tan Huizhen was also at the age where she wanted to hold a grandson. She missed her son's childhood even more, especially when she was fighting a battle of wits and courage with Guazian, who was naughty and didn't like to study. At this moment, Tan Huizhen narrowed her eyes and smiled happily. The more she looked at Tong Tong's rosy little face, the more she liked him. For some reason, she seemed to be absent-mindedly looking to the side and glancing at Ding Xiang's belly, who was getting up to serve everyone tea. Of course, Tan Huizhen quickly looked away. She smiled and asked Murphy to give Tong Tong a hug. Ding Xiang didn't see it, but a woman's sixth sense was quite sensitive. She couldn't help but stiffen. She seemed to feel that Mrs. Gua was looking at her. Ding Xiang blushed and took the opportunity to take a look at Tan Huizhen. She saw that Tan Huizhen was holding little Momo and playing with the little fellow happily. Ding Xiang secretly let out a sigh of relief. Then she secretly gestured to Guazi, anxiously indicating that he shouldn't take the initiative to help her. Although Ding Xiang knew that Guazi cared about her and felt warm in her heart, Mrs. Gua was watching. At noon, Xianxia and Gua Jingyan didn't talk much, but the progress was fast. Obviously, for more than a month, the practical Mayor Gua had asked his subordinates to do research. He also had a more comprehensive understanding of the Sahara Online Shopping Mall and the new Sahara Taobao Shopping Mall. They had already come up with a preliminary cooperation plan. Gua Jingyan didn't plan to talk about cooperation directly with Xianxia. After all, Xianxia wasn't the CEO of Sahara. He asked Xianxia to come over because of this relationship. Gua Jingyan first learned about Sahara's cooperation intention from Xianxia. Then, he wanted to ask Xianxia for help. The detailed cooperation details were naturally discussed by the government's team and the management of Sahara. It was worth mentioning that after Gua Jingyan and Xianxia chatted happily about Sahara, he smiled and said that he wanted to invite Xianxia and Murphy to be the promotion ambassadors of Jiangqing's tourism culture. Mayor Gua didn't seem to be joking. He even said, "Both of you have a good image and are very influential singers in the entertainment industry. Moreover, both of you are celebrities from Jiangqing. You are the most suitable to represent Jiangqing." This matter hadn't been settled yet. However, after Jiangqing and Sahara's cooperation deepened, Yang Yi and Murphy really accepted the title given by Jiangqing. Of course, this was all in the future. After returning from the Gua family, Yang Yi and Murphy brought along Tong Tong, who had stopped talking about his sister, to pick up Shishi from school. Yang Yi and his family left the Gua residence early. At around 4 p.m., Yang Yi's black SUV slowly arrived at the entrance of Huijia Primary School. Usually, after school, the temporary parking lot at the entrance of the school would be occupied by all kinds of luxury cars. Even if Yang Yi had to wait for Shishi and the others to come home, he would not be able to get a good spot. He could only park his car at an intersection and walk to pick up his children. However, Yang Yi was in luck today. He originally wanted to take Tong Tong to see his sister's school, but when he arrived at the school entrance, he saw a car preparing to leave. The empty spot was taken by Yang Yi. After parking the car, Yang Yi turned around with a smile. He winked at Tong Tong and said, "Hey, look, this is where your sister goes to school." Tong Tong was sitting in the child safety seat like the little prince. Just now, Murphy was holding a shiny hair clip and playing a game of guess whose hand it is on with the little guy. Tong Tong thought it was very interesting. He played with his mother and laughed with his eyes narrowed into slits. Now that he heard his father mention his sister, Tong Tong immediately opened his big black eyes. His little mouth opened slightly, and his line of sight followed his father's hand. "Sister?" Murphy leaned over with one hand on the child safety seat and the other hand gently pressed on Tong Tong's little shoulder. She said softly, "Yes. Sister is inside, but she won't come out so soon. We still have to wait for half an hour before she comes out of that door. Sister Xianxia is also here," Yang Yi said with a smile. Tong Tong probably did not understand or did not listen to his father carefully. He looked out of the car window in a daze. After a while, he still could not see his sister's figure at the entrance. He could not help but look at his father with a doubtful expression. He pouted his little mouth and asked, "Where is sister?" "We still have to wait a while. Look at Dad's watch." Yang Yi smiled, stretched out his hand, and patiently explained to Tong Tong, "Look, when this thick and long needle turns from here to here, sis will come out." Tong Tong held his father's hand and stared at it for a long time. Yang Yi had to explain to him twice before the little boy reluctantly let go of his father's hand. However, Yang Yi did not know if the little boy had understood, because it was already a big challenge for Tong Tong, who was not even 2 years old yet. "I'll take him down for a walk." They still had to wait for a while. Yang Yi was afraid that Tong Tong would be too bored to wait for his sister to come out, so he told Murphy and got out of the car. He walked around, unfastened Tong Tong's seatbelt, and carried the little guy out of the car. "Then I'll wait in the car." Murphy smiled and nodded at Yang Yi. When they got out of the air-conditioned car, it was hot outside, but fortunately, the hottest part of the day had passed. Under the shade of the tree, their skin gradually adapted to the temperature outside, and the cool breeze was quite comfortable. Yang Yi carried Tong Tong and took him to the shops near the school gate. "Look, this is the pen that sis uses to study. This is her notebook, and this is..." Yang Yi took Tong Tong to pass the time in the stationery shop. The lady boss thought that he was going to buy something, so she came over. She could not help but feel disappointed when she heard that he was only going to introduce them one by one. This disappointment was short-lived. Soon, the lady boss smiled and said, "Little brother, when you grow up, you should also come to this school to study. This school is very good. When the time comes, you can also come to Auntie's shop to buy stationery." Yang Yi smiled at the lady boss. He realized that the lady boss did not recognize him. She only thought that he was an ordinary parent. After all, as a businessman, how could he have time to chase after celebrities? However, this kind of feeling was quite good. After all, he was supposed to be an ordinary person. Tong Tong was originally holding a pen and looking at it. When he heard someone talking next to him, he looked over in surprise and found that the lady boss was actually talking to him. The little boy was suddenly scared. He turned around and hugged his father's neck in embarrassment. "Why are you so scared?" "Auntie is talking to you. Call me Auntie." Yang Yi smiled and coaxed the little boy. After leaving the stationery shop, they did not spend much time. Yang Yi wanted to take Tong Tong to the fence around the school. However, as soon as they walked out, Tong Tong could not stay in his father's arms and struggled to get down. After getting down, the little boy pulled his father's hand. "Where are you going?" Yang Yi smiled and followed the little boy to the school gate. However, the electric retractable gate at the school gate was closed, and Xiaolong stopped in the distance. "Where's my sister?" the little boy muttered in a low voice. "Why hasn't my sister come out after waiting for so long?" Tong Tong pouted and looked at the school gate. Yang Yi pulled Tong Tong to the side of the road and walked around the fence. He smiled and said to Tong Tong, "Wait a little longer. My sister will come out soon." However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to bring little Momo back to the car. As school was about to end, the cars around the school were getting denser. There were also many motorcycles carrying passengers. For safety's sake, it was better to return to the car. There was a child safety seat in the second row. Tong Tong wanted to move freely, so Yang Yi let him play in the passenger seat. Anyway, the car was parked and he locked the door from the driver's seat. "Papa! Papa!" The little boy excitedly stepped on the seat. When he saw his father reach out his hand to protect him, Tong Tong seemed to have thought of something. He smiled and sat down with his father's hand. Tong Tong held his father's hand and began to study his father's watch. His father seemed to have said that wherever the hand pointed, his sister would come back. Tong Tong was quite serious. He frowned and shook his head left and right. He held his father's watch and studied it. Yang Yi and Murphy, who was sitting in the back, looked at each other and smiled. However, they did not disturb Tong Tong's study. They just smiled and looked at the little boy who was studying the watch enthusiastically. School was finally over, and as soon as the door opened, there were already some impatient little boys running wildly. Behind them, there were also many primary school students carrying their school bags, running and skipping. Some were chatting with their classmates, and some were looking left and right. Soon, they found their parents in the crowd waiting outside, and ran over with a face full of surprise. Tong Tong stepped on the seat and pressed his two hands on the edge of the car window. He looked at the crowd with rapt attention. "Soon, your sister will come out soon. But you have to pay attention," Yang Yi said with a smile. Tong Tong did not care about his father. He stuck his little butt out and looked at the crowd with his big eyes. He did not know how long he had been looking, but he was a little dazed and could not concentrate. Suddenly, Tong Tong heard his mother whisper, "Look, it's your sister." Tong Tong looked over in a daze. Wasn't that right? His sister was tall, so she stood out among the elementary school students. Moreover, it was the first day of school and the first grade students who were anxious to find their parents. While Tong Tong was still trying to identify the person, he saw Xianxia's sister appear in his line of sight. He could confirm it. It was his sister Xixi. Tong Tong, who had been waiting until the end of the world, was overjoyed. He stepped on the passenger seat happily like a puppy. Hee hee, hee hee. Sister. Through the car window, Xianxia couldn't wait to yell at the top of his lungs. His childish voice called out. Then, he looked outside expectantly. Unfortunately, the car window was closed, so Xixi could not hear him. The little girl was still talking to Lu Xiaoyu excitedly. "Oh, Sister Yuer is here too." After Xixi said goodbye to Lu Xiaoyu, she chased after Xianxia until they reached her father's car. However, when the car door opened, a small head popped out from the front passenger seat. Tong Tong hugged the seat excitedly and stepped on it with his little feet, as if he had succeeded in playing hide and seek with his sister. He called out in a childish voice. "Hey, my brother is here too." "Mom." Xixi's eyes lit up and she shouted happily. When Xixi got into the car, Tong Tong, who had missed his sister for so long, still wanted to sit with her. Yang Yi carried him to the safety seat in the second row. The little boy struggled to get down and stepped on the carpet with his closed feet. He groaned and wanted to walk through the middle aisle to squeeze with his sisters in the third row. Xianxia found out and shouted, "No, Tong Tong, there's no more space here." Her sister was the best. Xixi had an idea. She giggled, stretched out her hands and said, "Little brother can sit on my lap. I'll hold you. He'll be very heavy." Lon Xian shouted for Xixi's sake. That's right. Cici smiled as if she had suddenly realized something. Of course, for safety reasons, Tong Tong was still caught by her father. Oh, no, be good. Otherwise, I won't play with you anymore. Yes, little brother, don't cry. Be good. Because of Tong Tong's tantrum, the car was noisy all the way. She couldn't find a chance to talk about her own affairs. When they got home, Murphy helped Xixi take down her small school bag and asked with a smile, "What's new at school today? Why didn't I see you mention it?" Like an athlete hearing the starting gun, Xixi's eyes lit up. She said excitedly to her mom, "Yes, Mom. Let me tell you. In the class meeting just now, our teacher was asking who was going to talk about the most interesting things during the summer vacation. I was the first to raise my hand. As soon as Xianxia entered the door, Xixi ran over, took his hand, and said enthusiastically, "Hee, Papa, come here too." "What are you doing?" Xianxia smiled and let the little girl pull him to the sofa and sit with Murphy. Then, Tong Tong, who was happily dancing and playing with steamed bun, was pulled over by his sister. He sat between his parents with a confused expression on his face. Only then did Xixi continue. The little girl looked a little regretful as she said, "I originally wanted to tell many, many stories, but the teacher said that I can only tell one story." Xianxia smiled and asked, "What story did you tell them?" As he spoke, the hand behind Tong Tong's butt moved. Xianxia looked over and saw Murphy looking at him with a smile in her eyes. The two of them exchanged glances. Xianxia could tell that Murphy seemed to be saying to him, "The teacher is still a sensible person." Xianxia and Murphy looked at each other and smiled. Xixi did not pay attention to her parents' little movements. With her father's support, she became more excited and said, "I told everyone the story of Totoro that Papa told me." "The story of Totoro?" "During the class meeting, can you finish telling everyone?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He felt that something was wrong. "I can't finish it." Cici felt that her father knew her too well and had spoken her mind. She pouted and said, "After school, I didn't even finish the story. The teacher said that the teacher asked me to continue telling stories to everyone in the future. After that, Xiaoyu went home and said that she really wanted to hear me tell stories and wanted to call me, but she was afraid that her papa wouldn't let her." However, the little girl soon became happy again. She smiled and said, "But Papa, let me tell you, everyone likes Totoro very much. They don't want to tell their own stories. They just want to listen to me tell Totoro." Xianxia smiled. In his heart, he could already see Li Ruolan's dumbfounded expression. She said with joy. "Later, I said that Xiaoyu saw a big Totoro in a tree hole. Then, everyone screamed." The little girl said it vividly. Not only did she open her arms, but her eyes and mouth also showed the admiration and envy of her classmates at that time. For all, Mo Fei held back her laughter, and Xianxia was also smiling, but little Momo seemed to be very interested. Mo Fei didn't know whether he understood it or he thought that the change in his sister's expression was very interesting, but he was so happy that he danced with joy. It was as if his sister was giving him a performance. Tong Tong was so happy that people were worried that he would choke on his laughter. "Papa, let me tell you, everyone is so envious of me." She said happily, "Everyone said that your papa is so awesome. The story he tells is so good." Then, everyone said that they want to see Totoro in a tree. Although Xianxia was already indifferent to praise and humiliation, when he heard Xixi's words and thought of a group of children looking at Xixi with envy, he couldn't help but feel proud. Murphy saw Xianxi's smug look and said with a smile, "Xixi, look at what you said about Dad. He's a little arrogant and complacent." Xianxia gently raised his eyebrows and argued, "What do you mean by arrogant and complacent?" "This is called the eyes of the masses are bright." The child gave a fair evaluation. "Right? Xixi, don't you think Dad is the best?" Xixi said very seriously, "Yes, Papa is the best. They all said that it would be great if you were their papa. But I won't give my papa to them." Xianxia glanced at Murphy proudly. Murphy snorted at him angrily and turned her head away. Although Xianxia was joking with Murphy, he also understood that the reason why Xixi said so was because the children were really envious. Compared with Yang Yi's gentleness and meticulousness, other fathers had some unsatisfactory aspects in the process of educating their children. Not to mention that some fathers were too busy to pay attention to their children and left the education of their children to their mothers or grandparents. Even if some fathers were responsible, their methods of educating their children were still lacking, and their attitude was not as patient as Yang Yi. Just like in the story of Chinchilla, if a child ran to his father and said that he saw a big chinchilla in a tree, perhaps many fathers would impatiently reprimand them, "Don't make trouble." Perhaps they would not be so fierce, but they would still explain and tell the children that there was no chinchilla in the world. How many people would think that they should protect the children's precious imagination? How many people would be like the father in the story, who not only did not blame the children, but also took the children to pray under the camphor tree with a smile on their faces, saying thank you to the camphor tree for taking care of Shaoli? Of course, interesting people. Like Yang Yi also told many interesting stories to children. They used strange fairy tales to make children believe that there were many beautiful things in the world. A father like Yang Yi who was full of stories was even more difficult to find. She was still very lucky. Although the mainstream media did not pay much attention to it, most people did not know that Yang Yi had brought many cartoon characters to the world through fairy tales, picture books, comic books, and even through the transmission of cartoons. These characters were already familiar to children, and even some adults who were still childish at heart, just like Xiongda and Xiong from Yang Yi's previous life, or Pleasant Goat. Although they were not as popular as some traditional cartoon characters, in the eyes of the new generation of children, the cartoon characters from stories such as Snow Bao, Princess Elsa, Snow White, and Ice Age had already created a beautiful fantasy world for them. For example, the complete comic book Ding Dang that Yang Yi had just released was currently selling like crazy on the market. Many children were repeating the heroic deeds that Shi's children had done half a year ago, such as shouting memory bread at the textbook or shouting time machine at the drawer. Yang Yi had also made plans to release Totoro as an animated movie in the future. He believed that Teacher Gong's classic works would gradually appear on the big screen. After a certain period of time, Ding Dang, Totoro, and other cartoon characters would become deeply engraved in the minds of children who grew up in Shi's generation. Naturally, these would also become new classics, and they would continue to be used for a long time. Let's not talk about these for now. The new semester of the second grade student, Shi, continued happily. As Shi was very smart and well-behaved, and this little girl was positive and optimistic, there were not many things that her parents needed to worry about. Therefore, Yang Yi and Murphy began to pay more attention to the little girl's psychological state, how she interacted with her classmates at school, and the progress of her studies every day. Gradually, they began to put more effort into Tong Tong's education. After all, Tong Tong was almost 2 years old, and it was time for him to learn some complicated things. For example, Murphy would deliberately use some simple and interesting children's songs or tongue twisters to teach Tong Tong some difficult pronunciations, teach him some new vocabulary, and teach him to speak fluently. As for Yang Yi, he taught him to do things that he should learn to do independently. For example, this morning, after sending Shi to school, Yang Yi prepared to go to the studio with Murphy to practice a new song. When they were about to go out, Yang Yi brought Tong Tong's little sandals and said to the little girl, who knew that she was going out to play and was already sitting on the small bench in the hall, "Today, you can try on the shoes yourself, okay? Daddy heard from elder sister that you are very smart and can do many things by yourself. Daddy also believes that you will definitely be able to wear your shoes well." His father's praise had some effect. Little Huahua took his little shoes and placed them on the ground. He lowered his head to study his shoes as he mumbled in a choked voice, "Huahua is great." He was quick to praise himself, but when it came to wearing shoes, he was still a little lacking. The little boy grabbed a small shoe and struggled to put it on his left foot. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but little Momo managed to get the right and left sides of the shoes right. However, little Momo was fuming and trying to fit his disobedient feet into the shoes for a long time. However, he was either stuck on one toe or the other, or he was trying to fit his feet into the wrong side holes. Steamed Bun wagged his tail and came over. He stuck out his tongue and stood at the side watching. He seemed to understand that his little master was in trouble, so he twisted his head and tried to bite Tong Tong's little shoe to help him. However, Yang Yi was quick to react and stopped it. Tong Tong was still focused on putting on his little shoe. Xianxia was impressed that the little boy seemed to have learned from his elder sister's tenacity. Even though he failed a few times, he did not give up. The little boy heaved a sigh of relief. He got down from the stool and sat on a flatter ground before putting on his shoes again. This time, Tong Tong was finally able to move his little feet. After trying twice, the little boy finally managed to put on his shoes. Although the side of the shoe was facing the upper side of the shoe, Tong Tong looked at it and cleverly turned it around and straightened the shoe. Next, of course, Tong Tong had to stick the magic tape on the sandal. This was easy because Xianxia had thought it through. The magic tape did not buckle, and Tong Tong had seen how his parents helped him put on his shoes. The little boy stuck the magic tape on and was ready to put on his other shoe. Wait a minute. You haven't tightened the tape. Xianxia smiled and stretched out his hand to hold the little boy's left foot. He gestured and explained to Tong Tong gently, "Look, Daddy is going to pull the tape on the sandal so that it's tight." Tong Tong's little mouth opened slightly, revealing his moist and rosy lips. He looked at his father's actions and seemed a little silly, cute, and confused. After a while, when Tong Tong was putting on his second shoe, he followed his father's instructions and carefully pulled the magic tape on the sandal. Then, he put on his right shoe. Not bad, not bad. Xianxia smiled and clapped his hands. He even gestured to Tong Tong. After putting on his shoes, Tong Tong, who had been walking on the floor, looked up and saw the little boy, who had been wearing a serious expression, running over with a smile and high-fiving his father. Although Tong Tong did not say anything, he still felt a sense of accomplishment. Xianxia and Murphy had reached a deeper level of cooperation with Rivertown. Not only did they promote the cooperation in the Sahara Desert, but also, as Guo had suggested, Xianxia and Murphy would become Rivertown's tourism and cultural promotion ambassadors. However, this was voluntary. Xianxia did not ask for a single cent of the endorsement fee from the government. On one hand, he did not need the endorsement fee, and both parties were in a mutually beneficial relationship. On the other hand, he also considered his relationship with Guo. He was worried that someone would use this opportunity to make things difficult for Guo. Therefore, he did not want the endorsement fee, just like how he had done free publicity for the Southwest Military Region in the past. Some things should be done, and benefits should not be taken too seriously. Xianxia had prepared the song today for Murphy's new album to be released at the end of the year. Of course, it was also in line with his promotion of Rivertown. However, Xianxia and Murphy's discussion on music did not need to be repeated. Murphy played the piano. After a while, she suggested to Xianxia, "Let's buy a professional grand piano at home. It's time to learn how to play the piano systematically." However, Xianxia had always been cautious about the issue of Xixi learning how to play the piano. Therefore, when he heard Murphy's request, he pondered. While her parents were discussing whether she should learn to play the piano or not, Xixi was showing off her prowess in the school's PE class. Originally, there was no chance for Xixi to show off. But when the PE class just started, the weather suddenly changed and it started to drizzle. Originally, teacher Lu Dashan was going to take the children to the sports field for soccer class. But now, they can only go back to the room. Teacher Lu Dashan took out a few active children to bring out a batch of table tennis paddles and table tennis, and let them play table tennis. Xixi was one of the active children. "Little you let me tell you. I'm very good at table tennis now." Xixi and Lu Xiaoyu followed behind Xianxia and another boy. She beamed with joy and said to Lu Xiaoyu, because after the holidays, I play table tennis with Papa at home." "That's right. You have a table tennis table at home, your father is so awesome." Lu Xiaoyu looked at Xixi enviously and said, "Xixi, you have a table tennis table at home?" Xianxia turned his head and asked with his eyes wide open in surprise. "That's right." Xixi nodded her small head and answered. Then, she pouted her small mouth and said, "Hey, Xianxia, you're eavesdropping on our conversation again." Xianxia was also a little boy who wanted to save face. He immediately snorted, turned his head and said, "Who's eavesdropping on your conversation? It's meaningless." When they played table tennis, it was almost the same as last semester. Xixi and Lu Xiaoyu, as well as Lan Xian and her desk mate Liao Qianqian, these 4 girls gathered together and played 2v2 doubles. I want to be in the same team as Xianxia. Before the game started, Xianxia shouted. What about me? Liao Xianxia weakly asked. I also want to be in the same team as Xianxia. I'm even deskmates with Xianxia. Hee, Xianxia, you can't abandon your deskmate. Lu Xiaoyu snickered. Xianxia tried to smooth things over and said, it's okay. Let's play like this first, and then we'll switch teammates, okay? I can even team up with Xianxia. Liao Xianxia had a good relationship with Xianxia, so she nodded happily. Although Xianxia was a little reluctant, she didn't insist. After all, it was just ping pong, not a competition for food. Xianxia didn't care much. When they started to play table tennis, Xianxia suddenly became active. Relying on her height and long legs, the little girl jumped around vivaciously, frequently helping Lu Xiaoyu, who was somewhat clumsy in playing table tennis, to save the ball. What? The rules don't allow it? How could there be any special rules for second graders to play table tennis? It wasn't like they took turns to play. Generally, the ball would fall on the side of the person who would receive the ball. If the ball was concentrated on one side, it would take a long time for one person to receive the ball, which was a very common thing. Lu Xiaoyu was very happy that Xianxia helped her save some of the balls that she couldn't react to. For example, Liao Qianqian hit a ball that bounced high, and the ball speed was not bad. Lu Xiaoyu stood there stupidly with her mouth wide open, while Xianxia ran out and laughed like a silver bell. Hee, I'll do it, I'll do it. Xianxia's vigorous figure quickly landed, and then the little girl's slender and soft waist gently twisted her body sideways. Her small hand held the racket and gently pulled it up, and the ping-pong ball that fell from the air was thrown back high. It hit back to Liao Qianqian's table. Liao Qianqian pressed down on the table with one hand and held the racket high with the other hand, excitedly preparing to receive the ball. But the moment the ping-pong ball fell on the table, its trajectory suddenly changed, and its speed also became strangely fast, like a deer that suddenly changed its speed and direction, and slipped away from Liao Qianqian's racket when she was caught off guard. Huh? Liao Qianqian cried out in surprise, and stood there with a confused face. She looked at the ping-pong ball that had fallen on the ground, and then looked at her racket, as if she was doubting life. Xianxia had seen Xianxia's move before, so she didn't feel surprised. But Lu Xiaoyu realized it later, and after a while, she cried out in surprise, wow. Xianxia, your ball just now was so magical. Why did it suddenly change? Xianxia giggled and said sweetly, yes, my papa taught me this. It's called pulling the ball. The little girl also taught her friends enthusiastically, and while doing a sideways pulling posture, she said, that's it. My papa said that when you pull the ball like this, the ping-pong ball will suddenly change direction, and then it will run to the side, and it will be difficult to catch it. Although Xianxia was very willing to teach her friends the skills she had learned, these advanced ping-pong skills were not easy to learn. Lu Xiaoyu and Liao Qianqian, who were in high spirits, either didn't react in time, and didn't touch the ball when pulling, or directly hit the ball high and far away. Haha. Cici was so amused by her little friends that she ran around enthusiastically, trying to correct their postures while laughing delightfully. Lanqin was going to have a hard time, because after one round, Xianxia got her wish to be in the same team with Xianxia, and she didn't have to feel crushed anymore. But after picking up the ping-pong ball several times, the little girl, who was out of breath, didn't want to be in the same team anymore. She pouted and shouted, oh, don't play like this, okay? It's not fun. How can we play when we keep picking up the ball? When they got home in the evening, Xianxia went to her father, a little depressed, and told him what had happened in the PE class. She said confusedly, later, everyone said that we can't pull the ball. But they still don't think it's fun, because they can't catch the ball I hit a lot of times, and Xianxia is unhappy when she's not in the same team with me. Yang Yi understood. During the summer vacation, he saw that Xianxia was interested in ping-pong, so he often played ping-pong with her, and taught her some complicated skills. The little girl was quite talented, and after 2 months, she could play like a little athlete. She could play ping-pong with her father, not to mention those children who didn't learn much ping-pong, but this disadvantage also appeared. Among the children of the same age and in her class, Xianxia was too good, even a little invincible, she was so good that when other children played ping pong with Xianxia, they felt the pain of being crushed, just like Xian, who didn't want to stand opposite Xianxia. Maybe today's ping pong game hadn't reached the point where her friends were tired of it, but if Xianxia continued to be so invincible, he was afraid that in the future, no one would be willing to play ping pong with Xianxia in the PE class. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, and found that this problem was a little unsolvable. After all, he couldn't let other children learn ping pong so hard, so that they could catch up with Xianxia, who had left them far behind. He also didn't want Xianxia to be isolated by other classmates. That's all you can do. When you're at home, you can play ping pong with your father as much as you want. But when you play ping pong with others at school, you can't use all your strength. You have to learn to restrain your strength. For example, you have to consider what kind of ball you should hit when Xiaoyu is standing opposite you, so that Xiaoyu can catch it. Xianxia said with a wry smile. That's difficult. Little fishy can't catch many balls. It has to be very, very light and very, very slow. Cici blinked her big eyes in confusion. Why do you have to play like this? Because Xiaoyu and the others can't catch the balls you hit. If they can't play, they won't want to play with you. Xianxia spread out his hands and said softly, you don't want them to be unwilling to play with you, do you? Xianxia nodded quickly, then shook her head. She pouted and said with grievance, no, I don't want them to play with me. I want to play with them. It's like running. When I run with you, I have to slow down so that you can keep up with me. If I run far away and you can't see me, you won't want to play with me, right? Xianxia said with a smile. It's the same reason. When we get along with our friends, we also have to consider their feelings. We can't make our friends feel uncomfortable just because we want to play ping pong. Xianxia took her father's hand, twisted her little but sadly, and whispered, then, Papa, what should I do? You have to learn to restrain your strength. See how they like to play. Then you can hit some balls that they can catch. Xianxia said with a smile, speaking of which, it's also very difficult. It's not less difficult than playing pull, draw, and small angle balls. Let's have a try, okay? Just take it as a challenge. Let's try our best to conquer it. In this way, we can have more fun with our friends. Why not have a try? All right. I'll challenge it, too. The little girl inexplicably regained her interest and nodded energetically to her father. Seeing that Xianxia had regained her interest, Xianxia struck while the iron was hot. He smiled and asked Xianxia, Daddy wants to discuss something with you, okay? Okay. The little girl bounced to her little desk and was about to take out her textbooks and homework to do her homework. Hearing her father's words, she curiously turned her little head and said in a cheerful voice. Today, your mother and I had a discussion. Because your mother said that now that you're so big, it's time to learn how to play the piano with your mother. Xianxia said softly. Xianxia blinked her eyes, tilted her little head, and asked puzzledly, but, didn't I learn how to play the piano from Mom? I can play the piano. Xianxia was referring to when she was in the coffee shop or in the studio's recording studio, she would pretend to play on the piano. Xianxia laughed, rubbed the little girl's cute little head, and said, that's not the same. When we talk about learning how to play the piano, we don't mean randomly pressing the keys on the piano. Instead, we want you to be like Daddy, who can use the correct posture to play a beautiful song. This guy even pulled Xianxia's little stool to sit down and assumed the posture of playing the piano. He even had an intoxicated look on his face, as if Uncle Fei was singing. Hee hee. Xianxia was amused by her father's exaggerated performance. She grabbed her father's arm, puffed out her little chest, and raised her little head to laugh for a while. Then she crisply responded, okay, I want to learn how to play the piano from Daddy. Xianxia was overjoyed, but he still coughed twice, waved his hand, and said, Xianxia, don't decide so quickly. Daddy wants to tell you what to do in the future if you want to learn how to play the piano. Xianxia's expression became serious. He counted with his fingers and said to Xianxia, right now, we're waiting for you to finish your homework. Then we'll have dinner together and go for a walk. And walk steamed bun. Steamed bun will also go for a walk with us. Xianxia added eagerly. You can't interrupt when others are talking. It's impolite. Yang pinched Xishi's little nose and said with a smile, "If you want to talk, you have to wait for me to finish. Understand?" Although Yang didn't mind, he considered that Xishi was talkative. If he allowed her to continue like this little girl would easily be annoying in the future. Therefore, Yang wanted to gradually teach Xishi some etiquette so that this little girl who couldn't stop herself would learn to hold back at appropriate times. Of course, Yang would not deny Xishi the opportunity to tell her story at length. On the contrary, Yang encouraged Xishi to continue to tell her story, allowing her to constantly hone her eloquence. However, she had to pay attention to the occasion. The little girl shrunk her head embarrassedly and giggled. "After the walk, I usually let you watch TV. Then I'll take a shower, read a book, and sleep." Yang listed out briefly and then said softly, "But there will be a little change in the future. After we come back from the walk, you can also watch cartoons, but you can only watch for an hour. Isn't your cartoon only on until 8:30? In other words, after 8:30, we can't watch TV. You can take a shower first, then go downstairs and practice playing the piano. Usually, from Monday to Friday, you have to seriously play the piano for half an hour before you can read a book and sleep. On the weekend, we will choose a free time in the morning or afternoon to practice for an hour." Xishi looked at her father in surprise. At this time, she felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Yang smiled and said, "So, if you really want to learn how to play the piano, you have to treat it as seriously as you do your homework. Also, I'll tell you the truth. You see how good your parents are, but whether it's learning how to play the piano, learn how to dance, or learn how to sing, it will take a long time and perseverance to practice. Look at your mother, doesn't she wake up every morning to practice her voice?" Only now did she understand that learning how to play the piano wasn't as simple as playing in front of the piano as she had imagined. It actually required so much practice, and she wouldn't have the opportunity to watch other TV shows with her parents in the future. Regarding this, she couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. After nodding her little head blankly, the little girl carefully grabbed her father's hand and snuggled up to him, who was sitting on her chair. Her eyes were delicate and she looked very delicate. Every success isn't easy to come by. Yang gently stroked Xishi's soft hair and gently enlightened her. "Think about it, at the end of last semester, you finally got the first place in class and even received Teacher Li's praise. Was it because you had been paying attention in class and doing your homework seriously? The other children didn't work as hard as you, so they couldn't compare to you. You were the best." Her father suddenly talked about his happiest moment. Xishi came back to her senses and shyly twisted her body next to her father, giggling. "It's the same for playing the piano. If you want to be like your parents and be able to play good music, you also need to spend some time practicing hard." Yang struck while the iron was hot and said, "But you don't have to worry. When you practice the piano, your parents will be by your side, teaching you how to play the piano, and practicing with you. That way, you won't feel lonely." In fact, Murphy's requirements were even stricter. When she discussed with Yang in the morning, she wanted Xishi to learn piano for 1 or 2 hours a day, using the standard that Zhou Mingyu had taught her in the past. "When I was 6 years old, I could already play the piano and the violin on American TV shows." Murphy said to Yang at that time, "I really spent a lot of time learning, and that's how I got to where I am now." However, Yang didn't want Xishi to lose the happiness that she should have. He argued with Murphy for a long time, and in the end, he only allowed Xishi to practice the piano for half an hour. Xishi's 1 hour of free time to watch cartoons was reserved. At the same time, Yang also reserved 1 hour of free time for Xishi before she went to bed. During this 1 hour, Xishi would sometimes video chat with Lu Weisha, talking about interesting things that happened around her. Sometimes, she would take out her dolls to play house. Of course, there was also reading before she went to bed. It was worth mentioning that Xishi would often read books with Tong Tong. Although Tong Tong couldn't understand books, he liked to stick to his sister and listen to her excitedly read the stories in the books. Compared to other children who were pressured by heavy schoolwork, such as Xianxia, who had a big problem doing homework, and compared to other children who had to make up for various classes, such as Yang Luoqi, who often didn't have time to go to Xishi's house to play on weekends, Xishi could only practice piano with her parents for half an hour at home. She was already very happy to be able to play freely for the rest of the time, although Yang Yi hoped that she could grow up to be a very outstanding girl. He also hoped that she could have a happy childhood, where the family didn't have to worry about food and clothing. If she didn't want to learn piano, Yang Yi wouldn't force her. Therefore, after some description and persuasion, Yang Yi smiled at Xianxia and said, after listening to what Papa said, if you feel that learning piano every day is very tiring and you don't want to learn, it's okay. We can still watch TV together at night like before. But if you still want to learn piano from Papa or Mama, then you have to work hard in the future. You can't give up halfway, or else Papa and Mama will be disappointed. Of course, Papa and Mama still believe that you are a girl with a lot of perseverance. When you play piano in the future, you will be better than Papa and Mama. It was rare for Xianxia to patiently listen to her father's words. She hesitated for a moment, then pouted and said, I also want to play the piano very well like Papa, but I only want Papa to teach me, okay? Murphy, who was hiding and eavesdropping nervously, was speechless. Yang Yi knew that Murphy was eavesdropping, because Yang Yi wanted to talk to Xianxia. It was also the result of their discussion during the day in the studio. Therefore, when he heard that Xianxia only wanted him to teach her, Yang Yi was a little surprised at first, and then he immediately imagined what kind of complicated expression Murphy would have when she heard this sentence. It should be known that the idea of letting Xianxia learn to play the piano was put forward by Murphy. Murphy naturally wanted to cultivate Xianxia to become a versatile girl like her mother. In other words, Murphy wanted to teach Xianxia herself, instead of finding another pianist outside. Although Yang Yi usually liked to be jealous of Murphy because of their children's preferences, that was only a joke. In fact, Yang Yi still put his wife first in his heart. Therefore, after feeling sorry for Murphy for a second, Yang Yi quickly coughed twice and said to Xianxia, it may not be possible for Papa to teach you alone. Because sometimes Papa is not free, Papa and Mama will teach you together, okay? Xianxia pouted her small mouth, shook her small head, and wanted to speak. Yang Yi's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He quickly covered the little girl's mouth, and then winked at her. Xianxia could not speak, and was still a little confused. Seeing her father's crazy winks, she was even more confused. After waiting for her father to loosen his hand, Xianxia asked doubtfully, Papa, what's wrong with you? Did sand get in your eyes? The little girl was also convinced by her sudden whim. She very considerately came over, pressed her two small hands on her father's shoulders, looked left and right, and the enthusiasm of concern on her little face was incisive and vivid. She also asked, Papa, do you want me to blow it for you? During this summer vacation, when they were in their hometown, Murphy once had sand in her eyes. It was Yang Yi who carefully blew it out for her. Xianxia and Tong Tong were watching at that time, so the little girl remembered it very clearly. Yang Yi smiled and rubbed the little girl's head, saying, Papa is fine. Thank you, Xianxia, for your concern. Then he got up from Xianxia's small chair and said loudly, well, it's getting late. Hurry up and do your homework. Papa also has to cook dinner. Otherwise, after dinner, your cartoon will start before we come back from our walk. This sentence carried a lot of weight. Cici cried out in surprise, that's right. Hurry up, it's time to do your homework. The little girl shouted, quickly took out her textbooks and workbooks, and sat at the desk to study. Yang Yi watched for a while, turned around and glanced at Murphy, who had unknowingly revealed a little of her skirt by the wall. He smiled and went back to the kitchen. Sure enough, after a while, Murphy slightly pouted her red lips and strolled into the kitchen. In fact, Murphy also knew that Yang Yi had covered up the matter just now, but it was better than being sad in the beginning. She hugged Yang Yi's thick waist and buried her head in Yang Yi's broad back. Yang Yi put the cut ingredients into the boiling soup, closed the lid, and washed his hands. He smiled and gently patted the back of Murphy's hand and said, okay, how old are you? You're still upset over such a small matter? Murphy's forehead was pressed against Yang Yi's, and she turned her head hard on Yang Yi's back. After venting for a while, she muttered, I'm wronged. Please comfort me. Yang Yi carried her to the front and said with a smile, okay. Come, let your hubby hug you. Murphy was comfortably hugged by Yang Yi. After a while, she raised her head and asked gloomily, why doesn't she like me teaching her piano? No, she didn't say that she doesn't like you teaching her piano. She said that she only likes me to teach her piano. Xianxia quibbled, think about it, you don't usually play the piano at home. Whether it's the guitar or the electronic piano upstairs, it's all played by me. You're only responsible for singing, so she didn't think of you. Instead, she said that she doesn't want an outsider to teach her. She doesn't like the music teacher in her class who only knows how to sing, so she wants me to teach her. Murphy looked at Xianxia suspiciously and asked doubtfully, is that really the case? Yes. Xianxia nodded solemnly. Didn't you see that later when I said that Dad and Mom would teach her piano together, she didn't refuse? Murphy frowned slightly and muttered, that seems to make sense, it must be like that. Don't worry about it, our Xianxia is so obedient. Xianxia smiled and patted Murphy's back. Then, he gently kissed her forehead and said with a smile, you're still acting like a spoiled child. Look at your forehead, it's red. Just when Xianxia was kissing Murphy, Tong Tong, who couldn't find his mother in the living room, came looking for her. He passed by his sister who was seriously doing her homework, and then poked his little head into the kitchen that wasn't closed, just in time to see this scene. Xianxia heard the noise and turned his head to look, but the little guy shrank his head back and ran away for some reason. Oh no, you've been seen by Mommy. Xianxia said with a smile. After experiencing Cece's betrayal, Emofei was a little dependent on Xianxia at the moment. She refused to let go of Xiangyi's arms and hugged him tightly. She snorted and said, so what if you see it? It's natural for a mother to hug a father. That's right, you little brats are always hugging Dad, and you're not allowing Mom to hug you. On the other hand, outside the kitchen, after little Momo ran away, she ran to the side of her sister's table, grabbed her sister's thigh, shook it, and called out in a childish voice, Sister, sister. Brother, don't disturb sister. Sister has to do her homework. She helplessly turned her head and said. Little Mommy didn't care about what his sister said. He excitedly turned around and pointed to the kitchen. Then, he looked up at his sister and tried to describe, Papa, Papa, Mama, I want a kiss. It seemed like there was an additional word want, but this was the best explanation Tong Tong could give at this stage. Therefore, after a while, Murphy, who was speaking eloquently just a moment ago, let go of Xiangyi's hand with a red face. She looked at the two little heads that were poking their heads over and said unhappily, Xiangxi, why are you here to be naughty? Don't you want to do your homework? Hee hee. She snickered and ran away with her little brother. These little episodes were nothing. Before going to bed at night, when Xiangxi was reading with Xi, he brought up the question that he had interrupted in the evening again. Xi, Dad wants to ask you a question. Xiangxi said softly, why don't you want Mom to teach you how to play the piano? Xi blinked and said, because I want Papa to teach me how to play the piano. Of course, before Xiangxi could continue to ask, Xi said the rest of her willingness. The little girl slightly pouted and said, when Mom taught me, she was very fierce. I still like Papa. When Mom taught you, was she very strict? So sometimes, you are very afraid of Mom? Xiangxi asked carefully. Yes. Xi nodded her little head. But what Mom taught you, such as teaching you how to dance, you actually like what Mom taught you, right? Because Dad saw that you learned very well. You know that Dad doesn't know how to dance, but Dad is still very pleased to see you learn so well. Xiangxi said with a smile, if Mom didn't get angry so easily when she taught you, and was also more kind, like Dad, using more good methods to teach you, wouldn't it be easier for you to accept it? Xiangxi wanted to understand clearly, and then privately change a way to tactfully mention it to Murphy. Xi nodded and said seriously, yes, I like Papa to teach me. It doesn't matter, everyone has shortcomings. Both Dad and Mom have them. Dad will also help Mom improve, make you like Mom more, and then you will also like Mom to teach you how to play the piano, okay? Xiangxi said with a smile, you don't know, but Mom hopes that you can play the piano. She thinks that after you learn how to play the piano, you will be as beautiful and talented as Mom, so she has always wanted to teach you how to play the piano. She is very concerned about you. She opened her eyes wide, looked at her father, and then shyly smiled, and then hugged her father's hand, bashfully, and said with a smile, then, I will also like Mom, because I like Mom very much, but I don't like Mom to be fierce when teaching me. In the future, I will like Mom. Seeing the little girl trying her best to explain, Xianxia laughed heartily. Then Daddy promises you that Mommy will be like Daddy in the future. As long as you're obedient, Mommy won't lose her temper at any time. That way, you can like Mommy all the time. Xianxia also deliberately learned Xixi's way of expression. One morning, Cici carried her small school bag to the backyard to take a look at the 2 chicks in the cage before she was about to go to school. Although she had fed them in the morning, Xixi was still worried about them, so she came to say goodbye to them. The little girl pressed her school uniform skirt, squatted down, and poked the chicks near the cage. The chicks reacted immediately, but they just twisted their little buttocks, turned their heads inside, and pointed their buttocks at Xixi. The 2 chicks were much stronger than when they first arrived at home, but they were still shy and liked to squeeze together. Big Yellow, Little Yellow, I'm going to school. Cici muttered in a low voice, you have to be good at home. Mama and Papa will give you something to eat. Then, I'll come back at night and take you out for a walk. Xixi had said this many times. Almost every time she went to school, she would say goodbye to them. Of course, Xixi didn't treat these chicks differently. She would also say goodbye to Bao Bao, Xiao Guai, and the others. But for these guys, Xixi just had to say goodbye to them. She didn't have to come specially. Xixi, are you still not ready? Xian is already here. At this time, Xianxia shouted in front. Xixi reluctantly moved her eyes away from the 2 chicks that looked like meatballs. She jumped up lightly and shouted briskly, I'm coming. He saw the little girl with a clear and melodious laugh, lifting the hem of her skirt and running over like a wisp of smoke. She was not ladylike at all. But, what kind of ladylike was needed? She was lively, clever, and very likable. After Xianxia sent the 2 girls to school, he went to the coffee shop of Jiang City Media University. Today, he had an appointment with Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan to meet at the coffee shop. After debuting, Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan's outfits had changed quite a bit. Although the 2 of them were not extravagant people, their clothes were all bought with the help of their managers. The 2 of them picked the most low-profile outfits to wear, but they still felt more spirited and decent than before. This was a good thing. Xianxia didn't think that folk singers had to dress sloppily and be travel-worn to look like folk singers. After some greetings, they came to Xianxi's exclusive booth and sat down. Xianxia smiled and pointed at Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan, saying, you too. After your debut, you don't treat me as your brother Yang anymore. Miao Chuan waved his hand in embarrassment. Lu Xiaoxiu also scratched his head embarrassedly, and said, no. Brother Yang. Xianxia complained, I told you that I didn't set up Hua Brothers Company to exploit you. I just wanted to give us a platform to not be exploited. If you have any ideas, you should say it openly. Don't keep it in your heart. I only found out when Sugar Cube secretly told Ding Xiang. Facing Xianxi's blame, Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan not only didn't want to explain, but also lowered their heads in shame and apologized in a low voice. Sorry, Brother Yang. We failed to live up to your expectations. Xianxia waved his hand and smiled. What are you apologizing for? I should be the one apologizing. I was only concerned about Murphy's concert and the children's affairs. I didn't care much about you. Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan quickly waved their hands. Xianxia didn't want to beat around the bush with his own people. He gently waved his hand and said, okay. Let's not talk about this today. Let's talk about your future plans. My plan is to arrange a vacation for you. You should have a good rest and don't ruin your health. Then you can tell me, what do you want to do after the vacation? I want to hear your thoughts. Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan looked at each other. In the end, it was Lu Xiaoxiu who spoke. He whispered embarrassedly, Brother Yang, in the future, we can still take on some jobs, but not too often. We found that after taking on too many jobs, we don't have time to think or inspiration to write new songs. Xianxia waved his hand and said with a smile, jobs are a bit troublesome. Don't say that you can take on some jobs. If you don't like it, I can make the decision and ask Mo Shaowan not to arrange anything for you. Just like Murphy, we don't ask for exposure. We just need to come up with sincere works to impress the fans. Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan were happy at first, but then they felt bad and whispered, Sister Shaowan is doing it for our own good. In fact, we can still take on some jobs. My suggestion is that if you don't like it, don't take it. Of course, it depends on your own thoughts. Xianxia smiled and said, in the free time, I suggest that you settle down and receive some systematic music composition training. I can invite some older folk song composers to communicate with you. In addition, the inspiration for composition should come from your daily life experience. I also suggest that you go out and travel. Go to the prairie or other cities to have a look. Maybe inspiration will come. Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan really wanted to walk on the path of creative folk singers. They said so before they debuted. Now, after experiencing a busy life, they found that they really yearned for the life of a folk song singer who carried a guitar and traveled the world. Therefore, when Xianxia proposed this, Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan both showed an expression of yearning. Then it's settled. Xianxia touched his chin and pondered for a while, then smiled and said, I'll arrange a 2-month public expense trip for you. No need, brother Yang. How can we let you give us the money to go on a trip? Lu Xiaoxiu said gratefully, Miao Chuan and I have saved some money. How long have you guys been in the industry? Keep the money you saved for your marriage. Xianxia smiled and said, let me tell you, I have requirements for this public expense trip. In these 2 months, not only do you have to travel, but you also have to experience life. Use your eyes to observe, and when you come back, you have to hand in 2 songs for me to check as homework. No problem. Miao Chuan said excitedly, we will definitely write better songs for you, brother Yang. Your songs are not for me, but for yourselves. Xianxia corrected. Xianxia looked at Miao Chuan and suddenly remembered a piece of gossip that Murphy told him. He smiled and said in a tone that left no room for discussion, in order to remind you guys not to be playful, and at the same time treat it as a reward for Sugar Cube, who has worked hard for a year and took the initiative to tell me about your abnormalities, you have to take Sugar Cube with you on this trip. You have to discuss with Sugar Cube where to go and how to plan the 2-month trip. Ah? Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan both cried out in surprise. Xianxia smiled and raised his chin at Lu Xiaoxiu, saying, Xiaoxiu, if you have a female companion, you can also ask her out. Otherwise, it will be very awkward for you. Lu Xiaoxiu instantly understood. He also chuckled, causing Miao Chuan's face to turn red from laughing. No, Sai, it's not like that. Miao Chuan stammered and said embarrassedly. It was indeed not like that. Sugar Cube liked Miao Chuan, and this was more obvious. But Miao Chuan had never considered the problem of getting a girlfriend, and he was also a little silly in this aspect, so he had never noticed Sugar Cube's admiration. It was also because Xianxia brought up this matter that Miao Chuan became shy. Who knew what would happen in the future? In the morning, when Xixi went to school, she still had a bright smile on her face. Her mood was as cheerful as the birds singing in the school. In class, Xixi was very popular. When she walked into the classroom, many students greeted her. The girl giggled and responded with a loud voice. But when she passed by Jiang Chen's seat, Xixi was almost bumped into by Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen was an active and naughty guy who couldn't control his impulses. In the past, he always stuck out his foot to scare the pretty girls, but since Xianxia and a few other parents complained to the homeroom teacher, Jiang Chen restrained himself a lot. But he changed his way of bumping them. To put it bluntly, it was hormones at work. But some boys tried to show their good side to beautiful girls, just like a peacock spreading its tail. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, didn't know what was good for him and didn't know what was good for him. He always wanted to tease girls, either by extending his foot or putting some bugs in their drawers. Anyway, he used all kinds of tricks. When he saw the girls scared out of their wits, he felt smug. Just as Xixi was about to pass by him, Jiang Chen suddenly stood up from his seat, turned around, faced his own table, and squeezed past Xixi. But Jiang Chen miscalculated. He was facing Xixi. Although the girl didn't expect this guy to do something so annoying, she reacted quickly and subconsciously took 2 steps back to avoid him. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Xixi paused for a moment and then asked angrily. Jiang Chen still didn't admit it. He said shamelessly, what? Can't I pick up a pen? He threw a pen on his table on the ground and bent down to pick it up. Then, like a rooster who won a fight, he raised his head and proudly winked at his deskmate, another boy who was also very naughty. You. She was exasperated. However, the little girl still remembered what her father had told her to ignore these naughty children. If they went too far, she could tell her father or the teacher. Therefore, Cece didn't feel like she was affected, so she ignored him. She deliberately walked through the 2 seats and went around him to return to her seat. Cece managed to escape this calamity, but Lu Xiaoyu wasn't as skillful as her. Lu Xiaoyu was also a pretty girl. She came a little later than Xixi. When she passed by Xixi's deskmate, she was happily calling Xixi's name. But Jiang Chen's deskmate copied Jiang Chen and did the same thing. He got up, turned around, and stuck out his butt. Lu Xiaoyu wasn't paying attention, and his buttocks bumped into her waist. Caught off guard, Lu Xiaoyu bumped into the table next to her. Little fishy. Xixi witnessed this scene with her own eyes. She exclaimed and stood up anxiously. Lu Xiaoyu's injuries weren't too serious, and it didn't hurt too much either. However, she was panicking when she heard another crisp sound. She turned her head around to take a look and saw that the Terra dolls hanging from her bag had been crushed to pieces. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly felt anxious and sad. The little girl sniffled, squatted down, put her hands on her knees, buried her head in them, and began to cry. Little fishy, are you okay? Xixi immediately ran over and squatted down beside Lu Xiaoyu worriedly. Little fishy, what's wrong? Lan Xian also saw the commotion. The warm-hearted chubby girl also stood up from her seat and asked loudly. They're bullying me. When Xixi saw Lu Xiaoyu crying so sadly, her eyes turned red. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she pointed at Jiang Chen and his deskmate. In fact, when Jiang Chen's deskmate saw the girl crying, he also panicked. They only wanted to tease the girl, not scare her to tears. If she cried, the problem would escalate to another level. Jiang Chen still said with conviction, what does it have to do with me? At this time, Chao Ruolin, who was re-elected as the class monitor, slammed down her textbook, stood up from her chair, and shouted, I'll go tell the teacher. With that, she quickly ran out. Don't tell the teacher. Jiang Chen's deskmate anxiously looked at Chao Ruolin, but he only saw Chao Ruolin's figure disappear outside the door. He couldn't help but mutter in panic, I didn't do it on purpose. No, she doesn't hurt. Lu Xiaoyu was crying so hard that Xixi's comfort was useless until the homeroom teacher, Li Ruolin, was called over. What's going on? Yangxi, why is Lu Xiaoyu crying? Li Ruolin probably felt that Xixi was good at expressing herself and could describe the situation clearly, so she asked about Xixi. Xixi didn't disappoint the teacher. The little girl pouted, stood up, and first pointed at Jiang Chen and said, It's Jiang Chen and Liang Wenjie. They like to suddenly stand up and bump into us. Jiang Chen almost bumped into me, but I dodged. Then, little fishy was bumped into by Liang Wenjie. Little fishy was in so much pain that she cried. Perhaps encouraged by Xixi, 2 girls sitting in the back also stood up to complain about Jiang Chen and Liang Wenjie. Li Ruolin understood. She was a little helpless and a little angry as she pointed at the 2 boys with their heads down and said, You two, what did the teacher tell you? When you come to school, you have to study hard, don't tease your classmates. For this morning's class, Jiang Chen and Liang Wenjie, go to the back of the classroom and stand in class. Li Ruolin said sternly with a straight face. Of course, she would also inform Jiang Chen and Liang Wenjie's parents. This was not the first time this had happened. Covering up for disobedient students would only make them worse. Only teachers and parents working together to teach them a lesson would be effective. The 2 culprits were punished, but Lu Xiaoyu was still very sad. My teru bozu, boo-hoo, they're broken. Lu Xiaoyu pouted and finally told the reason for her sadness under the teacher's questioning. I see. It's okay, they're just 2 little dolls. Don't take it to heart, as long as you didn't fall. Li Ruolin let out a sigh of relief and comforted her with a smile. Adults and children looked at problems from different perspectives. Li Ruolin didn't know how important these 2 teru bozu were to children. Lu Xiaoyu changed her bag, but she still hung the teru bozu on her new bag. It was obvious how much she loved these 2 dolls. Seeing Li Ruolin pick up all the broken pieces of the teru bozu and throw them into the trash because she was worried they would cut their hands or feet, Lu Xiaoyu's tears began to fall again. Under the teacher's persuasion, Lu Xiaoyu and Xixi returned to their seats, but Lu Xiaoyu still said to Xixi sadly, Xixi, what should I do? My Terabozu is broken. Xixi also felt sorry for her little friend. She frowned and said, Aya, that's right, they're all broken. I can't even glue them back together. Wah, Xixi, this is my favorite Terabozu, and it was given to me by Big Sister Xiaowei. If Big Sister Xiaowei finds out that I broke it, what will I do? Lu Xiaoyu sobbed. Will she blame me for not protecting her gift well? If I had known, I would have left it at home like you did. This if I had known was a little too long ago. After all, it had already been half a year since Yu Xiaowei gave her the Terabozu. Who would have thought of this problem so early? No, Xixi had mentioned this concern before. Xixi tilted her head. Although she was a little reluctant, for the sake of her little friend, she still said softly, why don't we do this? Little you I'll give you one of my Terabozu, okay? You can hang one on your bag, and Big Sister Xiaowei won't be unhappy. Then, you and I can both have Terabozu. Really? Lu Xiaoyu looked at Xixi with tears in her eyes and asked in surprise. Xixi nodded. Seeing that her little friend was happy, her mood also improved. She smiled generously and said, that's right, we can. But which one do you like? Is it blue or red? I'll give it to you tomorrow. Xixi didn't take the two boys' mischievous actions to heart. Instead, she was more concerned about the two broken Terra dolls. However, when the girl returned home in the evening, the sadness of having to say goodbye to her Terra dolls was temporarily dispelled by a new guest in the house. Some of the large cabinets and tables in the side hall had been moved away. Even Xiao Guai, Xiao Gray, and Don Du's cat tree and cat bed had been moved to the living room. Steamed Bun's dog bed was originally placed in the corner of the stairs, so it escaped the disaster. Unfortunately, Xiao Guai and the other three cat toilets had been moved to the corner of the stairs. Although the cat toilets were placed in the innermost part of the house, which was a few meters away from Steamed Bun's dog bed, it was still Steamed Bun's territory that had been invaded. However, Steamed Bun was no match for the three fat cats, so he could only put his head on his paws and accept it. The side hall was now very spacious and bright. A Theodore grand piano of the same brand as the one in the coffee shop, but much more beautiful and high-end, was placed in the middle. It stood there quietly with three sturdy legs. The elegant black finish and smooth curved surface instantly gave people a sense of stability and grandeur. Of course, the only fly in the ointment was that Xianxia had wrapped the kickstand, the bottom edge of the piano, and even the periphery of the piano stool with a soft black material. It was like a bubble, and even if it bumped into it, it would have a cushioning effect. Although the color of these soft materials could blend in with the piano as much as possible, there was still a difference in color. Therefore, to a certain extent, it reduced the beauty of the piano, but what did that matter? For the sake of the child's safety, Xianxia had made a lot of protective devices. Not to mention that the other furniture in the house had similar packages. The piano's cover and top cover were equipped with an electro-hydraulic device similar to the electric tailgate of a car. Not only could it be opened and closed electrically, but it also had an intelligent sensor and automatic stop function to prevent the child's hand from being caught. Not to mention this piano was top-notch in terms of timbre and configuration. But in Cece's opinion, what surprised her the most was the beauty of this piano. When the little girl was brought to the side hall by her father to see it, she was pleasantly surprised and let out a wow. So beautiful. Fascinated, she reached out and stroked the piano's lacquer surface. It was as smooth and delicate as marble. It was very comfortable to touch, and the little girl could see the beautiful golden strings inside. No wonder she couldn't help but admire it. Tong Tong followed behind his sister. Originally, Tong Tong was not interested in playing the piano, but he liked to imitate his sister's movements. The little guy also raised his hand high and touched the piano's paint. He giggled and shouted, wow. How is it? Xianxia smiled and said to Xixi, you're going to start learning piano with Daddy tonight. Sure. Xixi replied casually. She seemed a little perfunctory because she was thinking about something else. The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. She turned and ran upstairs. From afar, the little girl's cheerful laughter could be heard. Hee, wait a minute. Xianxia and Tong Tong were a little confused by Xixi's sudden outburst. Yang Yi turned to look at Tong Tong. Coincidentally, Tong Tong also looked over. The two pairs of eyes, one big and one small, were looking at each other as if they were having a conversation. "Daddy, what's wrong with your sister, Momo? Daddy, do you know, Momo, oh. Fortunately, Xianxia ran back quickly and ended the awkward exchange of glances between her father and little brother. The little girl happily placed a snow doll that she was holding in her arms on the piano, right next to the music score. The snow-white doll contrasted sharply with the dark black piano board. However, Yang Yi could not help but frown. He coughed twice and said, "Xianxia, why did you put a snowbow doll on the piano?" Xianxia turned around and looked at her father excitedly with her big bright eyes. She said clearly, "Because it looks good." Yang Yi could not help but complain in his heart, who said, "Snowbow is not good looking." However, this was the piano that Xianxia used for practice. Yang Yi thought about it and decided to bear with it. However, at this moment, Tong Tong seemed to have been inspired by his sister's actions. He chuckled and ran to the living room. The little guy quickly grabbed a small robot and smiled at his sister. He handed it to his sister and said in a childish voice, "Sister, for you." Xianxia was stunned for a moment. She took Tong Tong's robot and looked at it. She quickly shook her head and said, "No, brother, it won't look good like this." Tong Tong was inexplicably excited. He jumped on the ground excitedly and clenched his little fists. He laughed and said, "It looks good, it looks good." Xianxia could not persuade her brother. She muttered awkwardly, "But, where should I put it?" Yang Yi was secretly happy. He thought that it might be interesting to put his sister and brother's toys on the left and right sides of the piano. At least it would make this cold grand piano look more familial. Yang Yi went to the kitchen and took out two new black non-slip coasters. He placed them on both sides of the piano score. Snowbow was also placed on top. Yang Yi then turned to Xianxia and said with a smile, "Put it here. In the future, your brother can also learn piano from you." Xianxia placed it on top of the piano. A sense of symmetry instantly appeared. Although the colors were still a little off, Yang Yi felt that it was a lot more comfortable visually. Tong Tong looked at it for a while. He did not care about what his father said. He only felt that his toys were placed on top of the piano. He ran away with satisfaction. After a while, he even pulled his mother over to look at the piano. After Xianxia finished watching cartoons at night, she went back to her bedroom to get her clothes and was about to take a shower. When she saw the teru teru bozu hanging in front of the window, she remembered that she wanted to give one to Lu Xiaoyu. The little girl's happy expression immediately turned into disappointment. Her delicate eyebrows drooped slightly. Just like Lin Daiyu, she looked at the teru teru bozu pitifully. After a while, Xianxia reluctantly took off the blue teru teru bozu. At that time, Lu Xiaoyu asked Xianxia to keep the red teru teru bozu that Xianxia liked. In the end, she only asked for the blue teru bozu. However, when she took off the blue teru bozu, Xianxia felt reluctant. That was because the blue teru bozu was also very pretty. The blue painted neck was like the color of the sky. When paired with the white ceramic body, it looked like a beautiful blue sky with white clouds. "I'm going to give you to little fishy. Because both of little fishy's teru bozu broke today. She's so sad. Little fishy is my very, very good friend." The little girl looked like she was bidding farewell to the blue teru bozu. She held the teru bozu in her hands and mumbled sadly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Yi brought Xianxia's washed and dried clothes upstairs. He was about to put them in the closet for Xianxia when he opened the door. To his surprise, he found that the little girl was not taking a shower. Instead, she was sitting in front of the desk, hugging something with tears in her eyes. "Xianxia, what's wrong?" Yang Yi asked gently, worried. The little girl stood up. She sniffled and ran over to hug her father's waist. She buried her head in her father's chest sadly. In the eyes of Xianxia and Lu Xiaoyu, breaking two teru teru dolls was a serious matter that was difficult to make up for. However, after hearing Xianxia's sad story, Yang Yi smiled in relief. "I thought it was something serious." He rubbed the head of the little girl in his arms and said with a smile, "If you encounter something that you can't solve, you have to tell Daddy. How can you be sad in your room? Daddy is so capable, so I can definitely solve it for you, right?" Xixi's eyes were watery as she looked up at her father with tears in her eyes. She pouted and asked, "Daddy, but what should I do? Although you're very kind and you're willing to help your good friend even when you're sad, your performance is very good. Daddy wants to praise you. However, we actually have a better idea." Xianxia smiled and said, "It's very simple. If little Yuer's two Terra dolls are broken, we can just buy another pair of Terra dolls for her, right?" Xixi rubbed her eyes. She seemed to have regained some energy. She asked softly, "But Daddy, big sister Xiaowei bought them in Yangqing. Also, they have to be exactly the same. That way, big sister Xiaowei won't be sad when she sees them." "They have to be exactly the same? That's a little difficult." However, Yang Yi still had to face the difficulty head-on. He rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Then, he smiled and said, "Alright, you go take a shower first. Leave this matter to Daddy. In 2 days, maybe next week. I promise I'll bring you two Terra dolls that look exactly the same." After receiving her father's promise, Xixi's mood instantly brightened up like the sky after the rain. The little girl looked as if she had already received a new Terra doll. She hugged her father happily and replied sweetly, "MHM. Daddy is so awesome. Yay." Then, without even wiping away her tears, the little girl ran into the bathroom like the wind with a string of laughter. Yang Yi shook his head gently and smiled. He picked up the blue Terra dolls that Xixi put down and examined them carefully. However, at this moment, Xixi screamed and ran out of the bathroom. Just like when she ran in, she had wiped her tears clean and had a happy smile on her little face. When she realized that her father had seen her, she giggled embarrassedly. She shook her little butt and said to her father, "Oh, I forgot to bring my clothes." The next morning, on the subway in Yangqing, Xianxia, who had already graduated with a master's degree and started working at a public institution, stretched her arms and yawned. Then, she lazily leaned against the glass partition of the seat by the door. It was the morning rush hour and the subway was as crowded as sardines. Xianxia was fine. Although she did not have a seat, she still occupied a comfortable spot to stand. However, she had to carefully protect the breakfast in her left hand. She was afraid that the 2 pieces of bread and soy milk, especially the soy milk, would be crushed by the crowd. She was still not used to working from 9 to 5, but she had no choice. Life was like this. After coming out of the ivory tower, she could no longer play around freely like before. She had to face reality. Sometimes, Xianxia would tease her best friend, Chu Fangfang, who was still pursuing her PhD, "So what if you graduated with a master's degree? You still have to squeeze into the subway, don't you?" Xianxia saw that there were still 7 stops before her workplace, so she picked up her phone and started playing with it out of boredom. Eh? Xianxia saw that Yang Yi had posted a new micro-broadcasting post in the middle of the night. Out of curiosity, she clicked on it and read the entire post. Emergency. Omnipotent voting circles and micro-broadcasting fans, who knows where to buy the Teru Bozu in the photo below? We urgently need a pair of Teru Bozu that look exactly like the one in the photo. The measurements are as follows: XXmm tall, XXmm wide. Apparently, they were bought in Guangzhou. Friends from Guangzhou, please keep an eye out for them. If you have any leads, please send me a private message. The friend who can help us find them first will be rewarded handsomely. The beginning of Yang Yi's micro-broadcasting post was quite interesting. It was Xianxia's first time seeing such a form of address, so she looked at it with interest for a while. Of course, the content of the micro-broadcasting post was the most important. Xianxia was surprised to see that Yang Yi had listed out the detailed measurements of every part of the Teru Bozu. Moreover, from the comments below, although some netizens couldn't wait to find some pictures and purchase links of the Teru Bozu from the Sahara Taba Mall and sent them to Yang Yi, they were all rejected by Yang Yi. "No, there's a difference between XXX and XXX parts." It seemed like Yang Yi really wanted to find the exact same Teru Bozu. Xianxia didn't know that if it was possible to buy the exact same ones from the Sahara Taba Mall, Yang Yi wouldn't have needed to post this micro-broadcasting post. Yang Yi had already hit a wall, so he changed to another solution, using the power of his fans. However, when Xianxia looked at the picture with interest, she couldn't help but be stunned. They look so familiar. She really had seen this pair of teru bozu before. They were sold on a pedestrian street in Guangzhou. However, when she saw this pair of teru bozu, Xianxia couldn't help but recall some sad memories. That scumbag, when I was shopping in the past, I hinted that this pair of teru bozu was very cute, but he didn't take it to heart. Xianxia complained in her heart. However, she wasn't sure if that small stall was still open on that pedestrian street after a year and a half, and if that stall owner was still selling the exact same teru bozu. At noon, Xianxia found an excuse to sneak out in advance and headed straight for the pedestrian street. Although she didn't really care about the generous returns Yang Yi mentioned, when she saw Yang Yi's rare eagerness in replying to netizens' comments in the comments section and even saying that he was buying them for Xishi, Xianxia was motivated. Xishi is so cute, I'll definitely help you find that pair of teru bozu. A year and a half had passed, and the memories that could be forgotten were already sparse. Xianxia bought some pastries and snacks on the pedestrian street for lunch. As she ate, she looked for the location of that small stall. Here. As expected, I forgot. How is this a small stall? It's a boutique. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised to find that boutique, and she also found the teru bozu in the store as she wished. They should be the exact same, right? Xianxia took out her phone to compare. She felt that they were very similar, but she had never measured them with a ruler before, and there was no ruler here for her to compare them with. However, she was certain based on a woman's sixth sense. This should be it. Since they weren't expensive, Xianxia bought 3 pairs. She was going to send 2 pairs to Yang Yi and keep the other pair for herself. A year and a half had passed, and her feelings for that man had faded. However, Xianxia still liked this teru bozu that she had never gotten before. On the bus, Xianxia took a photo of the teru bozu and sent it to Yang Yi through a private message. Unexpectedly, just as she returned to the office sleepily and tiredly, Yang Yi's private message came back. Yes, this should be it. Friend, thank you very much. Please give me the address. I'll send a Sahara Express courier to pick it up in the afternoon. Xianxia instantly lost her sleepiness. She looked at the private message in surprise and was speechless for a long time. After a while, in the unit's toilet, a woman excitedly stomped her feet in the cubicle like a madwoman. Her voice was so low that it was almost squeezed out. Wow, Yang Yi replied to me. I'm so happy. Yang Yi asked his fans to help him find the teru dolls. Xishi and Lu Xiaoyu did not need to share a pair of teru dolls with each other. When the 2 girls received the new teru dolls, they were so happy that they spent the entire weekend walking and jumping around while humming a tune. To the 2 girls, this incident was just a small interlude in their growth. However, because Yang Yi's request for help on microbroadcasting was quite interesting, the entertainment media all used a small section to report on this news. The news of Yang Yi helping his children find teru dolls on microbroadcasting was not particularly popular, but after some netizens cited it and started using phrases like omnipotent voting circle and omnipotent microbroadcasting netizens, it unexpectedly became popular. A lot of people even followed the trend and used it without knowing that Yang Yi was the one who started it. For a time, they had the potential to become the internet word of the year. Of course, Yang Yi, the person who started this, did not pay attention to the subsequent developments, because he focused all his attention on Xishi learning piano. Obviously, learning piano was something that seemed beautiful but was actually very boring. Don't think that just because Xishi was so obedient, she would patiently continue learning. For the first 2 days, Xishi still sat in front of the piano very seriously, listening to her father correct her posture, learning some fingering techniques, and even listening to her father explain some complicated musical notation techniques. The little girl was still able to listen attentively. However, starting from the weekend, Xishi's laziness started to show. The little girl started to feel that learning piano was no longer fun, and she found all sorts of excuses to avoid the lessons that day. For example, on Saturday night, the little girl who had just finished bathing was like a little bunny, lying on the bed like a pancake. She said coquettishly, "Papa, can I not learn piano today? Because I feel so tired, am I going to fall sick?" The little girl was probably not very good at lying, so she stuttered. "Sick? Yang still believed that the little girl had caught a cold when she was swimming with Lan Xian at Lan Xian's house today. Originally, she was supposed to practice piano in the afternoon on weekends, but today, because Lan Xian said that she wanted to swim, she changed it to the evening. Yang walked over worriedly and touched the little girl's forehead. Then, he picked up Xixi's wrist to check her pulse. Xixi had clearly miscalculated. She didn't know that her father knew about these things. The little girl was lying on the bed, her hair flowing out like a black waterfall, covering a large part of the bed. The little girl tilted her head and looked at her father with a trace of expectation in her delicate eyes. After Yang confirmed that there was no problem, he couldn't help laughing. He reached out and rubbed Xixi's little head and said with a smile, "Get up quickly. Are you sick? If you are sick, it is because you are lazy." When Xixi realized that her father had exposed her, she immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Her body was like a piece of wood, and she turned left and right on the bed, whining coquettishly. But no matter how coquettishly she acted, in the end, Xixi still didn't get her father's concession. She obediently got up and went to practice piano with her father. On Sunday afternoon, Xixi's laziness came up with a new trick. Yang had told her that she had to start piano practice at 4:00 p.m. for an hour. The little girl came down from upstairs at 3:45 p.m. with her drawing board. "Little brother, don't move. Big sister is going to draw for you." Xixi pulled Lil Tigress onto a small stool in front of the drawing board, then stuffed one of Lil Tigress' toys into his arms and said, "Draw?" Tong Tong knew what drawing was, but he was curious and stretched his neck to see what his sister was doing. Of course, Tong Tong couldn't see through the drawing board. He hugged his toy, stood up, and moved his short legs to walk behind his sister. His little mouth was slightly open, and he looked like a curious baby. "You can't move." Xixi quickly pulled Tong Tong back and whispered, "Little brother, can you sit still? Big sister is going to draw for you. You can only look at it after I finish drawing." "Okay. Okay." Tong Tong agreed loudly. But after a while, the little guy couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and jumped around before his sister pushed him back. When it was almost 4:00 p.m., Yang came over and saw Xixi on the drawing board, working hard to sketch Tong Tong. "Xixi, it's time to learn how to play the piano. Wait a while. You can play after you finish learning," Yang said gently. Xixi pouted and unwillingly sat on the small bench where she was drawing. She twisted around and said, but I'm drawing for my little brother. I haven't finished drawing yet. You can draw after a while." Yang smiled and gently placed his hand on Xixi's shoulder. He said, "Daddy is going to teach you how to play the piano for an hour, and then I'm going to make dinner. If I'm late, Xian won't be able to eat. But I won't be able to draw after a while. Little brother won't listen to me and won't sit here." Xixi held the pencil in her hand and looked at her father pitifully. Tong Tong sat on the small bench in front of them and looked at his sister and father with a confused expression. He didn't know why they suddenly mentioned that he was disobedient. He was quite obedient. Wasn't he? How could he not listen to his sister? Tong Tong liked his sister the most. Fortunately, Tong Tong only blinked his big round eyes in confusion and didn't say anything to undermine his sister. Yang smiled and said in a gentle tone that was easier for children to accept, "But there's still a problem. If you don't learn how to play the piano with Daddy now, you'll still have to learn how to play the piano with Daddy for an hour after you finish drawing. In that case, we'll have to eat very late because Daddy will have to teach you and won't have time to prepare dinner. Don't you think so? Not only will Xian and you be hungry, but we won't be able to watch the cartoon after dinner." Xixi could understand this logic, but the little girl didn't want to learn how to play the piano for so long. She pouted unhappily and asked, "But, Daddy, can we not learn how to play the piano for an hour? After I finish drawing, we can learn until 5:00. Can we?" The little girl held her father's hand and begged with a pitiful expression. This girl was beginning to learn how to play the piano like Lan Xian. However, Yang wasn't Lan Zhou Kai or Wu Jingjing. He didn't lose his temper at Xixi, but remained patient and continued to reason with Xixi. He said in a gentle voice, "This is like doing homework. If you don't finish your homework, the teacher will criticize you. It's the same with playing the piano. We still have to learn for an hour, don't you think so? She wasn't Xianxia. Although the little girl acted coquettishly with her father for a while, under her father's gentle guidance, she obediently put down the pencil and said, "Oh, okay. Then, little brother, I'll draw for you later." Although Yang Yi and she fought a battle of wits and courage in order to learn how to play the piano for half an hour or an hour every day, he gradually began to reflect on his teaching method. Should he slow down the speed of teaching theory? Although knowledge of music theory and music notation were important, they were too boring for a 7-year-old girl after all. Yang Yi felt that he should give priority to cultivating Xi's interest in piano and music. For example, he could play some beautiful and simple songs for Xi to listen to, or even let her try to learn. With a sense of accomplishment, perhaps she would be more motivated. Since he had thought of changing the teaching method, Yang Yi did not intend to drag it out. He guided Xi for a while and asked her to repeatedly play the simplest theme of the variations on Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. After that, he clapped his hands with a smile and said, "Well, it's 4:30 now. There's still half an hour left today." There's still half an hour left. She turned to look at her father. After hearing the first half of her father's words, her shoulders sank in melancholy as she muttered in a low voice. But soon, her father's next words made Xi's spirits rise again. "But what about the next half an hour? We'll make a small change. That is, Daddy will play the piano. Then you can sit beside Daddy and observe Daddy's fingering when he plays the piano. Listen to Daddy's music carefully, okay?" How could it not be good? She didn't even need to play the piano herself. This was equivalent to not letting Xian do the remaining half of her homework. She just needed to sit by the side and watch others do it. It was simply an opportunity for her father to be lazy. She was so happy that she immediately puffed out her small chest and nodded her small head vigorously. Yes, okay. Don't be happy so early." Yang Yi smiled and gently rubbed the little girl's head. "You have to watch and listen carefully by the side. It doesn't mean that you can be lazy and go play elsewhere." She had already returned to her usual lively state. She grabbed her father's hand, giggled, and said mischievously, "I know. I also want to clap for Daddy, hee." Yang Yi changed positions with Xi. However, he was not in a hurry to play the piano. Instead, he turned to Xi, who was holding a small cup and drinking water, and said softly, "Xi, do you know why Daddy wants to learn to play the piano?" Xi asked curiously, "Why?" "That's because the piano is a magical instrument. It's like a magic wand in the hands of ordinary people. It allows you to convey wonderful emotions to others." Yang Yi touched the piano devoutly, then looked at Xi and said with a smile, "So, Dad hopes that you learn to play the piano because you have the same wish as Dad, to be able to play good music and then be able to express your inner feelings more thoroughly. It's because of this that I want to work hard to play the piano well, and not like doing homework, in order to cope with my father's supervision, in order to cope with half an hour, or an hour, making me very unhappy to learn the piano." Yang Yi's words were not complicated, but the little girl looked a little confused. Yang Yi smiled gently. He didn't plan to get any feedback from Xi right away, so he said softly, "Let's listen to a more relaxing song." Before he finished speaking, Yang Yi began to gently play the opening part of the song. The first part was repeated. Yang Yi's thick and long fingers were as dexterous as ripples on the surface of the water, gently rolling on the white piano keys. The main theme was cut into very quickly as well. Thump thump, thump thump thump, thump 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 thump. A series of similar notes were strengthened, and the music seemed to have become lighter all of a sudden, giving people a feeling of joy as if they had seen something wonderful. That's right, Yang Yi was playing Adelina by the Water, a piano piece that almost everyone knew. Although it was a relatively simple piece and not a classic that had been passed down for many years, after all, it was a work composed in the late part of the last century. It was very well known. It was precisely because it was simple and pleasant that many people, regardless of whether they were piano enthusiasts or not, liked it. The reason why Yang Yi chose Adelina by the Water was, of course, because of its simplicity. He believed that even a beginner like Xi could appreciate the beauty of its melody. Sure enough, Yang Yi saw from the corner of his eye that Xi was sitting on a small chair at the side, listening attentively. Although the little girl didn't show an intoxicated expression, she didn't care about putting the cup down. She just held it with her two small hands and watched her father's hands play with rapt attention. Xianxi's fingers were much thicker than Murphy's. In the past, they used to carry farm tools and hold rifles, but on the black and white piano keys, they were as light and elegant as a butterfly. She looked at her father's fingers with a little obsession. She saw them go up and down on the piano keys easily, as if they were dancing, and the beautiful melody was also very beautiful. It took about 3 minutes to play a complete song. After Xianxia took his hands off the piano keys, he smiled gently and asked Xianxia, "How was it?" The little girl came back to her senses with great difficulty, and soon looked at her father's face with admiration. She pouted and said, "Papa, you're so good. Playing the piano is so beautiful. Even I'm not as good as you." Xianxia laughed. He gently pressed a string of notes on the piano keys with his fingers, and then said with a smile, "It took a long time of practice to reach Dad's level now. Of course, if you continue to practice hard in the future, you will definitely be as good as Dad." Next, Xianxia explained the name of the song to Xianxia, and even talked about the Greek myth. Although it took a little time, it was obvious that with the myth connecting the dots, Xianxia's interest became stronger. "Next, let's play a simple and beautiful song, okay?" Xianxia said to Xianxia with a smile. "This song has a very beautiful story. A long, long time ago, there was a very kind girl named Alice. Of course, this is not the Alice who fell into the rabbit hole. This is another beautiful and kind girl, just like our Xianxia, beautiful and kind." Xianxia was originally listening attentively, but when she suddenly heard her father praising her for being beautiful and kind, the little girl was stunned for a moment. Then, she giggled happily. She held the glass of water and twisted her little butt on the chair in embarrassment. Alice met an old man who couldn't see in both eyes. The old man told Alice that he wanted to see the beautiful forest and the vast sea. Alice was very kind. She helped the old man look for help everywhere, but there was no doctor who could cure his eyes. Just when Alice was feeling sad for the old man, a pianist appeared. He said to Alice, "Let me play a song for you." She listened attentively. There was a trace of nervousness and sadness in her bright, beautiful obsidian-like eyes. It seemed that she was also worried about Alice and the old man. Xianxia gently pressed the strings of the piano. The classic and beautiful melody of "To Alice" sounded. After the repetition of the first part, the song began to enter the graceful and gentle part of the emotional expression. It was as if the two of them were having an intimate conversation. However, Xianxia interspersed the story with the story that was even more moving. The old man closed his eyes and listened to the music played by the pianist. Suddenly, tears flowed out of his eyes because in the music, he heard towering, continuous snow-capped mountains. He also heard the blue sea in his hometown. It was boundless and sparkling. There were seagulls flying in the sky. In the distance, there were forests and sunshine accompanying him. Xianxia's voice stopped at some point, but the melody of the piano was still flowing in Xianxia's ears. The little girl looked at her father piously. The vast and blue sea seemed to be reflected in her beautiful big eyes. When Xianxia was learning the piano with her father, in order not to let little Momo disturb her sister's piano practice, Momo took him to the second floor and played the game of looking at pictures and learning pronunciation with the little guy. Of course, she also taught little Momo how to speak, but little Momo still liked to play games. It was worth mentioning that although the soundproofing effect of the room was good, because the location of the side hall happened to be directly below Momo and Xianxia's bedroom, some of the magic music played by Xianxia occasionally came upstairs. Not knowing how much time had passed, Murphy changed a new card, but he couldn't help but listen carefully. "Watermelon, it's watermelon," Tong Tong said excitedly. But his mother did not seem to be doing anything. Tong Tong looked at his mother in confusion. He threw himself forward, stretched out his chubby little arm, and pressed his palm on the card in his mother's hand. He pointed at the red tomato and said in his childish voice, "It's watermelon. Mom, watermelon." Momo came back to her senses. She put away the card, rubbed little mommy's head with a smile, and said, "Let's play later. Papa seems to be playing the piano. Let's go and listen to Papa play the piano, okay?" The faint sound of the piano came from downstairs. The rhythm was light, the melody was beautiful, and the music was seamless. Obviously, it was not something a beginner like Xianxia could play. When Murphy recognized it, she was puzzled. Why was Xianxia playing the piano by himself? Wasn't Xishi practicing? However, Murphy was a music lover. After listening carefully for a while, she put her question aside and could not help but listen carefully to the song Xianxia was playing. Tong Tong did not feel neglected. When he heard his mother say that they were going downstairs, he immediately grabbed the bed sheet happily and slipped down from the bed. He stretched out his little hand to his mother and could not wait for his mother to hold his hand and go downstairs together. Xianxia had finished telling the story and was playing to Alice with his fingers when he heard the movement behind him. As he played blindly, he turned around to take a look. Murphy and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled warmly. They knew each other's personalities and preferences very well. Xianxia didn't need to say anything, nor did he need to make any arrangements. He just played the piano more energetically because he knew that Mo liked to listen to him play new songs. And Mo also stood quietly on the side. She didn't want to take a chair to sit down, because she didn't want to make a little noise and disturb Xianxia's performance of a beautiful piano piece that she had never heard before. On the other hand, when Cici saw her brother approaching, she didn't continue to listen piously like her mother. Instead, she giggled and waved to her brother. She lowered her voice and said, "Brother, come and sit here." Little Momo was forcefully pulled by her sister to sit on her own chair. Although her pants were pulled down by the chair, revealing a portion of her white buttocks, little Momo only scratched and didn't pull up her pants properly. She beamed with joy as she looked at her sister. There was not much left of to Alice and Xianxia quickly finished playing. He gently withdrew his hand and asked with a smile, "Do you want to continue?" Cici, on the other hand, couldn't hold it in any longer. She hugged her brother's shoulder with one arm to prevent him from falling. At the same time, she chattered to her mother, "Mama, let me tell you, the song Papa played with me has a very magical story." Murphy was a little strict. She put up a finger and interrupted Shishi's narration. She said softly, "You can't talk when your papa is teaching you." Shishi pouted a little gloomily. Seeing this, Xianxia laughed loudly and pulled Cici's depressed mood. He said, "When learning the piano, sometimes it's not just about playing the piano. We also use the piano as an accompaniment. Just like when my mother held a concert in the past, my father would also play the accompaniment for my mother on stage. Or you can play and sing by yourself. This is also very interesting. There is still some time before 5 o'clock. Shishi, Dad will show you a song, okay?" Shishi blinked and suddenly became energetic again. She nodded to her father with great interest and said, "Okay. I want to hear Papa sing." "Then come on. This song is called Snail." It is sung for Shishi, who is also working hard to learn the piano. Xianxia almost imitated the tone of Princess Zhou in his previous life and said, "Snail." He nodded to Shishi with a smile, then pressed his right hand on the piano key and gently played the prelude. Although there were no chords, Xianxia's handling showed Shishi and Murphy a clear and gentle melody. It was like a clean sky, and in their hearts, a bird began to fly to the melody and began to dance under the blue sky. After the prelude, Xianxia's left hand also began to play the chords. However, his fingers were gentle and the piano sound slowed down. He softly sang, "Should I put down the heavy shell and search for where the blue sky is? Floating with the gentle wind, I don't feel the pain after experiencing the pain." Dad began to sing, and Shishi also began to listen carefully. On the other hand, Tong Tong probably felt a little uncomfortable with his butt exposed. He began to move a little, but he was not as strong as his sister. Shishi held him tightly in her arms and did not let him disturb Dad's singing. Tong Tong could not move. Xianxia turned his head. His fingers were still playing the piano accurately. He used a little strength to push the melody to the peak. He gently gestured to Shishi, raised his eyebrows slightly, and gently sang with a little smile, "I want to climb up step by step, waiting for the sun to quietly look at its face. The small sky has a big dream, wrapped in a heavy shell, gently looking up." This song was originally accompanied by the piano. Of course, Xianxia purposely took it out because the lyrics of this song were very suitable for the current mood. Although Xianxia would not continue to talk to Shishi about many boring principles, all his expectations were contained in these simple lyrics. Shishi should be able to understand because the little girl's eyes were focused on Dad. She was listening very seriously. Of course, regardless of whether Shishi could understand or not, Xianxia saw the little girl gently shaking her head as she listened with a happy smile on her little face. She was able to experience happiness from listening to music with dad, mom, and little brother. Presumably, she would like music even more in the future. With interest, there was no need to worry about lack of motivation. Xianxia sang over and over again. At the end of the song, Murphy was smiling and humming along with Xianxia. However, at this moment, the doorbell in the living room suddenly rang. Steamed Bun, who was lying on the side, unknowingly ran to the door and looked outside while wagging his tail. Without guessing, Xianxia knew that Xianxia was here. She was waiting outside the courtyard to open the door. "I'll go open the door for Xianxia." She still couldn't sit still. She giggled and left Tong Tong on the chair. She jumped down and ran out with light steps like a gust of wind. In fact, she didn't need to run out to open the iron gate of the courtyard. She could just remote control it, but she still went out to greet her. Xianxia couldn't help but stop playing the piano. He and Murphy looked at each other. The two of them couldn't help but shake their heads with a wry smile. Outside, the conversation between Xianxia and Xianxia was soon heard. "My papa is playing a song for me. Then my mom and little brother are also here," Xianxia happily said to Xianxia. "What's a sugar pigeon? Is it delicious?" Xianxia asked puzzledly. No, it's playing the piano. Then my papa can also sing," Xianxia quickly explained. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, Xianxia smiled happily and said, Xianxia, let me tell you, I can sing soon. Listen. I want to climb up step by step, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. I forgot the lyrics later. The little girl really sang, but later, she became mischievous again. Xianxia's voice appeared at the door of the villa, but Father Yang didn't cook? What about our dinner? In the middle of October, Huijiao Primary School would hold a one-day open house for parents. At that time, parents would be invited to the school. On the one hand, they could visit the school and understand the children's learning and living environment in depth. On the other hand, they could accompany the children in class, experience the teaching environment at close range, and understand the children's learning situation. In addition to 1 or 2 normal classes, the school would also arrange physical education classes, music classes, and so on, so that parents could see the children's lively figures outside of the classroom. However, the most anticipated finale was the cultural performance held in the school's gymnasium in the afternoon. The children would bring wonderful performances for their parents. Of course, this would happen a month later. The children didn't have to worry about whether their parents' arrival would lead to the discovery of their little secrets. However, the preparation for the cultural performance for the parents' open house had to start now. After returning home from school that day, Xianxia talked to her father in the car. "The teacher said that we have to prepare a show, a good show," Xianxia said to her father excitedly. "In this way, we can perform for Papa next month." However, the little girl scratched her head again and said with a little distress, "But the teacher said that we have to go through selection. If our show is not good, we can't be selected and can't perform for Papa." Xianxia smiled and asked, "Then what kind of show are you going to prepare?" Xianxia giggled and said, "Hey, Papa Yang, you also know." Yes, the teacher also said that Xianxia has to prepare a show because she is a member of the Literature and Arts Committee. I'm not the only one performing. The teacher said that everyone has to participate actively. Xianxia, you have to participate too, Xianxia said quickly. "I don't know how to dance. It's too difficult," Xianxia said noisily. "But you are the person in charge, right? Because this is within the scope of the Literature and Arts Committee's responsibility. You have to help the teacher and organize the students to participate in various cultural and entertainment activities," Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia nodded and said with a pout, "But, Papa, how do I do this show? It's so difficult. Can you help me think of one?" When they encountered difficulties, Xianxia's first thought was her father. The little girl knew that her father was almost omnipotent. He would definitely be able to help her and everyone think of a great program. However, Xianxia was probably going to be disappointed today. Dad didn't plan to help her, or rather, he didn't plan to help Xianxia directly. This was because Xianxia felt that this was a good opportunity for Xianxia to train. Although Yang Yi did have countless novel ideas that could help Xianxia directly think of a good program that could pass the selection, if he did that, Xianxia would not grow at all. Therefore, Yang Yi pondered for a while. After returning home, he brought Xianxia to the side hall. In addition to the piano in the side hall, the small desk that Xianxia used to do her homework was still there, and the original large whiteboard was still hanging on the wall. She could write freely. Under her father's arrangement, Xianxia sat on her small chair and looked at her father expectantly with her two big eyes. Now, as a member of the Arts and Arts Committee, you have to organize the students in the class to prepare a show for Mom and Dad, right? Yang Yi said with a smile, Dad will teach you how to be a qualified organizer, okay? Xianxia looked at her father in a daze. She didn't understand why her father didn't directly talk to her about the program. However, Xianxia was still very obedient. She obediently put her hands on the table, sat upright, and listened carefully to her father's words as usual in class. When we think about what kind of program to prepare, we first have to understand what kind of resources we have in our hands. For example, what kind of specialties do the students in the class have? Yang Yi wrote the word specialties on the blackboard and said with a smile, because this is the key factor that determines what kind of program we can perform. Think about it, if the students in the class don't know how to dance and we prepare a dance program, would they be able to participate? Xianxia scratched her head in confusion. Her small mouth slightly pouted as she said, but I can dance, and the class monitor can dance too. She's also taking dance classes this semester. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, Dad was just giving an example. Let's change it. Let's talk about musical instruments. Xianxia, you can't play the piano right now, and the other students probably can't either. So, if we prepare a piano program, does that mean we can't perform it? Xianxia suddenly understood and said, oh. The little girl was a little embarrassed. She curved her eyes and pursed her small mouth and smiled gently. You have to understand clearly what kind of programs the students can perform, and then you have to start thinking about what kind of program you want to prepare. Yang Yi smiled as he wrote on the blackboard, when you perform on stage, you can sing. A few people can take turns singing, or everyone can sing together. If everyone can dance, of course, it's not bad to organize a dance program, right? In addition to these, you can also perform plays. Do you still remember when you performed fairy tales with everyone in kindergarten? Xianxia's eyes lit up. She giggled and said to her father with a smile, I remember, I even performed the ugly duckling. Looking at her happy face, it was obvious that those successful performances were indeed very good memories for Xianxia. That's right. After you've finished discussing with your classmates, you can discuss with them what you want to perform in this program. Yang Yi smiled and said, for example, if you want to sing, what song should you sing? Choosing the content is also a matter of knowledge. For example, the song Where a Spring is not suitable. Xianxia, do you know why? Xianxia's interest was completely raised. She tilted her little head and thought very actively. Unfortunately, she still couldn't figure it out. The little girl was a little puzzled and asked, why? Papa, I really like this song. What season is October? Yang Yi asked with a smile. I know, it's autumn. Cici answered loudly at first. Then, she came to a sudden realization and giggled, saying, I know it too. It's because you can't sing songs of spring and autumn. That's right. Figure out what song you want to sing. This is the third step. The fourth step is to determine the candidates for the performance and then start practicing hard. Yang Yi said softly, after hearing what Papa said, do you understand how to organize this program? Got it. Xianxia responded crisply. She stuck out her little chest and raised her head to look at her father in high spirits. She didn't feel depressed because her father didn't directly tell her the answer. On the contrary, after the little girl felt that her thoughts were clear, she was eager to start preparing immediately. Then this program, I'll leave it to you. Go and discuss with your classmates about it. Yang Yi smiled gently and said, if you need anything when you're preparing, you can ask the music teacher or Papa for help. Papa is looking forward to seeing your program on the stage next month. Xianxia smiled sweetly at her father. She opened her thin little arms and said expectantly, I must perform a good program for Papa and Mom. The next day, which was also Tuesday morning, Xianxia mustered up her courage and ran to the podium. However, when she wanted to imitate the teacher, she was a little lacking in confidence. She called out in a soft and weak voice, everyone, please be quiet for a moment, okay? Obviously, the little girl's voice was a little too soft. When she called out, only the students in the first few rows raised their heads curiously, but the students in the back almost didn't have any reaction. Those who were doing homework did their homework, those who were playing around, and they were still shouting loudly. Seeing this, she was a little anxious and a little helpless as she stood on the podium. Fortunately, at this time, the class monitor, Chao Roland, stepped forward bravely. Although she was wearing glasses and was as thin as a bean sprout, she stood up and shouted at the top of her voice, "Don't talk. Xianxia has something to discuss with you." Chao Roland's voice and prestige still had an effect. The classroom of the second grade, class 3, suddenly quieted down, and everyone looked at the podium in unison. Yes, that's right. She thanked the class monitor gratefully and quickly talked about the important matter to discuss. That is, don't we have Papa and Mom's opening day next month? Our Papa and Mom will come, and yesterday, the teacher also said that we should strive to perform for our Papa and Mom. Because of nervousness, Xi's voice was a little weak at first, and the students behind her couldn't hear clearly because they couldn't hear clearly. Qin Yuxuan even ran to the front and sat with his good friends. Looking at Xi, they laughed softly, poked each other, and pushed each other non-stop. But as she spoke, Xi got into the mood and began to gain confidence. The students behind her also heard what she said clearly. Right now, I want to discuss with everyone what kind of performance we are going to perform. Xi was still a little lacking in the organization of words, but fortunately, she had a good memory and immediately corrected herself. I want to see what everyone's specialties are first, and then decide what kind of performance to perform. What's a specialty? Lan Xian's deskmate, Liao Xianxian, asked curiously. Lan Xian immediately used her loud voice to help Xi answer, that's right, what do you know? For example, my specialty is swimming. Xi stood on the podium. Although her mouth was no longer nervous, her body was still a little nervous. The little girl's two small hands unconsciously intertwined in front of her body. She even gently pinched the hem of her clothes and played with it. However, her posture was very ladylike. She stood there obediently, giving off a gentle and pitiful aura. However, he was not asking about swimming because there was no swimming pool for swimming. Let's see if everyone knows other things, such as dancing, singing, playing the piano, and other special skills. She said softly, reciting what her father had taught her. Lan Xian giggled and said, I know, Xi, you know all these, but I only know how to sing. Liao Qianqian scratched her head and said embarrassedly, I don't sing well, but I can dance, just a little. I don't know how to dance, but I can sing. The Krukut Wang Lele was very active. He raised his hand and said. After a while, he added, I forgot to say, I don't know how to play the piano. Perhaps it was because Xi was usually very popular in the class, everyone was very active in responding. However, with everyone talking at the same time, everyone had a different situation. All of a sudden, Xi felt a little dizzy. The little girl stood on the podium in a daze. She looked at this classmate for a while, and then looked at that classmate for a while. Her two beautiful big eyes were very confused. Her father did not tell her how to solve this kind of situation. At this time, the homeroom teacher, Li Rulin, just happened to stroll over. She wanted to see if these little guys had gone crazy during class break. But what surprised her was that in the corridor outside the classroom, a group of children from other classes were crowded and noisy outside. Only the corridor of the second grade class 3 was empty. Where did everyone go? Li Rulin curiously walked through the back door and looked into the classroom through the window. Eh? Li Rulin stood outside the classroom with interest. She wanted to see how Xi organized this small class meeting. When everyone was almost done talking, Chao Roland raised her hand and asked, Xianxia, what kind of performance are we performing? If it's dancing, I've also learned a little. If it's singing, then it's fine too. Xi's delicate eyebrow slightly furrowed. She also said in distress, I don't know either. Everyone is different. In order to show his presence, Qin Yuxuan jumped up from his chair, stretched, and said with a smile, what else do you need to think about? Xianxia, you can just perform and tell a story. you're so good at telling stories." It was hard to tell if this sentence was a compliment or a tease, but these naughty boys rarely put down their face to compliment a girl. Therefore, when she heard this, she felt that Xianxia was talking bad about her. She couldn't help but pout her small mouth in grievance. However, she didn't get angry or sad to the point of crying. She was now full of responsibility and wanted to prepare for this performance. It's not like that. It's everyone's performance. Everyone has to perform together. How can I do it by myself? She held back the grievance in her heart and explained in a low voice, "I have to perform for Papa and Mom to see. Everyone's Papa and Mom will come to watch. They will be happy for us." Xi's words had a bit of an encouraging effect. The students who were originally laughing and joking around calmed down this time. "I want to perform because I want my father to praise me." Wang Lele stood up and said. "Me too." Chao Ruolin raised her hand high. Lu Xiaoyu, who was behind her, definitely wanted to support Xi. She also raised her hand excitedly and said, "Xi, I'll perform with you." Everyone chimed in at once. Xi suddenly felt that she wasn't alone and her mood suddenly improved. She nodded happily and then asked in a clear voice, "But, what kind of performance should we perform? Do you have any performances?" Asking everyone to give suggestions, the classroom suddenly quieted down. The students looked at each other and looked at each other. After all, they were all at the age where they didn't have their own ideas. She was also thinking anxiously. Suddenly, the little girl's mind flashed. We can sing and dance together. The students who can sing, and then the students who can dance. That's right. Why did it have to be just singing or dancing? In fact, Xi's thinking was a bit rigid before. Now that a string was connected, the little girl suddenly had an idea. But at this time, there were always a few troublemakers who wanted to cause trouble. Jiangchen deliberately shouted, "But I can't sing or dance. What should I do?" Xi paused for a moment. She didn't think Jiangchen was deliberately arguing with her. The little girl was also very eager to help Jiangchen think of a solution. She hoped that everyone could perform so that all the students could happily go on stage, just like in kindergarten. Therefore, Xi asked softly, Then what are your specialties?" Before Jiangchen spoke, Qin Yuxuan, who didn't get along with Jiangchen, shouted, "Tisk, if he can't sing or dance, then let him tell stories." The two boys were like anxious roosters as they stared at each other with their heads held high. Li Ruolin, who was standing outside the window, felt that something was wrong. She was about to go in and mediate. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Xi burst with inspiration. She gently clapped her hands together and said cheerfully, "Hey, this is pretty good. We can use a story, then everyone can sing, some students can dance, and some students can stand on the side and read a story. That is, in the middle of singing, when you're not singing, you can read a story. There is such a program?" The Buddhist girl, Lan Xian, couldn't help but ask curiously. "Yes. Dad, Mom, and I all saw it when we were in the UA." Cece nodded seriously and replied crisply, I think it's called opera or something." "Isn't it just opera?" Of course, the children definitely couldn't perform such a large-scale program like opera. What kind of tricks could they play? "What are you going to perform?" Yang Yi thought he misheard Xi's description and asked in surprise while driving. "We're going to perform an opera, that is, Papa, we're going to watch it at Grandpa's house, not at home. We're going to watch it in a big place outside, that opera." Xi tried to explain to her father. Lan Xian also helped Xi to explain. She said that we can sing, dance, and then tell stories. Yang Yi understood and smiled. "Oh, opera means opera. You want to perform an opera? Who gave you the idea?" "That's what I thought. No one knows what they're going to perform. Then, Papa, let me tell you, everyone's specialties are different. I didn't know what to do at first." She eagerly asked her father for praise. "Opera?" Lan Xian murmured as she carefully pondered over this name. "It's a kind of drama that uses singing and music as the main body to perform. It's a bit like the drama you used to perform in kindergarten, but it's sung." Yang Yi was worried that Lan Xian would misunderstand again, so he explained with a smile, and then said, Xianxia, this opera is not easy. How are you going to perform it? Although Xianxia knew that opera was too profound for Xianxia and the others to perform, he did not immediately reject Xianxia's decision. Instead, he smiled and asked Xianxia about her plan. Sure enough, Xianxia still had her own ideas. The little girl said excitedly, that's right, we're going to sing. I've discussed it with the class monitor and the teacher. We're going to sing a very good song, and then some children will play snails and dance. I'm going to tell them a good story, and then they'll read it out. Xianxia understood the general meaning, and he couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that they just wanted to play an opera that they understood, although it was a bit naive and sounded a bit too simple. However, a 7-year-old child already had so many ideas of her own. What else did he want her to do? One had to know that she had been raised by Xianxia as a normal child since she was a child. She had never received any special elite education, nor had she been exposed to many profound movies or books since she was a child. Xianxia was already very gratified that Cici had shown intelligence and creativity that exceeded her age, even though she hadn't tried to help her grow. Lan Xian's words interrupted Xianxia's gratification. She shouted, I want to sing, but I haven't learned it yet. And I don't like to act as a snail. It's very hot. Papa, that's right. We want to sing the snail that you taught me, that is, I want to climb up step by step and sing this. Xianxia said excitedly to her father. Xianxia liked this song very much recently. Because Xianxia hadn't recorded it yet, the little girl often pestered her father to take her to sing this song when she took a walk. Now, it was obvious that the little girl also thought of this song that she was most familiar with recently. Xianxia said with a smile, okay. When the time comes, Papa can go and watch you practice. Maybe I can even give you some advice on singing. By the way, Xianxia, about that story, do you want to think of a story for everyone to perform? Xianxia was in a very good mood at the moment. She was full of energy and replied loudly, yes, but Papa, can you teach me to tell stories? Papa is the best at telling stories. Xianxia saw that it was rare that Xianxia didn't rely on him to give her ideas. She was very opinionated, and he was very happy in his heart. Wasn't this the growth of Xianxia that he wanted to see when he told Xianxia how to organize yesterday? Of course, Papa will be your little assistant this time. Xianxia said with a smile, if you need any support, just let me know. Cici's eyes turned into crescents as she replied with a sweet Then, she giggled happily. Perhaps at this moment, the little girl felt that she had been praised by her father, and she was full of a sense of achievement. In fact, although Xianxia said that he would let Xianxia organize this program, he still couldn't completely let go. Even Xianxia's participation was very high. In addition to teaching Xianxia to make up stories by herself, Xianxia also helped Xianxia think of another children's song, so that the whole program wouldn't be too monotonous. Obviously, Xianxia and her classmates, and even Li Ruolin, didn't know how to combine the two songs seamlessly. This also required the participation of Xianxia. He helped to mix and rewrite the two songs, and finally made the accompaniment. In addition, Lan Kai also eagerly joined in. He waved his hand and took all the props in the class. With the support of the two fathers, Xianxia's program was perfected day by day in the following month. Moreover, they passed the audition smoothly. They were just waiting for the time to go on stage and perform in front of their parents. Of course, this was a story for another day. With her father's promise, Xianxia went to do her homework contentedly. However, today, Emofei didn't keep an eye on little Momo. The little guy couldn't sit still in the living room. As if he was playing the game of 1 2 3 wood figure, his chubby little legs took 3 steps forward, then he stopped and looked around. Was he checking that his mother wasn't around? He grinned and ran happily to the side hall, where his sister was doing her homework. As Xianxia didn't let Tong Tong wear diapers anymore, the little boys but didn't look as bulging as before. It seemed to have shrunk quite a bit. However, from behind, when he ran, his shrunken but still looked very cool. Xianxia was seriously working on a math problem on a piece of draft paper. At this moment, a shadow approached her from the side. The little girl instinctively glanced over. Tong Tong's sparkling eyes were reflected in her eyes. The little boy just happened to come over. His height was just enough for his eyes to be above his sister's desk, so he struggled to hold on to the edge of the desk with his two little hands. Was he discovered by his sister? It's okay. Tong Tong wasn't afraid of his sister. His sister was so gentle and considerate. The little fellow and his sister looked at each other and smiled happily. Don't disturb your sister when she's doing her homework. As expected, she didn't blame Tong Tong. She just rubbed Tong Tong's head as if she was petting a cat. She giggled and said, "Go play by yourself. I'll play with you after I'm done with my homework." Tong Tong didn't seem to hear her. He stood on his tiptoes and looked at the beautiful new pencil case that his father had recently bought for his sister. "What do you want?" She asked curiously. "I want this," Tong Tong said to his sister in a childish voice as he stretched out his hand and pointed at the pen in the pencil case. "Then, this is for you. It's the prettiest." She was very generous to her little brother. She specially picked out the prettiest pen and handed it to him. She even made a cartoon pig on the buckle of the pen cap. Tong Tong received his sister's pen and giggled happily at his sister. Then, he turned around and ran away. He didn't want to disturb his sister anymore. She continued to do her homework after her little brother returned to the living room. At night, she was thinking about her program. She chatted with her father and naturally forgot that she had given Tong Tong a pen. In fact, after Tong Tong got the pen from his sister, he played with it for a while before he lost it. He did not even think about it that night. The next day, Xianxia had to attend a meeting to discuss the cooperation between Sahara and Jiangqing City. He was only there to symbolize his presence, so Murphy stayed at home to take care of her son. In the afternoon, Murphy received a call from her mother. She sat cross-legged on the sofa and chatted happily with her mother on the phone. Women and men were indeed two different creatures. For example, she often called her friends, especially Lu Weisha. Although they rarely met each other, she often talked to Lu Weisha on her father's phone. Mo Fei was also the same. Although she was more introverted and didn't have many close friends, and she didn't have many friends in the entertainment industry that she often contacted, she still chatted with her family members, such as her mother, Mo Shaowan, or with her few close friends, such as sister Luo Xian from Shanghai TV station's Jixin interview. Tong Tong was also called over by his mother to talk to his grandmother. However, he was a boy. How could they talk so much? He was carried by his mother. He pouted and talked to his grandmother for less than 2 minutes before he felt a little impatient. It was not fun, moreover, it was so hot to be carried by his mother. Tong Tong struggled to get down and play by himself. Mo Fei had no choice but to put him down with a smile. However, she soon saw little Siamese walking out of the living room with his little chubby legs. She grabbed the microphone and shouted to the little guy, "Don't run around, and don't ask Steamed Bun to open the door for you. It's dangerous to play outside." Tong Tong giggled and ran away without looking back. When Murphy saw that little Momo just ran to the stairs to play with Steamed Bun, he was relieved. He continued to talk on the phone while paying attention to the little guy's movements. As long as he didn't run upstairs or let Steamed Bun open the door and go outside, Murphy was not very worried that Momo would be in danger. After all, they were at home. Steamed Bun was bored to death. When he saw Tong Tong appear, he happily wagged his tail and scampered over. He lowered his head and squirmed around Tong Tong's feet. He was so excited that he forgot himself. Hee hee. Tong Tong smiled in satisfaction when Steamed Bun licked his hand. However, his gaze soon fell on the cushion Steamed Bun was sleeping on. "Eh? It's here. Sisters." Tong Tong pouted and muttered in his childish voice. He walked closer and looked at the pen on the ground in surprise. Why is elder sister's pen here? Tong Tong had forgotten that he was the one who left the pen there last night. The little guy played with his sister's pen and then went to show it off to Steamed Bun. However, when he heard that his father was about to eat, he happily put down the pen and ran to the dining room. However, Tong Tong thought that Steamed Bun picked it up and kept it. He patted Steamed Bun's head and said, "Steamed Bun, you're naughty." Steamed Bun responded to his little master's smile with a wide grin. He thought that his little master was praising him, so he excitedly wagged his tail and tried his best to please his little master. Since he found his elder sister's pen, Tong Tong took it and started playing with it. Yesterday, the little guy found the trick to opening the pen. He pulled hard with his 2 little hands and unscrewed the cap, revealing the short tip of the pen. Steamed Bun stood at the side with his head held high. He breathed out as he looked at the pen. But what was the point of opening the pen cap? Tong Tong tilted his head and thought about it. He remembered that his sister drew for him that day. His eyes lit up and he chuckled. He shouted loudly. Drawl Murphy was on the phone in the living room and didn't pay attention to what Tong Tong was saying. She thought that he was talking to Steamed Bun again, so she only glanced at Tong Tong's side. The wall covered a little, but Murphy could still see the little guy's little butt, so she didn't react. Murphy could see Tong Tong's butt because Tong Tong was imitating his sister. When his sister drew for him, she told him to sit down and not move. The little guy squatted down with his little butt in the air. He held the pen in his right hand and pressed Steamed Bun's back with his left hand. He muttered, "Sit, Steamed Bun, sit." Steamed Bun was very obedient. He had been trained by Yang Yi in the past, so when he heard his little master telling him to sit, he obediently bent his hind legs and sat down with his front legs supporting him. Steamed Bun stuck out his tongue. His dog eyes revealed his usual melancholy, but in reality, it was only his eyes that looked like this. Steamed Bun happily followed his little master's movements and turned his head, thinking that his little master was playing games with him. That's great. If his master didn't play games with him or play with the three big fat cats, Steamed Bun would be bored to death. Tong Tong imitated his sister and nodded his little head at Steamed Bun like a little adult. He muttered, "I'm going to draw." The little guy stood up and walked towards the snow-white wall. Coincidentally, the wall in the stairwell wasn't tiled. How could drawing be as simple as Tong Tong thought, especially when he drew on the wall with the ballpoint pen? Little Momo realized that the lines he drew were all crooked. The tip of the pen even dug out a little bit of powder from the wall, which floated down along with his handwriting. "Eh?" the little guy exclaimed in surprise. He turned his head to look at Steamed Bun, as though he was sharing his discovery with him. Steamed Bun's gaze met his little master's for a moment, then he lowered his head. After a while, he raised his head again. However, Tong Tong didn't communicate with him anymore. The little guy continued to draw on the wall with interest. The matter of drawing for Steamed Bun was thrown to the back of little Fuching's mind. He felt that he had to do a very powerful investigation. The little guy started from the edge of the wall, grabbed the pen, and started to draw on the wall with force. A long mark appeared on the wall. Xiaorua was still unsatisfied as it scratched into the wall and reached the top of the bun's nest. Steamed Bun wagged his tail in boredom. His body didn't move, but his head turned half a circle to look at his little master. His eyes were filled with sadness, as though he was used to this kind of life. Shishi's pen was drawn like this, so she probably couldn't write anymore. However, Tong Tong didn't think about this. He still thought that his discovery was very interesting. He was still happily waiting for his sister to come back and tell her. "Eh?" Tong Tong drew a few times and found some white powder on the floor by the wall. When he stepped on it, he even left a few small footprints. "This is so fun." Tong Tong's attention was immediately diverted. He forgot to continue drawing and stepped on the powder excitedly. Murphy was talking to her mother on the phone. She could hear Tong Tong's joyful laughter from the stairwell. She didn't suspect anything and continued to nestle on the sofa. Murphy was almost done chatting with her mother. She leaned forward on the sofa with a smile on her face and shouted, "Hua hua, hua hua, come over here and say goodbye to Grandma." After shouting twice, a small figure ran over from the staircase. Her small steps were very smooth, and there was even a hee-hee sound of laughter mixed in. "He's here." Emofei smiled, handed the phone over, and said, "Hua hua, tell Grandma, bye-bye, see you." But when her gaze shifted from the microphone and fell on little Momo, who looked like a little kitten with gray hair, Emofei's voice suddenly stopped, and she was dumbfounded. "Is this gray baby still my precious son? At least his voice is still the same." Tong Tong excitedly pressed his two gray paws on the sofa and shouted into the phone, "Bye-bye, Grandma." Perhaps he heard the English on the other end of the line, so he imitated Hui Yao and said, "See you." Murphy snapped out of her daze. She hurriedly said a few words to her mother and hung up the phone. Then, she stared at Tong Tong, who was still hopping on the sofa, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Yang Xiaosu." Murphy was both angry and amused. "What have you done?" Tong Tong was immersed in his own happy little world and did not notice the change in his mother's mood. He even raised his head and smiled radiantly at his mother. "How did you get yourself into this state? Where were you playing just now?" Murphy helplessly asked as she held up the little fella's dirty paws. Just, hua, I was playing with steamed bun." Tong Tong blinked his big innocent eyes and explained, "I was painting." "I was painting. Steamed bun brought you to be mischievous?" Murphy looked at Tong Tong suspiciously. Tong Tong was not deliberately making things difficult for his teammates. He simply thought that steamed bun was wallowing in the mire with him. Therefore, after listening to the first half of her mother's words, she automatically ignored the little puppy in the second half and happily nodded her little head. Fortunately, Murphy was still skeptical and did not believe Tong Tong's words. She carried the little fella and went to the staircase to check. After turning the corner, Murphy saw the mess on the walls and floor. Her face instantly darkened. "Oh my God! Xianxia, look at what you've done." Murphy was both angry and amused as she put the little fella down. Then, she put her hands on her hips and stared at the innocent little fella. She said in a slightly reproachful tone, "You even threw the responsibility to steamed bun. Does steamed bun have the guts to mess up the house like this?" Murphy clearly forgot that steamed bun once had a glorious record of tearing paper towels all over the floor. Last year, Xianxia used paper towels to set up a formation in the staircase for Xi and Tong Tong to play a game. Although it was not entirely steamed bun's fault that time, the other three big fat cats who attacked first ran away and left steamed bun to be scolded. Steamed bun was still involved. Murphy may have forgotten about this incident, but steamed bun still remembered it. When his masters were angry, they were very scary. He had been scolded many times and was even locked up in a small dark room a few times. Therefore, seeing that little Sasaku was pitifully scolded, steamed bun mustered up his courage, ran over from the side, and stood between the big master and the little master. He even raised two forelimbs and put them on Murphy's thighs enthusiastically. Hua. Steamed bun could not stand properly. He fell down and spun around twice before he exhaled and stood up. It was as if he was helping to stop the fight so that Murphy would not blame Tong Tong. Little Momo seemed to have sensed his mother's anger this time. He reached out and scratched his face, leaving behind 2 gray streaks. His eyes, however, were darting around as he secretly glanced at his mother, who was helplessly standing with her hands on her hips and looking at his battle records. His mother's expression clearly said, "You're in trouble." What should I do? Tong Tong did not know either. He could only stand there helplessly, not daring to move. He even tried his best to blink his innocent and cute big eyes and pretend to be pitiful. Luckily, steamed bun's sister helped to stop her. Otherwise, his mother would have held his little butt down and given him a good spanking. Murphy was actually trying to think of a solution, but after looking around, she finally sighed helplessly. She imitated the accent she saw on TV and said, "It's over, Xianxia. Mom is telling you, you're in big trouble. Even Mom can't help you make up for it." What was there to make up for? Other than a few black handwriting on the wall, there were only messy marks made by Tong Tong with the tip of his pen. Thus, the bottom of the wall looked like a field that had been plowed. It was full of potholes and was a terrible sight to behold. When Murphy thought of Xianxia, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. She said to the little boy in a bad mood, "When your papa comes back, he has OCD. He'll definitely go crazy when he sees the mess you made on the wall." Little Mommy knew that he had really gotten into trouble and was even scolded by his mother. His initial excitement had long disappeared without a trace. Gradually, his panic and helplessness took over. One could see that the rims of his eyes had turned red and his little mouth had pursed. He did not cry. This was just a sign that he was afraid of being scolded. She watched as the little boy aggrievedly moved closer to his mother and then carefully grabbed her hand. Although he did not make a sound, his pitiful appearance still softened Murphy's heart. "Okay. Mom will give you a bath first and then mop the floor. Look at you, your head is covered in dust." Murphy hugged Tong Tong lovingly and said softly, "Don't be naughty next time." In his mother's arms, little Wanchen felt a little more at ease. At this moment, the tears that were welling up in his eyes slid down his little face. He sadly buried his little head in his mother's arms, not wanting to be scolded anymore. In the evening, Yang Yi, who was not the main character, found an excuse to sneak away. He did not attend the dinner party. Instead, he went to pick up Xianxia and Xian to go home. When he arrived home, Yang Yi did not put down his car keys and Xiaxia's school bag. Murphy walked over to him and held his hand while trying to hold back her laughter. She said, "Come here. Let me show you what your precious son did this afternoon." Tong Tong was happy to see his sister, but when he heard his mother's words, he panicked. "Didn't Mama help me clean the floor? Why did she betray him again?" "No, no." The little guy cried out anxiously, but when he thought about how he was unable to stop such a big daddy with his small stature, his expression turned into one of fear. He whimpered a few times, grabbed his sister's school uniform skirt, and hid behind his sister's little butt. She looked at her parents in confusion. Then, she grabbed Tong Tong's hand, which was tightly grabbing her skirt, and asked curiously, "Little brother, what did you do?" The floor had been cleaned by Murphy, and Tong Tong was not as dirty as he was at the beginning. However, when Yang Yi saw the pockmarked wall, his reaction was exactly as Murphy had predicted. He was conflicted, he looked conflicted. After listening to Murphy's explanation, Yang Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry at the mischievous Tong Tong. However, he still looked at the messy wall with a conflicted expression. "This is not easy." Yang Yi looked at it for a while, then said to Murphy with a bitter smile, "His scratches are destructive. I want to add some drawings to cover it up, but I can't change it." The method Yang Yi was referring to was similar to when she was not very good at drawing. In order to make her happy, he would deliberately make her scribble drawings into a complicated rework and turn them into a magnificent painting. However, Tong Tong's drawing was not good. It was messy, full of crooked carvings, and most importantly, it was not symmetrical. "Then we can only get someone to repaint the wall or put up some tiles. This way, Tong Tong will not damage the wall." Mo Fei asked with a smile. "Fortunately, he is not tall. It's just the lower part of his body that is suffering. We just need to stick the tiles below it." "This is not a solution." Yang Yi pondered. He reached out to touch the wall and said, "Oh yeah, what did he use to scratch? Why is the wall in such a mess?" When Yang Yi touched the wall, Shi and Tong Tong were standing behind him. Tong Tong knew that he was in big trouble. He was afraid that his father would blame him, so he hugged his sister's waist tightly and hid behind her. Shi looked at the wall in surprise. She did not expect Tong Tong to be so destructive, so she could not believe it. She turned her head and whispered to Tong Tong, "Little brother, did you do this?" Tong Tong looked at his sister pitifully and was too embarrassed to answer. Of course, his frightened eyes had already told his sister the answer. In fact, she was at her age, so it was normal for her to scribble on the wall. However, she was different. She loved to be clean. Looking at the wall that was full of holes because of her brother's scribbles, she felt a little awkward. Therefore, Cici also frowned slightly and muttered hesitantly, "This isn't right." However, at this time, Murphy picked up Tong Tong's crime tool, the ballpoint pen that Murphy picked up when she was cleaning the floor. It was so damaged that it could not write anymore. She was at a loss when she saw her mother's pen appear in her mother's hand. Then, her father picked it up and looked at it carefully. A light flashed through the girl's eyes. She remembered. She remembered what happened yesterday. What should she do? She hesitated for a while and whispered to her father, Papa, this is my pen." Yang Yi looked at Xiaxia in surprise. Of course, he recognized that it was Xiaxia's pen. However, he didn't think about pursuing this matter. After all, little Momo had taken the pen from her sister herself. Yang Yi didn't really care about it, even if she had picked up the pen that her sister had left behind on the ground. However, Cici still plucked up her courage and said weakly, "Papa, let me tell you. Yesterday, when I was doing my homework, my younger brother came to play with me. Then, I gave my pen to him to play with, and he scratched the wall. Papa, don't be angry with your younger brother, okay?" It turned out that his sister was pleading for his little brother. Little Momo hugged her elder sister's waist and hid behind her. Although her elder sister had said a lot, little Momo still understood the last sentence. Her heart immediately felt supported and filled with happiness. He secretly poked his little head out and looked at his father. He wanted to see if his father would forgive him if his sister begged for mercy. Therefore, Tong Tong was surprised to see his father's face suddenly enlarged. Fortunately, there was a gentle smile on his father's face that made him feel at ease. Of course, Xianxia smiled at Xixi. He bent down and gently stroked Xixi's soft hair and said with a smile, "Papa did not say that he would be angry. Moreover, he did not intend to pursue the matter because of this pen. Since it has already happened, let's not hold on to too much negative energy. First of all, we have to think of a way to solve this problem and how we can prevent this kind of bad things from happening again in the future." Xixi's anxious little heart calmed down. She nodded obediently at her father and smiled happily. Okay. Xianxia felt that the atmosphere was a little depressing. He stood up, clapped his hands, and said loudly, "Now, Xixi, go and do your homework. Don't delay it. Mommy, you go and play too. Papa will think of a solution. We'll talk about it during dinner." After Xianxia finished speaking, he could not help but reach out and stroke Tong Tong's head. He shook his head and said with a smile, "You little troublemaker. Papa is not home and you're already being naughty. Don't do it again." Although his father didn't seem to be angry, little Fuching had already heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, he still didn't dare to look his father in the eye. After his father rubbed his head, he hurriedly hid behind his sister to avoid the wind and rain. Of course, Xianxia would not let Tong Tong off so easily. It was normal for children to be naughty when they were young. Naughty children had high IQ, but they needed proper guidance from their parents. If their parents did not teach them and only spoiled them, they would easily grow into naughty children in the future. However, his way of teaching was a little special. During dinner, Xianxia put food in Xixi and Tong Tong's bowl and said with a smile, "Just now, I asked Xianxia's father. There are too many people in his company who know about these things, so I got a very good suggestion from them." Xixi held her chopsticks and looked at her father attentively. Her big eyes were filled with curiosity. Tong Tong, on the other hand, was obsessed with the bright red boiled prawns on the table. His eyes were fixed on his mother because she was helping him to peel the prawns. After peeling the prawns, she dipped the prawns in soy sauce and stuffed them into his mouth. With just a gentle bite, the tender prawns were chewed open. An indescribable freshness bloomed in his mouth. Delicious, Tong Tong was so excited that he shook his little hands. He did not pay attention to his father's words at all. "Peel the prawns later. Let's talk about something first," Xianxia said to Murphy. Tong Tong looked at his mother's hand reluctantly. Then, he looked at the fresh prawns on the plate. Finally, he licked his lips and looked at his father. Xianxia smiled and said, "On Saturday, I will use a very magical blackboard paint to repaint the wall that Momo destroyed. Not only will I repaint this wall, but I will also repaint the staircase and the walls facing the staircase. Pay attention. Why did I choose blackboard paint?" Xianxia deliberately kept them in suspense. Because. She wanted to answer, but she did not understand what her father meant by blackboard paint. Because after the blackboard paint, the walls will be like a blackboard. You can use it to write and draw. However, you must use the dust-free chalk that I will buy for you. Xianxia smiled and said, "Don't worry. Just like Xixi's crayons, the chalk comes in many colors. When the time comes, both Xixi and Momo will be able to draw on our walls." That's right. Blackboard paint did have such benefits. Moreover, the chalk could be wiped off with a cloth. After wiping it clean, the chalk could be restored to its original clean and tidy color. Yes, the color of blackboard paint did not have to be black. It could be different colors, such as the more common gray, sky blue, less saturated orange, or eye-friendly green wall paint. After listening to her father's vivid description, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on Cece's little face. She still couldn't believe it and asked, "Really? Papa, can we draw on the walls in the future?" Although they could draw on paper, Xixi, who had done blackboard bulletins before, still felt that it would be more interesting to draw on a bigger wall. "Wow! Papa, you are so awesome!" The little girl was overjoyed. She cheered, then turned her head and shouted to Tong Tong, who was still in a confused state, "Little brother, let me tell you, Papa said that we can draw on the walls in the future." She felt that Tong Tong would be very happy to hear the news if he liked to draw on the walls. Little Tao Chen was shaken by his sister, and only then did he shake the delicious prawn out of his head. He looked at his sister in confusion, but perhaps he was infected by his sister's emotions. The little fellow also giggled. "Don't be happy too early," Xianxia said with a smile. Your little brother might not understand, but you can only draw on the new walls. You can't destroy the original walls like you did this afternoon. In the future, you have to bring your little brother to draw with you more often and help him correct his incorrect ways." She was still immersed in the happiness of having a bigger space to create. She did not find it troublesome at all and nodded happily to her father. The little girl said in a clear voice, Yes, Papa, I will draw with my little brother." "Huachi, because you did something wrong this afternoon, of course, Papa will not blame you. However, because you did something wrong, you brought trouble to Papa and Papa. Huachi, you have to do something for Papa and Papa to make up for it." Xianxia looked at Tong Tong and said gently. Tong Tong opened his little mouth slightly and looked at his father in confusion. It was Saturday. Perhaps it was because of the autumn rain yesterday, but the weather in Jiangqing was very good. The blue sky was clear and bright, as if it had just been washed. Without the heavy clouds blocking the way, the early morning sun shone brightly as it shone diagonally on the lawn in the front yard, dyeing the lush green leaves with a glittering golden edge. Of course, Xiangxi's villa was very lively today. "Tong Tong, come here. Carry Baozi's kennel and put it on this small cart." Xianxia pushed the borrowed wheelbarrow directly to the stairwell. Then, he leaned against the staircase and pointed at Bao Bao's kennel with a smile on his face. He snapped his fingers and said, "Little mommy, look at this." Since they needed to paint a few walls, Xianxia planned to bring Murphy, the children, and the family's cats and dogs to Lanzhao Kai's villa for a few days. Although the blackboard paint recommended by Lanzhao Kai was environmentally friendly, it was still paint. Xianxia felt that for the children's health, they should vacate the house and air it out for a few days before moving in. As for why Tong Tong wanted to help his father move, it was because he had gotten into big trouble before, so he needed to do some simple work to make up for his mistakes. Of course, Xianxia was not too strict. He only asked Tong Tong to do some things within his ability, such as moving Baozi's kennel onto the small cart. Baozi's kennel was like a soft cushion, so it was not heavy at all. It was just right for Tong Tong to carry. Tong Tong did not mind because everyone was busy working. Even she was carrying her school bag and running around. The little girl felt that there were a lot of things to carry, so she was dazzled by the selection. In such a lively atmosphere, Tong Tong did not want to be left out. He had been giggling and running around behind his sister. Now that he could participate in this, he was naturally happy to do so. "Yeah!" The little guy barked loudly. Then, like a little train, he ran past his father with a snort of laughter. Eh. Tong Tong stuck out her little butt and grabbed the edge of the kennel with her two little hands. She struggled to drag the kennel. The weight was not a big problem, but the kennel was a little too big. Tong Tong lifted the kennel up to her head with her two little hands, and part of the kennel was still dragging on the ground. "It's a little difficult. You have to take it slow, don't fall." Xianxia looked at Tong Tong with concern. He was careful to prevent Tong Tong from falling and was ready to grab him at any time. However, he had no intention of helping. He even smiled and said sarcastically, "Hey, do you see that? You've messed up the walls and caused so much trouble for everyone. Even steamed bun has to move for you." Tong Tong was still trying her best to drag the kennel towards the trolley. Her father was so mean, he didn't even push the trolley to her. However, the little guy showed the Yang family's fine tradition. She had the tenacity to not give up easily. Even though it was a little troublesome, Tong Tong still persisted. Her little body was bursting with amazing energy. Coincidentally, Steamed Bun, who had gone out for a walk in the morning, came back. When he saw this scene, he wagged his tail and ran over briskly. Steamed Bun didn't mind at all that his kennel had been touched by his little master. After all, he was often arranged to stay at Lanxin's house when his big master and little master went out for concerts or tours. Hence, Steamed Bun, who was already used to it, even went up to him enthusiastically and bit the lower part of his kennel, trying his best to help little Tao Wu pull. Here, put it here. Xianxia instructed. Steamed Bun bit the kennel with his mouth and pulled it towards the trolley. He even put his 2 front paws on it and helped Tong Tong put the kennel in place before letting go. Hee, Steamed Bun. After Tong Tong finished her task, she opened her 2 little fingers. One of her hands subconsciously wiped her body, while the other patted Steamed Bun's head. She was in a good mood and laughed with Steamed Bun. At this time, she came down the stairs. Along with the thumping sound of the stairs, the little girl shouted before she came down, "Papa, I want to bring my stuffed toys. But there are so many of them, how can I bring them?" Xianxia looked up and saw Xianxia, who was sticking her head out of the stairs. From this angle, the little girl was also very cute. Her soft black hair fell down, and the delicate features on her small face were faintly discernible. Of course, her big bright eyes could not be hidden no matter what. Xiaxia's bright eyes were full of joy and anxiety, which were intertwined into a kind of sadness that made people want to dote on her. They were all vividly expressed in her eyes. "You don't have to bring them. We're just going to stay at Xianxia's house for a few days." Xianxia explained with a smile, "It's not like we can't come back. You just need to bring a few textbooks. If you need anything during these few days, Papa will come back and get it for you." Xiaxia understood. She waved away her sadness and replaced it with joy. She smiled brightly with her clean teeth and big watery eyes. She turned around and ran back, okay. Tong Tong's work was not finished yet. Xianxia took the little boy and continued to spread the newspaper on the tiles at the top of the stairs. He first demonstrated, "Look, let's spread this newspaper, starting from this edge and corner. When Papa paints the walls in the afternoon, it won't dirty the floor." Tong Tong stood beside his father and looked at him curiously. He seemed to be very interested in this kind of manual work. After Papa finished spreading the newspaper, he stepped on it with interest. "Come, help Papa spread the newspaper too." Xianxia smiled and handed over a stack of newspapers. "Help Papa with the work, and you have to remember the consequences of this mess. Don't mess around in the future. If you want to paint on the walls, you have to get Papa and Mama's permission." He didn't know if the little guy was listening to his father's nagging. In any case, he spread out the newspaper. This task was already quite a challenge for the little guy with small arms and short legs. He tried his best to learn from his father and spread his 2 small arms wide open. After many attempts and a lot of effort, Tong Tong finally spread out a newspaper. He was overjoyed. He put the spread newspaper on the floor, then turned around and ran to his father. He held his father's shoulder and said with a sense of accomplishment, Papa. It's done." Xianxia and Tong Tong spread the newspaper. Because he deliberately left a lot of space for Tong Tong to do, Murphy and Xianxia had already packed their luggage, but Tong Tong still had some unfinished work. "Papa, let me help little brother." Xianxia put her small school bag at the door and ran over enthusiastically. "No, this time little brother has to finish it himself." Xianxia leaned against the stairs and smiled, "There are only 2 newspapers left. I'm almost done." However, when Tong Tong heard his sister's words, his enthusiasm suddenly disappeared. He even automatically ignored his father's attempts to stop him. The little boy raised his small head and looked at his sister with a big smile. He even grabbed a newspaper and stretched it towards his sister. He said with a strong sense of dependence, "Sister." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and was about to say something. However, at this time, Lan Xian's voice came from outside. The door of the courtyard was open, so she walked in directly. However, from afar, Lan Xian couldn't wait to shout, "Papa Yang, Xianxia, are you done yet? You want to come to our house for lunch?" Lan Xian had asked and said that the rice was ready. They were just waiting for Papa Yang to cook. "Xianxia, I realized that you haven't lived in my house before. I used to live in your house." At noon, after lunch, Lan Xian took Xianxia upstairs to her bedroom to play and rest. On the stairs, the chubby little girl couldn't help but chatter excitedly. Xianxia hugged her white bear cub and followed behind Lan Xian with a joyful smile on her face. Her laughter and voice also reverberated throughout the spiral staircase. "That's because I think my home is more fun. Then you like to come to my house to play. Who said that? My house is also fun. My father bought me a lot of toys. Lan Xian shouted, unconvinced. But I also come to your house often. You don't have a lot of toys. She giggled, indicating that she didn't believe her. Then I'll find them all for you. Let me tell you, I really have a lot of toys. Lan Xian trotted 2 steps. She didn't care that she was a little tired from running too fast. She gasped and shouted, come up quickly. The 2 girls weren't quarreling. Lan Xian wanted Xi and her family to come to her house often to play. She wanted to try her best to promote how fun her house was. As for she wasn't arguing with Lan Xian. The little girl was just stating a fact. She didn't usually see how many toys Lan Xian had. 5 minutes later, Xi's exclamations sounded one after another in Lan Xian's bedroom. Wow! Xian, it's true. Why do you have so many toys? Lan Xian saw that the pink bed in Lan Xian's bedroom was already covered with a pile of toys. Lan Xian was still trying hard to take out boxes of unopened toys from the cabinet next to her and continued to pile them on the bed. After hearing Xi's exclamation, Lan Xian stopped to take a breath. The chubby little girl gasped and put her hands on her waist. She said proudly, yes. I told you, I have a lot of toys. My father bought them for me. In fact, Lan Caokai had never been stingy with buying toys for Lan Xin. Whenever there were any interesting toys in the market, he would always buy them for Lan Xin from the bootlickers in the company. Moreover, he would buy a whole bunch of them, so Lan Xin couldn't play with all of them. Hence, she didn't open the packaging of many of the toys and ended up getting the nanny, Grandma Wu, to help keep them in the cupboard. Of course, it wasn't that Lan Xian didn't want to share with Xi. It was just that her and Xi's interests and hobbies were a bit different. When Lan Xian went to Xi's house, Xi liked to show her new toys and dolls to Lan Xian. When Xi went to Lan Xian's house to play, Lan Xian didn't think about toys at all. Instead, she eagerly took out the imported snacks that Wu Jingjing bought when she traveled abroad and shared them with Xi. The things that they took out to share with their best friends were their most precious things. Of course, Xi and Lan Xian didn't think so much. The 2 of them even quickly forgot the topic of the argument on the stairs. They sat on the bed excitedly and started to play with the toys on the bed. Xian, what's this? Xi found a book that looked like a magazine, but she didn't open the plastic packaging. I don't know. Take a look. Lan Xian supported herself on the bed with both hands and moved her little butt to Xi's side. She also looked at it curiously. Cici swiftly tore open the plastic packaging and took out the booklet inside. When she opened it, she found that there were loose pages inside. Apart from a few white paper cards, there were only colorful pages. Moreover, there was a certain luster that was reflected in them. There are no words. Xi felt that it was very magical. She opened her mouth slightly and muttered to herself. This isn't a book, right? Lan Xian pointed at the back of the cover. There seemed to be some instructions. She said to Xi, look at what's written on the back. Xi looked at it carefully and read a few words in a low voice. Then she understood. She grinned happily and said, Xian, I know. This is a sticker. Then it says that we can use it to make beautiful pictures. Look, here's an example. It's a flower pot. Oh. Lan Xian suddenly understood. Lan Xian wasn't very interested, but Xi found it very interesting. She held the different colored stickers in her 2 little hands and suggested happily, Xian, do you have scissors? We can play with them. Although Lan Xian wasn't very interested, she didn't have her own opinions. When she saw that Xi wanted to play, she jumped off the bed and ran to find scissors for Xi. Xi took the scissors that Lan Xian found in the cupboard, tilted her head, and thought about it. What should we stick? Just stick a flower pot. There are examples here. Lan Xian blinked and pointed at the flower pot. No, that won't be fun. We have to stick something interesting ourselves. Xi said with great interest. Xian, how about we stick a cat? Cats are super cute. The image of the 3 fat cats that Cici had just brought over flashed across Lan Xian's mind. She hurriedly shook her head, and grumbled, "No, no, cats don't look good. Your cats are all black, they don't look good." She giggled and explained, "Oh, no, Xiao Guai and the other cats aren't black, they're blue. Then the cats we stick on can't be like them. We can stick a super cute one because cats are easy to draw. There are 3 whiskers on both sides. Oh, Xianxia, we can stick the whiskers of the cats in different colors. They'll definitely look good." Under Xi's description, Lan Xian finally became a little interested. She nodded and then cut and stuck the stickers together with Xi. They played in full swing. After an unknown amount of time, on the white card, a rather abstract cat's head made of stickers leaped out. It had a green outline, blue ears, purple cat eyes, a black cat nose, and a red little mouth. Of course, all the eyes, nose, and mouth were angular. Even if they used scissors to cut the stickers, the 2 girls couldn't cut them into a round shape. But that didn't matter. What was left was the cat whiskers that Xi couldn't forget. Xianxia, let's stick on one side each, okay? Then the 3 whiskers have to be different colors. The little girl suggested excitedly. Sure. Lan Xian was also engrossed in playing with Xi, and she was all smiles as she replied. But at this time, Lan Xian's door opened. Yang Yi, who was worried, came up to see if Xi was used to sleeping. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the 2 girls playing on the bed. "Why haven't you taken a nap yet?" Yang Yi asked in surprise. Xi was making stickers with Lan Xian. When she heard the sound, she looked at her father in a daze. Papa. Papa is here. Go to sleep." Xi was like a little girl who had been caught doing something bad, and she shouted in panic. Yang Yi's gaze fell on Lan Xian's messy bed. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you doing? How can you sleep with so many things on the bed? Wasn't that right?" Xi and Lan Xian wanted to lift the quilt and hide in it in a panic, but they found that the quilt was pressed down. 2 little cunning girls. Yang Yi smiled and rubbed their heads. He said in a bad mood, "Come down and clean up the bed with me. Then you can take a nap." Xi smiled embarrassedly and shyly came down. The little girl was actually worried that her father would blame her. In order to change the topic, she rolled her eyes and called softly, "Papa. Look at the cat whiskers that Xianxia and I put on. They are super cute. Do you have any?" When they returned to school on Monday, during the morning break, the girls got together to play again. They kicked the shuttlecock while chatting. When Xi said that she lived in Lan Xian's house and had all kinds of fun toys, Lu Xiaoyu, Yang Luoqi, and the others all exclaimed in envy. "Xi, why are you living in Xianxia's house?" Chen Shiyun asked in confusion. "Because we can't live in our house yet." Xi ran to pick up the shuttlecock and said with great interest, "So Papa took us to live in Xianxia's house for 2 days. Why can't we live in your house?" Chen Shiyun was persistent in getting to the bottom of it. Only then did Xi understand Chen Shiyun's question. She explained and said with a smile, "It's like this. My brother was painting and he damaged the wall in our house." I know. Xi, you told me last week." Lu Xiaoyu said excitedly. "Yes, then Papa said that he wanted to paint the blackboard at home." "Oh, I don't know what it is. Anyway, it can turn the wall into a blackboard, and it's not black. There are several colors, and it's super beautiful." Xi had already seen the effect of the blackboard paint. She used both her hands and feet to describe it to her friends. "When it's ready, you can use chalk to draw on it. It's super interesting." The painted walls of the house were not fierce tigers or beasts. Yang Yi was just worried that the environmentally friendly paint would still have a smell, so he wanted to air it for a few days. But in fact, the next day after the paint was painted, Yang Yi took the detector to check, and there was no excessive harmful substances. Therefore, Xi wanted to follow her father to see the new wall, and Yang Yi also took her back to take a look. "That's amazing." After listening to Xi's description, Lu Xiaoyu spared no effort to support her. She praised with envy, and even her eyes were sparkling, as if there were little stars jumping out. "Xi, can we go to your house to paint?" Yang Luoqi asked enviously. "I want to go, I want to go too. Xianxia raised her hand and said, unwilling to be left out. Hey, you're not as fast as me. Xianxia said proudly, I've asked. In 2 days, we can go to Xi's house to play. I'm going to paint with Xi first, and then when you come, we'll be painting for the second time. However, Xianxia felt that it was a pity, and she muttered, oh, but I still like Xi to live in our house, because I like to play with Xi, and then Papa Yang can cook delicious food for me. Xi didn't quite understand what Xianxia was muttering, but she enthusiastically explained to her other friends, it doesn't matter, you can still paint when you come. Because my papa said that it's like a blackboard, you can paint again after wiping it clean. It's very interesting. You can come to my house to play. Do you have time this weekend? You can come and play. Xi suggested, jumping on the ground happily after kicking the shuttlecock. I have to ask my father, Yang Luoqi whispered. I'm sure I can. Xi, let me tell you, if I go to your house to play, my father and mother will definitely agree. Xianxia shouted proudly. I want to go too, but Xi, can I bring noodles over? Yu Xiaowei asked expectantly and nervously, because I don't want it to be alone at home on weekends. It's so lonely, so pitiful. Noodles was Yu Xiaowei's little poodle, and it should be more than a year old now. Of course, Xi often heard interesting stories about her puppy from Yu Xiaowei, so she naturally knew what Noodles was. Of course. Sister Xiaowei, of course you can bring Noodles over to play. I haven't played with Noodles yet. Also, it can play with our families Bao Bao and Xianxia's Bye Bye. Xi nodded naturally, and laughed with Sister Xiaowei. Yu Xiaowei's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled happily. She couldn't help but jump slightly. The girl, who was already in 4th grade, couldn't help but blush. She didn't know if it was because she was excited or because she felt a little embarrassed. Xi's little friends decided to come to Xi's house to play this Saturday. However, the week had just begun, and there was still a long way to go before the weekend, so the little guys had to wait patiently. As for Xi, she could move back home on Wednesday. Although she couldn't participate in the process of moving, Xi was looking forward to it, and finally, school ended in the evening. The little girl couldn't wait to get into her father's car, and asked nervously, Papa, are we going home now? Back to our home, not Xianxia's home. After getting an affirmative answer from her father, the little girl was relieved, and looked out of the window happily, looking forward to going home soon. The little girl, who was homesick, was so anxious that she didn't even have the mood to tell her father what had happened at school. Today. Xianxia, on the other hand, asked Yang eagerly. Papa Yang, have you moved back home? So soon? Have you moved everything back? What about Bao Bao and the others? But where are you going to cook tonight? You can eat at home? After confirming that Papa Yang was no longer living in her house, Xianxia regretfully said, oh, and then the little girl looked out of the window with melancholy, and quieted down with Xi. However, after returning home, Xi was in high spirits again. She unfastened her seatbelt and said excitedly to Xianxia, do you want to come to my house to have a look? There are new walls, and we can draw together. Xianxia was eagerly waiting for Xi's invitation. Hearing this, she hurriedly nodded her head, overjoyed, and said, okay. How could Yang not see through Xianxia's thoughts? He laughed and deliberately teased her, asking, Xianxia, don't you want to go home and do your homework? I'll do my homework with Xi. I can do my homework at your house. Xianxia replied wittily. But don't you want to draw with Xi? If you draw and do your homework, how can you make it home in time for dinner? Yang held back his laughter and continued to ask. Xi giggled. Before getting out of the car, she suggested for her little friend, Xianxia can eat at our house. Yes, I'll call Mom and tell her. Xianxia looked at Papa Yang nervously as she spoke carefully. Her heart was in a mess, and she was afraid that Papa Yang would disagree. What about tonight? Tonight, Xi is going to learn to play the piano. She hasn't learned for a long time. Xianxia, do you want to come and learn with us? Yang was actually very willing to invite Xianxia to his house for a meal, but he was deliberately teasing, making things difficult, the little foodie. The expression on Xianxia's little face was wonderful. She was unwilling, tangled, and distressed. Finally, she pouted her little mouth and said unhappily, then, okay, not bad, not bad. Xianxia rubbed Xianxian's little head and said proudly, you love to study so much, your mom will definitely agree to let you stay here and play with Xianxia. Go and play. Have fun. How could Xianxian be happy? However, after she got out of the car, she felt relieved. No matter what happened tonight, she would go and play and eat happily with Xianxia. So, the little fat girl ran again and shouted loudly, Xianxia, wait for me. The children counted the days with their fingers. After enduring for a few days, it was finally the weekend that they had been looking forward to. Today was the day that they had agreed to come to Xiaxia's house to play. Early in the morning, Xianxia told Tong Tong, many of my classmates are coming over to play today. There's Sister Xiaowei, Sister Qiqi, Sister Fishy, and Sister Shiyun. Oh, and also Brother Nanjiaoyu. Tong Tong still remembered those sisters, especially the foreign lady who looked different from the rest. Tong Tong became excited. After he finished his breakfast, he ran in and out of the door. He even curiously ran to the gate of the yard and grabbed the fence to look outside. After looking for a while, he pouted in confusion and ran back. He stammered, sister, then she's still. The little guy's vocabulary was too limited. Fortunately, Xianxia could understand Tong Tong's meaning. She smiled and explained, oh, they're not that fast. They'll be here in a while. Tong Tong opened his mouth and looked at his sister for a while. After a while, he stuck out his tongue and mimicked his sister, stay, come. Fortunately, the other children were also eager to come to Xiaxia's house. Thus, when it was just past 9 o'clock, they all arrived one after another at Xiaxia's house. Lu Xiaoyu and Yang Luoqi were the first to arrive. Then, Chen Shiyun and Nan Jiaoyu came together because they lived close to each other. When Xianxian heard the news, she also came to gather with everyone. Yu Xiaowei was the last to arrive. She usually came early, but today was different. She had brought noodles with her, so it was troublesome for her to leave the house. After a while, she became the slowest to arrive. Wow! Sister Xiaowei, your puppy is so small. Noodles appeared in front of everyone for the first time. The cute little toy poodle with red curly hair suddenly became the center of attention. Sister Xiaowei, can I touch it? Xianxia, Xianxian, and the others surrounded it excitedly, chirping. Even Xianxia, who liked small animals, squatted down and looked at it carefully. Sure. Yu Xiaowei was holding the dog leash. When she saw that her friends liked noodles so much, she was also very happy. When she heard Xianxia say that she wanted to touch it, Yu Xiaowei quickly responded. She even squatted down and gently touched Xiaxia's head to comfort the little guy, who was a little nervous after coming to a new environment and seeing so many strangers. She said to Xianxia, noodles will be very obedient if you touch it like this. Xianxia was actually still a little scared, so she touched it tentatively. Noodles stuck out its little tongue and raised its head. It used its little black nose to nudge Xiaxia's hand. This scared Xianxia so much that she quickly retracted her hand. However, when she saw the innocent light in Noodle's eyes, which were like two inlaid black gems, she was relieved. Hee hee. Sister Xiaowei, it's really small. When steamed bun was little, it was already this big. Xianxia said to Yu Xiaowei. Yes. Yu Xiaowei quickly explained to Xianxia, I heard from others that Noodles is this big because it's a very small dog, and it's also more than a year old. After Xianxia touched it, the other girls also reached out their hands and touched the little toy poodle with curiosity and love. Nan Jiaoyu didn't dare to touch it because he saw the white, sharp teeth of the noodles when it opened its mouth. He was a little scared, but he still looked at it from the side with fear and love. Moreover, he still excitedly shared his discovery with his friends. Look, the noodle's hair is curly. Oh, right. I forgot about it. Cici exclaimed in surprise. Curly hair looks good. Our Bye-Bye and Xiaxia's steamed bun have straight hair. Xian also commented, but I think Bye-Bye's hair looks better. Indeed, how many dogs have better hair than the Samoyed? Chen Shiyun shouted, Xian, why didn't you bring your families Bye-Bye over to play? It's so fun to play with 3 dogs. Okay then. I'll bring Bye-Bye here now. Xian stood up. Nan Zhaoyu wanted to work hard to increase his presence, so he couldn't help but interrupt. That, Sister Xiaowei, have you permed the noodles before? My mother's hair has also been permed, and then it became curly. No. Yu Xiaowei could still understand Nan Zhaoyu's meaning. She giggled and said, Noodle's hair has always been curly. It's been like this since it was very young. It's because of its curly hair that I call it Noodles. Haha, Noodles and steamed bun, these two names are so interesting. Chen Shiyun belatedly laughed. Speaking of steamed bun arrived. Steamed bun was originally playing in the backyard. Perhaps it heard the noise, so it ran around in a circle and wagged its tail beside Shishi. Of course, its gaze finally fell on Noodles. Why is there another dog? Steamed bun didn't know if it was worried that its position would be replaced or something else, but it kept circling around Shishi. It even bared its teeth at Noodles, trying to scare it. Teddy was a very brave dog. Even though steamed bun was several times bigger than it, it was still fearless. It got up from the ground and barked twice at steamed bun's head. Steamed bun was stunned. It didn't expect this little thing to not be afraid of it. Steamed bun, Noodles is a guest. Shishi was worried that they would fight, so she quickly hugged steamed bun's neck and comforted him. You can't fight. Steamed bun obviously wouldn't argue with this little dog. Moreover, there were so many guests at home today. The smart steamed bun knew that he couldn't be fierce to the guests. Moreover, steamed bun, who was hugged by its little master, immediately glanced at the little dog proudly. It wagged its tail vigorously and licked its little master's face to please her. Hee hee, steamed bun, stop licking me. Shishi shrunk her head back and laughed happily while pushing steamed bun's head. Steamed bun was elated. Its proud little eyes seemed to say, that's right, that's right. How can this little thing be prettier than me? Its hair is red, how can it be as pure as my golden hair? Its body isn't good either. It's too weak to stand up to the wind. One push and it will fall over. Also, is its tail wagging prettier than mine? However, Noodles was a little interested in steamed bun. It even dared to tease an Alaskan Malamute. How bold! After steamed bun ignored it, Noodles excitedly came over and jumped up and down, wanting to play with steamed bun. Steamed bun circled around the crowd to prevent Noodles from catching up. After running 2 steps, he turned his head and glanced back proudly. Hee hee, they're having a lot of fun. Shishi saw that the atmosphere between steamed bun and Noodles wasn't as tense as before. In fact, it seemed a little joyful. She relaxed and happily said to her friends. At this time, Tong Tong finally confirmed that the foreign girl he was looking forward to wasn't going to appear. He regretfully withdrew his gaze from the door. However, even if the foreign girl was gone, there were other sisters. Tong Tong happily ran over to Yu Xiaowei, who he liked very much and had a super gentle personality. He happily stuffed his little hand into Yu Xiaowei's, wanting her to hold his hand and walk with him. Tong Tong still remembered that Yu Xiaowei had accompanied him downstairs to play alone. Was Xianxia really going to let steamed bun be bullied by Noodle? Of course not. After all, steamed bun was still loved by everyone. Xianxia didn't want steamed bun, a purebred Chinese rural dog, to be skewered. If there were a bunch of puppies in the house, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, after Xianxia finished laughing, he came up with an idea that couldn't be considered his original idea. A few minutes later, Xianxia appeared in the yard again, but this time, he was holding 2 plastic bags and a pair of scissors in his hands. After rubbing steamed bun's legs once, Noodle temporarily calmed down, but steamed bun still avoided this perverted little guy with lingering fear. Even though it would roll around and play with Whitey on the lawn, steamed bun would still quickly get up and run away when Noodle came over to fawn on it. Who knew if this perverted Noodle would take advantage of it when it was lying down to have another pervert, but Noodle was very thick-skinned. When steamed bun didn't want to play with it, it would stop in place and stare blankly for a while. Soon, it would forget about the past and shamelessly walk over. Seeing this, Xianxia smiled, squatted down, and waved at steamed bun. Steamed bun was still very obedient. When it heard the big master's call, it ran over. Today's situation is special. Why do I have to put on diapers for you? You understand, right? Xianxia rubbed steamed bun's head and laughed. Steamed bun obviously didn't understand. It just wagged its tail and sniffed the plastic bag in its master's hand. The smell is a bit familiar. Of course it's familiar. Xianxia just went back and rummaged through the cupboard. He found the remaining diapers from Tong Tong and took out 2 bags. I'll put one on you first, but wait. After Xianxia opened the diapers, he skillfully spread them out, but he didn't tear off the sticky paper. Instead, he gestured at steamed buns but then took out a pair of scissors and quickly cut out a medium-sized hole. Don't move. Xianxia rubbed steamed bun's head and said, it's almost done. It won't hurt. Even though the conversation was a little awkward, Xianxia didn't think too much about it. He started to wrap the baby's diaper and pulled out the baby's long and thin tail that he had cut earlier. Steamed bun was very obedient. He didn't twist his butt to avoid being touched. Instead, he stood there obediently without moving. However, when Xianxia touched his tail, steamed bun turned his head and looked at his master with melancholy eyes. The look in his eyes was a little strange. No matter what, Xianxia still helped steamed bun put on his diaper. Then, he helped Whitey put on his diaper as well. After all, Bye Bye was Lan Xian's dog. He wasn't as familiar with Xianxia as steamed bun. At first, he was a little unwilling, but in the end, Bye Bye couldn't escape from Xianxia's demonic claws. Why are you moving? This is for your own good. You don't understand. Xianxia's big hand pressed down hard, and Bye Bye couldn't break free anymore. He said with a smile as he struggled to wrap the diaper around Bye Bye. The Tong Tong diaper was about the same size for steamed bun, but for the larger Samoyed, this diaper was a little small. Xianxia could only tighten it as much as possible. Fortunately, Bye Bye's hair was fluffy. After compressing it, the diaper was stuck halfway to his body. However, Bye Bye was a tragedy. He was like a shaved Samoyed. His butt had shrunk by a lot. Compared to the fluffy and beautiful hair in the front, Bye Bye's butt was a little hard to look at. Xianxia held back his laughter, let go of Bye Bye, and said, okay, go play. Bye Bye hurriedly ran away. However, with the diaper on, Bye Bye felt uncomfortable walking. He had to look back from time to time. Steamed bun was fine. He seemed to be very adaptable. At first, he was walking unsteadily, but now he was jumping up and down. He even went to Bye Bye's butt and sniffed it. Xianxia looked at the 2 big dog girls who were wearing safety pants. He clapped his hands with satisfaction and stood up. The whole scene of him putting on diapers for the 2 dogs was watched by Noodles. When Noodles saw him stand up, it was so scared that it hurriedly ran away, afraid that it would also be ravaged. However, Noodles thought too much. Xianxia was not interested in it. After he was done, Xianxia tidied up the trash that he had just cut and torn. He went back to the house and prepared delicious food for the children who were busy drawing. At the stairs, Xixi and the others were drawing happily. In fact, not every child liked to draw, and not every child was good at drawing. For example, Xixi and Yu Xiaowei had taken drawing classes. Even if they were drawing with chalk, they had unique ideas and could draw very delicate and beautiful drawings. However, for Qin Shiyun and Lu Xiaoyu, they had no talent or interest in drawing. They could only follow their friends and draw simple flowers, suns, and so on. But it didn't matter, whether the painting looked good or not was another matter. What made the little ones happy was the feeling of being able to paint with so many good friends. Wow, Xian'er, what are you drawing? It's like a football. Hee, it's a watermelon. I didn't know what to draw at first, but after I ate the watermelon just now, I thought, why don't I draw a big watermelon? Look, I'm drawing the pattern on the watermelon skin. Grandma Wu told me that watermelons like this are the best. Just like how Lan Xian introduced her paintings to her friends when they asked her about them, she was able to bring about a lot of laughter during this period. Shiyun, why did you draw so many flowers? And they are all different colors. You're so good. Of course, I worked hard to draw them. Although Chen Shiyun's drawing was not very good, she was praised by her friends for her ingenious little tricks. She felt a great sense of accomplishment. Of course, there were also people like Xixi. She could almost never finish drawing her own drawings because Lu Xiaoyu, Nan Zhaoyu, and other friends always asked Xixi for help. Xixi, help me take a look. How do I draw this? How do I draw this? Lu Xiaoyu's calls came one after another. Coming. Hee. Xishi's response was always full of enthusiasm. Of course, Yu Xiaowei could not draw well because there was a little boy beside her who wanted to join in the fun. Tong Tong did not think that he was causing trouble. He held the different colored chalks enthusiastically and stood on his tiptoes to help Sister Xiaowei draw. In the end, he always messed up Sister Xiaowei's drawing. Fortunately, Yu Xiaowei did not mind. When Tong Tong came over, she was very concerned and moved aside to make room for Tong Tong. Lan Xian did not know how long they played, but she felt a little bored. She put down the chalk and ran to the kitchen. She used the excuse of washing her hands to see what delicious food Papa Yang was making. Hungry? Try some of these soda biscuits that have already been made. Later, when Papa Yang finishes making the pudding and sugar, he'll give them to you, Yang Yi said with a smile. Candies? Lan Xian went over to take a look. When she saw crushed peanuts, glutinous rice balls, and so on, she immediately danced with joy. Wow, this is it. This is super delicious. Then I'll come back later. Wait for 10 minutes. Yang Yi said with a smile. Lan Xian happily took the 2 biscuits and walked out of the kitchen. However, she did not go back to draw. Instead, she ate the biscuits and walked around to the door. When she saw the scene in front of her, she cried out in surprise. Wow! Xishi! Steamed bun is in trouble. He stole Mommy's pants to wear. Lan Xian's loud voice resounded through the entire house. Time flew by quickly. After Murphy finished her concert in Star City, October's golden autumn quietly arrived in Jiangqing, which was once unbearably hot. Or perhaps the continuous autumn rain sounded the horn of climate change, but after one night, Jiangqing was covered in fallen leaves, and it was chilly. Of course, for the children, they still didn't have a very strong concept of autumn. The rainy day was just a good reason for them to wear their beloved cartoon water shoes and a big raincoat. Their father held their little hands and sent them to school in a cute manner. But today it wasn't raining. Xishi at school realized the unique charm of autumn from another perspective. After the morning break, the 3rd class was language class. Teacher Li Rulin came to the class early and stood on the podium. While answering questions from a few diligent students, she was also waiting for class to begin. Xishi, Lu Xiaoyu, and Lan Xian came back late. They took advantage of the good weather and went downstairs to play shuttlecock with Yu Xiaowei. But when the bell rang, the girls ran back with bell-like laughter. As a result, just as they reached the door, they looked up. Teacher, including Xishi, the 3 girls were shocked and stuck out their tongues in embarrassment. Although Li Rulin didn't blame them, she just smiled and motioned them to go back to their seats. The class was about to begin, but Xishi and the others didn't dare to play around anymore. They all ran back to their seats. In contrast, Xishi and Lan Xian were well behaved. At least, they came back before class. Behind them, there were other children who came back one after another. Jiang Chen was the last to come back. He rushed in from the outside 3 to 4 minutes after the bell rang. Not only that, but this guy didn't feel embarrassed about being late. When he rushed in and saw Li Rulin standing on the podium, he excitedly reported to Li Rulin. Teacher, teacher. Teacher Chen from the 9th class just took them to see the osmanthus flowers after class. I heard that the osmanthus flowers in the school bloomed. It's beautiful. Jiang Chen danced as he described. Excitement and anticipation were written all over his face. Perhaps it was the charm of the osmanthus flower, or perhaps it was a wonderful thing to have a teacher take the students to explore the outdoors. After listening to Jiang Chen's description, Li Rulin didn't say anything, but the other children in the classroom couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. When Li Rulin saw this, she waved her hand and smiled. Then let's hurry up and go to class. Later, let's go see the osmanthus flowers 10 minutes before class ends, okay? Wow. At this moment, the children in the class cheered even more enthusiastically. Even Xishi was the same. The little girl clapped her hands excitedly, looked at the teacher with a longing expression, and cheered with her classmates. But this can also be considered a small teaching task. After you're done appreciating the osmanthus flowers, you have to remember your feelings and write it down in your diary tonight. I will check it. Li Rulin smiled. So what? When the children thought that they could do outdoor activities during class and see the beautiful and fragrant osmanthus flowers, they no longer cared about this little homework. Finally, the boring class came to an end, but Li Rulin still kept her promise. She raised her hand and saw that she had already taught the little guys for 30 minutes. She waved her hand and asked them to go downstairs. Don't make any noise on the stairs. If anyone talks too loudly, they can't go see the osmanthus flowers with everyone. They can only be punished by going back to the classroom to help everyone watch the classroom. With Li Rulin's warning, when the little guys went downstairs, they were quite obedient. Although they were exuberant, only their eyes were smiling. The large group of children only had a few whispers left as they went downstairs in low spirits. Of course, the naughty boys still made a little noise. For example, Qin Yuxuan and a few other boys skipped down the stairs. In the end, when they were 2 steps away, they jumped down with big strides. Their shoes made a crisp sound on the stairs. Don't disturb other people's class. She was also excitedly holding hands with Lu Xiaoyu as they walked in front. When she saw the boys making so much noise, she couldn't help but call out softly. She was worried that if everyone made too much noise, a teacher would come out and stop them from seeing the osmanthus flowers. However, Shishi's warning didn't have any effect. Her voice didn't reach the ears of the unruly boys at all. They took the lead and ran down the stairs proudly. Like heroes, they didn't know shame at all and posed strangely. Fortunately, when everyone walked to the campus, no teacher came to reprimand them. When they could talk, Shishi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She happily said to Lu Xiaoyu, "Little you let me tell you. I know where the osmanthus flowers are. My daddy told me last year." "Really? How did your daddy know?" Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. At the same time, she also opened up Shishi's chatterbox. The 2 girls chattered along the way, and their pleasant laughter drifted out among the other students' voices. Li Rulin brought the children to the corner of the campus where a few osmanthus plants were planted. The osmanthus plants were tall and straight with lush foliage. The children wanted to look at them, but they had to try hard to raise their heads. Fortunately, although the osmanthus leaves were green and dense, its golden flower clusters were like stars in the sky, blooming all over the osmanthus trees. The children didn't need to look hard to see the osmanthus flowers that they had been looking forward to the whole class. Wow! It's so beautiful. She didn't know how to use beautiful words to describe it. She could only stare obsessively at the clusters of delicate and small flowers that seemed to be shining with a golden light and exclaim softly. Which student would like to describe to me the osmanthus flowers that you have observed? Li Rulin asked with a smile. This kind of outdoor class could still arouse the interest of the students. Not only were the few students with good grades in the class fighting to answer, but Qin Yuxuan also raised his hand excitedly. "Qin Yuxuan, you answer." Li Rulin smiled and called out his name. "This flower is especially beautiful. It's yellow and looks like popcorn. It's very small and very beautiful." Qin Yuxuan was a little nervous as he stammered out his thoughts. "Very good answer. Qin Yuxuan's observation is very detailed." Li Rulin smiled and applauded Qin Yuxuan. This praise was very rare for Qin Yuxuan. The expression on the little boy's face was a little flattered. "Which child would like to add on?" Li Rulin asked with a smile. Suddenly, more children raised their hands. She was the same. She excitedly raised her small hand high. After all, she was the tallest in the class. The little girl wanted to share her experience with everyone, so she was very eager for the teacher to see her raised hand. "Liao Xianxia, you answer." Li Rulin didn't call out Shishi but called out the name of the first student that raised her hand. Shishi was a little regretful and looked at Liao Xianxia nervously. The little girl's big eyes were filled with uneasiness. She secretly prayed, "Xianxian, don't say what I want to say." Under Shishi's worried gaze, Liao Xianxian said to Teacher Li, "Teacher, osmanthus flowers have 4 petals." "That's not my answer." Sisi regained her joyful expression. Moreover, the little girl began to secretly muster up a burst of energy. She moved stealthily with small steps. She wanted to stand right in front of the teacher. This way, she would be able to seize the opportunity to answer first later, on Li Ruolan's side, she was a little surprised as she praised Liao Xianxian. Xianxian, your observation is very detailed. Osmanthus flowers are so tall and you can see that they have 4 petals. Not bad. Because I have an osmanthus flower. Liao Xianxian giggled as she fidgeted for a moment before she stretched out her hidden right hand from behind her back and opened it for the teacher to see. An osmanthus flower the size of a grain of rice was quietly lying on it. Wow! Seeing this scene, the girls surrounding Liao Xianxian all exclaimed in surprise. Lu Xiaoyu also abandoned Xixi and couldn't help but go over and put her hands on the shoulders of the student in front of her. She stared at the osmanthus flower with undisguised envy in her eyes. At this moment, class monitor Chao Ruolan's agitated voice rang from the side. How can you pluck the flower? Liao Xianxian, it's wrong for you to pluck the flower. The flower is so beautiful, we can't destroy it. Otherwise, no one will be able to see it. Actually, Chao Ruolan's intentions were good. This little girl was very upright and did things enthusiastically. But sometimes, she couldn't accept even a grain of sand in her eyes and spoke bluntly. This kind of inappropriate reprimand would often appear, which made it difficult for the other children to have a good impression of her. Liao Xianxian was unconvinced and felt wronged as she pouted her lips. She clenched her hands as if she was afraid that someone would snatch her osmanthus flower away and retracted her little fist into her arms as she shouted to Chao Ruolan, who said I plucked the flower. I picked it up from the ground. The flower fell down by itself. It's okay, it's okay. Flowers that fall from the ground can be picked up because if we don't pick them up, they will be treated as trash and swept away. Li Ruolan quickly smiled and comforted her. But the class leader is right. We have to remember to protect nature. When we admire the osmanthus flowers, we can't reach out and destroy their beauty. Chao Ruolan also felt that she had said something wrong. She scratched her head embarrassedly, but the little girl had her own pride and had no intention of apologizing. Liao Xianxian glared at her angrily and was no longer willing to take out the osmanthus flowers for her to see. The teacher's mediation and consolation did not affect the other students. Instead, Liao Xianxian's words had inspired them. That's right, the osmanthus flowers on the tree were too tall to be picked. They could only look at them from afar. However, there were some osmanthus flowers on the ground that had been blown down by the wind. These were within reach. The children who liked these little golden flowers couldn't help but lower their heads to look for them. She didn't look for him. She waited for a while and finally couldn't help but whisper to the teacher, Teacher, teacher. Xianxia, what's wrong? Li Ruolan asked with a smile. I have another discovery. Can I share it with everyone? Xixi looked at the teacher expectantly. Sure. Li Ruolan smiled. You tell us. The little girl who finally got what she wanted had a smile as bright as the osmanthus flowers. She raised her voice and said happily, Yes, yes. That's right. Teacher, I realized that the osmanthus flowers are very fragrant. Smell it. Wow, it's so fragrant. She said as she sniffed hard with her little nose. Then, her little face was filled with an intoxicated expression. She wasn't acting. It was really fragrant. This was because the osmanthus flowers on the tree had all bloomed. They were like fine golden grains hanging on the tree. Under the warm morning sun, the osmanthus flowers emitted a refreshing fragrance. The fragrance of so many flowers diffused and gathered, making it seem extra rich. If one sniffed hard, they would feel as if their entire body was surrounded by the osmanthus fragrance. It was an intoxicating feeling. Even smelling the fragrance of the osmanthus flowers, she didn't want to continue describing it. Her intoxicated appearance had already had an effect. Many children were infected by her. They didn't even lower their heads to look for the scattered osmanthus flowers on the ground. Instead, they imitated Xixi and raised their heads to take a deep breath. Looking at the golden flower swaying gently in the breeze, the little girl's eyes couldn't help but become infatuated. In the evening, when Xixi saw her father, she was carefully holding something wrapped in her handkerchief. Of course, the little girl was in a good mood. She couldn't wait to run to her father's side and said, Papa, guess what this is? How could he guess? Xianxia had no choice but to make 2 random guesses. Xixi then giggled and said, Oh no, it's osmanthus flower. Papa, look. The little girl carefully unwrapped the handkerchief in her palm, revealing a few osmanthus flowers carefully wrapped inside. Then she held it up high for her father to see. "Daddy Yang, smell it, smell it." Lon Xian giggled beside him as she bounced left and right. "Not bad, it's very fragrant. Where did you get these osmanthus flowers?" Yang Yi lowered his head and pretended to smell it, then praised it. Of course, he didn't really smell the osmanthus flowers. After all, they had fallen for some time, and the smell had already dissipated. "We picked them up." "We didn't pick them up." She was still worried that her father would misunderstand, so she quickly explained, "The teacher said that we can pick up the flowers that fell from the grass, but we can't pick the flowers from the trees." Sitting in the car, the little girl chatted with Lon Xian and told her father that their teacher had taken them to see the osmanthus flowers today. After that, she still said, "Papa, the osmanthus flowers on the tree are even more beautiful." "But you didn't see them." When the car stopped at the intersection and waited for the red light, she came up and shouted, "Papa, don't move." When Yang Yi wanted to turn his head to see what she was doing, Lon Xian also helped to shout, "Don't move, because it will fall." Yang Yi saw that there was still nearly a minute to wait for the red light, so he smiled and didn't move. But he could see from the center rearview mirror that she had taken out an osmanthus flower from her handkerchief and was attentively putting it on her father's temple. Was she adding a headdress for herself? Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't stop her. He just sat there and let she do what she wanted. "Will it fall?" Lon Xian asked worriedly. She tried hard to put the flower between Yang Yi's hair and ears. Fortunately, Yang Yi's hair had grown a little longer recently, and the hard stubble of his hair could hold the flower. "It should be fine. It won't fall, right?" She withdrew her hand and looked at it for a while, then said happily, "Papa, look, is it beautiful?" Yang Yi helplessly looked at the rearview mirror and said against his will, "Well, it's very beautiful." She didn't hear her father's inner struggle. She felt a little regretful and said, "Oh, I don't think it's the most beautiful, because there are too few flowers. It would be more beautiful if there were more flowers." Cough, cough, no need. Sit down and fasten your seatbelt. We're going to drive." Yang Yi said quickly. After she sat back, she continued to explain, "Because there are two left, I didn't pick up many. These two are for Mom and Brother." She wanted to make Mom and Brother beautiful. As she gradually grew up, a girl's desire for beauty was also vividly reflected in her body. Of course, she's desire for beauty was not limited to wearing beautiful clothes and tying up beautiful hair. She was also willing to dress up beautifully in everything in life. To she, using osmanthus flowers to make a head ornament for her father was just a small experiment for her. At home, the one that received the most special treatment from she was none other than the Theodore grand piano in the side hall. It was not as simple as she and Tong Tong putting their own dolls and toys on it after it was bought back at the beginning. In the past half a month, she had put some cartoon stickers on the piano one after another. Some were asked by she from Lon Xian, and some were found in books by she herself. For example, the children's magazine that Yang Yi subscribed to for she was newly published by Sahara Publishing in recent months. It was a fun, informative, and educational children's magazine. In its packaging, there were often some very delicate paper molds or some very interesting, and had a certain promotional effect, cartoon stickers. When she put the stickers on for the first time, Yang Yi was a little depressed. After all, the original black paint of the piano was very pure and almost flawless. However, with the cartoon stickers, it was like a beautiful woman with a Peppa Pig tattoo on her white and clean arm. It suddenly made people feel that the high-end and stable temperament of the piano was gone. However, she had already put the stickers on. If he were to forcefully scratch them off, not only would he disappoint she, but he might also scratch the original paint. Therefore, Yang Yi could only turn a blind eye. In the end, she put a little too much stickers on the piano, and the piano became more and more cute. The girl's heart was full, and Yang Yi felt that it was easier to accept. However, when Yang Yi heard that she wanted to go back and use the osmanthus flowers to make a head ornament for Tong Tong, he could not sit still. Ahem, do you know what other uses this osmanthus flowers have? Yang Yi smiled and changed the topic. I don't know. Papa, what other uses are there? Xianxia asked curiously. Xianxia said slowly, osmanthus flowers have a very long history in our country, especially in our generation in Jiangnan. It has been loved for a long time. Not only because it looks good and smells good, but also because it can be used to make osmanthus tea or osmanthus cakes. Therefore, it has the use to eat. It can be eaten? Xianxia murmured to her father in surprise, and then lowered her head to look at the two small osmanthus flowers in her handkerchief. Can these osmanthus flowers be eaten? Xianxia had been listening curiously. When she heard osmanthus cakes, she blinked and said doubtfully, "Hey, I think I've eaten osmanthus cakes before." She had an impression of the name. Xianxia said with a smile, "The method of making osmanthus cakes is very simple. You can use glutinous rice flour or chestnut powder. The osmanthus cakes made from glutinous rice flour are more sticky. They taste like glutinous rice paste, glutinous rice balls, and pumpkin cakes. Sprinkled with sugar and osmanthus, this osmanthus cake is soft, fragrant, and delicious. But the osmanthus cakes made from chestnut powder are a little different. The cakes made from chestnut powder are a bit like jelly, and they have a chewy feeling when you bite them." Listening to Papa Yang's description, Xianxia had forgotten the taste of the osmanthus cakes she had eaten before. However, in Papa Yang's vivid description, the delicious snacks she had eaten at Xixi's house one by one appeared in her mind. The little girl was so hungry that she was about to drool. Xianxia couldn't help it. She took out her school bag and rummaged through it. Like Xixi, she took out a small handkerchief and opened it. There were also a few small and cute osmanthus flowers wrapped in it. "Papa Yang, I also have osmanthus flowers here. I'll give them to you. Can you make osmanthus cakes for me?" Xianxia tried her best to ask in a well-behaved voice. "I also want to try osmanthus cakes made from osmanthus flowers." Xixi looked eagerly at Xianxia's osmanthus flowers and echoed. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head gently and said, "I don't think that's possible. You have too few osmanthus flowers." Of course, Xianxia didn't let Xixi and Xianxia down for too long. He continued, "But it doesn't matter. Tomorrow, I'll go to the market and buy some dried osmanthus flowers that others have already made. When I come back, I'll make some osmanthus cakes for you to try." Only then did Xixi and Xianxia begin to cheer happily, and the car was once again filled with laughter that was as sweet as the osmanthus flowers. Autumn was getting stronger. On the training island of Wu County in Jinling City, the crew of the Truman Show was in full swing, shooting this movie that hadn't received much publicity in the outside world. However, because the weather had suddenly turned cold, Du Yuanlei was worried that the temperature and water temperature would drop further. Moreover, after the rain, the river rose and the waves became bigger. She arranged for the filming of the last scene of the movie to be prioritized, the Truman Show's attempt to escape from the sea. This was a big challenge for Guozi, who was the lead actor of the Truman Show, although he grew up in Jiangnan and was naturally good at swimming. After all, the weather was cold now. Filming on the river and in the river was really a torturous thing. That morning, Guozi faced an even bigger challenge. Everyone came to the shore early. Taking advantage of the fact that it didn't rain last night and the weather was still good, they prepared to shoot the scene where the Truman Show was suppressed by the show's storm technology at sea. In the scene, the Truman Show had to struggle on the surface of the sea in the storm, hugging the side of the sailboat. In reality, Guozi was soaking in the cold river at around 4 o'clock. Facing the rain and big waves from the prop boats next to him, he tried his best to act as if he was struggling in despair, although the water here was not deep and there were lifeguards swimming around at any time, so the possibility of danger was not high. But seeing Guozi's face turn blue from the cold, still being sprayed and slapped by the waves, and seeing him holding on to the side of the sailboat and being sprayed all over the place, Ding Xiang, who was standing next to everyone on the filming boat, had a terrible, nervous, and worried look on her face. Ding Xiang, who grew up in the mountains, was a little seasick. In the morning, she vomited a few times, so naturally, she looked terrible. However, she was still worried about Guozi. She took seasickness medicine and insisted on coming along. Cut. Xiaogua, come up and rest first. We'll reshoot this scene later. Du Yuanlei waved the red flag, signaling for the prop boat's water gun to stop. Then, she walked to the side of the boat and shouted to Guozi. Guozi broke free from the lifeguard who wanted to help him. As he stepped on the water to keep his head above water, he panted and said, "It's okay, director. I can still hold on. Let's do it again. If we drag it out, it'll be dawn soon. I'll definitely act out this scene. Take a break first." Ding Xiang's hand tightly grasped an unopened umbrella. Her tired eyes fell on Guozi, whose lips had turned blue from the cold. She couldn't help but blurt out, but just as she opened her mouth, her voice was a little hoarse and low, and it was drowned out by the noise of the engine. Ding Xiang knew how desperate Guozi was when he worked. She also saw the determination in his eyes, so when she wanted to persuade him again, her lips moved but no sound came out. Yuanlei hesitated and asked Guozi about his condition again before reluctantly agreeing. There was a little admiration in her voice as she said, "Then let's do one more scene. Xiaogua, not only do you have to show a struggling expression, you also have to show that you're about to lose your grip at any time, like you're about to drown. Then, in this desperate situation, burst out with a strong will to survive, understand?" After that, Yuanlei added in a very strict tone, "After this scene, no matter what, you have to come up and rest for 15 minutes. Guozi nodded, and the lifeguard left his side. The prop boat's water gun began to spray again. Fortunately, Guozi was indeed tired this time. He first plunged his body into the water and immersed himself in Truman's thoughts and situation. The hidden fatigue in his body burst out. He floated up and struggled with his hands and feet. On the filming boat, everyone stood up nervously and looked at Guozi because this scene looked like he was about to drown. Even the lifeguard could not help but move a little not far away. Ding Xiang staggered and wanted to stand up. Long and I quickly supported her, but Ding Xiang's gaze only fell on Guozi. She did not cry, but only supported her body with determination. She bit her lips so hard that they were about to bleed, however, Guozi was still swimming. In the end, he screamed desperately and grabbed the rope of the sailboat's side in the wind and waves. Guozi's head surfaced from the water. It was not obvious that he was acting. He was shivering from the cold, and even his breathing was shaking. He struggled, grabbed the fallen sail, and climbed up. Cut. This scene is done. Guozi had caught a cold and had a fever because he had been in the water for too long during filming. Yang Yi only found out about the news from Yang Huan the next morning. After learning about it, he quickly drove to Jinling City to visit the kid. However, as she had to go to school, Murphy and Tong Tong stayed at home. Jinling was quite a distance away from Jiangqing. Yang Yi left around noon and arrived at the construction site around 5 in the afternoon. The cable car had not been built yet, so they had to take a boat to get to the training island. Hence, Yang Yi parked his car at the Lanzhoukai Construction Company station. Wu County town had changed a lot because of the amusement park. Yang Yi saw many new buildings being built along the way. These were the actions of other real estate companies. They had received news from various sources that Yang Yi's amusement park was huge. Hence, they had entered Wu County town early to buy land, build houses, and hype up the real estate market in Wu County town. Of course, this was a good thing for Lanzhoukai. He was also in the real estate business. As mentioned before, when Lanzhoukai helped Yang Yi get the land for the amusement park, he had also bought a large piece of land around the amusement park and the Yang family's ancestral hall. Currently, he was working on 2 fronts. One was the construction site for the second phase of the amusement park, and the other was the construction site for a new residential area. By the time the boat arrived at the training island, the sky had already darkened. Yang Yi was still on the boat. He had apologized to Shi, who had returned home from school but could not see her father. However, to his surprise, when Yang Yi saw Guozi, he realized that the kid was not as miserable as he had imagined. Yang Huan had said that Guozi had fallen sick while filming in the river. However, Yang Yi had thought that Guozi was bedridden. However, in the makeshift room where Guozi and Ding Xiang were staying, Yang Yi saw Guozi hugging his blanket and chatting happily with Ding Xiang. When Yang Yi knocked on the door and entered, Guozi saw Yang Yi. He quickly got off the bed and wanted to greet Yang Yi. "Brother Yang, why are you here?" Guozi's voice had a strong nasal sound. He looked at Yang Yi and scratched his head embarrassedly. "Didn't I hear that you were sick? So, I came to see you and visit your shift." Yang Yi smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Guozi should lie back down. He then sat down on the chair that Ding Xiang had brought for him. The living environment on the training island was not too bad. Although it was just a simple makeshift house, due to the setting, it looked like a two-story bungalow with a lawn. Although the makeshift houses provided for the crew were single rooms, they were very large and had all the basic living facilities, including kitchen utensils. Ding Xiang had already cooked and was about to eat with Guozi. However, when she saw Yang Yi, she quickly washed the rice again and prepared to cook some porridge with the induction cooker. Then, she cooked 2 more dishes to entertain Yang Yi. It's just a small cold. I'm too embarrassed to tell you that I've delayed the filming. Guozi scratched his head shyly and coughed before continuing, Brother Yang, I'm really sorry to have troubled you to come here. It's just a small illness. What trouble? I don't have anything else to do anyway. Yang Yi waved his hand and looked at Ding Xiang, who was busy next to him. He smiled and said, if you want to say that it's troublesome, you have to thank Ding Xiang first. She must be very tired to take care of you while filming on the island, right? Ding Xiang looked up and smiled. How could that be? I only cooked for him because he was sick for the past 2 days to replenish his nutrition. I can't do anything special because everyone is on the set, so we can eat whatever we want. Guozi shook his head and took credit for his girlfriend. He said in a nasal voice, no, Brother Yang, I really should thank Sister Ding Xiang. You don't know, when we came back from filming on the river yesterday, Sister Ding Xiang was already seasick and very uncomfortable, but she insisted on taking care of me. I was so touched. Ding Xiang is seasick? You have to have a good rest. Yang Yi quickly stood up and took away the work in Ding Xiang's hands. No, Brother Yang, I've already recovered. Ding Xiang naturally refused. She even stomped her feet and said to Guozi, hey, Xiaogua, don't make Brother Yang worry about me again. Guozi scratched his head and laughed a little embarrassedly. She felt that her life was a lot less colorful when her father wasn't at home for a day. Especially when she woke up the next day and didn't have her father to send her to school for breakfast, the little girl missed her father even more. When she arrived at school, she complained to Lu Xiaoyu, little you my papa isn't at home again. I miss him so much. Mom doesn't cook well. She only knows how to scramble eggs, and I ate a lot of eggs. Mom taught me how to play the piano last night. Then I felt that Mom wasn't fun, so I couldn't understand what she was saying. My papa will read books with me at night. Then sometimes he will tell me stories. Last night, Papa wasn't at home, so I could only read books by myself. The little girl rambled on, but in fact, she was just describing how much she missed her father. Lu Xiaoyu was also a very good listener. She listened to Xishi's narration and cooperated with her to make expressions of sadness and worry. It seemed that she also felt the same as Xishi. Finally, Lu Xiaoyu waited for Xishi to finish before she asked curiously, Xishi, why isn't your father at home? Because my papa is on a business trip. Xishi blinked and replied. At this time, Jiang Chen, who happened to pass by Xishi, stopped in his tracks. He frowned and looked at Xishi. He didn't hear what Xishi said before, but now he heard Xishi say that her father was on a business trip. On a business trip? My father sometimes goes on business trips, but my mother is better. My mother and I are still very happy at home, Lu Xiaoyu said. But I still like my papa. Xishi pouted her small mouth, twisted her little butt on the chair, and said unhappily. Hee, I know, your father is super nice, I also like your father. Lu Xiaoyu and Xishi laughed and comforted their little friend. Aya, Xishi, don't worry, your father is on a business trip and will be back soon. At this time, Jiang Chen, who had been listening, suddenly shouted at Xishi with red eyes, don't let your father go on a business trip, then your father won't come back. Most men on business trips are bad guys. What? Xishi was a little confused by his roar and didn't understand what Jiang Chen was saying. The problem was that after Jiang Chen finished yelling, he ran away with his head down, leaving the two girls looking at each other in confusion. What is going on? End of chapter 1222. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.